Chapter 261. Boom! The rumbling sound instantly rose to the sky, and the robot covered by the firepower was dismembered and killed on the spot. You successfully killed the A-level robot *1. When Ning looked at the battlefield. She didn't expect the robot to die immediately. The last time the same tactics were used in the ruins, the robot's heart had to be destroyed. It seems that this robot was seriously injured by the mutant beast, but this is also good. She doesn't have to let 001 take the risk to finish off. Following the same method, Ning once again used up all the dwarf bombs in her hand to defeat the remaining 9 robots. There are still 3 lanternfish kings left, and Ning let them float on the plane. The system said that as long as they don't die, they will not disappear. Ning has a bug in her heart, and she doesn't know if it is a card or not. She deliberately doesn't think about it, for fear that the system will notice her thoughts. It was already 2 in the morning, but Ning couldn't sleep yet. There were still tens of thousands of treasure chests and loot waiting for her to pick up on the battlefield. These were only the items dropped by the mutant beasts killed by the Territory Arrow Tower, 001, Huzi, the robot, and the Lanternfish King. There was nothing dropped by the mutant beasts killed by the mechanics. There would also be drops from the beasts killed by the people of the territory, but only the people of the territory could pick them up. Ning set the tax rate, which would automatically be converted according to the value of the items. If the things offered by the people of the territory were useless to him, he could also go to the territory office to exchange them for survival points. Ning would then sell them to the system. In this way, Ning was both a middleman and earned the difference and collected taxes. He was very happy. All the robots were released to pick up the crossbow arrows that had been shot out, and Ning was wearing a waterproof raincoat and shuttled around the battlefield to pick up the loot. Fortunately, after the territory reached level 4, the number of warehouses increased to 9, which was the maximum level, and could barely hold the spoils of this battle. For what could not be held, Ning directly exchanged survival points, and in total, he exchanged tens of thousands of survival points. On the plane, there were large pits everywhere that Ning had blown up with dwarf bombs, especially 600 meters away from the territory, where a deep pit was bombed out, 4 meters wide and at least 2 or 3 meters deep. Half of the rain had already flooded the territory. Ning held a blue torch and watched the rain wash all the blood on the plane into the pit and flow away. Mira, arrange a few construction workers to dig a gap at the seaside and divert all the water to the sea. Okay, Lord. The rest can only be arranged after tomorrow's update. Ning also has the idea of transforming this deep pit. After doing these things and returning to the territory, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Ning was surprised to find that the orcs did not go back to sleep. The cat orcs hid under the eaves, looking at the lions running happily in the rain, with a constipated expression. The Lord is back. Lord. Lord. Seeing Ning coming back, the orcs rushed into the rain curtain and surrounded Ning. After several hours of high-intensity fighting, the orcs were more or less injured, but their eyes were full of energy, and they must have gained a lot. Ning pulled the corner of her mouth, and she was very relieved that in this battle, the orcs were injured, but there were no casualties. That's great, these don't need to deduct management points. Shirtai looked at Ning with bright eyes. He had never seen rain since he was born. The Lord was right, there will be good days after the disaster. He made the right bet. After this rain, he can apply to plant yaoi flowers tomorrow. Unlike the lions who were excited about the rain, the cats felt a sense of accomplishment from successfully protecting their homes. Ding! Cabin Bart's favorability increased by 30%, and the current favorability is 90%. Ding! Lionman Samo's favorability increased by 40%, and the current favorability is 100%. A series of favorability increases broke out the moment the orc saw Ning. Especially when the orc saw Ning's bloody face, he was not at all elegant and noble as he was when they first met. Instead, the orcs respected Ning more in their hearts. A monarch who served the people stood on the front line in person to face the surging invaders. Ignoring his own safety, he protected his people behind him. This is a state that only great monarchs can achieve. At this moment, many orcs recognized Ning. Ning was very happy. The orcs' favorability was equal to their loyalty. They would not betray someone they favored 100%. With blood stains from the battle on her face, and her clothes soaked through, Ning smiled sincerely in the rain. Compared to humans who were good at business and had unpredictable thoughts, Ning preferred these orcs whose love and hate were transparent in front of her. But what was the point of standing in the rain? Go back and rest. There's something important tomorrow. Ning diverted their attention. The injured orcs go to the store to buy medicine. As a reward, All orcs who participated in the territory defense this time will be rewarded with 200 survival points. Yeah! A huge cheer rang out in the rain. Wen Ning drove all the orcs back to the residential houses before returning to the shelter. After washing off his tiredness, he hugged Uzi and Azee and fell asleep. That night, basically all the players finished dealing with all the mutant beasts and went to bed close to the time specified by the system. Some players were so tired that they didn't even pick up the loot. Fortunately, the system's retention time was extended to 24 hours, and it would not disappear. And in the territory defense battle, your own loot will not be picked up by others. This also avoids players fighting each other for loot. However, if a player dies, the loot will become a public item and anyone can pick it up. This situation usually only occurs in unorganized and undisciplined temporary bases. To be precise, this is not a base, but a settlement formed by players moving their shelters to the same location. Here, without the constraints of the base and the rules of the territory, if you are not careful, someone will break in and steal all the supplies. Those with a lighter fate will be eliminated directly, while those with a heavier fate will be caught and bound with a slave scroll, becoming a thinking zombie. Organized territories or bases can avoid this situation. That night, at least 20 territories were marked as chaotic territories, and countless bases were destroyed and disappeared in the Wasteland. It is worth mentioning that when the base is destroyed, the surviving players can automatically exit the base and return to the original birth point. When the territory is breached, the player can only escape after all the public buildings in the territory are destroyed. In the destroyed territory, the Lord's Order will not disappear, but will become the original Lord's Order, floating in the Wasteland, waiting for the destined person to pick it up. The players of the original territory are not eligible to pick it up. As time passes, the Wasteland world is undergoing tremendous changes, while the players are sleeping. Chapter 262. February 14th, Wasteland Calendar, Mild Season, 12 o'clock. The extreme heat of this disaster has ended, and the death toll of this disaster is 70%, based on the number of players at the end of the previous disaster. The disaster season has ended, the mild season has arrived, and the duration of the mild season is randomly selected. Random success. The duration of this mild season is 15 days. Regional map fusion. This fusion ratio is 80%, and the regional map has been completely integrated. The full picture of the Wasteland world will be open to all players. Next, please accept the content of this update. When the number of players drops to less than 500 million, the game will automatically enter the 4th stage. Game update. The 4th stage of the game disaster season and mild season will appear regularly and alternately. The disaster season and mild season are both fixed for 15 days, and the disaster season will be announced 3 days in advance. Game update. The 4th stage of the game starts. In this stage, the Wasteland world is fully open, there will be no map restrictions between regions, and the regional channel becomes centered on the coordinates of the shelter, all players within a radius of 100 kilometers. Game update. The damage caused to the Wasteland by the extreme heat disaster in the 4th stage of the game cannot be repaired. Players are requested to actively explore ways to repair the environment. The current environmental score is 67. The game will automatically end when the environmental score drops to 0. Game update. Ruins and secret realms are updated. All ruins in the Wasteland world are open. Players can open the corresponding coordinates in the treasure chest and explore on their own. Game update. The way to obtain survival points is updated. Survival points can be opened in the wild or in the boxes dropped by mutant beasts. Game update. The natives of the Wasteland world are open. All races and mutant beasts follow their own rules. Players can contact, tame, or kill them. Game update. The connection channel of the Wasteland continent has been successfully built. Please explore the specific functions by yourself. Territory update. Optimize the territory system, add lords to issue tasks, private chat channels for territory residents, contribution of territory residents, and relocation of territory residents. Territory update. Territory ranking list released. After this disaster, the number of territories is 87, of which 28 territories are still in a state of chaos. Territory update. If no one picks up the Lord's Order within 48 hours, the system will automatically take it back. Live broadcast system update. Live broadcast ranking rewards remain unchanged. Live broadcast qualification is open to all players. In addition, the system has also improved some details. Regional integration has been completed. The above, I wish you all a happy game. System announcement. Next, the disaster ranking and rewards will be issued. Please check them out. The ding-dong sound stopped, and Wen Ning received the ranking reward. In the 5 rankings, she was far ahead of the other players. She got 500 survival points. She felt refreshed. The only drawback was that the system was as stingy as ever. It was already the 4th stage, but the survival points were still so low. Wen Ning's survival points balance had to be calculated in tens of thousands. These survival points were not even enough for her to reward the residents of the territory. Speaking of the residents, there was already a bustling noise outside the shelter. Wen Ning finished her breakfast and walked out of the shelter. Lord! Lord! Wen Ning smiled gently and greeted the residents one by one. The rain seemed to have just stopped, and the sun seemed to have calmed down and returned to its warm appearance. The lions had never experienced such mild weather, and everyone wanted to bathe in the sun even if they had nothing to do. Experience the coolness that they had never enjoyed before. Wen Ning glanced at the wet land in the territory, which was dark and muddy, but the residents didn't care. Wen Ning opened the system map while observing the scene outside the territory. The area map that was originally open was covered by thick fog again, and Wen Ning enlarged the bright area with his mind. After enlarging, it was still the map of the current area, but the range became what the system said, 100 kilometers in radius. The mosquito-sized light showed the hugeness of the entire map. However, Wen Ning was still in the northernmost part. Wen Ning glanced at the regional channel, which had 9,780 people. It was quiet now, and Wen Ning glanced at the world channel again. The news was refreshed quickly, most of which were related to game updates. Some people also paid attention to the Red Bounty mission. After the new map was integrated, those who saw the Lord Order on the map not far away from them all rushed over. It doesn't matter if you can't find the Lord's Order, it's also good to get some supplies. Wen Ning has no interest in the Lord's Order. The disaster is over, and the focus now is to build up the territory that needs to be rebuilt. Wen Ning came to the territory hall and studied the task release system. Mira was learning on the side. After Wen Ning released a few tasks, he walked to the door. Looking at the people coming and going, he shouted loudly. The Bright Territory is recruiting for the first time. Everyone come and take a look. The people who heard Wen Ning's call gathered around immediately. Most of them were old and young. For example, Sher Tai and others who participated in the battle yesterday were injured and were recuperating at home. These people did not participate in defending the territory yesterday, and did not receive Wen Ning's reward of 200 survival points. They looked for things in the territory early in the morning to see if there was anything that could be exchanged for survival points. These orcs came from the Orc continent. There was a huge board with many unfamiliar words written on it, followed by numbers. 15. I know this. The cashier taught me. What? Is it for spending money? I spent all my money on candy in the store. The beast men were whispering among themselves, and Wen Ning smiled. This is where the Bright Territory issues territory tasks. You can take the tasks here by yourself. After getting the receipt, you can go to work. After completing the work, you can come back here to receive your salary. Salary. It's wages. Wen Ning changed his words, and picked out a task to explain when he saw that these people were still confused. This one, cut down trees and pick up wood. 10 units of wood can be exchanged for 1 survival point. Does anyone want to take it? The orcs went out to collect wood. The wood was not heavy. Even a little cat orc could carry 2 or 3 pieces at a time. And as long as they went back and forth 3 times, they could get 1 point, which could buy a piece of candy in the store. So at this time, the orcs in the crowd were a little eager to move. A short lion orc squeezed out of the crowd and stood out. He looked about 10 years old, and was in adolescence. Lord. I want to take it. I'm strong. The opportunity was taken first, and the remaining orcs hated themselves for not seizing the opportunity. Wen Ning smiled and looked at him. Okay, what's your name? Jersey, my name is Jersey, Lord. Seeing Wen Ning talking to him, Jersey seemed a little excited. Wen Ning nodded, and clicked the task icon behind him. A watch-like thing appeared below the display screen. This was a gadget that Wen Ning bought from Mira, a smart watch, and also a high-tech backpack. The watch dial was blue, and Wen Ning handed the watch to Jersey. Put on this watch and press the green button. It will open up space to accommodate the wood you collected, with a maximum of 300 units. 300 units? A small exclamation came from the orc crowd. With this watch, you can move 30 survival points in one trip. 30 candies. The children all cast envious eyes at Jersey, and some children could not help swallowing their saliva. Jersey looked at this little thing with surprise, and hurriedly took it and put it on. Wen Ning continued. The red button is the help button. If there is danger in the wild, Press this button and our escort team will rush over as quickly as possible. Of course, I hope you can all go together. Thank you, Lord. Jersey likes this watch very much, even though he knows that this watch is just a task item. 300 pieces of wood, he can collect them in one morning. Wen Ning waved his hand, and a butler robot appeared beside him. The beastmen exclaimed, Uncle Cashier. Wen Ning smiled and shook his head. This is not a cashier, this is a task publisher. Wen Ning changed its name to Task Publisher, and said to the people, everyone, after completing the task, give it the task certificate, and the survival points will be directly added to your ID card. Do you understand? A neat response came from below. I understand. Chapter 263. In the Bright Territory, a little cat-like beastman rushed into the residential building where the cat-like beastmen lived. After a while, the little beastman's loud voice came from the stairwell. Sister Lowly. Sister Lowly. The territory is hiring. Hiring! Lowly and several beastmen were studying the colorful fabrics and clothes that Bart brought back yesterday. Holding a pair of scissors in her hand, she neatly cut off one shoulder of the t-shirt in her hand, gestured for a while, and nodded. Beastmen are used to showing one shoulder when wearing clothes, and only hanging half of it on the upper body, so that it is convenient for physical work. Lowly's hands are dexterous, she can weave cloth, and she can also embroider beautiful patterns. It is a piece of cake to modify this ready-made clothes. The little cat-like beastman ran into Lowly's home. Sister Lowly, did you hear it? The territory is hiring. Go and have a look. Lowly looked up in surprise, her eyes lit up. Recruiting? Yes, Brother Jersey from the Lion Clan has received the task. He said he can earn 30 survival points in one morning. He can buy a lot of candy. The candy in the Bright Territory is the kind of candy wrapped in colorful candy wrappers. Each candy wrapper corresponds to a different flavor. The orc children are proud to collect all the colors of candy wrappers. But after moving in for so long, they have very few opportunities to make money. Now that the disaster is finally over, the Lord did not lie and immediately began to arrange work. Lowly and her friends put down the scissors, followed the catman downstairs, and rushed to the territory hall. When they arrived, there was already a long line at the entrance of the territory hall. Wen Ning stood next to the big sign with a gentle face, and the orcs came forward one by one to receive the jobs that suited them. Collecting wood and stone is the simplest. There is no threshold, and the quantity is not limited. Only strong orcs can take the job of following the miners into the mine. There are also jobs such as building drainage canals, and cleaning up garbage and sludge in the territory. Mira held a loudspeaker, and the sweet mechanical sound kept playing the tasks on the task panel in a loop. The robot butler beside Wen Ning skillfully clicked on the icon, repeated the orc's work, and then issued the corresponding smart watch to the people in the territory. A smart watch is only bound to one identity, and it is under Myra's monitoring. It will be collected when the task is handed in, so there will be no omissions. Lowly originally wanted to take the job of collecting wood. She likes the forest very much. But she still listened to all the jobs with her ears. Want to find a more profitable job. At the end, she only heard an orc with special skills asked to take the initiative to inform the special skills to make a record. Before Lowly could react and understand, it was her turn in the team. After saying hello to Wen Ning, Lowly took a job collecting wood. When she was about to leave, Lowly hesitated for a second. Wen Ning noticed that she seemed to have something to say, so he spoke. What's wrong? Lowly was stunned, looked at Wen Ning's clear eyes, and hesitated with courage. Lord, is weaving considered a special skill? Wen Ning was stunned, and his eyebrows and eyes instantly smiled. After being together for so long, she didn't even realize that Lowly had such a hidden skill. He bent down and rubbed Lowly's head, and said softly, Of course. Come with me. There was some impatience in his tone. Oh, okay, Lord, this is Meili. She can also weave. We grew up together. Well, let's go together. Wen Ning handed the job of recruiting workers to Mira and the housekeeper robot, and took Lowly and Meili to the warehouse. Wen Ning was really happy. God knows that when Mira just said that she had a special skill, a group of children below started to chatter. The reason was that Jersey said that he was stronger than the children present. This is his specialty. Wen Ning, The question is, why don't you compete with your peers? Why compete with a bunch of carrot heads? Not noticing Wen Ning's stiff face, the style of reporting special skills below gradually deviated. I am good at burping. I fart. My tail is the longest among the cat people. My beard is the longest. In the end, all the registration requests of these orcs were rejected by Wen Ning, and Wen Ning made a decision at the same time. The teaching robot business needs to be expanded. It is not enough to just teach numbers. Primary school Chinese should also be put on the agenda. Now recognizing words has become a huge problem. Wenning can't equip every corner of the territory with butler robot translators, right? One of the buildings unlocked in Wenning's level 4 territory is a clothing store. Mira has already built it. The countdown has not ended yet, so it cannot be seen for the time being. But when she heard that Loli can weave, Wenning's mind immediately became active. She is a commercial territory. At present, there is only one shop left except for a blacksmith shop. How embarrassing is it to tell others? Loli and Meili followed Wenning to the warehouse, next to which there was an empty room that Wenning had prepared in advance. Wenning flipped through the book for a while, and found a roll of silk thread. He took Loli to a loom, which was a loom that came out of a treasure chest, and looked quite old. Wenning had only seen this kind of loom in ancient books on Blue Star. He was not sure if Loli would be able to use it. What Wenning did not expect was that Loli's cat eyes lit up instantly when she saw the loom. Meili's expression also became pleasantly surprised. Oh my god, there is such a good loom here. Loli walked forward, touched the smooth loom, sighed twice, and then sat in front of the loom skillfully. Wenning handed over the silk thread in his hand. Molten silk thread can be used for weaving, can improve the waterproof properties of the fabric. Loli took it, and there was also a lot of ordinary silk thread. When you weave, add this thread. Just add one roll for each piece of cloth. Change your job to weaving. You can get 50 survival points for each piece of cloth. Wenning waved his hand, and another identical loom appeared. Meili couldn't wait to sit in front of it, and caressed it lovingly. Wenning was amazed at the skilled movements of the two. She still had a lot of silk threads with special functions, which could be used to make armor, but the only drawback was that the silk threads could not be used directly. Now, the two craftsmen helped her solve this problem. This room was temporarily used by Loli, and the other two to weave. Wenning thought that he could move there after the clothing store was built. Loli and Meili didn't react until Wenning left. Loli, did you hear that? 50 survival points. Loli's eyes widened. She could weave 2 pieces of cloth a day, which meant she could earn 100 survival points a day. She actually earned more than the strong lion orcs. Loli subconsciously thought that Wenning had deliberately given her preferential treatment. Loli's eyes were firm, and she decided to work day and night from now on. Wenning didn't know that his normal recruitment had actually triggered a wave of internal competition in the territory. Chapter 264. After arranging the work for Loli and Meili, Wenning did not leave the warehouse. She had a more important job to do. That is, opening boxes. After the update, survival points can also be opened in the treasure chest. Previous has been modified. Wenning picked up tens of thousands of boxes in this battle, and opened some during the battle. Coming to the warehouse. A total of 11 warehouses can be built in the level 4 territory. After the warehouse level is upgraded to level 4, the size is 4,000 square meters. This is the internal space, and the external area is always only 20 square meters. So a whole row of warehouses only occupies more than 200 square meters. A level 1 territory with an initial area of 100 square meters can also build 5 warehouses. However, Wenning checked the rankings. Except for the territory in the red bounty task, the remaining territories are at least 1,000 square meters. It is about 1.5 acres of land. Wenning's territory has an area of 12,000 square meters, far exceeding the second place. However, this is not certain after the Lord reshuffle. Many territories were reset after upgrading. According to the rule that the area doubles with each level upgrade, the territory will soon catch up with Wenning. In order to ensure that he can still occupy the first place on the list, Wenning has to find a way to upgrade the territory or snatch other lord orders. Of course, a large territory has great advantages. With a large area, the refuges of the people can be moved into the territory, and the power can be concentrated. But there are also disadvantages. That is, the materials needed to build the wall have increased several times. In addition, some necessary defensive buildings. Survival points are not worth spending. Back to the point. All of Wenning's warehouses have been upgraded to a size of 4,000 square meters, with an internal height of 10 meters, so the capacity is very considerable. And for the matter of opening treasure chests, the game has modified the number limit when optimizing the details. For the same grade of treasure chests, Wenning can open up to 99 at a time, accompanied by the sound of ding dong dong. Congratulations on getting survival points *378. Congratulations on getting wood *289. Congratulations on getting stone *123. Congratulations on getting gyro toilet paper *3. Congratulations on getting Nongfu Mountain Spring Mineral Water *3 box. Wen Ning opened 99 wooden treasure chests and got 378 survival points. Wen Ning did an experiment and found that the survival points of wooden treasure chests were 1 to 5, and the survival points of stone treasure chests were 6 to 10. Iron treasure chests were 10 to 50, and silver treasure chests were 60 to 100. And so on. Most of Wen Ning's treasure chests were concentrated below the gold chest. After all the boxes were opened, 3 hours had passed. Wen Ning got a total of 2.34 million survival points. As for the rest, there were more than 100,000 units of wood and nearly 100,000 units of stone. Iron ore and other ores added up to tens of thousands. There were also various materials for making armor and weapons and backpack expansion coupons. There were 5 ruins coordinates and 3 secret realm coordinates. There was 1 pet egg. Adding the pet egg in Wen Ning's hand, there were 2 pet eggs. Wen Ning thought about it and decided to auction them or hatch them after the territory was settled. He was inclined to the latter. The mutant beast meat brought to Wen Ning by this battle filled 2 warehouses. The shelf life of the warehouse was 180 days, which was enough for the people in the territory. If the people in the territory were not so wealthy now, Wen Ning would have prepared some delicious food. For example, barbecue or something. So even if there were 2 more tigers, Wen Ning could afford to support them. Wen Ning classified the warehouse materials one by one, set up the entrance for the robots to hand in the materials, and ensured that the warehouse would not be messed up. Unknowingly, time passed by. Ding! The tailor shop has been built. Wen Ning almost forgot that there was a tailor shop because of the immersive work. Lord! The tailor shop has been built. Do you want to go and see it? Mira, who did not receive the arrangement, flew in a hurry, followed by a ruddy-faced Shirtai. Wen Ning was somewhat surprised by Shirtai's appearance, but suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. He said to Mira, I won't go to the tailor's shop. You arrange for Loli and Mei Li to work there, and then arrange a housekeeper robot to hang out some suitable clothes in the warehouse for sale. The orcs were not used to wearing clothes because of the heat, so they were all shirtless. Now that the disaster is over and the temperature has dropped, they cannot be allowed to affect the city appearance. Okay, Lord. Mira flew away happily, and Shirtai's lips moved, not knowing how to speak. Lord. Wen Ning waved his hand and interrupted Shirtai impatiently. Master Tai, come and take a look at these materials. Wen Ning took Shirtai to a shelf, which was full of materials dropped from various mutant beasts seized by the Bright Territory in this battle. The giant sickle of the mutant mantis is already an old actor. Shirtai looked over and saw the tail hook of the mutant black scorpion, the deck of the mutant beetle, and the spider silk of the mutant spider. There are also horns of mutant cattle and sheep, poisonous needles of mutant bees, and so on. Shirtai was dazzled. Can you handle these materials? Wen Ning asked with some expectation. Since the first disaster in the Wasteland, various mutant beasts have dropped items such as animal skins, animal tendons, and animal horns. As the disaster progresses, the dropped materials are becoming more and more abundant. But unfortunately, no player has found a way to handle these materials. If they cannot be processed, they cannot be turned into semi-finished products required for weapons and armor, which means they have no value. What players can handle is mutant animal meat, because it is edible, and long-term consumption can also enhance physical fitness. A pure carnivore player on the World Channel once broke the news that after eating mutant animal meat for a week, his physical fitness increased a little for no reason. This point has been recognized by many carnivorous players, but mutant animal meat is dry and hard, and most players cannot persist under the condition of having alternative plans. For materials that cannot be processed, players can only use their imagination, such as wrapping animal skin inside armor to improve insulation during snowstorm disasters. Using animal tendons to make bows and arrows by hand is suitable for the early stage. In the later stage, everyone's equipment is basically open from boxes. In addition, the backpack expansion coupons are precious, and players do not have too much space to accommodate these materials. So these materials are mostly abandoned. Until the system opens the function of exchanging survival points, these materials have a new way out. Wen Ning also used these materials to exchange survival points or infrastructure materials at the beginning. But in this battle, the giant sickle blade made by Shirtai shined, giving her new ideas. Shirtai touched these materials with love. On the surface, he is a blacksmith, but in fact, he has a talent for processing various materials. It is because the Orc continent is so poor that only iron ore is left, so he changed his career to become a blacksmith. Lord, I can process most of the materials here. But But what? Shirtai scratched the back of his head and laughed innocently. But I don't have enough manpower. I'm afraid I have to deal with the materials in this warehouse for a lifetime. Wen Ning suddenly realized that there was only Shirtai in the blacksmith shop now, and it was normal that he was too busy. Wen Ning immediately made the decision. Shirtai, how about I officially hire you as the boss of the blacksmith shop? Boss? Shirtai had never heard of this term, and was a little stunned for a moment. Wen Ning changed the wording. It means the manager. You are responsible for managing the blacksmith shop. You decide on all matters, big or small. I will pay you the wages. Lord. But you promised me that Yao Hui Wa. Wen Ning was stunned and forgot about it. Chapter 265. Lord, do you mean that not all the lions are involved in the cultivation of the Yao Hui flower? Shirtai couldn't help but glance at Wen Ning, meeting Wen Ning's confident gaze. Shirtai, the Wasteland continent is much larger than your Orc continent. Do you think the spread of the Yao Hui flower can go beyond the territory of light by relying on you lions alone? Shirtai was stunned. The battle before last night was still vivid in his mind, those terrifying mutant beasts. The huge destructive power, and the unpredictable environmental conditions of the Wasteland continent. Shirtai suddenly felt that the 200 Yao Hui flower seeds might end up in his hands. Wen Ning's eyes were full of determination. It was agreed that the lions would plant Yao Hui flowers for her for a lifetime, and there was no doubt about that. But Wen Ning's goal was far more than the territory of light. If the Yao Hui flower could really change the environment and improve the soil condition as the lion said. From the system's emphasis, the Yao Hui flower must be planted all over the planet. Shirtai obviously also got some meaning from Wen Ning's words. The two looked at each other, and Wen Ning's next words were decisive. The power of speech comes from the barrel of a gun. We want to make Yao Hui flowers bloom all over the continent. Therefore, the importance of the blacksmith shop is self-evident. For Shirtai, the weapons he made can easily deal with those terrifying mutant beasts. And for Wen Ning, these weapons may be able to control players or mechanical people. The two sides agreed, and Shirtai also accepted Wen Ning's arrangement. He was about to turn around and walk out, but Wen Ning stopped him and told him not to worry. Your tribesmen all grow Yao Hui flowers? Shirtai nodded heavily. They all can, but some young beastmen are a bit rebellious about this inheritance, so their skills are not very good. Wen Ning nodded to show his understanding. He used the seeds of the Yao Hui flower to exchange for the qualifications of the lion tribe to enter the territory, and asked the lion tribe to plant Yao Hui flowers for Wen Ning for a lifetime. Now, Wen Ning asked Shirtai to teach this technology to the gardening robots of the Bright Territory. He waved his hand, and a robot appeared in front of Wen Ning. It was 003, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. In addition, there were dozens of gardening robots among the robots Wen Ning synthesized last time. At that time, they can guard the Yao Hui flowers 24 hours a day, and will never miss the opportunity to pick seeds. The lion tribe is not a race that keeps secrets, but Shirtai said that only the tribe leader has real experience in planting Yao Hui flowers, and they, the younger generation, are all memory inheritance of experience. In order to prevent the waste of seeds, it is better to let the Samo tribe leader come in person. Wen Ning agreed. Then you go back first. Since not all of your people have planted Yao Hui flowers, you won't force it. Find some people to work as apprentices in the blacksmith shop and process these materials with you. I will pay them the same wages. Mira will draw up a contract tonight. When you sign it, you can officially start working. Shirtai nodded in confusion. He could understand what Wen Ning said, but he didn't understand much. But he knew that Wen Ning would not lie to him. Just as the farmland had not been built yet, Wen Ning opened the map and took a look, then closed the map. Tomorrow morning, you ask the Samo chief to wait for me at the shelter. Shirtai led the task and turned away. Wen Ning waved and summoned the centaur. With a roar, it headed towards the west of the territory. The west of the territory is next to the Morning Forest. When the territory was expanded, it included Aziz's purple bamboo forest. Wen Ning spent a lot of water resources on this disaster, and with the help of Aziz's elf power, the purple bamboo forest and the fruit forest inside were not damaged. However, several kinds of herbs withered accidentally. Wen Ning simply put all the surviving herbs into the warehouse. Now it's time to rebuild the farm. Wasteland is still more suitable for planting and planting fields. Yao Hui flowers must be bred in farmland first, and only after success can they be tried to be planted in Wasteland. Next to Aziz's purple bamboo forest, Wen Ning chose to build the first farm. While building, he could invest in materials to upgrade, and it could be upgraded to the highest level after 10 hours. Wen Ning added materials, and directly pushed the farm to level 4. The area of a farm reached 1,100 square meters, which is larger than the area of some territories. The maximum number of level 4 farms that Wen Ning can build is 4. 4 farms means 4,400 square meters, 1/3 of the territory. Wen Ning calculated in his mind that the function of the farm is to add the required number of planting fields directly, without placing planting fields. The planting fields will automatically connect into one piece, remove the borders, and comprehensively consider the soil conditions to reach the average level. The farm is also equipped with fully automatic sowing, watering, and fertilizing equipment. It can be said that only a few farmers can complete all the work on the farm. The area of the 4 farms is less than 7 acres, and the number of plants that can be planted is limited. However, the area of Wen Ning's territory is only 12,000 square meters in total. If 1/3 of the area is used for farming, then the other building area and activity area will be limited. This is not appropriate. Wen Ning thought about whether to fuse a Lord Order to see how much territory can be increased. System prompt: Lord Order fusion can be carried out according to the area of level 5 territory. Level 5. Level 5 territory, that is 24,000 square meters. After fusion, it will be 36,000 square meters. Directly expand the area 3 times. Wen Ning was a little tempted, but then she thought, she is now level 4. If she upgrades to level 5, and then merges, it will become 48,000 square meters. The area of the entire territory can reach 72 acres, although it seems that the difference between the two is only 12,000 square meters. But don't forget that every time the territory is upgraded, the territory area will double. Wen Ning's 2 level 5s merge with each other, and when it is upgraded to level 6, the gap will be large. Thinking of this, Wen Ning immediately suppressed the idea of fusion. As for the farmland, build one first and complete the task of Yaohua first. After making up his mind, Wen Ning gave up the idea of integrating the Lord's Order. The farm construction took a long time, so Wen Ning went to see the fish pond, which was almost wiped out in the extreme heat disaster. Wen Ning spent points to collect all the surviving wild freshwater fish into the space. At this time, the robot had cleaned up the fish pond. Wen Ning also put half of the pure natural lake water into the pond. Wen Ning put the fish into the pond, and felt relieved when he saw the happy fish. Then Wen Ning rode the centaur to the big pit that the dwarf bomb had blown out yesterday. On the way, he met the people who came out to explore, and greeted Wen Ning enthusiastically. Master 001, as the supervisor, came over immediately when he saw Wen Ning coming. It is a perfect choice to put the robot's mechanical warehouse in the territory, because as the territory is upgraded, the robot can move farther and farther. In the level 4 territory, the robot can already be 2 kilometers away from the territory. It greatly facilitates the collection of supplies and combat needs. Wen Ning responded and walked forward. Looking at the deep pit in front of him, it had been dug into a 5-meter deep and 3-meter wide gully by the construction robot. The moat of the bright territory began to take shape. Chapter 266. February 15th, Wasteland calendar, mild season, 8 o'clock. After a whole night of hard work by the construction robots, the moat has been completely dug. Wen Ning introduced seawater, and used the slope of the river to fill the entire moat. Last night, Wen Ning drew the suspension bridges in the 4 directions of the moat, just waiting for it to be repaired today, so that it can be convenient for entry and exit. However, Wen Ning does not intend to use this suspension bridge until the critical moment. The territory can use the teleportation tower for entry and exit at ordinary times. It has special features, and cannot be used by players who are not from the bright territory. The teleportation tower on the other side of the mine is right at the entrance of the mine, and is very close to the forest. So the same teleportation tower can be used for mining robots and logging robots. The teleportation inside the forest is more for exploration. On Wen Ning's map, 1/5 of the forest has been revealed. It's time to find time to explore the forest. After the game was updated, the number of indigenous people increased, and they were no longer hostile to each other. They would not attack players mindlessly like before. Wen Ning had the coordinates of several ruins, one of which was deep in the forest. And after Aziz's identification, this location was very likely the settlement of their remaining elves. As an elf, who had witnessed the vicissitudes of the Wasteland continent, Wen Ning felt that this relic was the one that revealed the secret of the dark oppression of the Wasteland continent. After settling the territory and getting the operation of the territory on the right track, Wen Ning would go to see the ruins deep in the forest. Lord, the Samo chief is waiting outside. Mira reminded Wen Ning, but the Mira people were not here. It was upgrading the Arrow Tower. However, the entire territory was under its surveillance, and as long as Wen Ning synchronized her vision, he could see any corner of the territory. It was just that Wen Ning was lazy. He had already used his brain too much, and when he could rest without using his brain, Wen Ning was lazy. So Mira could only pamper this lord and remind her diligently. After drinking Zi's hot milk, Wen Ning left the shelter. The round valve door was deflated and opened, and the sun was shining outside. The figure of the Samo chief appeared in the sight. He was old, and the head of the tribe. His brown hair was much lighter than the young man next to him. His eyebrows and beard were a little long, hanging on both sides of his cheeks. But his eyes were bright and energetic, not decadent at all. At this time, bathing in the sun, the golden sunlight reflected, and he had a little more Buddha-like feeling. "Good morning, Lord." Samo greeted the two lions behind him. This was learned from Mira. Mira liked to greet these orcs, and read the affection in their eyes. Wen Ning smiled gently and nodded. Without too much greeting, he led the three people to the farm. The two young orcs behind Samo chief were his sons. According to human age, they were about 40 years old. They were strong and powerful, with firm eyes. At this time, he followed his father, the chief, dutifully, with a serious expression on his face, which had become dark and rough due to years of exposure to the sun. Several people followed Wen Ning to the farm area. There was already a row of gardening robots waiting at the gate. When 003, the leader, saw Wen Ning, he put away the scissors in his hand. "Master." As soon as the words fell, the 20 or so robots behind him, who looked exactly the same, put away their tools in unison, bent down slightly, and imitated 003. "Master." The Samo chief was so excited that his hands couldn't stop shaking. The Lord actually used such a precious robot to learn and protect the Yaoi flower. Ding! The favorability of the Lion Man Samo increased by 10%, and it is currently 100%. Wen Ning turned his head, and saw the Samo chief's excited face, not knowing why. "Chief, you." Before Wen Ning finished his words, the Samo chief trembled all over, with disbelief in his tone. "Lord, such a precious robot, is it used to protect the Yaoi flower? It's a waste of talent." What else did Wen Ning not understand? This was another wave of self-conquest by the Samo chief. Wen Ning smiled. Samo chief seldom walked around in the territory, so he didn't know that all the robots working in Wen Ning's territory were robots like these. He only knew about robots like 001 that protected the territory a few days ago. At that time, in order to prevent losses, Wen Ning collected all the functional robots, so it may have given Samo chief an illusion. "Samo chief, these robots are planning robots and cannot participate in battles. Of course, as long as they are taught by Wen Ning's twisted logic, they can." However, Wen Ning did not explain too much, but just mentioned several major types of robots in the territory. The more Samo chief listened, the more shocked he was, and the more he felt that the Lord's ability was against the sky, just like the Creator God. Wen Ning skipped this part about the robot, and he did not explain too much. You will get used to it after more contact. The farm has been built at this time, and virtual light and shadow lines surround it. It has a cyberpunk style. Wen Ning spent 1 million to purchase a large number of planting fields, all upgraded to the highest level. Then he barely filled the entire farm area. The role of advanced planting fields can double the time it takes for crops to mature. According to Samo, the time for Yaoi flowers to mature is 1 week, the time for flowering is a whole night, and only one seed is produced in 1 night. At this time, there is only half an hour of picking time. If you miss it, the seeds will rot when they fall to the ground. After flowering and breeding, the Yaoi flowers will wither. Of course, if the soil conditions are optimal for the growth of Yaoi flowers will not wither, and can produce a seed every 2 hours, and the seed will take root and sprout when they fall to the ground. Repeated cycle. In general, this is the role of Yaoi flowers, consuming vitality, improving soil, and purifying air and water sources. Then the Yaoi flower needs 24-hour all-round monitoring and care in the early stage. If the advanced planting field is effective, the process of Yaoi flower maturing in 7 days can be accelerated to about 3 days. Whether it is true or not, you will know after trying it. Wen Ning reached out and touched the blue light and shadow line of the streamer. With a slight click, the streamer line broke and turned into starlight and disappeared. The whole farm appeared in front of everyone. Oh my god! Samo was a little excited, and he actually broke free from the support of his 2 sons, staggered to the farmland, picked up a handful of soft soil, and cried with joy. "I haven't seen such good land for more than 100 years. That's good. Yaoi flower is saved, it is saved." The 2 sons stepped forward to help Samo chief up, and their faces were also faintly excited. Chapter 267. Their family is different from the Shirtai family. The only task of the patriarch family is to inherit the cultivation of yahui flowers. They cannot do any other work. Both sons are filial, and have been given the mission of protecting the seeds of yahui flowers since birth. Until middle age, they finally saw the hope of yahui flowers blooming again. When Ning followed into the farm, and felt a moist and warm air rushing towards him. The fragrance of the soil was not fake, especially compared with the soil outside the territory. The soil after the battle, the blood of the mutant beast soaked into the ground to a thickness of at least 1 meter. When the robot was digging, the soil dug out was bloody and extremely terrifying. The whole air was filled with an unpleasant stench. Entering this farm, Wen Ning immediately felt refreshed. The farm was open, and the robots behind him filed in, skillfully starting to turn the soil, water, and tidy up. This was all set up by Mira in advance. Its database contains a complete guide to land reclamation, and it can adjust the soil to the most suitable state for sowing through technical means. Wen Ning glanced at the purple bamboo forest in the distance and contacted AZ in his mind. AZ, come to the farm. AZ must like such fertile soil. The Samo chief took his 2 sons to observe every corner of the farm bit by bit, probably looking for the most suitable place for yahui flowers to grow. Under the leadership of 003, the robot began to fertilize and turn the soil, fully mixing the soil and fertilizer to improve the soil fertility. When Ning strolled for a while, walked into the purple bamboo forest, picked 2 peaches and ate them. Roar! Mom, why didn't you wake me up? Huzi ran over with Azi on his back. Before he got close, he could hear Huzi's dissatisfied complaints. Are you sure you didn't sleep like a pig yourself? Azi squatted on Huzi's forehead. Huzi's current body size was very different from Azi's. If you don't look carefully, you can't see Azi's small body. Huzi ran to Wen Ning with Azi. Wen Ning smiled and ruffled Huzi's hair. Huzi felt comfortable as soon as he entered the farm. He couldn't help but roll on the ground twice. Azi flew and sat on Wen Ning's shoulders with her wings flapping. Master, it's so comfortable here. It's not like home, which is smelly. Azi rarely showed a little disgust for the shelter. Wen Ning was stunned for a moment, and then realized that although the shelter had its own self-circulating air, the blood stench in the air would still be absorbed. She and Huzi were very rough and didn't feel it at all. As a plant-type elf, Azi was sensitive to the air. I think she has been tortured these past 2 days. Then you should go back to the purple bamboo forest more often during this period. Anyway, the extreme heat disaster has passed, and the weather is good. Azi nodded heavily. She was almost suffocated because she couldn't go out for half a month in the extreme heat. The farm was square, and Wen Ning gave the remaining herbs to Azi. Let her plant them next to the purple bamboo forest. It has been tested that it is safe to plant herbs next to the purple bamboo forest, so Wen Ning doesn't want to do more other experiments. The purple bamboo forest can withstand too much sunlight, and the purple bamboo forest can breed the elf AZ, which also shows its role. Wen Ning plans to transplant the fruit trees and go around the farm. Only when the best sunlight is received can the sweetest fruit be produced. Wen Ning did what he said, and planted more than a dozen fruit trees 3 meters apart. With the help of the robot, the ripe fruits were picked, but because the advanced planting field can speed up the ripening of the fruit trees, even if all the ripe fruits were picked. Now the trees are still full of green and yellow fruits. Some fruits have been rotten due to hunger because they were not picked in time. Wen Ning put them away to feed the chickens. That's right, Wen Ning built a temporary chicken coop next to the farm. When the territory is upgraded to level 5, a ranch can be built, and then fish ponds and chicken coops can be arranged. The advantage of building a ranch is that the ranch can produce fertilizer, and the insects on the farm, as well as rotten fruit and vegetable leaves, have a place to be consumed. These are all arrangements for the future. Now, Wen Ning patted the dirt on his hands and approached the Samo chief. The 3 squatted in a corner and muttered to each other, not knowing what they were studying. Chief, have you chosen a planting site? Chief Samo stood up with a handful of soil in his hand and said excitedly, Lord, this row is very suitable for planting yahui flowers. Chief Samo then explained, this is close to the morning forest on the west side, and the trees can block the hottest afternoon sun. It is best for yahui flowers to receive the morning sun, but not too much in the afternoon, and the temperature at night should not be too low or too high. It is close to the purple bamboo forest and the morning forest, and the canopy can save more heat. Wen Ning did not refute. In fact, all of his requirements can be achieved with technology. But yahui flowers are so important that Wen Ning dare not try it easily. Wait until there are more seeds, then try again. Otherwise, how can flowers grow everywhere with such harsh living conditions? Since the Samo chief has chosen the planting site, Wen Ning took out the yaoi flower seeds and handed them over. The Samo chief was even more excited when he saw the familiar cloth bag. He took it and opened it carefully, and was even more delighted to see the seeds in good condition. As expected, the Lord is capable. This seed is not at all decadent like a few days ago, and there is no sign of withering. The Samo chief only took one, and returned the rest to Wen Ning. Wen Ning looked at the white seeds in Samo's hand that looked like unopened pistachios, and waved his hand to call 003 and other robots. Under the watch of Wen Ning, the robots, and his two sons, the Samo chief's hands trembled slightly. A pit with a diameter of 20 centimeters and a depth of 30 centimeters has been dug on the ground. The Samo chief first poured a bucket of water to wet the soil at the bottom. Then he winked, and one of his sons reached out and turned the soil at the bottom into a muddy state, and then rolled it into a fist-sized soil ball. Put it in the middle of the pit, and poke a hole with your finger. Then the Samo chief carefully lowered his body, and carefully placed Yahui Hua Zhongxi into the hole poked by his son. Then he placed Wen Ning's black soil fertilizer around the soil ball, and covered it with soil. Then he took a long breath and said to Wen Ning, "Lord, this is considered to be the planting. Next, water it every 4 hours and fertilize it every 6 hours. If everything goes well, it will sprout tomorrow morning." Wen Ning listened to his words and nodded, his tone relaxed. "Then I wait and see." The Samo chief couldn't help but clenched his fist and continued, "Lord, I am very confident in our territory. The first batch can be planted 50 as a test." Wen Ning handed 49 seeds to the Samo chief with pride. The Samo chief and his two sons were full of energy and immediately started planting with 003 and others. Wen Ning quietly waved and called a Z over. "A Z, are your ripening skills useful for these seeds?" Chapter 268. After hearing what Wen Ning said, a Z tried to communicate with these strange seeds. Wen Ning looked at a Z's little face, and it turned red. He opened his eyes, with a trace of grievance in his eyes. "Master, I can't communicate with these seeds." Wen Ning didn't have much hope, and he was not surprised to hear this. Instead, he comforted a Z. "It's okay, maybe these seeds haven't sprouted yet." A Z nodded, and the frustration in her heart disappeared. There was nothing to do on the farm, so Wen Ning asked Hu Zi to protect a Z. He rode the centaur to Mira. It was noon, about 11 o'clock. Mira was upgrading the arrow tower. The upgrade and transformation is a bit troublesome, because the materials can only be added one by one to upgrade the already built buildings. Like Wen Ning's farm, you can add the upgraded materials at the beginning without building it, and build it to level 4 at one time. Of course, it takes more time. When Wen Ning arrived, Mira was upgrading the last arrow tower. In clockwise order, this arrow tower was the last one. The first arrow tower had 5 minutes left to upgrade. The countdown ended, and a flash of white light flashed. The arrow tower in front of Wen Ning instantly turned into stone. Because Mira used all the granite synthesized by Wen Ning, the color of the arrow tower turned white, and the countdown ended. A series of changes occurred inside the territory of light. One after another, the arrow towers all emitted white light, and then turned into granite. The people in the territory seemed to have discovered a new world. A group of cat-like orcs exclaimed every time an arrow tower turned into stone. So, swish, wow, swish, wow. The sounds of change and exclamations came one after another. The busy adults stopped to look sideways. The stone arrow tower looked much stronger than the wooden one, and the number of crossbows that each arrow tower could carry increased by 1/3. Moreover, the stone arrow tower could also carry thermal weapons. Thermal weapons? Wen Ning listened to the explanation, and suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten an important trump card. That is, Wen Ning waved his hand, and took out a mechanical electromagnetic turret from his backpack. Wen Ning almost cried. This turret was originally installed outside his shelter, but when he established the territory, he was afraid that the merchants in the territory would be accidentally injured, so Wen Ning put it away. He took it over and forgot it. How could I forget you? Wen Ning slapped his forehead fiercely, but fortunately, he remembered it. Wen Ning placed the mechanical electromagnetic turret in front of Mira, and Mira's starry eyes lit up instantly. Lord! This is a good thing. The mechanical turret with infrared detection can also fire bullets and infrared lasers at the same time. Accuracy means that the consumption of bullets will be reduced. Moreover, this turret has a critical hit rate and is equipped with a confirmation process before firing. What Wen Ning is not sure about now is whether this turret can automatically identify the people in the territory. System prompt. The people in the territory can be regarded as members of the shelter and can obtain damage immunity. Wen Ning couldn't help but clap his hands. This solved the big problem. Since a tower can be equipped with a hot weapon, it seems that the mechanical electromagnetic turret is the first choice. With Myra's technology, the existing 4 turrets were installed. Lord, the turret has a range of 800 meters. It was a bit difficult to suppress the satisfaction in his heart. When Ning watched the infrared rays of the turret sweeping towards the little cat-like orcs, who were joining in the fun under the arrow tower. The naive little orc didn't know what was going on yet, and laughed at the red dots on his companion's body. When Ning took a breath. Although he believed that the turret would not fire for no reason, it was terrifying to suddenly see the little orcs being targeted by the turret. Mira, find a way to set the external line invisible to the people. Lord, Mira can't do this, but Mira can modify the status of the turret and set it to 3 states. Relax. Turn off the infrared and patrol along the specified route. Alert. Turn on the infrared, patrol freely, and aim at suspicious objects, but you need to obtain permission to fire. Attack mode, free patrol, free firing. After listening, Wen Ning decisively asked Mira to modify it. After the modification was completed, Wen Ning calculated the time and walked towards the city gate. You can modify the remaining mechanical turrets after I make them. Now let's go to the city gate. The new territory merchant should refresh. Mira nodded obediently. Wen Ning walked while recalling the last territory merchant who came on February 12th. At that time, Wen Ning was busy defending against the attacks of mutant beasts, so he let the territory merchant go. As a result, the territory merchant stayed in the territory for less than half a day and left. This time, the territory merchant came at the right time, and the disaster was over. Wen Ning's territory construction is in full swing, and anyone who sees it will feel that it has great potential. In this way, it would be best if he could be attracted to stay. The territory merchant has been refreshed. Please go to the gate to receive him. Wen Ning and Mira just walked to the gate of the territory, and a white spot appeared in their sight. He was small, with a pair of fluffy ears drooping. He looked around with wet eyes, as if he was amazed at the great changes here. Wen Ning was surprised to see a familiar figure. Bai Shui. In Q12 area, Su Jiaqing was walking in the territory with a high-spirited look on his face. The players around him were all respectful and shouted, "Hello, Lord. Lord. Lord, you are really amazing. You snatched this Lord's order from the siege of thousands of people." Su Jiaqing enjoyed the flattery. Compared with the base commander, he obviously wanted to be the Lord more. After all, there are less than 80 territories left in the Wasteland world so far. Some Lord's orders are still being fought for. A base can be established if there are many people, and the Lord is the one who is recognized by the system. Now, he has the same status as Lords like Jack, and he doesn't have to be servile in front of Jack. He got this Lord order by luck and some means. This Lord order is a combat-type territory, which has been upgraded to level 3. The original area is 1,000 square meters, and it doubles to 4,000 square meters after the upgrade. It can be considered a relatively large territory. However, there are thousands of players in the official base, and there is no room for these players. Su Jiaqing used his eloquence to let the players move the shelter to the periphery of the territory. In the name of the center, of course, the important buildings of the territory must be placed, and the players' shelters are surrounded by the territory. When the territory is upgraded and the area expands outward, the shelters can be included naturally. So the official base is divided into classes, with the core personnel close to the territory, and the periphery is some marginal players or mobile players. They were originally players who moved around the base. If they disagreed, they would leave the base or live in another base. So it was natural that they were arranged at the outermost edge. Chapter 269. There are no complaints among the players, nor do they dare to complain. Su Jiaqing directly abandoned the name of the official base and named the territory Xucheng. The ambition is self-evident. The players in the territory have long been excluded by Su Jiaqing, and the remaining ones are all his own people. The inner players are protected, and the outer players are closer to the resource points. This is the current situation of Xucheng territory. Su Jiaqing spent the resources of the entire base to pile up the territory to level 2, and the area of the territory became 8,000 square meters. Although the Lord Order has become level 1, the resources required for the upgrade have not decreased at all, and it is completely calculated by doubling the 4,000 square meters. Then Su Jiaqing began to build a wall to enclose the central territory. Players usually enter and exit through 4 gates. After building residential buildings, Su Jiaqing publicly opened houses for players to rent, But residential buildings are not as good as their own independent courtyards, and living in residential buildings means giving up their own shelters, and they will be left with nothing after leaving the territory. All players know that shelters are indispensable in the Wasteland. So they rejected this proposal. Su Jiaqing smiled on the surface, and said that residential housing must be built to upgrade the territory. Since no one lives in it, let it be abandoned. The players had no objection. As night fell, Su Jiaqing walked into the residential building. He held a green scepter in his hand. The scepter was not big, less than half the length of his arm. Su Jiaqing looked around, and although he knew that no one was coming, he was still alert. After confirming that there was no one, Su Jiaqing took out a dagger and cut his palm. Blood gushed out, and Su Jiaqing dripped his blood on the scepter in his right hand. In the dim environment, green light gradually emanated, and after a while, in the empty residential building, a few hoarse voices came out, which sounded like the croaking of frogs. After a few sounds, it was quiet. The next day, Su Jiaqing arranged to continue building residential houses at the territory development meeting. Lord, how many residential houses do you want to build? Yes, all these resources are wasted on uninhabitable buildings. This arrangement of the system is not very reasonable. The players under him complained one after another. Su Jiaqing said nothing, glanced at his left hand wrapped in gauze, and stared at the player opposite with a smile. Since you are so curious, why don't you go grab 2 Lord Orders next time, and I will teach you how to build a territory. The cold eyes swept over, and the player's back instantly felt cold, and he lowered his head guiltily. The base, oh no, the territory is now a one-man show for Su Jiaqing. And Su Jiaqing is not afraid of them asking for help on the World Channel. The Lord Order is now divided into several forms, not to mention the 3 major types. In terms of the source, there are also those issued by the system and red bounty tasks. In the bounty tasks, there are even fewer people who can grab the Lord Order and build it. Most of them grab it back and integrate it into their own territory. When the time comes, Su Jiaqing can shut up most of the players with just one word. Anyway, he is determined to build this residential building, the more the better. It would be best if they were connected and occupied the entire territory. On the other side, Wen Ning was taking Bai Shui to visit the entire base. Bai Shui was a little confused. The last time she came, this human territory had no residents. This time, the territory was so large that she couldn't see the edge, and there were many more residents. The cats and Bai Shui were of similar stature. The curious cat children followed behind Wen Ning, looking at the newcomer. Wen Ning looked at Bai Shui, who was a little socially anxious, and handed the cat children some candies, and sent them away. Curiosity killed the cat. Bai Shui looked at the candies that Wen Ning handed out, and immediately held the small cloth bag on her body tightly. The human lord told her last time not to bring ice cream this time. So this time, she brought candy. But the human lords don't like candy at all. It's over. This business can't be done. Bai Shui looked at Wen Ning, who was chattering non-stop with a pair of bright eyes, and she wanted to cry but couldn't. I don't have any good things to sell. Will the human lord pack me up and throw me out? Just when Bai Shui was worried, Wen Ning suddenly turned around and asked, have the things in your tribe been resolved? Bai Shui suddenly came back to her senses and whispered, not yet. Not yet. The last time they bullied their village was the dog-headed race. The money Bai Shui brought back really armed everyone in the village to the teeth. But these dog-headed people were too cunning. After seeing that the rabbits in the rabbit village were armed, they stopped coming. The rabbits were simple-minded and thought that the dog-headed people were scared, so they resumed their daily life. But they didn't expect that these dog-headed people would sneak attack at night and capture many little white rabbits. They also stole all the equipment bought by the rabbit people. And this time, Bai Shui came to Wen Ning's territory just to make money by selling candy, and then move away from the village to a place without dog-headed people. Now this fantasy is probably going to be shattered. Looking at the candy in the hands of the kittens around, they are colorful and much more beautiful than the fructose she made by hand. Wen Ning saw Bai Shui staring at the candy in the hands of the little orcs around, thinking that Bai Shui had never eaten it before. So he reached out and took a handful of candy from his backpack and stuffed it into Bai Shui's arms. Bai Shui was shocked at once. There were candies of different colors in the colorful candy wrappers in her hand. Crystal clear, the purification technology must be very good. It looks delicious. Bai Shui uncontrollably opened a red candy and stuffed it into her mouth. Her crotch lips twitched, tasting the sweet taste in her mouth. The sweet fragrance filled the whole mouth, which was several points sweeter than her own candy. Bai Shui's ears drooped down all of a sudden, and Wen Ning looked at the expression on her face. It didn't look delicious. Is it not delicious? Wen Ning reached out and rubbed the back of Bai Shue's head, and was about to say that if it didn't taste good, then don't eat it. Maybe the rabbit people's taste is different from everyone else's. Before he could say anything, Bai Shue burst into tears. The little beast men around were shocked by the loud cry. Wen Ning was slightly stunned, looking at Bai Shue's tears and feeling a little helpless. He glanced at the curious little beast men around and could only comfort her stiffly. This was so sudden. What was going on? Don't let people misunderstand that she bullied Bai Shue. Wen Ning reached out and rubbed Bai Shue's cheek, took out a tissue to wipe her tears, and coaxed her for 10 minutes in a gentle tone. Bai Shue stopped crying with sobs. Because Bai Shue's favorability towards Wen Ning was also 100%, so even if she felt embarrassed, she would not hide anything from Wen Ning. She sobbed and stammered out the reason. Wen Ning almost laughed when he heard it. He honestly clicked the merchant logo above Bai Shue's head with his finger. As expected, a series of candies appeared. But just looking at the name and picture, it is definitely not as competitive as Wen Ning's candy. Hawthorn Gummy Candy. Sweetness is 3. Handmade candy. After eating it, it can increase the speed by 10%, which lasts for half an hour. 100 survival points. Pineapple Gummy Candy. Sweetness is 2. Handmade candy. After eating it, it can increase the critical rate by 5%, which lasts for 10 minutes. 100 survival points. Wen Ning looked at these candies, and his eyes suddenly lit up. How could these candies be worthless? They are too valuable. Although the price is 100 survival points, Wen Ning discounted it with 100% favorability, and it is only 10 survival points. There are 5 kinds of soft candies here, each with 1,000 pieces. The total is only 50,000 survival points. Wen Ning looked at them again, and his eyes fell on the handmade ones. Bai Shue, your candies are very good, but who made these candies? When Bai Shue heard that her candies were very good, her rosy eyes lit up instantly, and she said excitedly, All made by me. Our people are good at identifying plants, and I am good at processing them into food. Making sugar, making ice cream, and brewing wine are all my strengths. As soon as the voice fell, Wen Ning said in surprise, Brewing wine. Chapter 270. Lord, do you want to invite the rabbit people to settle in the territory? Mira asked after receiving Wen Ning's order to build another residential building in the residential area. Mira likes the soft and sticky Bai Shue very much. It would be wonderful if the little white rabbits of the Bai Shue tribe could also live in the territory. Wen Ning smiled and responded gently, Of course, the rabbit people are great. Wen Ning had learned from Bai Shue that the rabbit people wanted to move, and he also invited Bai Shue directly, but the orc continent where Bai Shue was located was different from the lion people. Their planet was rich and had many resources. The only threat was the dog-headed tribe next to them. In the Wasteland continent, the conditions here were far inferior to Bai Shue's village, and there were humans on the continent that the orcs were afraid of. Bai Shue hesitated even more after seeing the strong and majestic lion people walking in Wen Ning's territory. But Wen Ning had ways to solve these problems. So Wen Ning asked Bai Shue for help, and let her move into the tavern. He also bought all her candies, and promised that he would pay for all the wine she brewed in the tavern in the past 3 days. Why wouldn't she be reluctant to make money? If she made more money, her people would be able to move further away. Bai Shue agreed to Wen Ning's proposal. In her heart, she also wanted to see if the bright territory was really suitable for living. Afterwards, Wen Ning cleared the goods on the treasure pavilion store, and hung the candies made by Bai Shue. I have to say that Bai Shue's craftsmanship is really good. Not only is the success rate 100%, but the properties are even higher than those made by Wen Ning's food processor. Moreover, take this candy for example, it is not so sweet. A small piece, swallowing it without feeling, and adding a layer of buff. Mom no longer has to worry about my teeth falling out from eating candy. On the World Channel, the disaster has just ended, and the environment of the wasteland cannot be restored. The living environment has plummeted, and the mutant beasts bleed deep into the ground after being killed, the soil ferments, and a foul smell always lingers in the air. Players even have to wear gas masks when sleeping, and their heads are buzzing after a few days. It is simply difficult to sleep and eat. The candies that Wen Ning put on the shelves did not make much splash at first, but they were sold out in 5 minutes. There are 600 pieces of each of the 5 kinds of candies. Wen Ning bought them for 10 survival points, and sold them for 110 survival points. Wen Ning got 300,000 survival points in 5 minutes, and he said it was too fast. So happy. Sure enough, after the box can open survival points, there are many rich people in the wasteland. Blocked Boss Lu, Boss Lin, Boss Zhao, and others from asking for prices to purchase goods. Wen Ning closed the trading channel and concentrated on making mechanical electromagnetic turrets. If the materials are used up, just buy them directly on the trading market. At this stage of the game, there are already a lot of basic materials on the trading market. Except for some advanced materials, which are in small quantities and need to wait for a longer time. But who is Wen Ning? Just open the Treasure Pavilion account and shout in the world, and you can collect them in a short time. This is Face. It was not until nightfall that Wen Ning finished making all the mechanical electromagnetic turrets. He handed them over to Mira for installation, and at the same time spent 100,000 survival points to order a batch of 5.56mm turret-specific bullets. Then we won't have to worry about running out of ammunition when the battle starts. In one afternoon, nearly 1 million survival points were consumed. Wen Ning sighed imperceptibly as he looked at the shrunken balance. There are still many places in the territory that are not perfect, and money has to be spent wisely. However, the affairs within the territory have been arranged almost. Wen Ning opened the map, and the nearest relic point was in the deep sea in the south. His eyes were bright as he looked at the ocean covered by thick fog. Wen Ning pursed his lips. It was time to go to the sea, but before going to the sea, Wen Ning had one more thing to do. Cub. Roar. This tiger is here. In the shelter, Wen Ning looked at the 2 pet eggs in front of him with a serious expression. These 2 eggs looked exactly the same as the 2 eggs that hatched Huzi. Wen Ning looked left and right, up and down, trying to see the difference between the 2 from the appearance. In the end, he failed. Huzi seemed to know what Wen Ning wanted to do. He lay on the ground without saying a word, and occasionally raised his eyebrows to look at the 2 eggs in Wen Ning's arms. Wen Ning didn't look at Huzi, but as Huzi's mother. She had guessed Huzi's thoughts. He was just afraid that she would favor the second and third children. Cub, I leave them to you when they come out. Roar. Leave them to me? Yes. Wen Ning said it as a matter of course. As the eldest child in the family, you must be responsible for the second and third children. I be responsible for feeding them, and you be responsible for protecting and teaching them. Is there a problem? Roar. This tiger couldn't tell what the problem was. Will your mother hurt you? Roar. That can't be. Wen Ning tapped the eggshell with her fingers, and there was a gleam of deception in her eyes. This is called sincere cooperation. Huzi shook his head for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. So Wen Ning made the decision, and Huzi accepted it. As if he had a responsibility, as a military training instructor, Huzi stood up, walked to Wen Ning's side, and stared at the egg in Wen Ning's hand. I want to see what kind of thing will pop out of it. Wen Ning looked at him with a covetous look. He whispered, Look, this is how you came here at that time. After that, Wen Ning cut his forearm with a dagger. Roar. What are you doing? Huzi felt relieved when he met Wen Ning's eyes, watching the blood flow from Wen Ning's arm and drip directly onto the pet egg with mysterious patterns. The same process, Wen Ning is no longer in the same state of mind as before. The blood disappeared into the eggshell along the pattern, and a pet egg lit up, and Wen Ning crossed his arm on the second egg. At the same time, the first eggshell made a slight cracking sound. Roar. Why is this tiger so nervous? Wen Ning smiled and glanced at Huzi. The eggshell under his hand also began to light up. Wen Ning retracted his hand, opened the medicine box, and bandaged the wound. The pet egg was hatched successfully. Congratulations on getting a pet, brown golden raptor. The pet egg was hatched successfully. Congratulations on getting a pet, brown golden raptor. Huh? 2 identical pets? There is such a thing. Wen Ning was stunned. The scene in front of her gradually became clear, and 2 little dragons just reached the height of her calves appeared. The overall length was no more than 50 centimeters, and the tail accounted for half. The first time he saw Wen Ning, he roared. Hiss. Snap. Before Wen Ning could react, Huzi grabbed the little dragon and knocked it to the ground. The other one was not to be outdone, and received the same treatment the next second. With 2 snaps, the 2 little dragons were slapped away by Huzi and fell heavily to the ground. After struggling for a long time, he stood up, shrunken into a ball, and looked cautiously at the giant beside Wen Ning. Wen Ning sneered. Okay, you 2 are still bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. Huzi walked forward and let out a tiger roar. The 2 little dragons huddled together even more, trembling all over. Brown Gold fears Dragon *2 successfully recognized the master. The pet illustration has been updated. Chapter 271. You changed your face so quickly. Wen Ning couldn't help laughing, recalling that Huzi was frozen for more than 2 hours before he gave in. These 2 are quite sensible. Much more sensible than you. Wen Ning rubbed Huzi's head. Hu Zi was a little shy. Roar! If you had brought out the meat earlier, I would have recognized you as my mother long ago, because they recognized their master. The two little dragons could understand what Wen Ning said. When they heard about meat, their eyes lit up immediately. Yeah. There is meat, yeah. Meat. Roar. If you want to eat meat, be honest. This is our only mother. I am your only brother. Hu Zi thought about it, and ran to the kitchen to drag Ah Zi over. Ah Zi looked at the little dragon on the ground in surprise. She was a little scared, hiding above Hu Zi's head, and poking her little head out to peek. Hu Zi's whiskers trembled a few times, and raised his head. Roar! This is your only sister, did you understand? The threat in their eyes was too obvious, and the two little dragons, who didn't want to be slapped, nodded like garlic. Facing Wen Ning. Yeah. Mom, hungry. The other one's eyes flashed with shyness, but it was also hard to hide the expectation. Wen Ning had roughly figured out the personalities of the two. Took out 2 pieces of meat from the backpack, cut them with a dagger, divided them into chicken breast sizes, and threw them over. While throwing, he said, "From now on, you will be called the Jin." Yeah. Thank you, Mom. You will be called Xiao Jin. Snap. Roar. Do you know how to be polite? You should say thank you to your mom. Yeah. Thank you. Wen Ning narrowed his eyes with a smile. Although the two little dragons were of the same species, their personalities were very different. The combination of a gentle brother and a proud brother. It was quite interesting. The two little ones accepted the names given by Wen Ning, and a system notification sounded in Wen Ning's ears. Pet naming has been successful, and the pet encyclopedia has been updated. Wen Ning fed them a few more pieces of meat. These two were carnivores, and their appetites were even bigger than when Hu Zi was a child. Now Wen Ning had 3 gold-eating beasts to feed. After feeding them the meat, Hu Zi took the two to visit the pet room. Wen Ning finally had time to open the pet encyclopedia and looked at the shapes of the two little dragons. They looked a bit like prehistoric creatures from Blue Star, such as Tyrannosaurus Rex or Velociraptor. Wen Ning didn't know much, so he could only roughly guess these. Turning to the back, the pet encyclopedia already included 4 pets. Wen Ning skipped Hu Zi and a Z. Found the interface of De Jin and Xiao Jin. Pet information: brown gold raptor, Dajin juvenile. Pet level: precious. Pet hunger 0. Pet loyalty 100. Pet experience 20/1000. Pet skills none. The level is 1 level lower than Hu Zi. Precious pets can only be upgraded to level 4 and have only 4 skills. Wen Ning looked through Xiao Jin's information and found that it was the same as De Jin. After a pet recognizes its master, its loyalty is 100%. It will unconditionally execute the master's orders and will not betray the master. Loyalty is not static. In the early stage, excessive hunger, excessive training load, and using pets to block knives will lead to a decrease in loyalty. As you get along, loyalty will become more stable. For example, Hu Zi will no longer lose loyalty because of skipping a few meals. Even if Wen Ning asked him to block the knife, he would think that Wen Ning would definitely have a way to revive him. Of course, Wen Ning never considered letting Hu Zi block the knife, so she never deliberately looked for props to revive the pet. I don't know how strong these two are, but Wen Ning certainly hopes that they can grow quickly, at least to be able to protect themselves during the next disaster. This is why Wen Ning hatched the pet at this time. The disaster has just ended, and there are 15 days of mild season development. The beasts in the forest are enough for them to upgrade. The pet egg issue was resolved, and Wen Ning went to bed early. The next morning, ding! Yaoi flower sprouted successfully, hidden task completed, reward survival points *10,000, diamond treasure chest *1. Wen Ning just received this message, and the noise of the lion man outside the door sounded. Wen Ning washed his face and left the shelter. Lord. Lord is out. Lord. Success? We succeeded? Almost all the lion tribe members blocked the door of Wen Ning's shelter. When they saw her coming out, everyone wanted to report the good news, but finally they all focused their attention on the Samo chief. Samo chief came forward with red eyes, and it was obvious that he had stayed up all night. Although Wen Ning had already said that 003 would take care of the Yaoi flower with the gardening robot 24 hours a day. It seemed that the Samo chief had stayed up all night in person. Lord. Yaoi flower sprouted. We planted it successfully. His tone was so excited that he almost cried with just one sentence. Although Wen Ning had received the news, he couldn't help but get excited. Clenching his fist, he said to everyone, "Let's go and have a look." The lion tribe cheered instantly, and several of them ran in groups in front, followed by Wen Ning and the tribe leader. After germination, continue to take care of it and wait for it to bloom. That's when it will be the real test. Wen Ning nodded and comforted the Samo tribe leader, saying that the robot would pay uninterrupted attention and would never lose any seeds. The Samo tribe leader nodded repeatedly, feeling more fortunate than ever that his entire tribe had come to the bright territory. Only then can we see the hope of Yahui flower returning to the earth again. There is no place more suitable for the cultivation of Yahui flower than here, just relying on these godlike robots. Before a group of people entered the farmland, they saw green seedlings popping up one by one under the corner of the wall on the west side. The lion tribe members consciously stopped at the entrance of the farm, pointing at the green seedlings of Yahui flower in the distance in groups of 3 or 5, excitedly. This is what the Samo chief asked. The lion tribe members are all rough and sturdy. Don't crush the seedlings when you enter the farm. Wen Ning looked around. In addition to the Yahui flower sprouting, the rest of the area, the nurseries of wheat, cucumbers, tomatoes, eggplants and other crops have sprouted one after another. From a distance, the dense sprouts are sprouting, as beautiful as a painting. Wen Ning looked at the sprouts in good condition. Concentrate your mind and check the status. Wheat, germination period 6 hours, 59 minutes and 23 seconds. Tomato, germination period 4 hours, 45 minutes and 23 seconds. Every plant will go through the germination period, growth period, maturity period and withering period. Wen Ning put his mind on the sprouts of Yahui flower. Yahui flower, germination period 12 hours, 56 minutes and 34 seconds. At this speed, the growth time is indeed shortened a lot. It can bloom and mature in 3 or 4 days. Chapter 272. The successful germination of the Yahui flower has aroused the enthusiasm of the lion tribe, and even made them more energetic in their work. After all, the Yahui flower is the destiny of the lion tribe for thousands of years. Whether the lion tribe likes it or not, it is like a mission on their shoulders. The past is the past. There was no hope for it to bloom again. Now is now. Now many lions truly regard the bright territory as their home. There is a saying in the inheritance of the older generation of the lion tribe, that where the Yahui flower blooms is where the lion tribe will protect. So this sense of belonging is something Wen Ning cannot give. After arranging the Yahui flower as the key protection object of the territory in the morning, Wen Ning put on his equipment. He walked towards the ocean with 001 and 50 combat robots. Hu Zi did not follow. First, Hu Zi's combat effectiveness in the water would be greatly reduced. Secondly, the 2 little dragons still need to be taken care of. Wen Ning is worried about going to the Dawn Forest to hunt alone. Hu Zi was still a little dissatisfied about not being able to follow Wen Ning, and Wen Ning used a lot of meat to coax him for a long time before he calmed him down. In order to prevent Hu Zi from regretting, Wen Ning quickly put on a fish skin mask that could breathe in water under the gaze of the 3 little ones. He jumped into the sea with a splash. 001 followed Wen Ning. In order to keep a low profile, Wen Ning did not release more war robots. With an army on her, Wen Ning felt very relieved. The fish skin mask allowed her to stay underwater for 2 hours, and when the time was up, Wen Ning could put on a diving suit. Oxygen tanks were also prepared for at least 1 day. Slowly swimming towards the bottom of the sea, Wen Ning headed towards the coordinates on the map. The coordinates of the ruins are not too far away. After unlocking the coordinates, the map will automatically light up. But there is a foggy area between Wen Ning and the coordinates of the ruins. Unable to see what is inside, Wen Ning can only grope forward slowly. After embedding the pearl lamp on the mechanical arm of 001, Wen Ning swam with both hands, constantly moving forward and downward. The water pressure around him increased as he went down. Fortunately, Wen Ning had a good physique and could withstand it, and he did not feel any discomfort. In addition, the blue crystal armor could also resist pressure. Wen Ning was like a fish, gradually disappearing in the depths of the ocean. The foggy area dissipated little by little, and Wen Ning could see clearly what was between him and the ruins. It was a huge reef, and the coordinates of the ruins were hidden on the edge of the reef. Wen Ning moved left and right for a while, and found that the range of this reef was huge. If he wanted to go around it, the fish skin mask would definitely not have enough time. There was no other way. Wen Ning looked at the reef in front of him, which was like a maze, and decided to go in with 001. Although the reef was large, with 001's super brain, the path Wen Ning had walked would be marked in 001's mind, so he would not repeat the same path or get lost. It took almost an hour for the two to successfully approach the coordinates near the ruins. There was only one reef wall left to reach. 001, did you mark the correct route? I have marked the master. It will only take 20 minutes to go back. It was 3 times faster than when they came here, and Wen Ning nodded. The two groped in the dark for a while, found the exit, and successfully arrived at the coordinates of the ruins. Ding! Players discover time-limited ruins dark. Tip: the time-limited ruins last for 4 hours. Players who have not escaped by then will be permanently trapped in the ruins. Death in the ruins will be considered game death. Here we go. Time-limited ruins. It's actually a time-limited ruins dark? What does it mean? You can't see it after entering? Questions kept flashing through Wen Ning's mind. Facing this 4-hour time-limited ruins, Wen Ning couldn't miss it. With a wave of his hand, a giant sickle blade appeared in his hand. Wen Ning's eyes were cold, and his tone was calm. 001, let's go. 001 followed Wen Ning into the ruins, and Wen Ning's eyes went dark. A system prompt sounded in his ear. Players have been detected entering the ruins. The chat channel is closed, the trading channel is closed, the map has been switched, and the ruins exit has been marked. The theme of the ruins is dark. Please bring your own light source. Light source? Wen Ning took out another pearl lamp, and the surroundings immediately lit up. 001 stood beside him with an anxious look. Master? I'm fine. Protect your pearl lamp well. If it falls, it will be invisible. Self-provided light source means that her and 001's pearl lamps can only illuminate themselves. They can't be shared. This is probably why her eyes went dark as soon as she entered the ruins. Master, this is a cave. Wen Ning looked up and saw that the scene in front of him was indeed a bottomless cave. The sound of water splashed under his feet, and Wen Ning noticed that this place was not completely submerged by water. Taking off the fish skin mask, Wen Ning was surprised to find that there was still oxygen here, and he could breathe freely. Be careful, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Since he could breathe freely, Wen Ning no longer used the fish skin mask. He could use it again after exiting the ruins. The two walked in carefully. Wen Ning's expression was tense because 001 had just told her that his detection ability had failed. He knew nothing about the situation inside. Wen Ning did not doubt it, perhaps because he was restricted by the system. 4 war robots were summoned, 2 in front and 2 in the back. Wen Ning and 001 walked in the middle, so that even if there was a sudden attack, Wen Ning would have enough time to react. The robots all entered combat mode, and Wen Ning walked step by step towards the dark part of the cave. Swoosh! Just after turning the corner, 2 electric eels rushed out in front of him and rushed directly towards Wen Ning and others. Swish! The 2 robots in front swung their knives and chopped the electric eels into 2 pieces in an instant, falling to the ground and dying. Ding! The robot successfully killed 2 mutant electric eels. You got 2 mutant electric eel meat and 2 iron treasure chests. Hiss! Wen Ning was slightly surprised. The electric eel that had just entered the game had already exploded 2 iron treasure chests. What is hidden in this relic? Wen Ning looked at the body disappearing on the ground without commenting, but he held the weapon in his hand tighter. In a dim environment, the cave road twisted and turned. With 001's pathfinding ability, Wen Ning and his companions did not get lost and headed towards the center of the cave little by little. The surrounding passages gradually opened up, and some totems or other things drawn with blue fluorescent powder appeared on the cave wall. Wen Ning frowned and went forward to check. These totems were drawn with some creatures she didn't recognize. At first there was only one, and then another one appeared, with limbs and claws bared, as if dancing something. Further down was a whole group. They surrounded an altar-like device in the center. On the altar, there was a person who looked different from these monsters. Chapter 273. Wen Ning carefully identified these sketches. These sketches were so rough that she couldn't even confirm whether the person lying on them was a human. The monsters with bared fangs and claws around them danced with bared fangs and claws. Wen Ning guessed that this was a sacrifice. Was the offering a human? Master, be careful. Just as Wen Ning was thinking, 001 beside her suddenly reminded him. Then a harpoon suddenly stretched out from the side. Wen Ning took a step back and turned his head to avoid the attack. The fish-headed monster didn't hit the target, and it didn't have time to retract the harpoon. Then, the war robot beside him attacked. Wen Ning only heard 2 screams, and the creature in the dark was killed. Ding! The robot successfully killed the fish-headed monster *1. 001 breathed a sigh of relief. At that distance just now, he was not as close as other robots. Now he took 2 steps forward and stayed with Wen Ning. After hearing the system prompt, Wen Ning suddenly realized. It turned out to be a fish-headed monster. Wen Ning went forward to check the corpse. It was indeed the fish-headed monster she had seen in the dungeon last time. Before the fish-headed monster died, it still looked angry, with its gills wide open, its eyeballs sticking out, and its sharp teeth bared. At this glance, Wen Ning connected the fish-headed monster under his feet with the murals on the cave. Wen Ning held the pearl lamp and lowered her head to observe carefully. The war robot cut the neck of the fish-headed monster with one knife. At this time, the corpse had not disappeared. Wen Ning saw a hideous wound on its throat. The fish head could not tell the species, but it looked like an inverted triangle formed by abnormal development and swelling of ordinary fish. There were barbs on the sharp teeth, and there was a transparent yellow liquid on the barbs. Wen Ning guessed that it was poisonous. The eyeballs were protruding, and the lens was turbid. Wen Ning didn't expect to see fresh dead fish eyes here. The neck was connected to the human body by fish skin, and the body was covered with gray-brown fish scales, and the soles of the feet were growing footpads. Not as pretty as the mermaids in fairy tales. Standing up, the corpse under his feet gradually disappeared. Wen Ning said in a calm voice, "We may have reached the lair of the fish-headed monster." 001 didn't say anything on the side, and when he heard Wen Ning mention the lair, he had already sounded a 120,000 alarm in his heart. Wen Ning pointed to the depths of the cave and said, "Keep going." Even if they knew that this was the lair of the fish-headed monster, they couldn't retreat, because this relic had only one exit, right in the middle of the cave. The two war robots took steps, and continued to walk inside. Without worrying about the totem on the wall, Wen Ning simply followed the totem all the way in. The totem became more and more complicated as he went in, but it pointed Wen Ning the way inside. It was not without effect. From time to time, one or several fish-headed monsters would appear in the cave behind. They were all solved by the robots quietly, without alerting the enemy. Wen Ning saw the fish-headed monsters appearing one after another, and he was more convinced that this was the lair of the fish-headed monsters. He just didn't understand why the exit of the ruins was in the center of this cave, and what did these fish-headed monsters have to do with the theme of the ruins? 001 led the war robots to solve the fish-headed monsters that appeared neatly. They didn't give these fish-headed monsters any chance to escape. Continuing to go in, the totem road section disappeared. A voice came from the cave in front of him, and Wen Ning stretched out his hand to stop the robot from moving forward. The fish-headed monsters were quiet just now, but now. The passage was quiet instantly, and 001 analyzed the voices inside with a sidelong glance. In his mind, he sent a message to Wen Ning, "Master, unknown language." The surrounding war robots all turned their heads to look at Wen Ning, waiting for orders. Suddenly, the voices inside seemed to be approaching. Wen Ning's face changed, and he waved his hand to put all the war robots back into his backpack. "Master." 001 was worried about Wen Ning, but Wen Ning gave him a reassuring look. 001 was also taken back. Such a large target is easy to be discovered. Carefully hide at the fork of the cave. Wen Ning looked at the monster that was about to come out, and his eyebrows slightly frowned. "What is it?" Wen Ning put away the pearl lamp before the other party turned around and found him, and his vision suddenly fell into a hole dark. Wen Ning leaned against the wall of the cave, a little nervous under the condition of not being able to see. The voices in front of him gradually approached, and suddenly Wen Ning felt a little light in his vision. From top to bottom, a pale blue light was spreading. Wen Ning looked up in surprise, and it turned out that there was a totem painted with blue fluorescent light on the top of the cave. At this moment, in the cave without light, its light became brighter and brighter, until Wen Ning's vision gradually became clear. He could see the monsters walking towards him step by step. The leader was an extremely ugly creature, with a huge elongated head and a blood-red forked tongue sticking out of its mouth. Wen Ning deduced that this should be a monster like a chameleon or a lizard. The system gave the answer. "Lizard monster detected. The monster illustration has been updated." Wen Ning's eyes flashed with surprise, and the monster illustration did not prompt him in the first time. But open the monster encyclopedia. Name, lizard monster. Type, mutated creature. Danger factor, 259. Drop, treasure chest, crystal. Weakness, eyes, tail. Hint, the small leader of the underwater mutant beast race. If killed, it will cause the anger and pursuit of the entire team. Eyes. Wen Ning looked at the pair of eyes on the top of the lizard monster's head that kept spitting out tongues. No, not one pair, but 3 pairs. 3 more eyes than the mythical Erlangshan. 3 on each side, on both sides, and now they are constantly turning east and west to check. It's like an all-round monitoring detector, with no blind spots. The voice that Wen Ning heard was from the fish-headed monster behind him. The fish-headed monster seemed very excited and kept chattering. The lizard monster in front didn't mean to stop it, and seemed to be in a good mood. His weapon was a spear. The sharp ore on the top of the spear looked valuable, and shone slightly under the blue fluorescent light. Wen Ning observed carefully, and found that there was some yellow liquid on it. It should be covered with venom. The leading lizard monster did not hold a shield, but the fish-headed monsters behind him each held a shield to defend themselves. The whole team was surrounded invisibly. The team did not find Wen Ning, and more than a dozen monsters passed by Wen Ning carelessly. In a flash, Wen Ning had found the opportunity to attack. The 6 eyes on the face were difficult to attack. Wen Ning dared to guarantee that his actions would be discovered as long as they appeared in his field of vision. So the target could only be changed to its tail. There was also a blind spot in the lizard monster's vision. The lizard monster's tail was nearly 1 meter long. The younger brother behind him seemed to be afraid of stepping on the boss's tail, so he deliberately lagged behind for a distance. The shield defense array revealed a 30-centimeter gap here. At this moment, Wen Ning suddenly attacked, and the fish-headed monster behind him would never be able to react. Wen Ning put her hands behind her back and chose a more flexible fine iron dagger from her backpack. With a clenched hand, the fine iron dagger appeared in her hand in the darkness. The team was unaware that the lizard monster directly passed the fork in the road where Wen Ning was. It didn't even look into the dark cave entrance. At this moment, Wen Ning suddenly jumped out, and her figure was very flexible. Like a cheetah that had been ready for a long time, she pounced directly on the prey she had locked in her eyes. Chapter 274. The dagger in his hand reflected a fascinating cold light in the dim cave. Before the whole team could react, the dagger in Wen Ning's hand quickly slashed across the lizard monster's buttocks. Then a shrill scream sounded, and the whole team instantly panicked. Wen Ning cut off the lizard monster's tail cleanly and neatly, and the lizard monster screamed and turned around. It was greeted by a human and 2 tall and mighty robots behind her. Before the lizard monster screamed a second time, the giant sickle blades in the hands of Wen Ning 001 and another war robot pierced into his chest, head, and abdomen. 3 giant sickle blades, aiming to kill with 1 blow. The defense of the lizard monster whose tail was cut off was directly reduced by half. 3 half-sword blades penetrated from behind the lizard monster, and the lizard man's scream was directly blocked in his throat. It can't die anymore. Congratulations on successfully killing the lizard monster leader *1, obtaining white crystal *1, and iron treasure chest *1. The fish-headed monster behind him was cleaned up by the war robot summoned by Wen Ning. Except for the scream when Wen Ning cut off its tail at the beginning, there was no second scream in the entire passage. The battle ended quietly. The war robot collected the shield harpoon that fell on the ground after the fish-headed monster's body disappeared and brought it to Wen Ning. And the treasure chest, mutant meat, and other special drops will be directly collected into Wen Ning's backpack. Wen Ning bent down and picked up the lizard man's spear that did not participate in the battle. The production method was very rough, even simple. An ordinary wooden stick with a sharp transparent stone tied to it with water grass. Wen Ning took out the crystal he had just obtained with a thought. With his mind focused, he could hold the crystal in one hand. It was not big, and was a transparent crystal. It was made of the same material as the spearhead on the spear. After confirming it, Wen Ning put the thing away. It seems that this crystal is suitable for making weapons. Let's see if there are any more. Take it back, and let Sure Tai study it. Having made up his mind, Wen Ning approached the center of the cave, while groping the bumpy walls. He asked 001 and others to put away the pearl lamp. The dim blue light in the cave was enough for their vision. Thinking of this, Wen Ning suddenly realized. On the day when the underwater mutant creatures attacked the territory, there was no movement during the day, and they rushed ashore at night. They were obviously not like the Lanternfish King race. They seemed to be afraid of light. The seeds of doubt had been planted, and Wen Ning decided to explore it again. Who knows, the theme of this relic is really about the weaknesses of these mutant monsters. Master, there is something here. A war robot suddenly reminded Wen Ning, and Wen Ning walked towards the cave where he was. After following, Wen Ning found that this was not a passage. Only like a mine cave that collapsed unexpectedly, Wen Ning looked inside. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Without waiting for Wen Ning to speak, the war robot that found this place lowered its head and bent over and went in. Taking risks with one's body, the ideological awareness is quite high. In fact, the robot detected Wen Ning's curiosity. According to the program, they are always in the front of danger, so they will do this. It can also be regarded as a manifestation of growth in behavioral learning and ideological learning. The robot that entered took out the pearl lamp, turned around carefully, and used its body to block the leaking light to prevent the monsters passing by from noticing. Master, there are so many ores in here. Wen Ning's eyes flashed when he heard it. He crawled in from the armpit of the war robot. As soon as he looked up, he was stunned by the scene inside. This cave is at least 10 meters high, and the walls are inlaid with densely packed crystals of various kinds: red, green, blue, purple, and beautiful pink. When Ning's eyebrows jumped, she wouldn't accidentally discover the other party's treasure cave, when Ning observed it carefully. The bumpy cave was full of niches, and now she completely understood that these crystal ores were really stored by mutants. When Ning picked them up as she walked, "Congratulations on getting Amethyst *23. Congratulations on getting Pink Crystal *12. Congratulations on getting Ruby *14. Congratulations on getting Titanium or *1. When Ning looked at the unknown black stone she had picked off the wall in surprise. Titanium ore. When Ning exclaimed in surprise. The last time she upgraded her territory, she got the titanium ore from the city ruins. The amount had been used up long ago, and the amount of titanium ore required to upgrade the territory to level 5 is 10 times that of level 4. I really found a treasure. When Ning began to look around, and suddenly, when Ning's eyes were fixed on a certain place, then her eyes followed this area. On the wall, there were densely packed ore tips protruding, exactly the same as the piece she broke off. This mine not only has thousands of crystals, but also so many ores. This is a treasure. When Ning was excited, but the next second he turned bitter. I didn't bring the mining robot. Most of the functions on the game panel were turned off, and he couldn't even rub it. When Ning slapped his thigh hard. I have never hated it so much before. This huge mine, a treasure house. Nothing is more heartbreaking than being able to see, but not be able to take it away, but fortunately, the coordinates of the ruins are already known. As long as the ruins don't run away, when Ning doesn't believe that she can't move the ruins clean next time. But now, just 1 hour after the ruins exploration time has passed, when Ning stepped on 001's shoulders and took away all the gems and crystals that could be obtained. The ones that are higher can't be taken at all, and when Ning can't figure out how these fish-headed monsters are put there. But time is tight, and we can't delay too long. Before leaving, he disguised the exit and asked 001 to remember this place. Then he continued to turn into the passage. Another half an hour later, when Ning gradually approached the center of the cave. During the action, when Ning discovered the layout of the cave, which was basically a circular passage plus the surrounding forked roads. When Ning also figured out that there were secret compartments on the walls of the cave. Walking on both sides, you can see clay pots placed along the road. When Ning curiously opened one, and found that it was filled with gems and crystals. But when Ning didn't dare to take them. These gems and crystals were placed in a regular pattern, and it seemed that they were deliberately placed like this. And they were placed so obviously, it was obvious that they were placed in a planned way. Maybe it was some kind of mechanism. If it was moved and exposed, it would be more trouble than gain. When she figured out the rules here, these clay pots were moved away one by one, when Ning walked forward along the faint blue light, and there seemed to be a sparse sound coming from inside through the wall. There was a faint echo inside the empty passage. At the end, there was a door. When Ning lowered his eyes, and looked at the gap on the door, he approached stealthily. Chapter 275. Creaky. There was a sound from the door, and the mutant monster in the cave looked over. The pupils in the golden green eyes expanded and contracted, and they looked at the door vigilantly. The team led by the lizard man pushed the door open. The leading lizard monster walked forward, knelt down devoutly, and bowed his head to the ground, while the fish-headed monster behind him lay directly on the ground, with weapons and shields placed on both sides of his body. Muttering something, a lizard monster in a robe on the stage waved the scepter in his hand, and the lizard monster leader stood up and took his brothers to fill the vacancy in the team. The robed lizard monster looked around and confirmed that the team was complete. Then he waved the scepter in his hand. Wherever he pointed, the monsters there waved their arms and screamed. When Ning was at the top of the entire cave, covering his ears uncomfortably. This weird cry was unpleasant and harsh. Just when she was about to lie down and take a peek, the sound of the fish-headed monster suddenly came from the corner behind her. When Ning had nowhere to hide, but when she looked up, she found a hole in the top of the cave. After hiding inside, when Ning crawled towards the source of the sound in the dark. The cave ruins on the seabed are connected in all directions, and all large and small caves are connected by passages. When Ning groped in the dark for a while, and located them based on the sound, and the light coming out of the small hole, she actually touched the top of the group of mutants. The exit coordinates were not far from her feet, and the place where Wen Ning was also a cave. The space was quite large, and the cave entrance was next to it. Wen Ning leaned against the cave wall, and could look out to see the scene below. Wen Ning observed the space behind him, thought about it, and only release 001. It's not that there's too much to put down, but the main thing is that they're afraid that the load-bearing capacity is not enough. It's enough to have 001 to help scan the terrain, so that it's easier to command when the fight comes. The two secretly looked down, and Wen Ning recognized it at a glance. This is the altar painted on the wall outside the cave. The threatening priest and the fish-headed lizard monsters below also matched the scenes on the mural one by one. The cave below is at least several hundred square meters. Wen Ning looked down and saw that the fish-headed monsters below were densely packed. It seemed that they were gathered in a square. There were more than 20 lizard monsters gathered in front. Behind each lizard monster were his own monsters. It looked like there were 200 or 300 of them. Wen Ning looked inside. In the center of the altar, a human figure was covered with a pure white cloth on a crystal bed. The one wearing a robe next to him should be the priest monster. The monster illustrations had not been updated. Wen Ning observed the appearance of the priest and watched him excitedly lift up his robe. 6 eyes appeared on his face. Wen Ning understood that the monster encyclopedia had not been updated. Either this was a high-level monster, or he was the same as the lizard monster below. However, judging from the pious attitude of these monsters, he should be a high-level lizard monster. Wen Ning did not have a high-level monster encyclopedia, so she could only take a gamble on the weakness of this monster. Wen Ning returned her sight to the center of the altar, the rectangular crystal bed, and saw a little formation diagram exposed under the bed. This was the sign of the exit, and it matched the coordinates on the system map. It seemed that the exit she was looking for was under the buttocks of the monster lying on the crystal bed. Wen Ning watched the monsters below begin to dance around the altar with their hands and feet. The door opened, and the monsters outside walked in with clay pots on their heads. A group of fish-headed monsters gradually surrounded the crystal bed, as if preparing for some kind of ritual. Wen Ning watched and thought about a way out. She now had 2 choices. First, jump down to interrupt the sacrifice and kill all these monsters. Even if they could not kill them all, they could escape in the chaos. Wen Ning guaranteed that she could at least escape unscathed. As for the clay pot in the hands of the fish-headed monsters below, it had long been assigned to Wen Ning's backpack. It was reasonable to take away the things in your backpack, right? The second option was to stay put, wait for the sacrifice to end, and then sneak away. Wen Ning must have wanted to choose the first option, and this idea became more firm after seeing the white cloth on the crystal bed being uncovered. There was a very beautiful man lying on the crystal bed. From Wen Ning's angle, he could see his beautiful face. Wen Ning wanted to admire him for a while, if he wasn't too familiar. White hair, light blue crystal-like skin on his face, so delicate that it could be blown away. The gills on the side of the neck were twitching slightly. This was the man in the history book, and he was also very likely the man who invaded her territory with underwater sound waves. The fish-headed man piled the crystals in the jar on the side of the man, and the overlapping crystals wrapped the man up. The fish-headed monster did not stop until the colorful crystal gems covered the man, leaving only his face. Wait until the fish-headed monster carrying the jar left the cave, and closed the door. Master, the door is locked. 001 reminded Wen Ning. Lock the door? Wen Ning's eyelids jumped, and surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he looked down. It seemed that the preparations were ready. Under the guidance of the priest, all the monsters began to sing strangely. Wen Ning's eyebrows began to throb. This ritual seemed to be to wake up the man on the crystal bed. The sonic attack of this fishman on the night of the disaster brought huge losses to the territory of light. This was also the second monster that Wen Ning could not deal with in the Wasteland continent. If he really waited for these monsters to wake him up, he would definitely find Wen Ning. There was no doubt about this. As if to confirm Wen Ning's guess, the crystals and rubies on the crystal bed began to melt slowly under the priest's chanting. Then the melted material with flowing light came into contact with the man's skin, and the next second the man's skin actually actively absorbed these substances. Wen Ning's face changed, and the tone in his mind was solemn. 001, we can't wait, we must interrupt this sacrifice. Wen Ning guessed that this ritual was prepared to charge this man. And these crystal gems were the source of his power. No matter what kind of opportunity made her run into this sacrifice. Today is the perfect time for her to destroy this fishman sonic monster. It is possible that this time, this fishman monster is a healing ritual after being severely injured by the lanternfish king. The deadly sound waves he emitted from the bottom of the sea sounded. The murderous intent in Wen Ning's eyes was clear. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Wen Ning began to arrange his troops in his mind. This square is not particularly large. Wen Ning can control the war robots to summon them anywhere within 200 meters of him. Wen Ning plans to make a central attack. Just when the atmosphere of the chanting on the scene was about to reach a climax, Wen Ning moved. The dagger in his hand was like thunder, and the cold light swept down from the top of the cave at a high speed. Puff! Wen Ning accurately sent the dagger into the eyes of the priest's head, interrupting its chanting. A scream sounded, and the priest instantly covered his eyes. Wen Ning jumped out of the cave, and 001 appeared on the altar, reaching out to catch Wen Ning, who jumped down steadily. The lizard monster and the fish-headed monster were shocked. In the uproar, more than a dozen robots appeared out of thin air on the periphery of the cave square. The sound of puffing was heard, and the battle started instantly. 001 cleaned up the lizard monsters that rushed to the altar, and Wen Ning turned around and rushed to the crystal bed in one step. The giant sickle blade in his hand was inserted at the fastest speed. Puff! The sound of the sword entering the flesh was heard, and Wen Ning's pupils shrank sharply. The imagined killing sound did not sound. At the critical moment, the priest actually rushed up and caught Wen Ning's knife with his own hands. Chapter 276. Wen Ning had no time to stop. The blade flashed with cold light, and directly penetrated one of the priest's palms. But the priest, as if he was risking his life, pinched the blade with his other hand. He protected the crystal man in a protective posture. The fish-headed monsters and lizard monsters around seemed to have turned on some kind of switch, and rushed towards the altar desperately. Wen Ning simply summoned all 50 war robots. He surrounded the altar tightly, and not a fly could fly in. Blood continued to flow out from the two pierced palms of the priest. Wen Ning decisively switched to the other hand, and a giant sickle blade appeared again, and suddenly stabbed down. The means were extremely swift and cruel. For no other reason, Wen Ning noticed that the man under the priest's body seemed to have signs of waking up. The giant sickle blade moved towards the priest's body, and easily broke the priest's belly. But after piercing the body, it was blocked by the crystal on the bed. Wen Ning then kicked the seriously injured priest under the bed. Bang! Puff! The priest vomited a large amount of blood and looked at Wen Ning with great resentment. 001 then finished off the priest's head and killed him. The lizard monsters and fish-headed monsters on the periphery were also cleared out. The only person left in the entire cave was the man who had not yet woken up on the crystal bed. Wen Ning took a look at the man's face. His skin was almost transparent, white with light blue scales, and now his whole body was emitting a soft glow. No matter how pleasing to the eye, he is still an enemy. Wen Ning took a deep breath, raised the weapon in his hand, and chopped it down heavily, aiming at the man's neck. Kung! The sound of a sword hitting a hard object shocked Wen Ning, who took 2 steps back, and was stopped by 001. Master! Standing firm, Wen Ning looked solemn, but still comforted him. It's okay, there is an energy shield around his body. Wen Ning analyzed seriously. This is probably the effect of the surrounding crystals. We must find a way to crack it as soon as possible, otherwise, when this man absorbs all the surrounding crystals, she may not be able to beat him. This is not the most important thing. The key is that the teleportation array is right under her feet. Wen Ning can touch it, but can't get out. This means that she must either deal with this man or wait for him to wake up. Looking at the time, there is only 1.5 hours left before the ruins are closed. The situation cannot wait. Wen Ning circled the man on the crystal bed twice, and the man was still lying quietly, as if he was a harmless sleeping beauty. It's beautiful, but a good person has evolved a mouth. It can also attack with sonic waves. Wen Ning looked left and right. He could not see the energy shield around the man's body with his naked eyes, but he could clearly feel this barrier with his weapon. Wen Ning pondered for a moment and asked 001. 001, can you calculate how long it will take him to absorb these crystals? 001's eyes flashed, and he answered the next second. Master, it will take at least 2 hours. Wen Ning frowned. It seemed that waiting for him to wake up would not work. This man absorbed crystals and gained the power of crystals. It is very likely that this invisible protective shield is also made of crystals. Crystal. 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 Wen Ning's eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance. He stretched out his hand, and a spear appeared in his hand. It was the one that fell when he killed the lizard monster before. The spear head was made of crystal. Wen Ning raised the spear and gestured twice. The next second, he raised the spear and stabbed the man on the bed fiercely. Crack! A slight sound came. As expected, this attack still did not penetrate the energy shield, but Wen Ning looked at the scene in front of him with surprise. The energy shield that was originally invisible appeared a white and transparent arc, and the place where Wen Ning attacked just now appeared a crack that was extremely difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. It was almost negligible. But the man on the bed suddenly frowned after Wen Ning's attack, as if he was having a nightmare. Immediately afterwards, Wen Ning found that the speed of melting of the surrounding crystals seemed to be accelerated. 001 could calculate that this was indeed the case, and 001 issued a warning. Wen Ning said excitedly, "It works." Wen Ning took out more than 20 spears, and asked the war robots around to form a circle, distributing one to each person. Glancing at the man on the bed with a frown on his face, Wen Ning felt that he might be sensitive to the outside world. First, he took back the remaining war robots. Then he gave combat orders to 001 and others in his mind. Launch an attack as soon as the protective shield is broken, and don't let him open his mouth. Got it. After getting ready, Wen Ning smiled slightly, holding a spear in his hand, and said in a mean way, "Maybe you are also from Blue Star, but I don't know if you have heard a saying. It's called, spears touch shit, whoever is poked will die." As soon as these words came out, Wen Ning clearly felt that the air around him was a little stagnant, and the expressionless face of the man on the crystal bed was a little cracked. Wen Ning didn't care about these things. With a glance, the war robots around him understood. More than 20 spears, all ruthlessly attacked the man on the bed. The man on the bed suddenly opened his eyes, and his scarlet pupils locked onto Wen Ning at the first time. Wen Ning suddenly felt the huge malice coming towards him. However, the offensive did not slow down, and the energy shield was hit at a very fast speed. Crack, crack. After 2 clicks, Wen Ning felt that the obstacles to his spears disappeared. At the same time, the man on the bed jumped up instantly, and the huge energy world rushed Wen Ning and the inner war robots away. Then the man stood on the crystal bed with bloodshot eyes, and opened his mouth to launch a sonic attack. Because he had made preparations in advance, Wen Ning flew backwards and waved his hand. Several war robots came out of nowhere with weapons raised, blocking Wen Ning directly. The man's sonic spell was interrupted, and then the sound of fighting came. On Wen Ning's side, 001 blocked behind Wen Ning and stopped the collision between the two. Wen Ning landed safely, and the thrusters behind 001 did not stop working. Instead, it rushed towards the crystal bed at a faster speed. Wen Ning was unharmed, and in front of him, the man on the crystal bed was agile, bathed in a faint colorful streamer, and there was a layer of energy protection around his body. He was able to catch the robot's giant sickle blade with his bare hands, and walked among several war robots without any damage. The cave space was limited, and Wen Ning found a corner to observe the man. As long as the war robot was not killed, they could keep fighting, and as long as the man was not allowed to launch sonic attacks, Wen Ning would be safe. There was enough time to find his weakness. Chapter 277. As soon as this thought came out, Wen Ning heard a system prompt in his mind. Your war robot number 34 is 30% damaged. Fuck. Wen Ning turned his head, and saw the man on the crystal bed pulling down the arm of a war robot. The scarlet eyes turned and stared at Wen Ning. Feeling nausea, Wen Ning subconsciously took back the number 34 war robot, and then added 2 more. Harassment first. Wen Ning couldn't help but give the order. He felt better without the man's scarlet eyes. Subconsciously, he began to recite the heart purification mantra. After his mentality stabilized, Wen Ning looked at the battlefield again. The man was under siege, but he still had the energy to deal with all the approaching war robots. 001 once they were far away, he began to prepare to launch a sonic attack. And once a robot was caught by him, he could tear off a leg of the robot in an instant. The destructive power was terrifying. Wen Ning glanced at the crystals on the crystal bed. More than half of them had not been absorbed. This was probably only half of the man's strength. If he absorbs all the crystals, Wen Ning and these 50 war robots may not be enough for him to tear apart. Wen Ning took advantage of the fight between 001 and the others to find the man's weakness. Time passed bit by bit. Half an hour later, the man on the crystal bed was still as fierce as ever, and his destructive power was unquestionable. Wen Ning had replaced more than 10 robots. In addition to the 20 robots still fighting on the field, Wen Ning had less than 15 intact robots in his backpack. And the man on the crystal bed didn't even leave the bed. And there was no sign of decadence. He fought for half an hour straight, but he was not tired at all. There was less than an hour left in the ruins, but Wen Ning didn't even dare to approach the exit. The robots in front of him surrounded the man, not giving him any chance to attack Wen Ning. And the man seemed to enjoy dealing with 001 and others, and had no intention of leaving the crystal bed. The robot can last so long because the electric energy core can supply energy permanently. This man still has some human characteristics. Why can he stand for so long? Wen Ning pondered, originally wanting to rely on the robot to quickly consume the man's physical strength, and then find a chance to defeat him. Now it seems that this is basically impossible. Wen Ning stared at the man who appeared in the gap between the robots' battles. The man's feet were firmly on the crystal bed, almost not moving an inch. And the crystal on the bed. Wait, the crystal on the bed is still melting. Wen Ning was delighted. She should have discovered this man's weakness. Or perhaps, she discovered this man's source of energy. With confidence in her heart, Wen Ning quickly made a plan with 001. Afterwards, Wen Ning raised the giant sickle blade and rushed forward. It looked like he couldn't stand it anymore, and raised his weapon to fight back. The man's eyes flashed with success, and he quickly changed direction, and focused on dealing with the robot in Wen Ning's direction. As long as he tore this robot apart, this woman would hit his gun. The distance between the two sides quickly closed. At this time, the man on the crystal bed had already grabbed the two mechanical arms of the robot in front of him. The next second, the muscles in his arms suddenly burst and bulged. All his strength was concentrated in his arms. At the same time, he accumulated strength in his throat, waiting for the robot to be torn into pieces, and then launch a sonic attack. At this moment, the robot in his hand suddenly disappeared, and the man's huge power suddenly lost its target. The man staggered, and the sonic attack brewing in his throat was choked. Turning his head, he saw that Wen Ning's weapon was already in front of him, and he could only dodge awkwardly. Who would have thought that Wen Ning had no intention of attacking with the giant sickle blade? All the war robots were put back into her backpack in an instant, and only she and 001 were left in the huge cave. The man reacted very quickly, and after a slight stumble, he quickly adjusted and recovered his combat effectiveness. He stretched out his hands, ignoring the attack of 001 behind him, and only faced Wen Ning. With a determined look in his eyes, he sneered at Wen Ning's method of distracting him. Your approach will only put you in danger. It's exactly what I want. Facing the man's scarlet eyes locked on him, Wen Ning curled his lips slightly. Robots are useless to you, right? If I use this trick, how should you respond? Wen Ning blinked innocently twice, while the other side studied her intention. She stretched out her hand and waved it in front of her, and a huge fish king appeared. It was the lanternfish king that severely injured him last time. Successfully summoned the lanternfish king, and the battle time is 29 minutes and 59 seconds left. The man's blood-red pupils shrank sharply, and his entire field of vision was instantly occupied by the huge lanternfish king. Wen Ning smiled lightly, and turned over, and jumped onto the back of the lanternfish king. The weapon in his hand also switched to a submachine gun, and he and 001 focused on the man on the crystal bed from two directions. Just now, he approached with a giant sickle blade just to lower his defense. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets from both directions poured down on the man. Ordinary bullets could not break his defense at all. But the dense bullets made the man's sonic attack stuck in his throat. It was very uncomfortable. Before he could adjust himself, a huge tail blew him away. The lanternfish king blew a big dick directly, and stunned the man. The lanternfish king was huge, and it was already very difficult to successfully summon it in this cave. Now it started fighting, and instantly smashed the ceiling above his head, and the gravel fell down. The man was blown away, and the crystal bed was empty in an instant. Wen Ning slid down along the fish fin, and landed on the crystal bed. The lanternfish king had already flown to the corner where the man was, and attacked the man with both hands. 001 rushed to Wen Ning, and protected Wen Ning firmly with his body. All the gravel falling from the top of his head was blocked by 001. Wen Ning was unscathed, and hid under the protection of 001. The man stood up with difficulty, but was instantly knocked to the ground by the lanternfish king. Wen Ning found the right time to put the entire crystal bed into his backpack. Congratulations on getting the luxury crystal bed Alter *1 disassembled. Congratulations on getting the transparent crystal *40. Congratulations on getting the white crystal *22. Congratulations on getting the ocean gem *12. A lot of gems that the man didn't have time to absorb were all harvested by Wen Ning. Adhering to the spirit of plucking feathers from passing geese, Wen Ning didn't even let go of the half-melted crystal gems. Then he turned around and walked to the man who was unilaterally abused. It's true that there is always someone who can defeat you. To beat you up, the lanternfish king has to do it. Chapter 278. The lanternfish king is really the nemesis of this man. Last time, he had a lucky escape from the mouth of the lanternfish king, but this time, he was directly stabbed in the lair by the lanternfish king. After collecting the crystal, Wen Ning finally felt relieved when he saw the teleportation array below. He released several war robots to guard the exit, and then turned around and walked to the man who was being abused and dying. Wen Ning's petite figure stood in front of the man, and behind him was the huge lanternfish king. This shadow effect cast on the man's face, giving people the feeling that the Lanternfish King is Wen Ning's sole beast. With 001, the guardian god, beside him, Wen Ning was fearless. He looked at the man who struggled in vain with an expressionless face. He raised the giant sickle blade and stretched out his hand to hit the man with a heavy blow. The giant sickle blade penetrated the man's abdomen without any obstruction. Leaving a deep wound, the man groaned and stared at Wen Ning with resentful eyes. He was unlucky, and this time he fell into Wen Ning's hands. But Wen Ning was very curious. This person was clearly a human in the history books. How could he be so hostile to humans after entering the deep sea and becoming a sea monster? Yes, it was hostility. The hatred in his eyes was like a sharp sword, stabbing Wen Ning fiercely. It was as if Wen Ning had a great hatred for him to exterminate her clan. Wen Ning was puzzled, but Wen Ning believed that if the situation was reversed now, this person would definitely kill her without any hesitation. For a man with such obvious hostility, even though he still had some human characteristics, Wen Ning would not show mercy. The giant sickle blade in his hand was pulled out and stabbed in, and Wen Ning kept staring at his scarlet pupils. From beginning to end, he did not show any pain, only endless resentment. For such an enemy, Wen Ning did not even have the desire to interrogate him. In the end, he ended his life directly. Congratulations to the player for killing the mutant siren and obtaining the Book of History *1. Congratulations for obtaining the Siren Veil *1, Diamond Treasure Box *1, Book of History. The siren under his feet fell in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, and the resentment in his eyes did not diminish even a little until his death. After a while, his body gradually disappeared without leaving any trace. Wen Ning sighed a little, regretting that nothing was dug out, and only hoped that this book of history could reveal the doubts in her heart. The battle was over, and there was more than half an hour left between the ruins. There were about 20 minutes left for the Lanternfish King. Wen Ning thought about moving the crystal gems in other caves. Just as he was about to take action, a hurried voice came from the direction of the gate. With a strange howl, 001 stood in front of Wen Ning, and said with a vigilant face, "Master, there are many lizard monsters approaching." As soon as the voice fell, the door was suddenly broken, and the dense lizard monsters in the passage rushed out. Each of them bared their teeth and claws, waving their weapons in their hands and rushing towards Wen Ning with a clear goal. There was anger on their faces, and it was obvious that they came to avenge the dead man. Wen Ning found that the eyes of these lizard men were stained with uncontrollable darkness, and there was a black air around their bodies. "I'm afraid they have fallen into a violent state." The Lanternfish King came forward, opened his mouth wide, and instantly tore several lizard monsters in the front row into pieces with sharp teeth. Then he turned around and used his tail to crush all the lizard monsters that entered the cave into meat paste. Wen Ning stood there, just listening to the system ding-dong broadcasting the killing information. Occasionally, there were fish that slipped through the net, and were also solved by 001. In front of the absolute strength of the Lanternfish King, the weaknesses of these lizard monsters were not worth mentioning. During the existence of the Lanternfish King, as many lizard monsters as came, they were killed. These lizard monsters are all small bosses. In addition to weapons, they will drop some gems, crystals, and high-level treasure chests from time to time. Wen Ning was still thinking about going out to move. Now he just waited for these monsters to come to the door. After the Lanternfish King disappeared, Wen Ning summoned a group of war robots to take over, and they kept cleaning until 5 minutes before the ruins were about to close before leaving. "Are you sure to exit the ruins?" Back. Congratulations on successfully exploring the ruins dark. The ruins have been cleared, and the battle progress has been saved. Looking forward to your next exploration. Clear? Wen Ning was thoughtful. There was no such thing as clearing the ruins in the past. This time, it might be because she defeated that man. Could it be that there is a boss-like existence in each ruin? The more Wen Ning thought about it, the more credible it was. In the past, she was always chased out of the ruins because she couldn't defeat them. This time, although there were still a lot of monsters that had not been cleared, the biggest trouble was solved. In this case, you can take Uzi and Xiao Jin down to gain experience next time. The familiar beach appeared in front of him. Wen Ning looked at it, and found that he was back on the beach of the territory. There was a coconut tree next to him. Wen Ning jumped up lightly, stepped on the trunk to the top, and an unused machete appeared, and accurately chopped down a coconut. The coconut fell instantly due to gravity, but Wen Ning was faster than the coconut. He kicked his feet and landed on the ground in an instant, reaching out to catch it. The coconut fell neatly into his palm, and the machete in Wen Ning's hand disappeared. He grasped it horizontally, and a straw appeared in his hand. He inserted the coconut in his hand with ease, and sucked 2 sips of the sweet and fragrant juice. He sighed with satisfaction. It's not bad to drink some coconut water after exploring the ruins. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and when Ning returned to the shelter with the coconut, Hu Zi was not at home. I don't know where he went with Xiao Jin. Zi was probably at the farm. Wen Ning was paralyzed in the shelter for a while, before sitting up to clean up the spoils. First was the crystal spear. The name given by the system was ordinary spear, but Wen Ning was very interested in this crystal spearhead. There were 56 in total, because some fish-headed monsters did not drop. The shield looks like it's made of some kind of shell. It doesn't look strong, but it can withstand the attack of the crystal spearhead. There are 47 pieces in total. There are also various treasure chests. There is only 1 diamond treasure chest. The lizard priest exploded a gold treasure chest. The last wave of lizard monsters also exploded a few gold treasure chests. The remaining ones are 30 silver treasure chests, and there are several iron treasure chests, which are also the largest number. The lowest level is the stone treasure chest, which is not much. There are also hundreds of crystal gems of all sizes. Wen Ning doesn't understand the level, so he just stuffed them into the warehouse. Let your Tai worry about this. Then Wen Ning took out 2 special items that the Siren Man exploded. Siren Veil. Wear it to get permanent underwater breathing. After wearing it, it will activate the deep sea gaze, giving the opponent oppression from the deep sea and mental pressure. Good guy. Chapter 279. Isn't this the taunt skill in the game? Wen Ning was a little surprised. This veil didn't feel like anything when worn on the face, and it could also make him invisible, which didn't affect Wen Ning's battle and life at all. Wen Ning put it on directly, and became invisible with 1 click. He couldn't feel the existence of the veil without touching it. Okay, very good. I will also be a person with a taunt skill in the future. Scare the other person to death when you meet him, haha. Wen Ning was overjoyed and opened the diamond treasure chest immediately. Congratulations on getting blue crystal *10. Congratulations on getting white crystal *10. Congratulations on getting ruby *10. Basically, all the gemstone crystals that Wen Ning found in the cave were exploded. It can be seen that the diamond treasure chest is rich, but this is not the most important thing. The important thing is the last reward. Congratulations on getting the Heart of the Ocean *1. Heart of the Ocean? Heart of the Ocean, a combat auxiliary item that has a chance to drop after the death of a sea monster. In battle, you can summon a temporary sea monster to help you fight. The combat power of the summoned sea monster is 80% of the peak combat power. Hint: the summoned sea monster lasts for half an hour, and has a cooling time of 48 hours. Hiss! This is actually another summoning item. Wen Ning took out the lantern stone that was cooling down. The light yellow warm light was different from the ice blue of the Heart of the Ocean. However, the size was similar, and Wen Ning could hold 2 beads in one hand. Will every boss in the ruins drop this kind of summoning item after being killed? However, after knowing that this sea monster was likely a human mutation, Wen Ning felt a little psychologically burdened. After all, what's the difference between asking her to summon a mutant of her kind and capturing her kind as slaves in the world? Wen Ning thought about whether to sell it. After struggling for a moment, Wen Ning decided to check the history book first. Let's take a look at the origin first. This person is very hostile to him, and he must find out the whole story first. He took out the history book, but there was no volume marked on it. It should not be history related to the main line. Wen Ning leaned back in the sofa and silently opened the parchment scroll. We can definitely change this world. In the darkness, a sentence unfolded, and at the same time, a hoarse man's voice sounded. The holographic screen gradually lit up and became clear, and a high-tech laboratory appeared in the screen. Countless experimental researchers were busy and shuttling in the laboratory. The man in a black suit stood in the center of the laboratory and looked out of place. He was very thin, the kind of unnatural thinness, and the joints all over his body began to protrude, like a standing mantis. But his complexion was good, his eyes were shining, his lips were rosy, and he didn't look like he was malnourished for a long time. In the laboratory, no one paid attention to this man, but he didn't dare to wander around casually, because the experimenters were all of normal human size, and not thin. These healthy people seemed a bit out of place in today's society. Some sinisterness appeared in the man's eyes, but the next second, he smiled. Because someone came to the laboratory. Hello, Dr. Zhang, I am Digital Rongchuan. Hello, we have received the notice, please follow me. The visitor waved his hand perfunctorily. The man named Dr. Zhang had gray hair, wore a white lab coat, had a stethoscope around his neck, round-rimmed glasses, and gray curly hair. He looked more like a great researcher, who was almost 70 years old and still insisted on working at the forefront of the laboratory. He was considered the biggest person in charge of the laboratory. The man who hadn't even finished his self-introduction felt a little unhappy, but now he was on someone else's territory. Thinking of his mission, the man suppressed his unhappiness. He put on a fake smile on his face again and followed Dr. Zhang into the office. Entering the office, a man in a suit, tie, and neatly combed back hair sat at the other end of the conference table. When they saw each other, the two men's faces fell instantly. It was the thin man who spoke first. "I didn't expect to see Captain Gu here." The man called Captain Gu didn't even look at him, but only looked at Dr. Zhang, who came in with him. "Dr. Zhang, I thought you were on the side of the people, but I didn't expect you to have intersections with digital life." Captain Gu's words were somewhat playful, and he looked at the thin man with a playful look. The pupils of the man who didn't even deserve a name shrank unconsciously to the size of a needle tip, and in just a moment, he regained his expression. No one noticed anything unusual, and he said indignantly, "Captain Gu, what are you talking about? We are the representatives of mankind. The atrocities of mankind have endangered the lives of Blue Star. Shouldn't we give up the pleasure of the flesh and do more for this planet? Captain Gu keeps saying it's for mankind. If our digital life plan is not feasible, why do Blue Star already have tens of billions of people who volunteer to participate?" Captain Gu responded bluntly, and the two engaged in a verbal battle. Dr. Zhang poured a cup of tea leisurely and said slowly, "Do you think my office is a market, and you think you are a scoundrel? No matter it is digital or not, life is your own choice. As long as no one interferes, freedom is fine. Do you still want to decide the future of mankind by your own strength?" The thin man seemed a little anxious. Seeing Dr. Zhang's neutral attitude, his task might be difficult. "Dr. Zhang, please accept Digital Rongchuang's cooperation request to study meal replacement nutrients. Contemporary agriculture has caused such great harm to Blue Star. Does this conform to your environmental protection concept? You are overcorrecting. Humans have lived on farming since ancient times and have never accepted such absurd remarks as yours." Before Dr. Zhang spoke, Captain Gu responded immediately. The thin man was not to be outdone. "If that's the case, why does Dr. Zhang still want to promote soilless cultivation? Blue Planet is already in danger, and the world's 68 billion humans are still stubborn. Sooner or later, the mother planet will be destroyed by people like you." Captain Gu slammed the table and pointed at the thin man and cursed, with veins popping out on his hands and neck. Then he walked in front of the thin man, stretched out his hand to grab the man's collar, and pulled the man like a chicken. Killing intent flashed in the thin man's eyes, and he gave up resistance when he saw Dr. Zhang coming over. He let Dr. Zhang rescue him from the burly Captain Gu. And Captain Gu seemed to be so angry that he suddenly foamed at the mouth and fainted. "Captain Gu! Captain Gu!" Dr. Zhang immediately dragged Captain Gu up, pinched his philtrum, and flipped his eyeballs. Anxiously shouted at the thin man, "What are you standing there for? Come and help!" The man did not doubt him, and took the initiative to move forward and squatted down to help Captain Gu turn over. Suddenly, there was a pain in the back of his neck, and then his consciousness was disconnected. Chapter 280. The holographic screen went dark, and then lit up again 2 seconds later. At this time, they were in a room, like a research room, and two men were talking. "How is it? My acting is not bad, right?" Dr. Zhang glanced at Captain Gu, who was still in a suit, and laughed and scolded. "Not bad, not bad. I thought you were strangled by the tie." Captain Gu loosened the tie around his neck. "How can you succeed if it's not realistic?" He glanced at the research table behind him, with a playful look in his eyes. "Oh, the mouse is awake." The man tied to the research table at this time was the thin man just now. At this time, there was no shock in his eyes, but deep resentment. "When did you find out? Did he hide his emotions well? No, it's impossible. The two set a trap to catch him today, which means that they had discovered his identity before he came. Dark sewer rats. This is the name given to them by humans." No wonder Dr. Zhang interrupted its self-introduction at the beginning. Dr. Zhang already knew it at that time. It is not a human. It is an invader who uses the digital life plan to eliminate humans. Yes, the thin man is an alien invader. They use digital life to attract humans to pursue immortality, and claim that the organization is an extreme environmentalist. Using double mental brainwashing, it has led more than 10 billion humans to participate in the digital life plan. But recently, participants have frequently starved to death. In this era of abundant materials, this is a big black spot of the entire plan. That's why they want to use Dr. Zhang's research to bring nutrients from their own planet to the blue planet. This nutrient is comparable to a diet pill. It can make people lose weight quickly, and it has a strong sense of fullness, and it can also make people lose their appetite. And it modifies human genes, causing humans to fall into a state of developmental retardation. But now it is known that Dr. Zhang is on the side of humans. The invasion of alien civilizations is no longer a secret in the investigation agency. Unexpectedly, Captain Gu, who appears to be an angry police captain, is actually a member of the secret investigation agency in private. She sent all the information back to the mother planet, and then her connection with the mother planet was cut off. He understood that he was abandoned. This is normal. In order to prevent humans from studying more information from them, he will self-destruct in 10 minutes. This is part of the mother planet's plan. Although their technological civilization is far superior to humans, their number is too small, and they can't fight against the humans on the blue planet. As long as they self-destruct, the entire laboratory will be razed to the ground. And all this will be played as a terrorist attack. Captain Gu was still joking around, but Dr. Zhang was concentrating on preparing the medicine, and then inserting the tube into the man on the research table. It doesn't matter, there are still 10 minutes. It thought silently. There are still 10 minutes. Dr. Zhang suddenly whispered, and the man was instantly shocked, and his pupils shrank uncontrollably to the size of a needle. How could he hear my thoughts? Captain Gu also put away his playful smile at this time, and looked seriously at the man on the research table with various needles and instruments inserted. Are you sure your medicine is really useful? Dr. Zhang did not refute Captain Gu, but just dripped the last potion into the test tube in his hand. The man lying on the bed looked at Dr. Zhang through the test tube filled with transparent liquid. But he saw a trace of joyous success in his eyes, which then turned into an indescribable madness. The man's heart began to beat like a drum, without stopping, and faster. What are you going to do? And how do you know the limit of 10 minutes? Captain Gu ignored his question, but suddenly stretched his face in front of the man's face, and his nose almost hit his nose. It looked like he was about to kiss the man on the bed. If you ignore his disgust, outsiders would think they were filming some forbidden love. It looks like it, it really looks like it, but since you like being a human so much, say less, you might still be under surveillance. Dr. Zhang reminded him, and Captain Gu immediately shut up, and made a zippering motion. But old Zhang, why don't we evacuate the lab first? No, I've already succeeded. Dr. Zhang said excitedly, as he watched the liquid in the test tube suddenly turn blue. Then Dr. Zhang took out a thick needle, and sucked the liquid in. Then, without saying anything, he thrust the needle directly into the man's stomach. What are you doing? The man, who originally had no sense of pain, struggled instantly, as if a 100% concentration of sulfuric acid was injected into his stomach, corroding his stomach through. The piercing pain spread throughout his body, and at this time, the man also knew what Dr. Zhang was going to do. He kept contacting the mother planet in fear, but there was no response. For an abandoned life form, the mother would clear all his data. And this crazy Dr. Zhang actually developed a potion that can make them show their true form. If this news cannot be transmitted back to the mother planet, all life forms on the blue planet will be threatened. At this time, the severe pain has made him unable to control himself, and his body shape gradually changes. After a while, a pure white mollusk that looks like a salamander appeared on the research table. Dr. Zhang and Captain Gu seemed to have seen it before, and there was no expression of surprise on their faces. Then Dr. Zhang took out another potion. Muttered to himself. Do you know why my laboratory is called Common Life? The salamander's eyes were filled with fear, and he could only watch Dr. Zhang inject the potion into his body. A new round of pain came, and strange screams rang out, resounding throughout the laboratory. Even though it was painful, it still looked at the two people in front of it with resentful eyes, counting down silently in its heart. As long as 10 minutes were up, these two humans would die with it. Even if there is this potion, it doesn't matter. Dark thoughts supported it to survive round after round of pain. But 10 minutes actually passed very quickly, and the imagined feeling of self-explosion did not appear. Now it began to panic. In an emergency, it found that its body had changed. When Ning's pupils suddenly shrank outside the holographic screen. Because she saw that the life form tied on the experimental table had grown human hands and feet, its body gradually grew longer, and it had white hair. Siren! When Ning couldn't help but cover her lips, and exclaimed, it turned out that this human-shaped siren was not a human. It was turned into this by the potion. The holographic screen had not ended until the monster transformed, and Dr. Zhang looked at the experimental results in front of him with satisfaction. The voice was as low as a demon. Since you want to be a human so much, I will satisfy you. I hope that when your home planet's army arrives, you can also greet it in this way. The man on the experimental table touched his body in disbelief, and Dr. Zhang took out the syringe instrument. Let him roll to the ground. Humans are too horrible. If the mother planet cannot come, they will turn all their compatriots into this state. It screamed in despair, but found that it had no vocal cords. It could no longer use its brain waves, and its hands and feet could not write words. It could only watch itself in this state, and there was no way to convey information. Chapter 281. Not a tongue twister, the holographic image gradually ended. Finally, a sentence appeared on the screen. Humans are the most terrifying creatures in the universe, and Blue Star is the darkest existence. At this point, the content of this history book has been played. When Ning was shocked that the predecessor of the siren was actually an alien, who was transformed into a human by humans. Combined with the history book where the siren first appeared, it is likely that his home planet still descended, and he was hunted down and finally plunged into the deep sea. What happened in the middle or later? What made him look like a siren and have the ability to attack with sonic waves? Dr. Zhang's experiment was successful, so are there more mutant humans of this kind? Are they dead? Or do they exist in some corners of the Wasteland continent like the siren? When Ning recalled the siren's hatred for him, and it turned out that this hatred can be traced back to. When Ning's thoughts paused for a moment. When did it go back to? Decades ago? Hundreds of years ago? The most important thing is that when Ning has never been exposed to any information related to digital life in the 20 years he has lived on Blue Star. I have never seen such a person. I have never experienced the end of the world or alien invasion as predicted by the Mayans. These things seem to happen in a parallel world. Why did the system summon them all to this wasteland? To save the blue planet in the parallel world? They should have descended to that blue planet, not this wasteland that is nothing. The more I thought about it, the more confused I became. When Ning had to let it go. I could only explore the ruins to find the truth. Now that he knew that the sea monster was actually an alien life form, Wen Ning had no scruples about using it. After recording the information in the death note, Wen Ning took out 2 summoning paths. Another advantage of summoning props is that they are not limited to the combat environment. Just like underwater creatures, they can also be summoned on land. Looking at the time, it was already 5 p.m., and Huzi had not returned with the Jin and Xiao Jin. Wen Ning went out, while asking in his mind where they had gone. All the injured war robots were sent back to the mechanical warehouse, and put into the electric energy core for repair. Then 001 was released, and asked to follow him. Calling the cubs, I'm back, where are you? Yeah. My only mother, my tail hurts. De Jin's childish voice was a little tearful. What happened? Wen Ning quickly opened the area map, and found that a piece of the Dawn Forest on the south side had been opened up. Roar! We are hunting in the forest. After getting the exact information, Wen Ning closed the map, took out the centaur, and drove straight to the forest. Before he got close, he heard a splash of water. Splash, roar! Come up, come up! Xiao Jin attacked quickly. Wen Ning walked around the bushes, and his vision gradually widened. Looking clearly, there is a small river here that is flooded by seawater, and the river spreads to the depths of the forest. The river is not big, but there are silvery white fish constantly pouring into it. Looking along the line of sight, inside the river, Huzi was biting the neck of a desert chicken. He lowered his head, and dipped the chickens, but into the river water. The blood spread in the river, and instantly attracted a large number of mutant fish to bite. Huzi seized the opportunity to throw the desert chicken up, and instantly caught more than a dozen mutant fish. De Jin and Xiao Jin rushed over to bite, and kill the mutant fish. It turned out that Huzi was really taking the 2 little ones to fight monsters and level up. Wen Ning looked through the previous system records, and found that he only gained 2 experience points for killing a fish. De Jin and Xiao Jin were not proficient in combat skills, and it took them several minutes to kill a fish, and they were often counterattacked by the fish. A bite on the tail made them jump in pain. Huzi couldn't stand it, and stood up to teach them to stun the mutant fish with their tails first, and then kill them one by one. De Jin and Xiao Jin followed to learn, but they were not proficient in skills, and always took the initiative to send their tails to the fish's mouth. They suffered a lot. After tossing for a long time, Wen Ning saw that De Jin had only more than 300 experience points, but Xiao Jin had more than 500 points. As soon as he saw her coming, the cub's mouth loosened, and the hen fell into the stream. It was instantly torn apart by the mutant fish that rushed over, and even the feathers were wiped out. Huzi rushed up, and got into Wen Ning's arms. Wen Ning had to use both hands to hold the huge tiger head. De Jin watched eagerly from behind Hu Zi. Wen Ning let Hu Zi play for a while before letting him go. He took out half a head of unprocessed mutant meat from his backpack and let him chew it. De Jin and De Jin's eyes suddenly brightened. Wen Ning waved for them to come over. It was the first time that the two little dragons were held in Wen Ning's arms. De Jin was stiff and didn't dare to move, but De Jin rolled happily in Wen Ning's arms. When he accidentally touched the wound, he immediately gave his tail to Wen Ning with grievance. Wen Ning laughed. He took out the wound medicine and wiped it on him, and threw an antibiotic into his mouth. He tied a pink bow on the tail, and took out half a chicken. De Jin immediately walked to Hu Zi's side with joy, squatted down and started to chew. Xiao Jin's eyes flashed with envy. Wen Ning would of course treat everyone equally. Although Xiao Jin was cold and a little awkward, he would raise his legs and raise his head when Wen Ning asked him to. He was obviously well behaved. There was even a hint of enjoyment in his eyes. After treating the wounds, Wen Ning found that Xiao Jin actually had more wounds on his body, but he didn't cry out in pain. It wasn't as conspicuous as De Jin. Xiao Jin was also given half a chicken. He looked disgusted, but his body was very honest, and he bit the chicken meat and went to his two brothers. The three little ones feasted on it, but Wen Ning walked to the side of the stream. There were still a few mutant fish on the shore that De Jin and Xiao Jin had not killed. Wen Ning squatted down to observe. This fish is small, but its teeth are densely packed and sharp. It looks like a piranha. Wen Ning had experienced tropical rainforests when he took on missions in Blue Star before. The most lethal creatures in the mangroves are often not large beasts like crocodiles. Instead, it is small creatures like piranhas that follow the smell of blood and penetrate everywhere. At that time, someone fell into the water full of piranhas and was eaten to pieces in less than 5 minutes. Wen Ning looked into the river. Although the fish here were not piranhas, the mutated sea fish actually had the same attack power. Small in size, sharp in teeth, carnivorous, and chasing blood. Wen Ning suddenly thought of what would happen if this kind of fish was put into the moat. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. He waved his hand and 001 appeared. Then, he took out several large barrels and a fishing net. Handed it to 001. Only Wen Ning, who has the IQ of 001, can teach this kind of non-combat work. The rest still need to practice. He carried half of the mutant beast, cut the meat piece by piece, and then threw it into the river. The fresh mutant beast meat was still dripping with blood, and it was surrounded by mutant fish as soon as it was thrown in. 001 seized the opportunity to cast a net, and caught dozens of mutant fish. Although the river was small, it was connected to the sea, and mutant fish entered continuously. Wen Ning caught more than 100 buckets in more than 2 hours. There were at least 1,000 in each bucket. In other words, there were at least 100,000 mutant fish in total. After Wen Ning's moat was introduced with seawater, the gate was closed to prevent the seawater from being taken away when retreating. Wen Ning did not use a backpack to put these living things. Just kidding, the backpack was calculated by quantity. Even if she had money, she would not be so wasteful. More than 100 barrels of mutant fish were directly transported back as cargo by the mining robot and the logging robot. Chapter 282. After releasing the mutant fish into the moat, Wen Ning also specially asked the war robots to catch some live mutant beasts to feed them, mainly to ensure their ferocious hunting habits. Then he edited a notice, asking the people not to get close to the moat, and to enter and exit the territory through the teleportation array to prevent being killed by the mutant fish in the moat. 001 received the order to search for mutant beasts, mainly in the forest and around the mine. Wen Ning walked in the territory, watching the people coming and going. It was after 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Because the bright territory issued an order that people could not go out at will at night. So the people in the territory abide by the rules very much, and they will all rush back to the territory before 7 o'clock. Lord, this is the fruit I picked in the logging forest today, for you to eat. Thank you. Wen Ning accepted the red fruit, which was a great thing to accept. A large number of people suddenly appeared in front of him, old and young and strong. All of them stretched out their hands, and stuffed what they thought was delicious into Wen Ning's arms. Lord, mine is delicious. Mine is sour and sweet. Lord, don't run. Lord, don't push, I haven't sent it yet. Lord. Wen Ning ran into the tavern and breathed a sigh of relief after closing the door. The tavern had no owner, so the residents could not enter until it was officially open for business. Wen Ning lay on the crack of the door and peeked, and only when he saw the residents disperse did he completely relax. Puff. The sound of laughter came from behind. Wen Ning turned around and saw Bai Shui pouring wine into the wine jar at the counter. Wen Ning was small, but half a head taller than the counter. He raised his eyebrows and walked forward. He saw that Bai Shui was standing on a wooden stool. Leaning against the counter, the aroma of wine filled his nose. The bright red color rolled from the mouth of the bowl into the glass bottle, making a crisp and pleasant sound. Wen Ning was not fond of wine, and the wine he had unpacked these days was placed in the warehouse. However, the aroma of the wine in front of him actually aroused a little interest in Wen Ning. "What kind of wine is this?" Wen Ning asked curiously. Bai Shui lowered her head, and her ears on the top of her head swayed, looking very cute. She spoke shyly in response to Wen Ning's words. "It's cherry wine, but it's concentrated, and it's still a semi-finished product now." "Oh, semi-finished products mean that they can't be drunk." Wen Ning licked the corner of his mouth regretfully, and was seen by Bai Shui. Then Wen Ning saw Bai Shui open the bottle that had been sealed, pour out a small cup from it, and move it in front of Wen Ning. Although it's not the finished product, Lord, you can try it." "But," Bai Shui spoke slowly. Wen Ning sniffed it twice, and had already picked up the wine glass and drank it down. Gudong. The sweetness fell into his throat, and flowed into his stomach. Wen Ning smacked his lips and tongue to savor it, and looked up and asked, "But what?" Bai Shui saw that she was in good spirits, and there was no blush on her face, so she was relieved. "Nothing, just a little high in alcohol." "Lord? Lord?" Bai Shui was instantly panicked. Why did the Lord suddenly lie on the counter, and not move? Bai Shui hurried forward to touch Wen Ning's face, and found it was extremely hot. Just when she was at a loss, the door of the tavern suddenly fell down with a bang. Bai Shui looked up in shock, and saw Mira walking in with 001 in a hurry. 001's eyes flashed with the red light that only appeared during battle, and Bai Shui was immediately frightened and trembling all over. Mira flew forward to check Wen Ning, breathed a sigh of relief, and turned back to the anxious 001. "Take her back, Lord, she is just drunk." 001 took a long time to react before understanding what drunk meant. She picked up Wen Ning steadily, turned around and ran out, and Mira comforted the frightened Bai Shui. Her spiritual connection with Wen Ning could sense Wen Ning's mental state, mainly because Wen Ning's consciousness just dropped out too suddenly. She brought 001 so quickly, but she didn't expect that Wen Ning was drunk himself. 001 opened the door, with the help of Hu Zi, and entered the shelter, and placed Wen Ning in the bedroom. The next day, Wen Ning woke up with a splitting headache, and listened to Mira complaining about her behavior last night. He argued weakly, "If you ask me, do you believe me that I could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk?" Mira said angrily, "The past was the past, and now I am a pervert." "The past was the past, and now I am now." Wen Ning recalled what he drank, which basically had no taste of alcohol, but he didn't expect it to have such a strong aftereffect. He quickly got up and found Bai Shui again. Bai Shui was still blaming herself for what happened yesterday, and was adjusting the formula to lower the degree. When Wen Ning came, there were several cups of cherry wine of different concentrations in front of it. Wen Ning was stunned for a moment when he saw the tilted door, and then silently repaired the door. As soon as he entered, he saw Bai Shui holding a bowl of red fruit wine that she drank last night in a small cup and drinking it all. He muttered to himself, "This alcohol content is very low. Humans are so fragile, diluted 1,000 times." Wen Ning, Suddenly it felt meaningless. Wen Ning turned around and left the tavern without disturbing Bai Shui. "I never thought that Bai Shui could drink so much. Who else could be the tavern owner if she wasn't one?" Wen Ning was determined to recruit Bai Shui, and he ran into Shirtai when he thought about it. "Lord." Shirtai got excited when he saw Wen Ning, and he was obviously going to find Wen Ning, and then he took Wen Ning to his blacksmith shop. Wen Ning saw that it was Shirtai who had processed the animal's skins and tendons. The warehouse of the blacksmith shop was limited, and Wen Ning hadn't set the manual processing fee for these things, and Mira didn't know whether they were qualified. So they didn't put them in the warehouse for a long time. Wen Ning picked up a stack of neatly cut animal skins, all of the same size and shape. And they were tanned, the hair was cleaned, and the overall smoothness and toughness. Wen Ning took it and put it in his backpack. He checked the manufacturing table, and found that some animal skin armor and other things were unlocked. They can be made and sold, which means the products are qualified. Very good, very good, these animal skins are processed very perfectly. He also checked the animal tendons and shells. Wen Ning finally set the labor fee for Shirtai according to the difficulty. He told Mira, and then asked Shirtai to send these things to the warehouse for registration and calculation of wages. Several employees of Sure Tai were overjoyed and carefully carried these things away. Wen Ning could actually put them directly into the warehouse and calculate the wages, but Wen Ning hoped that they would not be so dependent on the Lord. Get used to the various operations of the territory, and don't rely too much on yourself. If one day Wen Ning is not in the territory, they can still survive. Calling Sure Tai, who was about to go with him, Wen Ning thought about it, and took out a transparent crystal and handed it to him. Master Tai, can you see if this material can be processed? Sure Tai was dazzled by the crystal that shone brightly for a moment, and only took the crystal from Wen Ning's hand after getting used to the sight. The crystal looked even smaller in Sure Tai's broad palm. But after a careful inspection, Sure Tai shook his head and said to Wen Ning, "Lord, I have never seen this kind of material before. I just observed it, and found that it is extremely hard. It will not be burned by fire, and will not break even after 100 hammers." Wen Ning nodded in understanding without further explanation. But to Sure Tai, later, the territory shop will display some weapons and armor suitable for orcs. If you are interested, you can go and buy them. Chapter 283. Since Lion Iron couldn't process these materials, Wen Ning had to collect all the crystals, waiting for an opportunity to process them. Back in the shelter, Wen Ning made some animal hide armor with animal skins and tendons processed by Lion Iron. Together, with the crystal spears obtained from the underwater ruins, they were put into the shop at a lower price. Animal hide armor only costs 50 survival points, and spears cost 200 survival points. The average daily wage of the orcs is about 50 survival points. You can get the weapons and armor in full after working for 5 days. Especially after the lions took the crystal spears and pierced the heads of the mutant beasts in one go. They have a new understanding of this weapon. The giant sickle blade was originally distributed by Wen Ning to the people for defending the city on the day of the disaster, and it was collected after the disaster ended. The number of giant sickles of the mutant mantis is limited, so Wen Ning did not ask Lion Iron to process and make them again. Compared to the crystal spear, everyone prefers the giant sickle blade, but the giant sickle blade has higher requirements for use. The small cat people can't even hold it, let alone use it. And the price is more expensive, requiring 500 survival points. Wen Ning watched the orcs walking in the territory gradually have defense and weapons. Going out hunting or cutting trees and mining has a higher life guarantee. Very satisfied, in the next 2 days, Wen Ning sorted out the supplies brought out of the ruins. Personally took Xiao Jin and Xiao Jin to train and upgrade, and explored the Dawn Forest by the way. Slowly began to explore the deep ruins coordinates. In the 4th stage of the Wasteland game, the number of revived animals is more. Many of them are creatures that Wen Ning has seen, and also exist on the blue planet. There are more creatures that Wen Ning has never seen before. These creatures are more like mutants. Their body shapes and habits are different. Huzi completely let himself go. Now he doesn't need Wen Ning to feed him. He prefers to hunt on his own. Wen Ning is happy to see this happen. Xiao Jin and Xiao Jin are about to upgrade to level 2. Today is February 18th of the Wasteland calendar. Xiao Jin still needs 589 experience points to upgrade, and De Jin still needs 793. Wen Ning plans to take the 3 to the forest to explore and upgrade in the morning, and wait for the new territory merchants to refresh at noon. When he left the shelter early in the morning, Bai Shui was already waiting at the door. "Good morning, Bai Shui." Wen Ning smiled and greeted. Bai Shui had tried all the fruit varieties that Wen Ning had in the tavern for the past 3 days. She made more than a dozen satisfactory fruit wines, but the brute fruit wines had to be fermented in the warehouse for half a month before they could become successful drinks. Wen Ning treated her to iced fat house, happy water, and handmade lemon sprite. Bai Shui immediately fell in love with these 2 stimulating and delicious drinks, and pestered Wen Ning to teach her how to make them. Wen Ning told her that this was exclusive to the Bright territory, which made Bai Shui yearn for Wen Ning's territory even more. She left without hesitation last time, but this time she was reluctant to step into the teleportation array. Wen Ning acted as if he was very generous in seeing her off. After paying Bai Shui's salary for the past few days, he smiled and waved goodbye. Bai Shui hesitated to speak, and finally stepped into the teleportation array reluctantly. Her figure disappeared in a white light. Wen Ning, who had achieved his goal, smiled like a fox. "Little guy, can't the fat house happy water take you down? If you can't take me down again, I use my trump card." Wen Ning thought, but looking at Bai Shui's look, there might be a chance. She said that the rabbit people are good at identifying plants, cooking plants, making herbs, etc. Although she has a plant atlas, It is obviously too inefficient for her to open it by herself. In addition, with the increase in the number of people in the territory, it is impossible not to open a canteen. Now most people live on fast food from shops, which is expensive and nutritious. After all, the people of Blue Star themselves call these foods junk food. Needless to say, the cat people, the slaves' 3 meals a day are provided by the slave owners, so they have no cooking skills at all. The lion people's continent is barren, and everyone can only make a kind of paste made by grinding hard rice into powder and adding water. Directly change their original carnivorous characteristics. Moreover, in the process of hundreds of years of genetic evolution, the cat people and lion people have lost the tradition of eating raw meat. Some lion people saw Huzi eating raw meat and thought it was easier, but after tasting a small piece, they vomited and had diarrhea. It took several days to recover. Fortunately, Wen Ning has medicine for treatment. The only cook in the Bright Territory is Az. The food Az usually cooks is not only for Wen Ning to eat, but also for the treasure pavilion. The lion people and cat people can't afford it at all. Wen Ning also tried to cook a big pot of rice for the people in the territory. Not only was it a waste of time, but Az took a whole day to cook a meal. This method doesn't work, and it can only improve the lives of the people occasionally. If there are a few cooks in the rabbit tribe, Wen Ning can find a way to build a canteen in the territory. There are architectural drawings on the trading market. Wen Ning has his eyes on a modern school canteen, which requires 500,000 survival points. Wen Ning was looking forward to an orc who could cook. It didn't matter if he had attended New Oriental or not. As long as he could cook, now the biggest hope was on Bai Shui. After seeing Bai Shui off, Wen Ning went to see the progress of the Yaoi flower. The Samo chief excitedly told her yesterday that the Yaoi flower was expected to bloom tonight. In fact, Wen Ning would take time to visit the farm every day. The prosperity of the farm formed a huge contrast with the desolation outside. Even Aziz said that there was hope for vitality here. 50 Yaoi flowers were standing tall and graceful, with pink buds about to bloom. The surrounding vegetables were also growing well. After the robot controlled the machine to sprinkle water, dewdrops condensed on the green leaves one by one. Just looking at it was pleasing to the eye. Wen Ning picked a fresh cucumber and ate it, focusing his mind on one of the Yaoi flowers. Yaoi flower, growth period flowering time 13 hours, 45 minutes, 23 seconds. Indeed, there is a great hope that it will bloom tonight. Wen Ning turned to the Samo chief, who looked hopeful and said, the Samo chief could only judge the blooming time of the Yaoi flower based on experience, unlike Wen Ning who could directly see the survival progress. Wen Ning did not say anything final, and there was no need to. The Samo chief and his 2 sons were very excited. Great, I haven't seen a Yaoi flower bloom successfully for hundreds of years. The 2 sons were even more excited. Tonight would be a moment to witness history. The Samo chief stepped forward and bowed solemnly to Wen Ning, and the 2 sons behind him hurriedly followed suit. The Yaoi flower was the meaning of his existence, and Wen Ning was able to successfully grow the Yaoi flower, which was enough for him to bow and thank him. The old man's gratitude came suddenly and simply, and Wen Ning was a little at a loss, and quickly reached out to help him up. Fortunately, the Samo chief did not do anything more extreme. He stood up and said to Wen Ning, Lord, I have an unwelcome request. Can we all come to watch the picking work tonight? The farm is a strategic focus of the Bright Territory, and the importance of the Yaoi flower, so the people of the territory are prohibited from entering. However, Wen Ning also knew the significance of the Yaoi flower to the lion people, so he nodded and agreed. Okay, I let Mira make the arrangements when the time comes. The Samo chief's wrinkled face released a smile. As soon as Wen Ning mentioned Mira, Myra's reply came. But it was not a voice of agreement, but an anxious voice. Lord. The patrol drone found a race approaching 2 kilometers away. Chapter 284. What race? Wen Ning asked Mira as she rushed to the west gate. The ones in front are some crazy mutant beasts, and the ones behind look like goblins. The goblins are crossing the morning forest, driving a group of mutant beasts towards the territory, and the number is about 500. There are more than 500 mutant beasts. 500? There are no less than 500 mutant beasts. Wen Ning instantly remembered the goblin merchant she killed last time. These goblins are heading straight from the morning forest to her territory at this time, and they are probably here to seek revenge. Immediately notify all the people from the territory to return to the territory, and all the teleportation arrays will be closed in 5 minutes. Wen Ning immediately gave the order. Fortunately, it was only 9 o'clock and there were fewer people going out. He soon received the message sent by Mira to the task watch and rushed back to the territory. 5 minutes passed quickly, and when Ning checked the territory control panel to see that all the people from the territory had returned to the territory, immediately closed the teleportation array channel. The war robot had been repaired, and when Ning asked 001 to take the robot to the arrow tower near the forest, report any situation at any time. After arranging the generals and civilians to return to the residential houses, when Ning opened the attack authority of the electromagnetic turret on the arrow tower, the entire territory was instantly surrounded by long infrared lights. After these infrared lights looked up to the sky and searched around for a while, they suddenly pointed to the dawn forest. The silent sense of oppression gradually spread to Wen Ning's heart. In fact, according to the strength of the goblin last time, Wen Ning should not be so nervous. But for some reason, the goblin's ill intentions this time made her a little worried. Another 5 minutes passed. Wen Ning suddenly heard a system prompt. Ding! Pet passive skill triggered. A 500-man goblin race and several mutant beasts are approaching quickly 1 kilometer away, and it is expected to appear in the field of vision in 1 minute. Pet skill triggering times remaining today. Active skill, 3 times. Passive skill, 2 times. Wen Ning opened the system map without hesitation, and a small part of the Dawn Forest appeared in the system. What caught his eye were not goblins, but a group of mutant beasts fleeing everywhere. Like a surging tide rolling in, it seemed that there was a flood of beasts chasing behind. Just when Wen Ning was puzzled, a goblin appeared, with green skin and strange patterns on his face. He held a strange resin cane in his hand. His figure was very small compared to the mutant beasts running around, but for some reason, these mutant beasts were very afraid of the goblin behind him. They were fleeing fiercely. There was a rumbling sound under his feet, and mutant beasts gradually appeared in his field of vision. Wen Ning closed the map. On the east side of the morning forest, the ground began to tremble, and trees fell one after another. Wen Ning saw large mutant animals rushing out of the forest. These animals rushed around and appeared on the border between the forest and the wilderness under the drive of the goblins. The electromagnetic cannon instantly launched the first wave of attacks. Drop, drop, drop. This electromagnetic cannon has 2 attack methods, which Wen Ning has never seen. As soon as the mutant beast appeared, the electromagnetic cannon first released the electromagnetic attack that had been stored. The linear current attack was launched in the direction pointed by the infrared ray. It collided head-on with the first batch of mutant beasts in front, knocking down a large group of them instantly. The electric current attack of the electromagnetic gun is completely different from the super energy power grid. It is a precise long-range attack, and basically the mutant animals targeted by it cannot escape the attack. The large mutant animals in the front row were instantly penetrated by the electric current throughout their bodies. Wen Ning saw that even mutant beasts of the size of hippos died instantly. He fell on the road and twitched slightly, but the current in his body did not flow into the ground. Instead, it formed a line with the corpses of the mutant animals that fell together. The current ran back and forth, using the fallen bodies of the mutant beasts to form a short-lasting power grid. The mutant beasts behind could not cross over, but as soon as their hooves touched the corpses of the mutant beasts in front, they twitched and screamed and retreated. The entire group of mutant beasts hesitated and turned around anxiously behind the wall of corpses. Woo-woo llama auntie. At this time, a strange spell sounded. The mutant beasts within the range instantly retreated a few steps and exited the range of the electromagnetic turret. The electromagnetic turret instantly switched to aiming mode, with infrared rays pointing directly at the mutants. Wen Ning watched all this with a sullen face in his sight. The retreating mutants did not retreat, but became even more irritable. Their normal eyes turned red, and they roared in various ways, with their front paws pawing the ground restlessly. They did not look scared at all. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for some kind of charge horn. A group of green-skinned figures gradually appeared in Wen Ning's sight. Their average height was no more than 1.2 meters, with green skin all over their bodies, various strange hairstyles on their heads, and 2 long fangs extending from the corners of their mouths, pointing directly to the roots of their ears. In his hand, he held a strange bare branch stick, grinning, and there was blood on his mouth. He looked fierce, like some ferocious beast. There was no neat team. The goblins crowded behind the mutant beasts, but the sticks in their hands made uniform movements when the leading goblin chanted the spell. The corresponding mutant beasts became even more irritable. Wen Ning looked at the moat outside the city wall and the range of the arrow tower. She was not afraid of the attack of these mutant beasts, but the focus was on this group of goblins. Their abilities were a bit weird, and they could actually control such a large group of mutant beasts. Maybe they could cross the wide moat. Outside the city wall, the moat was only 40 meters away from the city wall, and the moat was 3 meters wide. Beyond it was a wasteland, and then the Dawn Forest. And inside the city wall, less than 30 meters away, was the farm of the Bright Territory, where the food for the entire territory was grown. There are also precious yaoi flowers. We must not lose them. Although Wen Ning was afraid of the magic scepters in the hands of the goblins, he would not be afraid of a real fight. These goblins did not dare to rush up all at once, and they must have been afraid. As the green-skinned goblin population gathered behind the mutant beasts, the current on the wall of corpses formed by the electromagnetic turrets gradually dissipated. Woo! A sharp whistle started the battle. The mutant beasts that had been accumulating energy for a long time rushed forward. At this time, the electromagnetic turrets had already recharged their energy, and dozens of electric current attacks were launched. A large number of mutant beasts fell down in an instant, and the mutant beasts behind wanted to rush over in one go. When crossing the wall of corpses, they stumbled and fell directly on the corpses, and were completely electrocuted by the flowing current. They twitched and died on the spot. The electromagnetic turrets chose large mutant beasts for each electric current attack, striving for the maximum range of the electric current attack. Seeing that more than half of the mutant beasts he brought with him had died, he hadn't even touched the bottom of the city wall. The goblin's thin body screamed on the ground. He chanted a spell that Wen Ning couldn't understand at all, and swung the magic stick in his hand. A white light fell on the mutant beast that was electrocuted. The current on the twitching mutant beast suddenly disappeared strangely. A hole was opened in the power grid, and the mutant beast quickly crossed over from this gap. He ran wildly towards the city wall. Chapter 285. Wen Ning looked at this scene solemnly. Goblins could actually attack with magic? The staffs in their hands actually had such great power. 001, you lead the others to go around. Mira, open the forest teleportation array for 1 minute. Mira and 001 immediately followed Wen Ning's order. Master, 10 seconds is enough. Mira, do as 001 says. Received. 3, 2, 1. Open! 001 successfully led 50 war robots out of the territory, along with 200 dwarf bombs prepared by Wen Ning. In the head-on conflict, the mutant beasts crossed the electric grid wall, and were bombarded with bullets and arrows. The mutant beasts were just mortals. Even if these bullets and arrows could not kill them in one shot, the huge number of them could wipe out all the mutant beasts without shelter. The goblins were stunned when they saw that most of the mutant beasts they controlled were killed on the battlefield. This level of long-range attack was the first time they had experienced it. The goblin leader was a green-skinned dwarf. At this moment, he was gritting his teeth and looking at the red glowing things on the city wall. The companions around him jumped in anger. A goblin actually squeezed the mutant corpse in front of him and rushed forward with a magic wand. He wanted to use magic attacks to stop these things. However, because the casting distance was too far, the goblin's magic had no effect, and he was also shot into a sieve by the oncoming bullets. Before the goblin behind him could react, the companion who rushed out was shot in the head. The bullet penetrated its forehead, and then went out directly from the back of its head. Red blood flowed, and the body was penetrated by bullets, and a pink blood mist lingered around it. This goblin fell in a pool of blood. A sharp roar came from the throat of the leader goblin, and the goblins around him were stunned instantly. Is this city a bit scary? They can kill their companions from such a distance, and many goblins didn't even react to what happened. Such an attack distance is farther than the attack distance of the most powerful magician of their race. This unknown fear immediately surrounded the remaining goblins. They breathed more heavily, but stood hesitantly in place, not daring to move forward. A trace of cruelty flashed in the leader's eyes, and then the magic wand in his hand began to wave. Then he took out a tube of red magic potion and drank it. The surrounding goblins instantly seemed to have found their backbone, and they took out the same red potion from their small cloth bags and poured it into it. Then the magic wand began to wave around him, chanting spells. Wen Ning saw a goblin rushing into the range and watched nervously. Seeing the goblin being killed by a headshot and receiving the system prompt, his confidence increased instantly. He quickly synchronized this information to 001. Since hot weapons are useful, what are you afraid of? These 500 goblins are not enough for the arrow tower to shoot in one round. Then Wen Ning saw the goblins outside the range stopped. And there were only a few mutant beasts within the range. Just when Wen Ning thought that this group of goblins were ready to give up the attack, this group of goblins made a series of strange movements. Especially the action of taking out the red potion and drinking it. Wen Ning suddenly felt something was wrong, and then he saw the goblin, who had finished casting the spell, rush into the range of the arrow tower without hesitation. The arrow tower and the electromagnetic turret were activated instantly, and dense arrows and bullets were fired out as if they were free. Bang, 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 bang. The electromagnetic turret was still accumulating energy, and at this time it was equivalent to an ordinary thermal weapon, but the bullets that had just blasted the goblin in the head were useless to the goblin. Not only bullets, but also arrows could not penetrate the goblin's skin. These physical attacks fell on the goblin's body, and at most hindered their movement a little. Wen Ning observed carefully, trying to find something like a crystal energy shield on the surface of the goblin's skin. But there was nothing. It seemed that the goblin's spell had increased the hardness of its skin a lot. The bullets and arrows could hit, but there was no way to cause damage. At this time, the goblins who found that the bullets and arrows had no effect on them were excited and dancing. The leader directly ordered a charge on the city wall. It was obvious that he was going to fight hard. Wen Ning frowned as he looked at the battlefield. Instead of asking the Arrow Tower electromagnetic turret to stop attacking, he asked Mira to increase the firepower and transfer the ammunition from the north to the front. The dense firepower hit the goblins, and the goblins continued to move forward stubbornly, raising their hands to cover their eyes and other vulnerable parts. Seeing this, Wen Ning immediately asked Mira to increase the firepower again. The doubled firepower made it more difficult for the goblins to walk in the hail of bullets. Although these things could not penetrate the goblin's skin to cause damage, such a high wall would hurt even if stones were thrown down. Wen Ning obviously regarded the bullets and arrows as stones with initial kinetic energy. The goblin cursed Wen Ning's stupidity in his heart, while lowering his head and rushing forward under pressure. In 5 minutes, the group of goblins moved more than 100 meters towards the city wall. Because he covered his eyes with his hands, his vision was blocked. The goblin walking in front suddenly felt empty under his feet while moving. He fell into an unknown place with a plop. Wen Ning on the city wall curled her lips slightly, and the place where the goblin fell was her moat. The sound of the rain of bullets was so loud that the goblin behind him didn't hear the sound of the goblin in front suddenly falling. So a group of goblins fell in a row like the gourd baby saving his grandfather. Plop plop. It was not until more than half of the goblins fell and that the leader in the middle of the team discovered this situation. He immediately shouted loudly to stop the goblins behind him from moving forward. The goblin team stopped after a commotion. Wen Ning saw the goblin fall into the moat, and he was expecting the mutant fish to attack. The mutant fish had already surrounded them, but the goblin's skin was strengthened, and the mutant fish's teeth could hardly penetrate their skin. The mutant fish could only keep eating by instinct. The goblin in the water was thrashing, and it was painful to be bitten by the mutant fish, but they couldn't bear the injury. Several goblins choked on water and drowned while thrashing. After drowning, the magic was broken, and the mutant fish rushed up and gnawed the corpse clean. The smell of blood poured out, and more mutant fish crowded over, all wanting to get a piece of the pie. Biting randomly under the water, the goblins in the water became more panicked. Their consciousness could not be concentrated, and their magic broke. They were killed one after another by the mutant fish. The goblins on the shore stabilized their formation after a commotion, anxiously looking at their companions in the river. The leader looked at the width of the moat and raised the magic wand in his hand. Wen Ning saw this scene keenly and immediately said to 001, 001, it's your turn. Chapter 286. As soon as Wen Ning finished speaking, a large number of silver-white war robots rushed out of the woods. They were incredibly fast, and the submachine guns in their hands were firing at full power. For a moment, several goblins standing on the edge of the moat were pushed down. Woo-woo-me wah-wah-wah-wah-wah. After a spell that Wen Ning didn't understand, the panicked goblins on the edge of the moat regained their sanity. Decisively gave up the goblins in the moat who were already hopeless, turned around and waved their canes to break out. Can 001 give him this chance? Of course not, a flash of red light in his eyes. 001 switched his weapon to a dwarf bomb and threw it directly towards the place where the goblin population was most dense. Wen Ning seized the opportunity, and the dwarf bomb exploded the moment it landed. In an instant, flames burst out, a large pit appeared on the ground, and heat waves gushed out, directly blowing the goblin leader away. With a splash, he fell into the moat, which was the hell of the goblin race at the moment. The leader goblin was instantly submerged by the surging mutant fish after falling into it. The leader sank into the water, and his blood could be seen gushing out of the water. The mutant fish crowded one after another to eat the goblin leader. Wen Ning saw it clearly on the wall. The goblin leader struggled to float to the surface, and then countless mutant fish gnawed on his face, tearing off many pieces of meat from his face and body. The goblins were already standing closely together, and they were even more confused after the leader fell into the moat. At the other end of the forest, a man holding a mirror stared at the scene in the mirror with wide eyes. This was a massacre, a one-sided destruction. So many magic goblins were wiped out in less than 20 minutes of charge. They didn't even touch the gate of the bright territory. Devil. This is a devil. The man put down the mirror tremblingly, turned around and ran into the jungle in a daze, running towards the other side of the morning forest. And under the walls of the bright territory, there were only a few goblins left. Wen Ning's heart was completely calmed down. The 2 summoning beads that were tightly held in his hands were also put back into the backpack. In the territory farm, the Samo chief and his 2 sons paced nervously behind the gardening robot. Dense sweat oozed from his forehead, wetting the fluffy lion hair. Can you hold it? The youngest son couldn't help but murmured, and the Samo chief turned around and glared at him. The youngest son lowered his head quickly. What bad words are there to say at this time? The city lord is so powerful, how could he not be able to defend it? There were fierce howls coming from outside the city wall. The Samo chief recalled the beast tied on the night of the disaster, and his body trembled slightly. No matter what, we must protect the Yaoi flower. The eldest son clenched the crystal spear in his hand, and sweat soaked his palms. Just when the residents of the territory were highly nervous, Myra's sweet voice rang in everyone's ears. The invasion is over. Please go to the mission hall to accept the task of cleaning the battlefield. Yeah. I said that the Lord could not fail. It's been less than half an hour. Go, go, go. Go out and see what good things have fallen. The orcs went to the mission hall with bright eyes. Along the way, I saw teams of miners and logging robots had resumed their daily work processes, and the teleportation array was reopened. The entire territory was suddenly freed from the tense atmosphere. The electromagnetic turrets were being shut down in an orderly manner. The orcs who had just seen the electromagnetic turrets attacking outside the city no longer thought the infrared laser was fun. They all dodged the red line. Fortunately, Mira acted quickly and issued a notice that the turrets would not attack the people after shutting down. It did not cause panic, but increased everyone's sense of security. I just saw that this weapon emitted a very bright beam of light, and then the invading beast screamed. Yes! And the sharp metal particles flying out one by one, the ding-ding sound was very scary. If it were my body, I would probably be penetrated by these metal particles directly. The orcs walked out of the city gate in 2s and 3s under the protection of the combat robots. When they saw the weapons floating in the river and were about to fish them out, they were stopped by Mira. A mutant fish jumped out at that time, and its sharp teeth scared everyone. Hurry up and cross the rope bridge to the other side of the moat. I also have a new understanding of the city lord's methods. It turns out that this is the reason why the city lord usually does not allow them to enter and exit the city gate. When Ning stood on the arrow tower and looked at the orcs scattered on the battlefield. 001 reported the battle briefing. Also released Huzi to deal with the dying mutant beasts after the violent rampage. Master, all the goblins are dead, most of them died in the moat, and their weapons and equipment have been eaten clean. 001 collected the items dropped by several goblins, who were directly killed by the dwarf bombs, and brought them back to the arrow tower to give to Wen Ning. Wen Ning activated Huzi's active skill, and expanded the search range with the detection drone. He kept looking at the goblin race 2 kilometers away, and was relieved when he found no abnormalities or missed goblin races. 001 handed a few canes and 2 bottles of potions to Wen Ning. Wen Ning picked them up and checked. Goblin's magic cane. A cane made of applewood with special magic, which is a spellcasting prop of the goblin race. Players cannot use it. Then he picked up the bottle of red potion. Red potion. A potion developed by the goblin race to improve the skin's defense status. After drinking it, the skin's hardness increases 10 times. Green potion. A potion developed by the goblin race to restore life. After drinking it, it can heal simple external injuries. Players cannot use it either. Everything dropped by the goblin is unusable by the player. It is estimated that only a small team came this time. When Ning observed that the figure of the leader was not much different from that of other goblins, except that the color of the cloth bag on his back was slightly different. The advantage of my cleanup this time, and the great victory, was that the goblin race did not have a thorough understanding of my strength. But what is certain is that the goblin race must have known my coordinates. The purpose of sending this team this time is very clear, that is, to seek revenge. Now I don't know how they came. Are they the original inhabitants of the Wasteland continent or the race outside the galaxy? It is unknown. When Ning threw the things in his hand into the moat, and the mutant fish in the moat reflexively bit through the potions. The red and green potions spread in the turbid water. The mutant fish did not have any abnormalities, and sank to the bottom of the water after finding no prey. This potion is useless against mutant beasts. Then the magic that controls those mutant beasts is probably the goblin's magic. Chapter 287. This invasion came quickly, and the battle ended quickly. Wen Ning's final harvest was some mutant meat, as well as mutant fur and bones. As for the goblins' drops, most of them were eaten by mutant fish, and the ones left were not usable by Wen Ning or the people in the territory. So they were all thrown to the system to exchange for survival points. Wen Ning also salvaged the mess in the moat and stuffed it into the system. In the end, less than 10,000 survival points were exchanged. The bright territory has returned to normal life. Wen Ning calculated that the time was almost up, and arrived at the gate of the territory to wait for the new territory merchant. "Excuse me, can I stay here?" When the time came, he heard the voice before he saw the person. Wen Ning was stunned. This familiar voice. As he was hesitating, a familiar old man gradually appeared at the door. "Na Su." The old miner was also stunned, his beard trembling, and he recognized Wen Ning in front of him. "It's you? My friend, your territory is developing well. Welcome, my friend." Wen Ning rubbed his hands excitedly, and quickly welcomed Na Su into the territory. Ding! It was detected that the territory merchant entered the territory for the second time, triggering the old friend effect, and the overall favorability of the dwarves increased by 10%, and the current favorability is 60%. The favorability of the territory merchant Na Su is 100%, and the purchase of goods can be discounted by 10%. The smile on Wen Ning's face became more genuine. Na Su was the most powerful weapon master she had met so far. Especially in bombs, he was quite accomplished. At the same time, Wen Ning was also curious. There was no agreement between her and Na Su, so why did Na Su come to her territory again? Na Su answered while strolling in the territory. "We have a scoring system for the territories we have visited. If you get full marks, you have a chance to visit them again. Of course, we can also apply to the world rules to go to a certain territory." "Then why did you come?" "Randomly." Wen Ning realized that this scoring system should correspond to the favorability. It was worth the good impression she had made. Na Su followed Wen Ning to visit the territory, and did not react much to the orcs that appeared in Wen Ning's territory. But she was very interested in Wen Ning's robot. She followed him with her eyes, and her fanatical eyes seemed to see through the robot. Wen Ning asked curiously at this time, "You went out this time. Didn't you run out of ore again?" The old miner's ears were slightly red, and he did not answer proudly. Wen Ning reached out and clicked the merchant sign above his head. Merchant items. Fine iron dagger 20 points, 10% off. Iron axe, 10 points, 10% off. The items were exactly the same as the last time I saw him. What else did Wen Ning not understand? He must have run out of them again. But the fine bulletproof vest that she couldn't afford last time was now discounted to only 100 survival points. Wen Ning had no time to hesitate. She immediately placed an order for 100 pieces, and then listed it in the store for 500 survival points the next second. This fine bulletproof vest was definitely not as good as her blue crystal armor, but it was more than enough for the people in the territory. After receiving the transaction information, Na Su was stunned for a moment, and there was no reaction on his face. Then he looked up and said to Wen Ning, "I will stay here for 3 days." Na Su was a wandering merchant, and he devoted himself to the research of minerals. Randomly brushing the territory is also for different types of ores. If the types of ores in the territory are mediocre, he would rather choose to wander. Dig a mine in the wild and spend the night. The ores and semi-finished products visible on the surface of Wen Ning's territory are very common. But Na Su is very interested in Wen Ning's robot. "The last time I saw this lord, it seemed that he was not in this continent. He built such a large territory in such a short time." He was also curious about Wen Ning's ability. That's why he proposed to stay here. What Wen Ning didn't know was that for Na Su, this was the first territory that made him stay for the second time. But Wen Ning was also very happy. Na Su was her old friend. Without the restraint of the first meeting, Wen Ning's plan to stay here was easier to speak. But there is no hurry now. Let's settle Na Su down first. Wen Ning took Na Su directly to the blacksmith shop of Shirtai. Compared with the shop, he probably likes it here more. As expected, Na Su's eyes lit up when he saw Wen Ning's furnace ruin's personal refining furnace. Wen Ning introduced Shirtai to Na Su. Although both of them could make weapons, they were obviously in different directions, and Shirtai's skills were obviously not as good as Na Su's. However, Shirtai's method of processing semi-finished beasts was something Na Su had never seen before. The two hit it off immediately, and they opened the topic of material processing in just 2 sentences, chatting as if no one was around. Wen Ning did not interrupt, and only stepped forward when he saw Shirtai introducing her furnace to Na Su, and Na Su's interest was getting higher and higher. He took out a piece of transparent crystal from his backpack and handed it to Na Su. Na-Su, I would like to ask you to help me look at this. I have obtained a lot, but I can't process it, nor can I use it to make semi-finished products. Na-Su took it and looked at it twice, his eyes calm. Wen Ning knew immediately that Na-Su knew how to deal with crystals. As expected, Na-Su nodded casually, indicating that he could deal with it. When he made samples, he could let Wen Ning choose what he needed. Great. Wen Ning clapped his hands, but Na-Su continued at this time. You want me to help you deal with these materials? Yes, I can deal with as many as you have, and I can even teach the people in your territory how to deal with them, but... Wen Ning immediately said, you can decide the reward. Na-Su was not polite to Wen Ning. Give me one of the machines in your territory that can move, and I need their energy core. Wen Ning was stunned and hesitated. You mean robots? Na-Su frowned. He had never seen the kind of machine that could move autonomously, but the title of this human lord was very fitting. Then Na-Su nodded. Yes, robots, I want to study them. Oh, it's not difficult, but I can't give you a robot that has been put into use. I can give you a brand new one that has not been turned on. Na-Su nodded. Okay. Wen Ning considered that Na-Su might want to make a robot to help him mine, so he directly synthesized a mining robot, non-directional, synthesizing 10, there will always be 1 or 2, for Na-Su. Then he gave him an electric energy core. This time Na-Su's eyes really lit up, and after taking Wen Ning's electric energy core, he started working without hesitation. Seeing the huge energy contained in it, Na-Su was completely excited. No! We must start working immediately. Otherwise, 3 days will not be enough. Chapter 288. Seeing that Na-Su was working hard, Wen Ning only whispered to Shirtai to provide help, and then left the blacksmith shop. She completely believed in Na-Su's ability, and she just had to wait patiently. In the afternoon, Wen Ning inspected the moat again and observed the status of the mutant fish. Most of the potions dropped by the goblins were bitten by the mutant fish. The water in the moat also became turbid. Worried that the mutant fish would be poisoned, Wen Ning deliberately threw a few lively mutant beasts into the moat. Only after confirming that the mutant fish had not suffered any damage was he relieved. Wen Ning also sighed that the mutant fish had a stomach of steel. As the sky gradually darkened, Wen Ning walked towards the farm after dinner. It was just 9 o'clock, and the periphery of the farm was surrounded by lion tribesmen. There were also some cat tribesmen who were watching the fun. When they saw Wen Ning, everyone greeted him enthusiastically. Why don't you go in and take a look? There was a little cat lying on top of the lion man lying on the wall of the farm. Hearing this, he smiled and said, Lord, don't worry about us. The vegetables in the farm are very delicate. With so many of us going in, we will definitely accidentally damage them. We can see it from here. Lord, please go in. Wen Ning took a look and saw that the lion people were carrying their own benches and lying on the wall of the farm, looking eagerly in the direction of the Samo chief. The little cat was not afraid of the burly lion people. He climbed onto the shoulders and heads of the lion people in a few seconds. The lion people held the cat people up with good temper and proudly taught the cat people about the yahui flower. The dancing and joyful look seemed as if he had seen the scene of the yahui flower in full bloom. The scene was full of joy. Wen Ning shook her head and laughed. As long as the rules of the territory were not violated, she would not restrict the behavior of the people too much. Just like now, as long as the farm wall did not collapse, they could ride if they wanted. Ah-Zi squatted on Wen Ning's shoulder and followed Wen Ning into the farm. And Hu-Zi's back was occupied by Xiao Jin and Xiao Jin. Master, this flower has such a strong vitality. Ah-Zi was surprised. After the yahui flower sprouted, she tried to connect again. Although she successfully sensed the core of the yahui flower, her skills could not be used. Wen Ning was not too surprised after learning about it. Originally, it was speculated that the yahui flower was uncontrollable, and everything had to be done according to its habits. This just proved this speculation. Unlike Wen Ning, other people could not see the specific time when the yahui flower bloomed. Only Wen Ning could see the countdown to the yahui flower blooming. So everyone could only hold their breath and wait, for fear of missing the yahui flower blooming. Yahui flower, growth period 0 hours, 0 minutes, 15 seconds. Here it comes. Wen Ning murmured as he looked at the faint flower, and Ah-Zi instantly lifted her sleepy eyelids and looked at the flower bud in front of her. The blue-purple flower bud gradually lit up from the inside, and 50 flower buds lit up one after another, lighting up a corner of the farm. Ah, it's really about to bloom. The Samo chief exclaimed excitedly. The prelude to the blooming of yahui flower is to emit light, but the light of these flowers is much brighter than the light he saw last time. The orcs on the wall also became excited when they heard this. In Wen Ning's eyes, the light emitted by the blue-purple flower was dazzling but not glaring. Even a little soft. 10 seconds later, the light gradually reached the top. At this time, the petals of the closed petals suddenly broke a small hole. A ray of the light of the yaoi flower leaked out. Then, the light gradually became more and more, and the yaoi flower relaxed its body at a speed visible to the naked eye, and completely opened its bud. So beautiful. The yaoi flower is a double-petal flower, one as big as a peony on the blue star, and there is a flowing glimmer on each petal. Circles, as if rippling in people's hearts. Wen Ning was amazed at the beauty of this flower. 50 yaoi flowers opened one after another, and the seeds in the center completely shone brightly, and the light gradually became more and more prosperous. One by one, the yaoi flowers swayed slightly, like a piece of light blue lanterns appearing in a corner of the farm. Wen Ning now completely understood why it was called yaoi flower. Imagine such flowers blooming all over the Wasteland continent. The brilliance at that time may really surpass the moon or even the sun. The brightest light in the center is naturally the seeds of the yaoi flower. At this moment, its light clearly illuminates the faces of everyone present. Wen Ning did not forget the most important thing. Under her instruction, 50 gardening robots have been ready next to 50 yaoi flowers. But the signal for picking still depends on the Samo chief. The light of the seed shone for about half an hour, and everyone gradually came back to their senses from the beautiful scenery. All eyes were focused on the Samo chief. At this time, the wasteland, even the soil of the intermediate planting field is still not the most suitable planting condition. So, this batch of yaoi flowers can only mature one seed. The opening of the yaoi flower can only be said to be a successful start. The most important thing is to pick the seeds. Wen Ning waited patiently, but the Samo chief stared at the seeds of the yaoi flower. Until the light emitted by the seeds gradually weakened, the Samo chief immediately shouted, "Pick the seeds. Be sure to pick them before its light fades." After saying that, the Samo chief had already picked the seed in front of him. The two sons behind him were stunned for a moment, and before they could reach out, the yaoi flower seeds in front of them were picked up by a mechanical arm. 49 robots acted together, and picked all the yaoi flower seeds in an instant. The light in the corner of the farm dimmed quickly, and the yaoi flower with the seeds removed was still swaying with the remaining light on the petals, still very beautiful. The seeds picked by the robots lost their brilliance in an instant, and the onlookers looked at each other in surprise. The light disappeared. Did it fail? Wen Ning was also puzzled. At this time, the Samo tribe leader smiled and stepped forward, putting the brown, dull seeds in his hand into Wen Ning's palm. Success? Lord, this batch of seeds is of very good quality. Then the Samo tribe leader explained that the yaoi flower seeds must be picked when the seeds have released all the light and the light converges. The more timely the picking is at this time, the more energy the seeds will lock, and the soil in a larger area can be improved when sowing next time. And it can also extend the picking time. This batch was basically picked at the same time, and it was very timely, successfully improving the quality of the seeds. Wen Ning nodded in understanding. At this time, Aziz suddenly said in surprise, "Master, the harmful substances in this piece of soil are decreasing." In Aziz's eyes, the land where yaoi flowers are planted is being purified bit by bit. Chapter 289. Wen Ning looked at the soil corresponding to the yaoi flower pointed by Aziz in surprise. The naked eye could not see anything, so he turned his head to look at the Samo chief. The Samo chief stroked his beard proudly. He said slowly, "After picking the seeds of the yaoi flower will still bloom for 8 hours. At this time, all the energy will be used to repair the soil. First absorb harmful substances, and then improve fertility." At this point, the Samo chief suddenly said excitedly, "Lord, I am confident that in 1 year, as long as 1 year, we can restore the microbial environment of the territory soil, and it is not impossible to breed earthworms." Wen Ning frowned and listened to the Samo chief's explanation. Harmful substances? Do you know what harmful substances are absorbed by the yaoi flower now? The Samo chief pondered for a moment and said, "Lord, it is some pollutants, nuclear radiation, and biological agents, as well as harmful substances deposited by long-term harsh environment." Wait a minute. Wen Ning looked at the Samo chief with a weird look. "How do you know? Nuclear radiation, biological agents?" The Samo chief looked puzzled. He looked at Wen Ning and tried to explain, but he didn't know where to start. These things existed in his mind normally. Just like knowing that plants should be planted in the soil, and knowing that the sun rises from the east and sets in the west. Wen Ning had a huge doubt in his heart, but the Samo chief in front of him, who looked honest, didn't realize that these things seemed to be something he shouldn't know. Ding! Players trigger a hidden mission. Please explore the history of the Lion Man continent. Mission, when Ning's eyes widened. Another mission. A hidden mission. What secrets are hidden in the Orc continent where the Lion Men live? The history of the Orc continent? How to explore. Are we going to the Orc continent? Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Lion Tribe teleport ticket *1, the system then prompted, and when Ning subconsciously took out the ticket to take a look. Wow, it's really a ticket to the Orc continent. It's a round-trip ticket. System, what does this coordinate mean? When Ning looked at the coordinates recorded on the parchment scroll, which corresponded to a coordinate inside the Dawn Forest. It's not far from the ruins. The coordinates are the coordinates of a one-time space-time channel. Oh, it means a temporary station. When the system was updated, it was said that the space-time channel was successfully established, and this channel may be bidirectional. When Ning put away the parchment scroll, it seems that it is time to explore the interior of the Dawn Forest. It was late today, and when Ning did not ask too much about the Samo Chief. This matter is of great importance, and it is definitely not something that Samo Chief can explain in just 2 or 3 sentences. A new round of Yaoi flowers will be planted tomorrow morning, and when Ning plans to plant all of them tomorrow. After dismissing the onlookers, and agreeing with Samo Chief to meet at the farm at 8:30 tomorrow morning, when Ning returned to the shelter with a heavy heart. Lying on the soft big bed in the shelter, when Ning recalled what Samo Chief had said. Yaoi flowers have been planted on their Orc continent for thousands of years, and it stands to reason that the environment on the Orc continent should be very good. But what kind of change can cause the environment of the entire planet to deteriorate sharply? Even the soil protected by the Yaoi flower was severely damaged, and in the end, even the Yaoi flower could not survive. Also, how is nuclear radiation produced? The only way when Ning could think of to quickly destroy the environment and release a large amount of nuclear radiation is a world war, with a large number of nuclear conflicts. But I have never heard the Lion people talk about the existence of humans on their continent. Could it be that the Orcs invented nuclear weapons? Wait, when Ning suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Why do alien races have no favorability towards humans? Humans. There are humans on the Lion Orc continent. This guess made when Ning sit up instantly. There are heinous human slave owners on the Cat continent, who said there are no humans on the Lion continent, when Ning patted his head. The Lion people never mentioned this matter, and he never asked. Now think about it, this explanation is reasonable. Humans did something that destroyed the entire planet, causing the entire world to be irradiated. A large number of plants died, and the Yaoi flowers guarded by the Lion people also became extinct. Is this why the Lion men have no favorability towards humans? This is why alien territories cannot accommodate humans. These Orcs have a basic favorability of 50% towards or under the influence of the system, which can offset their hatred for humans. So what is the meaning of the existence of her own territory? Atonement? When Ning got goosebumps instantly, if that's the case. Then are the races represented by all the alien merchants refreshed in her territory victims of human activities? The mystery in her mind grew bigger and bigger, and when Ning's thoughts seemed to be led into a dark alley, there was no way out. Just then, system announcement. Player Zhang Yu's territory was captured and controlled by aliens, and all players were killed. System announcement. The second alien territory of the Wasteland was born. The game will urgently update the translation patch. All players will be forced to fall asleep. The update time is 6 hours. The system announcement rang 3 times, and then when Ning's eyes went dark and he fell asleep, only the system's emergency update remained in his ears. Time went back to 3 hours ago. At 2300 hours on the night of February 18th in the Wasteland calendar, player Zhang Yu's Transcendence territory was brightly lit, and there were players singing and dancing around the bonfire in the square. The territory's protection system can automatically isolate the oppression of the night. Zhang Yu obtained this Lord's order on the 16th, 2 days after the disaster ended. He and his companions took the risk to participate in the Red Bounty mission just after the disaster ended, and lost 2 team members. Finally, he obtained this Lord's order. It is a commercial Lord order with an area of 3,000 square meters. After upgrading to level 2, the area expanded to 6,000 square meters. When a new territory was established, not many players joined, and the territory was just enough for accommodation. Zhang Yu was originally a player in a small base. At this time, he got the Lord order and pulled 50 players from the original base to join. With the protection mechanism of the territory, everyone does not have to run back to the shelter at night. All the players are very excited. In addition, some players drop drinks when fighting monsters. In the past few days, Zhang Yu and his partners have been partying every night, and the bonfire has not stopped. The players are not without a sense of crisis. They take turns to send players to guard the half-built wall. The remaining players have been suppressed by the night for a long time, and the Wasteland has been almost crazy for a month. Now they have hit the bottom, and are indulging themselves in the square without any scruples. It will not be until late at night that they will disperse and return to the shelter to rest. While they were drinking, a man quietly approached the crowd. Zhang Yu looked back. He was only slightly tipsy, not too drunk, and still maintained basic vigilance. So he noticed the man behind him approaching him. But after seeing the person clearly, Zhang Yu's tense nerves relaxed. He even greeted him enthusiastically. "Old Ghost, is it as lively there as it is here?" The man called Old Ghost was the territory merchant who arrived today. At this time, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he grinned. "It's much more lively there than here." Chapter 290. A mouthful of yellow teeth bared out, and there was some indescribable mince meat between the teeth, which made him feel a little disgusting when he smiled. Zhang Yu endured the discomfort, and did not refute the Old Ghost. This territory merchant had advanced weapons on him, and he was hoping to brush up his favorability and buy at a discount. Although his diet was raw mutant beast meat, Zhang Yu did not dare to say anything. However, he accompanied the territory merchant for the whole afternoon today, and his favorability only increased by 10%. Zhang Yu was a little discouraged and ignored the Old Ghost behind him. It was okay for him to appear and disappear, but he had no idea about his preferences. He would brush up his favorability tomorrow. He turned around and called the players to go back and rest. It was too late to gather, and the sound would easily attract wild beasts and mutant beasts. The remaining walls had to be built tomorrow, otherwise there would be no resistance if the mutant beasts came. Zhang Yu turned his back, and did not see the changing eyes of the Old Ghost behind him. Today's gathering was the largest one in the past few days, since the establishment of the territory. Zhang Yu did not hide his possessions, but shared the attributes of the weapons brought by Lao Gui with the territory's people. So everyone thought that they should improve Lao Gui's favorability in the next few days. When they buy these weapons at a discount, their combat power will soar. It is not impossible to grab another lord's order at that time. He was a little carried away by his pride, and only Zhang Yu tried his best to stay sober. But he was forced to drink by the territory's people, and his steps began to be a little light. And Lao Gui looked at the scene in front of him indifferently, watching Zhang Yu drink 2 more glasses of wine, and did not mean to stop him. As if he was a competent NPC. Until 30 people drank so much that they didn't know which direction to go. The players guarding the wall at the edge of the territory also began to feel drowsy, and their eyelids gradually drooped. A player who was drinking to boost his courage held up a bottle of wine, and staggered to the Old Ghost, ignoring the pulling of his companions. He asked with a full mouth of alcohol, "Old Ghost, why do you always wrap yourself like a mummy? This black robe is inconvenient to wear. I have a good armor. How about I exchange it with you? As long as you give me a black armor knife." The black armor knife is a kind of weapon brought by the Old Ghost. It has a peculiar shape and very good properties. One knife costs 2,000 survival points. And the good armor that the player said is just a bulletproof vest that the Old Ghost has never seen. It costs at most 500 survival points to buy it. This player wants to take advantage of the information gap to pit the Old Ghost because he doesn't understand the Wasteland market. Seeing that the Old Ghost was unmoved, the player, who was drunk, actually directly pulled the Old Ghost's black robe. The Old Ghost was not careful for a moment, and the black robe on his body was directly torn off by the brute force player. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yu hurried forward to stop him. If he offended this territory merchant, he might be punished by the system. The Old Ghost also instantly grabbed the player's wrist and twisted it back. The player screamed in pain instantly. Zhang Yu saw that his brother's wrist was about to be broken and became more anxious. There was more trouble in the rush, and Zhang Yu rushed to rescue him in a panic. After a while of tossing, there was only a tearing sound, and the Old Ghost's black robe was actually torn apart by Zhang Yu and another person, revealing the scene inside. Hiss. This. The onlookers were stunned on the spot, only to see that the Old Ghost's exposed body was actually all non-human skin. The bumpy body was covered with various black shells attached to the skin. The limbs were actually welded with metal. At this time, the Old Ghost jumped up quickly, and kicked the player, who was pulling his black robe away. The huge force kicked the player's neck. The player who had not figured out what happened only saw the player's neck being cut off alive. Then the head and body flew backwards in a weird posture. Swish! The dirty blood splashed, and Zhang Yu's face was splashed with warmth. Before he could react from the huge shock, his chest hurt. The old ghost's hand actually penetrated his chest and pulled out his heart directly. Zhang Yu's eyes were bloodshot, and he died on the spot. The players behind the two stood there in a daze. At this time, the old ghost threw Zhang Yu's heart away and took a step forward. A terrifying smile bloomed. Since it has been exposed, then there is no way to survive. The players whose brains were paralyzed by alcohol reacted belatedly, and staggered and raised their weapons to attack. But Lao Gui ignored them. The weapons of these people could not hurt him at all. Instead, he took out a piece of metal and threw it into the teleportation array of the territory. The light column shot up into the sky in an instant. In less than 10 seconds, after Lao Gui killed 2 more players, a group of aliens walked out of the light column behind him. They held various weapons in their hands, including guns and knives. The players beyond the territory opened their eyes wide. This kind of monster was something they had never seen before. The body of a human, the head was indeed a variety of strange-shaped insects. Beetles, ladybugs, and even soft-bodied caterpillars. One by one, they squeaked in a language they couldn't understand and stepped into their territory. The antennae on their heads kept shaking, and the players instantly had a splitting headache, and there was no way to open the chat channel at all. Then, a scream like purgatory sounded. The old ghost just watched indifferently from the side. At this time, the players guarding the wall heard the screams and gathered around nervously. The last wave of express delivery was delivered smoothly. Then, the leading Zerd man squeaked and screamed, and the old ghost stepped forward and took away the floating Lord Order. The Lord Order emitted a red glow, and after falling into his hands, the red light was absorbed from the Lord Order into the hands of the old ghost. After absorbing it all, the black mist emanated from the palm of the old ghost again, surrounding the Lord Order. 10 minutes later, the old ghost opened his eyes, and then wherever his eyes went, the territory buildings began to collapse across the board, until everything was reduced to ruins, turned to ashes, and blown away by the wind. Then, as if under the control of the old ghost, strange buildings rose from the ground and were distributed throughout the territory. The black wall was more than 10 meters high, and it looked like steel, with a smooth surface, but it was matte. The great changes were completed within 20 minutes. The Zerd people behind him moved their tentacles slightly, and walked into different cave-like buildings in batches. The old ghost respectfully sent the group of Zerd people away, and looked down at the blood on his hands. I don't know what he was thinking. Finally, he turned around and walked into a small wooden house. February 19th of the Wasteland calendar, mild season, 8 o'clock, rain, when Ning woke up in the sound of pattering rain. The system's forced hibernation required the player to wake up after 8 o'clock. The 4 little ones all lay on the head of the bed, and looked at Wen Ning. After comforting them one by one, Wen Ning stood up and checked the updated content. System patch installed successfully, 100 foreign languages updated. Wen Ning was a little dumbfounded by this lonely message. It took so long to update just one language. Chapter 291. World Channel. What's going on? Such a big move to update 100 languages? World Channel. There are more and more system bugs. Are you playing the game with your feet? World Channel. Brothers, do you remember the announcement last night? What was the territory called? World Channel. I know this question. Zhang Yu. We used to be in the same base. This guy was lucky enough to get a Lord's Order and immediately poached half of our people. World Channel. I used to fight monsters with him, but this guy didn't take me with him when he led his people away. World Channel. But this is not the point. The point is that the law of heaven will turn around, and no one will be spared by heaven. World Channel. Can you talk nonsense upstairs and get to the point? World Channel. Zhang Yu is dead. World Channel. Brother, don't steal my lines. The point is that Zhang Yu's territory is the territory that was captured by aliens in the system announcement yesterday. The territory is in our area. At about 11 o'clock last night, more than 50 players disappeared from the regional channel in an instant, and then the announcement sounded. World Channel. What the hell? Disappeared in an instant? World Channel. Not really, it was a few minutes before and after. I was about to go to bed at the time, and I habitually glanced at the regional channel. I thought it was a siege by mutant beasts. World Channel. That's also terrifying. Okay, these people have no weapons? Don't know how to resist? World Channel. Not to mention resistance, there was not even a sound for help. The regional channel was quiet, as if these people had suddenly disappeared. World Channel. This is retribution. Let him not take me with him, ha ha ha. World Channel. The person above has lost his mind. Since the alien race can invade their territory, what do you think its next target is? World Channel. Damn. After listening to your words, I understand. Hurry up and pack up and run. World Channel. Don't worry, our team has already found the side of Zhang Yu's territory. Let's reveal what happened last night. Brothers who are interested, please click on my live broadcast room. Remember to follow. World Channel. Anchor Liliu, the crime scene was found so quickly, Bushy. World Channel. What is a real warrior? This is a real warrior. This anchor must be followed. After the system update, all players' live broadcast rights were opened. When Ning saw this message and clicked into the players' live broadcast room, it was found to be a team of 5 people. They were wearing the same camouflage nets used by special forces. They were moving cautiously in a certain direction. The screen was foggy, and only the bushes not far away could be seen. When Ning got up and projected the live screen to fix it, the discussion in the world was only more than half an hour, and these people had already found the crime scene. When Ning had to admire the courage of these people. According to the World Channel, the territory was just established, but the number of players was also above 50. They were all eliminated silently, and this group of aliens did not escape, but established a new territory. Although there is no evidence that this group of aliens will establish the territory at the original address. But when Ning felt that these unknown aliens had the ability to eliminate players instantly, and they must be fearless. And this team of 5 people is likely to become takeaway boys. Many people on the bullet screen shared the same opinion as Wen Ning, and advised the 5 players not to act rashly. If a player is broadcasting live in his own shelter, he can expand the camera's visible range to about 500 meters, and the system will automatically block other people's shelters. And the Lord can expand the camera to about 2 kilometers within the territory. But in the wild, the field of vision is at most 30 meters centered on the player. So when the 5 players suddenly froze in place, the players on the bullet screen stopped arguing. The bullet screen asked them what they saw. A player trembled in his voice, and turned the live broadcast perspective to the front. City. Castle. The Black Castle. It's so big, can't you see it? But the players in the live broadcast room could only see a thick fog 30 meters away. The state of the 5 players was too strange, as if they were scared silly. They didn't dare to move forward. The barrage urged the players to get closer to see, at least let them see what the other team's lineup was. If they were discovered, they would be finished running, but they were afraid that they couldn't escape with all their equipment. If they were scared, they would have said it earlier, and they kept people on edge early in the morning. Under the instigation of the barrage, several players finally plucked up their courage. First, they replaced all their equipment with speed-enhancing ones, and then went to the treasure pavilion to buy a food that increased their speed. Then they faced the camera. Brothers, this time we're going to spend a lot of money. Everyone must pay attention to us. Fuck. Let's fight. Then several players began to move carefully towards the castle they saw. The whole wilderness was full of bushes, and there were some big pits on the bumpy ground. This is why they dare to approach, with so many shelters and perfect camouflage. It should be no problem to take a closer look. Just one look. If the camera captures it, retreat. With so many shelters, I don't believe he can kill me in 1 second. 5 people started live broadcast at the same time, and all the perspectives were fixed in front of their eyes, broadcasting in the first person. So the players in the live broadcast room could only look at a thick fog, and then listen to the host's cautious movements and deliberately suppressed breathing. Everyone's heart began to lift up gradually. In order to liven up the atmosphere, the barrage began to do all kinds of things. The jokes eliminated most of the fear of the 5 players. But for these 5 players, the huge black castle in front of them was getting closer and closer. At first, they could only see the top of the castle. Now they had to look up to see the top. The area of this castle group was at least 1,000 acres. When they got close, it blocked out the sky and the sun, exuding a chilling feeling. The alien race living in it must be very powerful. Everyone present knew that this territory was only established last night, but now it has expanded to such a large size. The development speed is so terrifying. I will briefly introduce the basic situation of this castle to everyone. We are now about 500 meters away from it. The barrage players listened to the host's panting and trembling voice, and the thick fog in front of them seemed to gradually begin to dissipate. This castle is very high. When we were 800 meters away from it, it had blocked all the sunlight. It can't be said to be a single-family villa. To be precise, it is a huge building complex. This is not my expertise, so I can't describe it. But based on my years of traveling around the world, I have never seen any building similar to it on Blue Star. This kind of building is all black and has no windows. It is like a kind of obelisk stacked together. There is no gap between the bricks on the outer wall. It is self-contained. And I have been observing just now. This building doesn't even have a door. Maybe we are approaching its back, but we can't approach its side at all. Because of its area. Ah. 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 Chapter 292. After a few short screams, the 5 live broadcast rooms suddenly disconnected. Wen Ning's face tightened, and he quickly clicked on the anchor's avatar, and found that it was still in color, and he was still breathing heavily. Then he found that the player's avatar was gray in an instant. Dead. According to the movement speed of these players, they should have only approached the range of 300 meters of the castle. They were discovered like this? Did they step on a trap? Wen Ning looked at everyone's speculation on the World Channel and instantly overturned his own inference. It's impossible for all 5 to die instantly if they step on a trap, right? It's not like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather, not to mention that the 5 live broadcast rooms were all without exception, and nothing was filmed. What's more terrifying is that the players in these 5 live broadcast rooms were cut off from the live broadcast at almost the same time, and then they were killed. What? Can the live broadcast be turned off instantly? Wen Ning's first reaction was that the other party could control the system, but then he thought it was wrong. How could the system allow a race that can control itself to descend? The only explanation is that the consciousness of these players was instantly absorbed, just like a slave scroll. The connection between the players and the system was deprived. Depriving the connection with the system, unless the system is willing, otherwise it is. Mental attack. Wen Ning raised his head instantly, a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. This alien race relies on mental attacks. This also explains why the dozens of players who died instantly last night did not successfully call for help. These players were also, the live broadcast was suddenly cut off, and I am afraid that the brain has lost the active response. In this case, it is not difficult to be killed. Wen Ning took out the death note. Invasion of alien race, friend or foe unknown. 1. Mental attack. 2. Extremely fast growth speed. 3. Detection range between 300 and 400 meters. 4. The rest is unknown for the time being. As another alien territory, Wen Ning is not sure why this race came to the Wasteland continent. The system did not give any prompts. Wen Ning was far away from the Emperor, and could only take no action for the time being. Focus on collecting intelligence first. The discussion on the World Channel about this matter is high, but no one wants to go and see it. The sudden disappearance of 5 players seems to have brought a huge blow to everyone. Compared with the disappearance of dozens of players such as Zhang Yu, this unknown player disappeared alive in front of his eyes. This impact is obviously more violent. In addition, the players on the World Channel broke the news that several races appeared at the same time. After the system updated the language system, the trouble of communication was eliminated. World Channel. Hey buddy. Have you seen a thumb elf? We met one when we were opening the map. It was small and very cute. It ran away when it saw us. World Channel. Elf? The kind with pink wings. I haven't seen it. World Channel. I've never seen you so excited. World Channel. I haven't seen an elf either, but I met a group of talking moles. They were carrying small backpacks and mining in the mines. We gave them 2 pieces of jet stone, and this little guy dug holes for us and found several mines. World Channel. I've seen an elf. We were digging potatoes in the forest, wild, sure, and then a little yellow ball popped out, jumping around. The territory girl has reached a friendly relationship with it. This little guy can speed up the maturity of crops. World Channel. Said, good fellow. Why did I meet a talking goat? It's okay that it doesn't give anything, but it kicks when it doesn't agree with you. World Channel. Talking beasts and elves are all local residents. They can be tamed. Many people in our territory who don't have pets have obtained pets by cheating. World Channel. Attention everyone. We met a goblin. This thing can do magic. With a point of the apple branch, the brother collapsed all of a sudden, and when we went up to see, he was no longer breathing. World Channel. We also met this green ghost who can take drugs. Once you take this potion, it's like a body of diamond indestructible. You can't kill it. World Channel. We also met a group of talking dog-headed people. I don't know where they came from. They came up to rob our territory, we killed them, and the pile of things they dropped were useless. Wen Ning read them one by one. The game has been updated for several days. It turns out that such a big change has taken place in the world. It seems that the goblin race is not coming for her alone. The players' lives are not so monotonous. In the past mild season, mutant beasts disappeared or were fixedly refreshed in a certain area. Players mainly focused on development and infighting. Could it be that the number of players has decreased and the system has optimized the life functions? Wen Ning sorted and collected the information sent by the players. The elves and beastmen are mostly the natives of the Wasteland continent, and their attitudes towards humans are somewhat divided. The elves have a hatred attitude towards humans as a whole, but the elves that humans have encountered so far are very young. Curiosity towards humans is greater than fear and hatred. The beastmen's attitude towards humans is unclear, some are kind, and some are malicious. Goblins should not be natives, and their attitude towards humans is pure hatred. They will fight to the death if they meet. And they will also rob human territory. The orcs are a foreign race. Wen Ning has not met them in the wild yet, but other players also have the attitude of fighting when they meet them. There is another thing, which is the new energy fragments discussed on the World Channel. Fire attribute. During the disaster season, the fragments that dropped were electric and ice. Players also thought that there were only these two types. But now there is a fire attribute. Wen Ning listened to the player's experience. He got a very bad news. That is, this fragment was dropped from the alien orcs. Based on this news, the attitude of players towards alien orcs can be imagined. Wen Ning's first reaction was whether the orcs in his territory would drop it. What if he met humans in the Wasteland continent in the future? Wen Ning took a closer look and found that the fire fragment did exist. This person posted it for everyone to see. But he said that it dropped from the orcs, which is debatable, because no one came out to confirm this. Wen Ning temporarily questioned this piece of information. Perhaps there was too much information exposed today, and information that no one had mentioned before frequently appeared on the World Channel. For example, now, Wen Ning was looking at a piece of information and fell into deep thought. World Channel. Has anyone entered the ruins and obtained this thing? Share. Book of History, Volume 1. Chapter 293. World Channel. History book. I got one too. The content inside is weird. World Channel. What's weird? Can you elaborate on it, brother? World Channel. Brother upstairs, I pay 100,000 energy cores for your history book. Don't open it, it's a one-time item. I won't want it if you open it. World Channel. Good fellow. What kind of item is this? It's so expensive. World Channel. It can't be a skill book. The big brother upstairs opened it. Is it really a skill book? Please tell me, I'm so anxious. World Channel. King Gigi is not as anxious as you. It's not a skill book, but the content, I can sell it in 10 pieces. World Channel. Good fellow, you know how to do business. This is a one-time item. Once you open it, only you know the content. Who knows if it's true or not? Wen Ning looked at the several history books that suddenly appeared on the World Channel, and the suffixes all had the volume number. System prompt. Players, please note that the history books that have been obtained will be marked with the volume number. Wen Ning suddenly realized that she had already read all these history books. Looking at the reaction of the World Channel, most players don't know the existence of the history book. And the big guys who know the existence of the history book have already started to buy it privately. Wen Ning's backstage received several messages, all of which wanted to sell the history book to the Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion is not short of money, and can please her. These people are all worldly wise. Wen Ning looked at it, and didn't buy any new ones. And he didn't reveal that he had already obtained it. The message sent to the Treasure Pavilion fell on deaf ears, and the players began to doubt whether the history book in their hands was really valuable. However, someone else soon bought it at a high price. The smart players had guessed why Wen Ning didn't want his history book, and they called him awesome. It turned out that he had already seen the book in his hand. So he thought that he would send it to the Treasure Pavilion next time he found it. However, individual players also knew that it was difficult to obtain the history book, and it was impossible to get it without some strength. He could only try his luck. Wen Ning collected and sorted out the information, and made a plan for the next step. He still focused on expanding the territory. After settling the territory, he went to the depths of the Dawn Forest. His territory was backed by mountains on one side, the sea on the other, and the forest on the other side. There were also many patrol robots. There might be aliens or indigenous people in the dark who didn't dare to approach. When he left the shelter, the Samo chief was already waiting at the door. Wen Ning came out late, but he didn't seem impatient. Wen Ning said hello and led people to the farm. With the experience from the last time, planting yaoi flowers this time was a piece of cake. To be on the safe side, Wen Ning doubled the number of gardening robots, guarding the farm 24 hours a day, and dividing the farm area into patrol areas for combat robots. Then, Wen Ning went to see the situation in the mission hall again. Currently, the leader's main task is to collect supplies, so Wen Ning doubled the number of protection robots. Then he came to the blacksmith shop where Na Su was. As soon as he entered the door, the first person Wen-Ning noticed was not Na Su, who was working hard, but Shirtai, who was holding a small notebook with red eyes. When he got closer, he saw that Shirtai's eyelids kept drooping, but he was watching Na Su's movements, trying not to sleep. He was afraid of missing any step. Wen-Ning then saw that what Na Su was holding was actually the mining robot she had given him yesterday. It had been disassembled by Na Su, and only a pile of parts were left. And what Na Su was holding was actually a mining robot that was about the same size as him. Na Su, what are you doing? You asked for a robot just to make a high-quality replica of yourself? Wen-Ning was puzzled, but Na Su did not explain too much. He looked up at Wen-Ning and said coldly, "The things you want are over there. Tell me when you have chosen them." Wen-Ning followed the direction of his sight, and found a few crumpled papers lying quietly on the table. Wen-Ning walked over and picked it up, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. This is actually a method for processing crystals, crystal pieces, crystal blades, crystal cloth, liquid crystal, and crystal bullets. The quantity is marked behind each type, how many crystals are needed for one material. And there are also simple uses. Take crystal bullets for example, there are 3 crystal addition ratios of 10%, 50%, and 90%. The hardness, range, armor penetration thickness, and other special abilities of the bullets are gradually increased. And bullets made of different colors of crystal have different functions. A detailed comparison is attached at the end. Wen-Ning was simply stunned. She wondered if Na Su secretly took her crystal to experiment after she was forced to sleep last night. Otherwise, how could such accurate data be obtained? Wen-Ning was stunned and said to Na Su, "Can I choose all?" Children make choices, adults of course want all. Na Su didn't even raise his head. Yes, but a lot of crystals are needed for experiments to ensure safety. And, for each type, you have to give me 10 of these energy cores. Wen-Ning looked at the electric energy core next to him, which had not been synthesized and had a shelf life. 10 yuan, this is not a good way to save money. If I provide you with a better energy core, can you give me a discount? Na Su was willing to stop what he was doing and looked at the energetic Wen-Ning, nodding slowly. Wen-Ning then put forward the conditions. To be honest with you, we have many humans here who can provide you with the energy core in your hand. Na Su was obviously stunned, but did not answer, waiting for Wen-Ning's next words. Wen-Ning simply took out a synthesized energy core with both ice and electric energy, tossed it into Na Su's arms. Na Su felt the difference of the energy core as soon as he received it. He was stunned when he felt the energy contained in it. He subconsciously wanted to put it away. Wen-Ning said leisurely, "But this kind of thing can only be provided by me." Na Su was not stupid either, and immediately asked back, "What are your conditions?" Wen-Ning snapped his fingers happily. Smart people are easy to talk to. Wen-Ning walked to Na Su and sat down, smiling sweetly. "Don't be nervous, friend. My request is very simple. All the technologies and formulas we trade, you can't sell them to others anymore. This is called technology monopoly." Wen-Ning guaranteed that Na Su would never refuse, and who could have more good things than her. After listening, Na Su glanced at Wen-Ning speechlessly. He whispered, "Do you think my favorability is so easy to brush?" Chapter 294. Wen-Ning had good hearing, and she heard Na Su's muttering immediately. But she didn't react for a while, and realized that Na Su was planning the same thing. This made Wen-Ning suddenly feel ashamed. Na Su turned around, and didn't care about Wen-Ning's request. "Don't worry, I probably won't go to other human territories. Not even alien territories." Wen-Ning's eyes showed a hint of surprise, which was actually what she was worried about. Wen-Ning didn't know what type of alien territory that suddenly appeared. Even if it wasn't a commercial type, there was already a second alien territory, and it was very likely that the third and fourth would appear next. But since Na Su had already expressed his opinion, Wen-Ning would definitely believe it. After all, 100% favorability is not a joke. Wen-Ning took out several more synthetic energy cores, and generously gave them to Na Su, and asked, "Do you need more robots?" Wen-Ning was thinking of synthesizing a few more mining robots for Na Su. Anyway, it would only take a little effort. But she didn't expect Na Su to refuse without even thinking, and her hands didn't stop moving. "But I need some of your crystals to put on the robot." Na Su looked up at the scattered parts on the ground and said slowly, "I can make 10 new robots with this robot disassembled and pieced together. The size is suitable for me to use, which is enough." Wen-Ning had no objection when she heard it, and just said that she could tell her everything she needed. Na Su was not polite either, and immediately took out a list for Wen-Ning to prepare. Wen-Ning took it, and saw that it was going to empty her mineral inventory, including crystals, Several types of inventory did not meet the quantity required by Na Su. Wen Ning immediately handed the list to Mira and asked her to collect what she had and transport it to the blacksmith shop first. Then, he forced Sure Tai to go back to sleep and recover his energy before learning the crystal processing technology. Wen Ning herself followed Na Su to learn first. Of course, she could leave these things to the people in the territory, but she could not know how to do it. Only if she learned the core technology herself would she not be controlled by others. Thanks to Wen Ning's strong mental power, although smelting ore was complicated and boring, Wen Ning still learned it. It was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Wen Ning shook his chaotic brain. Said to Na Su, "I go out for a while and come back at 4 o'clock." Seeing this, Na Su took a look and saw that 80% of the crystal-related technology had been taught. It was normal for Wen Ning to stop learning. Anyway, there was still one day. Na Su nodded, turned around and started to deal with his robot. Wen Ning walked out of the blacksmith shop and found 001. "Come on, let's go to the underwater ruins." Wen Ning was in high spirits, and he didn't look like he couldn't learn it all, but he was considering that there were still many crystals that had not been dug out of the underwater ruins. The coordinates were far away, and it would take at least 40 minutes to swim there. Wen Ning planned to time it, because the rule of the ruins was that if you entered before 4 o'clock, no matter how long you came out, the time would jump to 4 o'clock. This limited time ruins had been cleared by her, so it was not time limited now. Wen Ning decided to take Hu Zi and Xiao Jin to see the world together. Xiao Jin and Xiao Jin were almost upgraded, and Wen Ning was quite interested in their skills. Wen Ning and Hu Zi agreed to meet at the south gate, and while cleaning up the equipment, he and 001 walked over there. He also told Mira that she was going out, and that nothing could happen in the territory for an hour. This time, Wen Ning made full preparations. In addition to 50 war robots, there were 20 transport robots and 20 mining robots, plus 3 pets. At least 1 or 2 treasure caves had to be emptied. According to Wen Ning's observation, there were probably thousands of caves in the seabed ruins where fish-headed monsters and lizard monsters stored crystals. Even the jars in the passage were filled with crystals, so you can imagine how rich they were. Wen Ning thought that these crystals might have been dug out by the fish-headed monsters from the ore veins. Or, this ruins itself was on a crystal ore vein. With this in mind, Wen Ning had already arrived at the beach on the south side. He picked a coconut and drank it, waiting for Hu Zi. Roar! The tiger is here. Suddenly, a huge roar came from the jungle in the west. Then, a nearly 10-meter-long king of beasts suddenly rushed out. It was the tiger cub that was hit by a 20-foot injury. Wen Ning, I was speechless. Big Jean and Little Jean squatted on Hu Zi's back, their 2 curled-up front paws tightly holding the hair, and the whole dragon was shaking up and down. Big Jean said, "This is the bumpiest vehicle I have ever taken." Little Jean said, "You ran well, don't run next time." After Hu Zi had 2 younger brothers, the whole tiger was completely free, as if he had unlocked a certain hot temperament. Wen Ning looked at the leaves stuck on his head, and almost couldn't help laughing. Finally, the 3 little ones stopped in front of Wen Ning in a posture that Hu Zi thought was very cool and cool. If Wen Ning hadn't seen the vomiting movements of Xiao Jin and Xiao Jin, he would have been fooled by Hu Zi. "How is it? What did you get today?" Wen Ning skillfully put on the diving suit and asked the 3 little ones as usual. Xiao Jin and Xiao Jin shook their heads at the same time. Brother who took them to find prey, but they always encountered some huge ones that they couldn't beat. Brother who told him to beat the prey half to death first, and then they would pick up the leftovers. But every time Brother who pawed down, the prey died directly. They didn't gain any experience in the morning, but Brother who was full. There are many topics to talk about this tiger cub, but Wen Ning, who got the answer, didn't give him a chance. He just waved his hand and put the 3 little ones into the space. He spent survival points to take them into the water because there was no suitable diving suit. Hu Zi, take good care of Xiao Jin and Xiao Jin in there. Don't make trouble, we be there soon. Roar! This cured pork ribs looks delicious. Can I eat it? I can only eat 1 piece. Damn, Zi smoked the cured pork ribs for her just to prevent Hu Zi from stealing them and put them in her backpack. Miscalculated, and was on guard, but I didn't expect to be in front of this greedy tiger. When Ning put on his waterproof suit, 001 turned on the pearl light, and the 2 of them went into the water with a splash. 40 minutes later. In the underwater ruins cave, ripples suddenly appeared on the water surface, and 2 heads appeared. When Ning dragged the heavy diving suit ashore, waved his hand, and the 3 little ones appeared in front of him. When Ning put away the diving suit, while looking at the meat residue left at the corner of Hu Zi's mouth. If you eat my food, you have to work hard, do you hear me? Roar! Did you hear me? Mommy has spoken. You two are the main force today. Xiao Jin, main what? Chapter 295. Wen Ning almost laughed at the shameless tiger cub. He glanced at Hu Zi with a warning, and walked forward with 001. Hu Zi felt a chill on the back of his neck, and felt that he was not far from being beaten. He hurriedly followed the two confused brothers. Suddenly, the connection between the three little ones and Wen Ning fluctuated, and the surrounding environment instantly changed. Hu Zi's nonchalant face suddenly became serious. Wen Ning in front sensed Hu Zi's seriousness, and slowed down his pace. De Jin and De Jin were a little stunned, and didn't know what happened. He only heard Wen Ning reminding, "Tiger cubs, protect them." Roar! Got it. Hu Zi has realized that they have entered the ruins. This kind of fluctuation in connection will only occur when switching maps. Hu Zi has experienced it many times. Switching maps means exploration, and exploration means the unknown. And the unknown is often accompanied by danger. So it put away its nonchalant look and began to explain to De Jin and De Jin what to pay attention to hear. Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief after achieving his goal. Hu Zi was still reliable. Sometimes the communication between pets is more important. Their unique way of communication is more suitable for cultivating a sense of teamwork. Wen Ning could see that Xiao Jin and Xiao Jin were closer to Hu Zi than to her. This closeness did not mean that they were more loyal to Hu Zi, but that they were more likely to release their inner character in front of Hu Zi. Wen Ning had observed that the two little ones, especially Xiao Jin, were always arrogant in front of her. They did not release their nature at all. That was true, it was a character issue. But Wen Ning did not have that much time to spend on teaching them. Hu Zi can take on the responsibility of the chief instructor of this pet. In the future, she can hand over the pet to him, and she can be lazy. The second time she entered this underwater ruins, the situation was very different from the last time. The entire map of the ruins that she had already cleared appeared on Wen Ning's panel, including some that she had not explored. The death rules of the ruins still exist, and it has not become an ordinary map. Wen Ning was stunned for a moment when she opened the map, and then smiled. Her guess was right. There was indeed a crystal vein underneath. This vein was not small, and there was more than one. Wen Ning discovered that the caves of the fish-headed monster and the lizard monster were right in the middle of several crystal veins. There were as many as 7 crystal veins spreading out in all directions, and the end was invisible in the range of the map. There were also some places covered by thick fog, and Wen Ning guessed that there might be more ores in them. The siren really knows how to choose a place. If crystal is his energy source, then these mineral veins here are enough for him to have energy for hundreds or thousands of years. Wen Ning sighed. Now all of this is hers. Free purchase, on the map. Within the scope of the Siren Cave, there are indeed thousands of mines of all sizes. There are hundreds of crystal mines that have been dug out and stored. This area of the map has been covered with various crystal symbols. Wen Ning enlarged the map to the maximum, and then knocked on the wall of the passage according to the coordinates of the map. There was a hollow echo. Wen Ning stepped back a few steps, and signaled 001 with his eyes. 001, come on. 001 understood immediately, and stepped forward to kick. Bang! The wall was kicked open, leaving a huge hole. Wen Ning bent down, and got in smoothly. Hu Zi followed closely with Xiao Jin and Xiao Jin. When the pearl lamp was turned on, the whole cave was full of bright and reflective crystals. It's a fortune! Wen Ning exclaimed. These crystal symbols on the map represent a treasure house. Why does she need to find it herself? Isn't it that one hole is found with one kick, and one hole is found with one search? Wen Ning happily prepared to release the transport robot and the mining robot to start digging. 001 reminded at the door. Master, the lizard monster and the fish-headed monster are attacking. So fast? Is there a mechanism on the wall? Wen Ning put away the crystal he had already obtained, took out his weapon, and waved his hand, and several war robots appeared. Hu Zi, get to work. Several people left the mine, leaving the transport robot and the mining robot to work. In the passage, Wen Ning placed the pearl lamp in the depression on the top. This time, there was no need to hide, no weakness, no shield. They were no match for the war robot. The last time was because of the caution in the face of the unknown. Now that even the boss was taken down, what else did Wen Ning have to worry about? It would be best if all the remaining mutants came here, saving her from having to look for them one by one. 001 and Hu Zi were harvesting in the front, and the war robot consciously protected Wen Ning and Xiao Jin in the middle. The battle began, and Xiao Jin's eyes widened when they saw the leading lizard monster in front being slapped to death with one slap. With such a terrifying attack power, it was no wonder that the eldest brother said that he had shown mercy to those beasts. In a few breaths, the corpses piled up at 001's feet, and only a few of them could still breathe. Hu Zi stopped and turned around confidently, facing the stunned Xiao Jin and Xiao Jin. Roar! Come and finish the job, 2 for each of you. Don't say I ate meat without leaving soup for you. Xiao Jin was the first to react, and jumped forward to the dying fish-headed monster, waving his front paws. Then he jumped onto another one. De Jin rushed forward anxiously, and followed to pick up the leak. Your pet Xiao Jin successfully killed one fish-headed monster, and gained 5 pet experience points. Your pet De Jin successfully killed one fish-headed monster, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Jin divided the remaining 4 fish-headed monsters that were not completely dead, and each gained 10 experience points. It was much faster than killing the mutant fish in the river. When Ning looked into the depths of the passage, and found that no new lizard monsters and fish-headed monsters were coming, he turned around and stared at the open treasure cave thoughtfully. Then he came to another unopened wall. 001 stepped forward and kicked it. The cave was successfully opened, but when Ning did not intend to go in. After waiting silently for 30 seconds, there was movement from the depths of the passage. When Ning's eyes were filled with a sense of so that's it, he turned around and faced the new mutants. The battle ended cleanly and neatly, and when Ning also understood the refresh mechanism of these mutants. If there are mutants in each cave, how long will it take to kill hundreds of caves? When Ning wanted to kill all these mutants, so that he could send robots down to mine directly. It's easy and safe. Suddenly when Ning looked up, I know where to find them. When Ning reached out, and put the extra war robots into his backpack, and then took Hu Zi and 001 to the depths of the cave. The destination was clear. It was the exit of the ruins, that is, the cave where the sea monster was killed. As soon as they approached the cave entrance, when Ning and his companions encountered a wandering mutant monster. After dealing with it in a few moves, when Ning entered the cave with his pet and 001. The rumbling sound of the mutant beast being stimulated could be heard at the entrance. When Ning deployed his troops, and threw out all 50 war robots. He surrounded Hu Zi, Xiao Jin, and himself in the middle. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 296. The mutants at the door rushed out instantly, still in the same violent state as last time, with the hatred on their faces, and eyes not diminished at all. The dense mutants roared and rushed into the cave, as if to tear Wen Ning into pieces. The mutants attacked the war robots on the periphery without caring about their lives, and their attack power increased a lot in the violent state. However, the random attacks prevented the war robots from suffering fatal damage. It was handled quite smoothly. Wen Ning hit in the middle with Xiao Jin, and while fighting, he did not forget to tell Xiao Jin to only kill the fish that slipped through the net. Raise the level first. The 2 little ones are still level 0 now, without any skills to rely on, and can only use their mouths, tails, and front and back paws. Xiao Jin reacted faster than De Jin. When Wen Ning was talking, it had already seized the opportunity to kill a fish-headed monster and gain 5 experience points. Seeing this, De Jin was not to be outdone and jumped forward to grab the head. Wen Ning was paying attention to the status of the outermost war robots, while paying attention to the 2 little ones. Hu Zi and 001 were experienced in combat, and no longer needed her care. These mutants were obviously much worse than the sirens. Wen Ning watched for more than 10 minutes, and only a few war robots lost 1% of their durability. The rest were intact. Relieved, Wen Ning turned to look at Xiao Jin. Before he could speak, he saw Xiao Jin's body soften and fall down on the spot. Wen Ning was shocked and moved to Xiao Jin's side in an instant. He stretched out his hand and hugged Xiao Jin in his arms. In a breath, Wen Ning had returned to the original place, and the system prompt came late. Your pet Xiao Jin successfully killed one fish-headed monster, and gained 5 pet experience. Ding! The pet experience is full. Your pet will automatically upgrade, and the upgrade time is 1 hour. It's upgraded. It takes longer to upgrade pets with lower levels. It only takes half an hour for Hu Zi to upgrade to the first level. It's okay that this kid can't upgrade in a shorter time, but it's so dangerous to upgrade. Just lie down. If she hadn't moved quickly, the spear of the fish-headed monster would have been stuck in it. When Ning looked down at De Jin, and an upgrade countdown appeared above his head. Upgrading. Countdown 59 minutes and 47 seconds. Putting Xiao Jin into the backpack, Wen Ning focused on De Jin. Xiao Jin has upgraded, and De Jin's experience is almost the same. Under Wen Ning's gaze, and his brother upgraded faster than himself, De Jin's competitive spirit came up, and his actions of biting the fish-headed monster became much more fierce. Wen Ning counted the experience, and when De Jin killed the last fish-headed monster, he stepped forward to catch De Jin's suddenly limp body. He put it in his backpack without even looking at it. Then he clenched his hands, and a giant sickle blade appeared in his hand, and he went into battle. Fire at full power, and kill these mutants within an hour. De Jin had successfully upgraded, and Wen Ning no longer had to be cautious. The robots also took out their hot weapons, and harvested the mutants with a giant sickle blade. Wen Ning took out all the weapons except the dwarf bomb. The dwarf bomb was too powerful, and the cave might not be able to withstand it, and would collapse. Wen Ning took out a pioneer assault rifle, and then took out a special magazine. It was installed with 2 clicks. Then, he fired a shot at the most densely populated area of the lizard monsters. Bang! The bullet flew out, and if the lizard monsters could pay attention, they would find that this bullet was different. The specially polished transparent bullet penetrated the air, and hit the brow of the lizard monster in the front row. Bang! The first lizard monster's head exploded instantly, and the impact of the bullet did not stop at all. Then came the second lizard monster. His head suddenly exploded, blood mist filled the air, and his head was like a watermelon with the flesh opened, and his body instantly slid down. This is not over yet. The third lizard monster saw the heads of the 2 companions in front of him exploded almost at the same time. Before the alarm bell in his mind sounded, he felt a pain in his brow, and had no consciousness. This is not over yet. This bullet did not stop until the 5th lizard monster's head exploded and disappeared into ashes. Wen Ning had never thought that this bullet would be so powerful. After a series of destruction, the heads of 5 lizard monsters exploded instantly. It did not cause a big splash in the entire violent mutant group, and the broken hole was instantly filled by other mutant monsters. But the sequelae of this power remained deeply in Wen Ning's heart. This is a crystal bullet made of transparent crystal. Nasu explained to her the principle of this bullet. This bullet is a concentrated energy bullet. After being fired, it will automatically release the energy contained in it when it receives an impact. It destroys the surrounding things in the form of an explosion. After the destruction is completed, if the energy is not fully released, it will continue to fly forward, followed by the next impact and the next burst damage, until the energy is exhausted. In other words, the bullet made of this transparent crystal is enough to kill and penetrate 5 lizard monsters, and a piece of transparent crystal can make 10 bullets, not to mention other crystals containing special energy. Not to mention killing fish-headed monsters with lower defense damage. Wen Ning got excited immediately. This kind of bullet-killing monsters is a one-sided slaughter. The monsters automatically gathered into a group, and she didn't need to aim at all. Just act as a numb trigger machine. With this big killer joining the battle, Wen Ning's speed of clearing monsters alone is faster than that of several war robots combined. One bullet can defeat a large area of mutated fish-headed monsters. All the mutant monsters were cleared in less than an hour. Ding! The exploration of the ruins has been completed, and players can build a teleportation tower here. Teleport. Wen Ning heard the system prompt after killing the last mutant monster. It turns out that after the ruins are explored, a teleportation tower can be built. This greatly facilitates Wen Ning, which means that the robot does not need to spend 40 minutes diving here. And she can also use this place as a base to explore other areas. So this is the ultimate benefit of exploring the ruins. How could Wen Ning miss this opportunity? First, all the spoils were collected, and then all the mining robots and transport robots were sent out to work. Then the materials for building the teleportation tower were transferred from the warehouse. After the ruins were cleared and explored, this map has become an ordinary resource point. If there is any difference, it is that the materials here are hundreds of times richer than other places. But Wen Ning occupied this resource point, and others who want to explore it must get her consent, or the 2 sides will fight, and whoever wins will make the decision. Wen Ning is not afraid of conquering the country, and she is even less afraid of defending the country. After successfully building the teleportation tower, Wen Ning can contact Mira. Correspondingly, the restrictions on various ruins maps have also been lifted. Mira was surprised that Wen Ning had actually built a teleportation tower in the deep sea. And it was built suddenly. Wen Ning asked Mira to mark this place as a resource point, and then dispatch mining robots and transport robots to start working. But it is not open to the people for the time being. Mira did as she was told. After Wen Ning finished everything, he took out his gold and looked at it. There were only 5 minutes left in the countdown. He led people into the teleportation array. Let's go back and open the blind box. Chapter 297. With the teleportation array, the territory and the seabed are only a moment away. Wen Ning hurriedly walked out of the teleportation array, not bothering to greet the people around him, and returned to the shelter to release the big and small Jean from the backpack. Xiao Jean has already shown signs of waking up, and the big Jean needs to wait for a dozen minutes. Your pet has been upgraded successfully, and will wake up soon. Here it comes. Wen Ning's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out half a chicken from his backpack. According to Wen Ning's experience, the first thing a pet does when it wakes up is to eat. Moreover, he has been paying attention to Xiao Jin's condition, and his hunger value is almost full. Sure enough, Xiao Jin woke up with red eyes. He was so anxious that he almost opened his mouth. Wen Ning threw the chicken over, and Xiao Jin opened his mouth to catch it and swallowed it in 2 bites. Wen Ning then realized that Xiao Jin's body had grown a lot, and half a chicken was not enough to eat. Wen Ning threw another whole chicken over, and Xiao Jin tore it apart and ate it in a few bites. Wen Ning was completely convinced and took out the stainless steel basin that Hu Zi used to eat when he was a child. It was just right for Xiao Jin. He put a full basin of mutant meat like a small mountain in it. He let Xiao Jin eat as much as he wanted while he opened Xiao Jin's pet panel. Pet information: Brown Gold Fierce Dragon, Xiao Jin, level 1. Pet level, Cherish. Pet hunger 50. Pet loyalty, 100. Pet experience, 18/5000. The above are all basic information. Wen Ning focused on the last skill, Pet skills. Level 1 skill, Frost Spray. Your pet awakens the power of elements and gains the power to control nature. Frost Spray, evolvable, currently at the primary level, can release frost to hinder the enemy's actions, release without the enemy noticing, and can also directly freeze the enemy unconscious or freeze him to death. The skill strength increases with the improvement of the pet's ability, and there is no fixed level limit. In other words, practice makes perfect. System prompt: this skill has no cooldown time and no release range. It all depends on the pet to explore on its own. Elemental power: the first thing Wen Ning noticed was this. Although Xiao Jin was 1 skill lower than Hu Zi by 1 level, this magical skill seemed to have a lot of room for development. Ice? A guess flashed through his mind, and Wen Ning raised his hand, and a piece of ice fragment appeared in his hand. Xiao Jin seemed to sense something, and even the meat in his mouth was no longer fragrant. He raised his head and looked at the fragment in Wen Ning's hand eagerly. Tooth. This looks delicious. Delicious? Wen Ning looked at Xiao Jin in disbelief. What a gold-eating beast! Wen Ning took a deep breath. Would Xiao Jin's diet in the future become energy cores? Thinking of the Dejin, who was upgrading and evolving, Wen Ning felt dark. What if Dejin awakened another elemental power? How could she afford it? Wen Ning now regretted taking out the ice fragment. Very regretful. But it was obviously too late to regret. Xiao Jin looked at her eagerly. She showed an emotion different from her usual coldness, as the only mother of several little ones. Wen Ning passed the fragment to Xiao Jin with a look of despair. Xiao Jin's head was now as big as a puppy's, and he opened his mouth to take the fragment that Wen Ning handed over. He chewed it vigorously, just like eating hard candy. After a few bites of the fragment, Xiao Jin felt a cool breath flowing through his body to his limbs. It was as if he was full of strength. He looked at Wen Ning again with a burning gaze. The meaning was clear. Wen Ning glanced at the cub next to him and said quickly, "Let's go for a walk after we're done. Hu Zi, take Xiao Jin to the jungle to try out his skills, and come back to share your experience." Hu Zi? ? Roar? Mom, what is experience? Wen Ning avoided Xiao Jin's eager eyes and quickly took out the Jin. It was bigger and would wake up in less than 10 minutes. Don't worry about it, just go. Xiao Jin was not disappointed when he saw that Wen Ning was not going to give him delicious food. Maybe his mother was poor. It happened that he had just upgraded and was full now. It was not bad to go out and use up some energy. Xiao Jin felt that his body was full of strength at this moment. He was no longer the little dragon bullied by the mutant fish. The first stop was to go to the mutant river to get back at the place. A few minutes later, Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Hu Zi and Xiao Jin running into the teleportation tower. Who can stand this? Wen Ning decided to only give Xiao Jin 2 pieces of fragments a day. Oh, not 1. First observe whether the fragments can improve its ability. Just now, I saw that after eating a piece of debris, I didn't gain any experience. Wen Ning was shocked. Even the mutant chicken could gain some experience, but she didn't gain any experience with such a big piece of debris. Who would be willing to invest in this? The input-output ratio is completely negative. We can only see if we can improve Xiao Jin's skill effect invisibly. Wen Ning watched the battle between Xiao Jin and the mutant fish from Hu Zi's perspective. At the same time, he paid attention to De Jin's condition. I saw that Hu Zi still used the old method to catch the mutant fish, but this time Hu Zi didn't help. A dozen mutant fish flew up at once and fell on the river bank. Xiao Jin didn't use skills first, but attacked with his tail and claws first. He was bitten several times in a panic. Then Xiao Jin took a few steps back and blew out a stream of white cold air from his mouth. The 5 or 6 surviving mutant fish in front of him stopped in place. It was the first time that Xiao Jin released his skills, and he was still a little unsure. He didn't stop until he turned all the mutant fish on the ground into ice sculptures. Hu Zi's eyes lit up, and he walked up curiously. With a light tap of his tiger claws, the mutant fish on the ground broke into pieces. Wen Ning also received the news that the mutant fish was killed. Roar! Lao Si, you are quite powerful. According to the ranking, Hu Zi is the eldest and Z is the second, so Hu Zi called Xiao Jin and Xiao Jin the third and fourth. Xiao Jin was silent. Compared with Lao Si, he liked Xiao Jin, who was called by his mother more. When he was happy, he would call the pet ZZ. Xiao Jin seemed to know that his skill release was not reasonable, and asked Hu Zi to continue practicing. As the eldest brother, how could Hu Zi not satisfy the younger brother's request? The two began to practice again. On Wen Ning's side, De Jin took action. Your pet has been upgraded successfully, and will soon wake up. Yeah. Mom, I'm hungry. De Jin's nose is more sensitive than his eyes. The next second after he shouted hungry, Long appeared next to the rice bowl where Xiao Jin had just eaten the mutant chicken. His whole head was buried in it. Wen Ning threw some more meat into the rice bowl, and clicked on De Jin's information to check it out. The previous information was similar to Xiao Jin's. It was just the last skill option, and Wen Ning's pupil shrank slightly. Pet skills. Level 1 skill. Blazing Fireball. Your pet awakens the power of elements and gains the power to control nature. Blazing Fireball. Evolvable. Currently at the primary level, can release fireballs to attack enemies, and the strong high temperature can melt enemies. The skill strength increases as the pet's ability improves, and there is no fixed level limit. In other words, practice makes perfect. System prompt. This skill has no cooldown time and no release range. It all depends on the pet to explore on its own. Another elemental power? Chapter 298. Wen Ning had never thought that De Jin also possessed the power of an element, and it was the element of fire. He did not have a single piece of fire fragment in his hand. This made Wen Ning very interested in this fire fragment. After De Jin had eaten his fill, he would take him to the Songchensi forest to fight monsters. But he was stopped by Mira on the way. Lord, the merchant Nasu asked you to go find him after you come back. Oh! Nasu, I almost forgot about him. Wen Ning patted his forehead, and had to let De Jin find his brother and younger brother. He walked to the blacksmith shop. As soon as he entered the door, Nasu said without even raising his head, "Take off your armor." When Wen Ning heard Nasu's incoherent words, his expression instantly became ugly. My armor? Are you sure you didn't slip your tongue? Nasu looked as if it was a matter of course, and his eyes looked at Wen Ning without any emotion. He said it again in a serious manner. Although Wen Ning didn't understand, he still took off the armor and gave it to Nasu. Then he took out another piece of armor and put it on. This is the only piece of armor I have. You'd better be careful. Wen Ning guessed what kind of research Nasu was going to do. He knew it by looking at the crystal cloth in his hand. Nasu pouted and looked at the armor in his hand. He was a little disappointed with Wen Ning's armor. In his opinion, the quality of this armor was not very good. It couldn't even resist his dwarf bomb. It was just that the skill of ejecting the shield was good. This woman had many secrets. He was curious, but he didn't ask too much. After frowning slightly, Nasu cut Wen Ning's armor without hesitation with the special scissors in his hand. Wen Ning's eyebrows jumped immediately, and an ominous premonition came to his heart. 10 minutes later, Wen Ning looked at the broken armor in Nasu's hand and felt hopeless. Nasu! If you can't fix it, you have to compensate me with a new one. Wen Ning threatened fiercely. Then I may not be able to do it. You? If I can make such a bad work, I will cry. Very good. Wen Ning's fierce expression suddenly froze on her face, and she admitted this wave. She was pretended. So Wen Ning squatted beside Nasu with the idea of I want to see what good things you can make. She even ignored Aziz's call for her to go home for dinner. As the sky darkened, the lights in the blacksmith shop were lit, and Wen Ning was still squatting beside Nasu, listening to Nasu's explanation of how to deal with this armor. Unconsciously, she listened to it. Finally, when Na Su put a shining armor in her hand, Wen Ning almost didn't react. Ding! Congratulations to the player for learning how to make crystal armor. Ding! Congratulations on getting crystal armor *1. I have kept the special craftsmanship you made for this armor, so you don't have to deal with it anymore. Na Su clapped his hands and waited for Wen Ning's next words. Wen Ning, wow! So beautiful. Na Su, waiting for so long and only saying so beautiful? Woman, are you a little superficial? Didn't you see the data? I have increased your armor value by 3 times. Wen Ning certainly doesn't just look at the appearance. In her eyes, this shining crystal armor is of course beautiful, but the data is more beautiful. The blueprint obtained is even more beautiful. Crystal armor, defense, 300, durability, 500, compared to the armor value of 99 of the blue crystal armor, 300, Wen Ning suddenly felt that she could fight against the A-class machine head-on. There is also 500 durability. She has worn the blue crystal armor for so long, and it still has 180 durability. She dares to guarantee that this one can at least wear it until she dies. And the crystal armor still retains its blue shield, or to be more precise, the crystal shield. Na Su has changed the blue crystal material into a crystal material mixed with 5 kinds of crystals. Not only can it resist physical attacks, but it also has a certain degree of protection against magic attacks. The temperature control can be increased to 100 degrees Celsius. In terms of energy, the blue crystal armor uses an electric energy core. And the crystal armor needs to use crystals, and the shield recharge also needs to use different types of crystals to restore the shield value. The anti-injury has increased from 100% to 300%. This makes Wen Ning realize his title of anti-injury tank. Na Su, you are awesome. This kind of armor will be snapped up if you take it out. After reading the properties, Wen Ning was not stingy with her praise, saying that Na Su's favorability towards her was already 100%. She now has at least 120% favorability towards Na Su. This is not a territory merchant, this is the territory technology tree. Wen Ning immediately made up her mind. If she could lure Na Su into the territory, she could open her weapon shop. Wouldn't it be a huge source of money? Thinking of this, Wen Ning almost laughed out loud. Na Su, who saw through her intentions, spoke before Wen Ning. Put away your thoughts, I belong to freedom. Wen Ning, am I not free here? You can freely research any material you want to research. Na Su put on a deep and sad expression, and slowly looked up to the window. Wen Ning looked over, and heard Na Su's melancholy voice. The world is so big, I want to see it. Are you just sitting there? However, Wen Ning would not force his friends to stay or leave, but before Na Su left, he could not escape being squeezed to the last value. So on the day Na Su left, the look in her eyes when she looked at Wen Ning changed. With a hollow look on her body, this woman tortured him for a whole day and night. Basically, whenever she had time, she would catch him to learn how to process materials, assemble bombs, and other things. As long as he knew how to do it, this woman would learn it. Na Su recalled what Wen Ning said when he came to this territory 3 days ago. Let him walk around the territory more, and feel the customs of the bright territory. As a result, he never came out of the blacksmith shop for 3 days and 3 nights. What the hell, I won't come next time, or you be a dog. Hello Na Su. I take you to research new materials next time. It's okay to be a dog. This woman has too many good things. But he has to wait until he digests all the things on his body before he can come again. Na Su walked into the teleportation array with no desire to live. As soon as Wen Ning sent Na Su away, he asked the blacksmith shop to start working at full capacity. First, the production of bullets and crossbow arrows in the territory will be restarted, but this time all the production will be special bullets and special crossbow arrows made of transparent crystal. This kind of crystal has the largest output, and is most suitable for replenishing arrow towers and turrets. The second is white crystal, and then various colored crystals, and gems with lower output. In addition to bullets, there are also crystal glass, crystal cloth, etc., all of which are produced over time. Wen Ning expanded the number of mining robots to 500, digging titanium ore on the seabed 24 hours a day. 200 transport robots were constantly emptying the crystal cave inside the ruins. Finally, after arranging for Mira to receive the territory merchants, who refreshed at noon, Wen Ning led 50 war robots and the 3001 ruins to the Dawn Forest. It was time to explore the interior of the Dawn Forest. Whether it was the space-time channel or the forest ruins, he had to go and see it in person. Chapter 299. While Wen Ning was exploring the morning forest, a certain area, Death Jungle. Master, there is something wrong with this river. The robot reminded Lu Shi, who was near the river. Su Luo also followed and looked at the dirty river in front of him with a scrutinizing look. The turbid river water was in front of everyone. The river water was so turbid that the bottom could not be seen. It spread out from the depths of the jungle, and there was no end. From time to time, huge driftwood floated down the river from the upper reaches. Lu Shi looked at Su Luo next to him, looking at his solemn face, and asked, "What's wrong with this river?" Su Luo was silent for a while, and then slowly said, "This river is very deep." As he said that, he threw a stone into it, with a dull sound, and no splashes. Su Luo used to go on missions in the jungle and tropical rainforest, and he had a good understanding of various terrains. After observing for a while, he continued, "The water flow is too slow. The terrain here is not flat, and the river flow is so slow. It can only mean that there is something under the water." Su Luo's calm face showed no panic. He told Lu Shi about his speculation. Lu Shi looked at the driftwood and thought for a while. "Let's cross it on the driftwood. There's no end to this river, so we won't have time to take a detour." Su Luo nodded in agreement. They came out this time for a relic point that was refreshed in the jungle. The coordinates of this relic were dropped in a fight with a mutant race yesterday. Lu Shi was very efficient. He arranged the leader's affairs and came out with a team. Lu Shi looked at another driftwood floating down and signaled the robot to go first. The robot first calculated the distance and the landing point. Then, in the eyes of everyone, he jumped onto the driftwood and jumped to the other side in a few steps. This river is about 5 meters wide, which is no problem for a well-trained robot. Lu Shi was relieved. The robot was the heaviest in the team. If he was fine, the team members would be fine too. "Take back all the equipment first, Zhao Peng, you're next." After taking back the hot weapons and leaving a dagger for self-defense, the team members named by Lu Shi stepped forward. Finding a good opportunity, he jumped out with a dive. The driftwood had been soaked in water for a long time, and the surface was very smooth. Zhao Peng's foothold was fine, but his center of gravity did not keep up. His other foot stepped into the air, and the whole person fell into the river with a splash. In a hurry, Zhao Peng swallowed several mouthfuls of the smelly river water and shouted in panic, "Help! I can't swim!" Su Luo moved very quickly, and he jumped out before the people around him could react, landed steadily on a piece of driftwood, and kicked another piece of driftwood in front of Zhao Peng. Zhao Peng frantically climbed up, and just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he remembered what Su Luo had just said about there being something in the river. With a pale face, he dared not rest. With the help of Su Luo, he rolled over with the driftwood and successfully flipped over the driftwood. "Thank you. Hurry up and stand up, we have to jump over." Su Luo didn't waste any words, and Zhao Peng also reacted, inserted the dagger in his hand into the driftwood, and stood up with the help. The two of them landed on the opposite side without any danger, and Lu Shi breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the things in the water should not be so easy to trigger. Then, under Lu Shi's arrangement, the team members formed teams of 2 and took care of each other to cross the river. Finally, it was Lu Shi himself. However, when Lu Shi just jumped onto the floating wood in the middle of the river, the floating wood under his feet trembled a few times, and Lu Shi barely managed to stabilize his body. The team members on the shore changed their faces and looked at Lu Shi's back in horror. "Boss! Hurry! Run!" Lu Shi looked back and saw that the water surface under his feet suddenly bulged with ripples that spread out in all directions, and the water surface was instantly lifted. The mutant beasts under the water appeared, and they turned out to be more than a dozen mutant crocodiles. The red eyes locked on Lu Shi, and Lu Shi stumbled and fell directly from the floating wood. "Boss!" Lu Shi fell into the water, and a huge roar sounded in his ears. The water in front of him was surging, not like the calm surface. Lu Shi reacted and turned around instantly, surfaced and began to swim to the other side. "Boss, swim!" The team members on the shore took out their weapons to block the mutant crocodiles behind Lu Shi. Another team member threw a rope toward Lu Shi, who was about to grab it but lost it due to the huge water flow stirred by the crocodile. He could only rely on himself to resist the waves and approach the shore little by little. The gray-green crocodile was at least 2 meters long, with hard scales on its back and barbs sticking out. At this time, it opened its mouth wide and wanted to bite Lu Shi. Lu Shi was good at swimming, and was among the best in the training course for wealthy families. Even though he was wearing heavy equipment, he swam very fast. With the cover of his teammates, he dodged the crocodile's attack and escaped successfully. He soon approached the shore, but the mutant crocodile behind him also approached him. Su Luo was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and threw the noose in his hand instantly. Just as Lucier, who was about to lose his strength, was caught, the robots on both sides also jumped into the river and fought with the mutant crocodiles behind him. Lucier successfully got ashore, and then 2 robots came up carrying the bodies of 2 mutant crocodiles. Good guy. This mutant crocodile must weigh a ton. The team members gathered around. As soon as the voice fell, the crocodile body disappeared, leaving only a ball of light on the ground. Golden treasure chest. There is actually a golden treasure chest. Boss! Put it away quickly. The team members were very surprised to see the golden treasure chest on the ground, and turned their heads to look at the river behind them with red eyes and hot hearts. Damn it, there is only a mission. When you come back after completing the mission, none of the crocodiles here will run away. Lucier was also surprised that he could find a golden treasure chest just on the outskirts of the jungle. The soaked equipment was replaced. Lucier put away the spoils, marked the coordinates of the river, and the team continued to explore forward. 3 hours later, the team approached the ruins marked on the map without any danger. Lucier looked at his map and said to the team members around him, "It's just ahead, everyone be careful." Shaolin, are you okay with your injury? Shaolin was a thin team member who had just been bitten while fighting a mutant centipede. Lucier opened a detoxifying ointment in the gold treasure chest. After using it, Shaolin successfully detoxified, but he still looked very weak. Shaolin supported his body and nodded. Lucier said nothing more. This death jungle is indeed very dangerous. But the supplies are also very rich. The lowest drop for monsters is a silver treasure chest. They have already reached the door of this relic. Shaolin can only stay in this state. He will die if he goes back alone. Lucier took a look at the environment around the relic point. A forest suddenly appeared in the middle of the jungle. The trees are all over 30 meters high, and at least 3 people are needed to hug the trunk. The branches and leaves are very dense, covering the sky. The tree trunks were covered with all kinds of mutant creepers and mosses. And the ruins were right in the middle. The team didn't find the ruins until they were 10 meters away from the ruins. A large mass of gray-black fog appeared in sight. Such a familiar scene is impossible for players who have experienced the ruins to forget. Boss! Found it! The team members exclaimed in a low voice, and Lucier was there. He calmly didn't nod, nor did he rush in. Lucier first asked the team to rest in place, and then asked the robot to check whether there were any signs of other teams' actions around. After preparations were completed, he took out several specially shaped walkie-talkies and distributed them to the team members. The team members had long been accustomed to this walkie-talkie, which was made by Lucier using the blueprints he had opened, specifically for ruins where the chat channel could not be used. After confirming that nothing was missed, Lucier and his team entered the ruins. Chapter 300. On the other side. Wen Ning had just stepped into the morning forest when a heavy rain came unexpectedly. The drizzle of rain instantly fell from the top of her head without any warning, and the rain increased instantly. What's going on? Wen Ning opened the system panel and frowned at the weather status next to the date. Rain. But she checked before going out. It was sunny. The sound of rain hitting the leaves filled her ears. The temperature dropped suddenly. Huzi's fur was waterproof, and fortunately 001 was also waterproof. Wen Ning didn't need to mention that the crystal armor had a waterproof function. Wen Ning glanced at Xiao Jin and Xiao Jin, who were running happily in the rain. They seemed to be enjoying it. Wen Ning waited for a while, and the rain showed no sign of decreasing. But her master had taught her before that mountain rains come and go quickly, and the system also said that many details have been optimized. Now that the system has no prompts, it means it should be normal, right? Wen Ning looked into the depths of the forest, and the mutant beasts in the forest ran away to hide from the rain. Wen Ning thought about it, and still led the beasts around her into this primeval forest. Being timid is not her style. According to the coordinates prompted by the map, she went deeper and deeper. The deeper she went, the denser the trees became. It was pouring rain outside, but the rain inside was much smaller. It hit the leaves and finally flowed into the soil, and the bottom of the roots along the trunk. But the temperature has dropped several degrees. A cool jade pendant was hung around the necks of the 2 little ones to ensure the body temperature of the 2 little ones. The Dawn Forest is a primeval forest with endless ferocious beasts. The rain came suddenly. Wen Ning, who was prepared to fight hard, suddenly found that he had not seen a single insect in the half hour since he came in. It was so strange. Wen Ning paid attention to the map, while assuming that the mutants had gone back to hide from the rain. Huzi took the initiative, but he still did not see a single mutant. The time gradually approached 11 o'clock, but the deeper Wen Ning and his party went, the less light there was around. Darkness, dampness, and coldness invaded the few people. Not a single monster was seen, but Wen Ning's plant atlas kept ringing. This time, the number of plant atlases collected increased sharply. Wen Ning picked up some useful ones and dug them away. Gradually going deeper, he came to the edge of the system map. Wen Ning understood that this was considered to be the middle area of the Dawn Forest. Zi said that the Dawn Forest is basically divided into 3 zones: inner, middle and outer. Usually, the logging robots, the people and Huzi are active in the periphery. This place was also a place that Huzi and his friends had never set foot on, so the system map was covered with thick fog. Within the visual range, the plants inside were denser, there were more shrubs, and it was also darker. The trees were thicker, the paths were narrower, and the ostentatious plants covered the ground tightly. Wen Ning felt that there was no place to step. In order to grab the sunlight, the big tree above his head could only grow upwards continuously, and the leaves became huge. The width of a leaf was even wider than Wen Ning's arm span. There were many vines like dodder attached to the trunk, relying on the body of the big tree to climb up. The entanglement method of bearing teeth and claws was a bit weird. Wen Ning stretched out his hand and pulled the vine beside him. The vine with a thumb thickness was very strong. 2 leaves fell. There was no clear boundary between the outer and middle areas, but the plants on both sides were very different. The forest was very quiet, so quiet that you could hear the echo of raindrops hitting the leaves. When he stepped into this area, his footsteps were covered with thick moss. As soon as Wen Ning stepped on it, the water stored in the moss was squeezed out by Wen Ning's weight. The black liquid could not tell what it was, and Wen Ning felt a little disgusted. But there was no way, all the terrain inside was like this, and it was unavoidable. 001 followed with a footstep, and the place where the moss plants were located sank directly into a big pit. After stepping on it, the moss sank directly to form a puddle, and Wen Ning had no place to step. Helplessly, Wen Ning could only walk in front, and Huzi walked behind her with the 2 dragons. Finally, it was 001, and 001's big foot landed, and the footprints of Wen Ning and Huzi were instantly covered. Wen Ning thought this was a good way to hide his whereabouts. Others would think it was a beast and not chase it when they saw such a large mechanical footprint. Stepping into the morning forest, the mutant beast that disappeared seemed to reappear. In Wen Ning's field of vision, several elks, goats, and beetles on the trees had already run away. Mosquitoes common in tropical rainforests were buzzing in his ears. The sound of mosquitoes in his ears made Wen Ning feel relieved, because it was abnormal to be always quiet in the jungle. There were also many ants moving in groups on the moss, and spiders hanging on a thin thread on the vines. This was in line with the biodiversity of the rainforest, especially spiders, which would eat the spider silk back into their stomachs when it rained, and weave a new web after the rain. There is an old saying, when ants move, it will rain. When spiders weave webs, it will be sunny. Wen Ning is not afraid of powerful mutant beasts, but she is afraid that the system will cause her some trouble. Wen Ning's armor can cover the entire surface of her body. Not to mention mosquitoes, even if leeches and other blood-sucking insects crawl up, it is in vain. As invaders of this rainforest, the fresh flesh and blood are right in front of them, but they can't eat or bite them. The mosquitoes around are even more irritated because not only this human, but also the white tiger behind her has thick fur, which can't be bitten through at all, so they are like a tangled mess flying around Wen Ning and Huzi, buzzing, and the main point is that if they can't bite you to death, they will annoy you to death. Wen Ning has long been accustomed to this kind of environment in the jungle. She turned a deaf ear to the mosquitoes around her, and approached the predetermined coordinates. While watching the fog on the map open up little by little, she observed whether there were any beasts around. She had no interest in chasing these small animals. This little bit of meat was not enough for Xiao Jin to eat. Chasing them was a waste of time. After walking for a few more minutes, Wen Ning suddenly stopped. He looked at the things on the system map in disbelief. His pupils shrank sharply. Wen Ning took a deep breath, and couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his mouth. The things in front of him seemed to deprive Wen Ning of his language system. Master, what? 001 walked forward, but stopped talking after seeing what was in front of Wen Ning clearly. A huge footprint suddenly appeared in front of the 2. Familiar footprints. 001 looked down at his feet. Wen Ning put away the system map, turned his head as if he remembered something. Sure enough, a vine appeared at hand, and 2 leaves had been lost on it because of the pulling she had just done. The same scene, she walked in one direction under the guidance of the system map, and unexpectedly returned to the starting point. We are back to where we were. 001 was also very serious, and Huzi was even more impatiently waving his claws at the mosquitoes beside him. The sound of mosquitoes around made Wen Ning more and more upset. The footprints of 001 that suddenly appeared in front of her made her even more confused. She was clearly following the system map. Along the way, she also watched herself getting closer and closer to the coordinates of the ruins. In addition, 001's detection will definitely not have any problems. Even if 001 has no signal here, what about Huzi? Huzi? When Ning turned his head to look at Huzi, who was listlessly surrounded by a group of mosquitoes in the rainforest. The mosquitoes couldn't bite his fur, and they kept buzzing around his head. Huzi felt a little dazed, as if he couldn't hear any sound from the outside world. The whole tiger was staggering in place. Dazed, Wen Ning was suddenly attracted by the mosquito next to Huzi's head. Combined with the mosquitoes that kept buzzing along the way, Wen Ning suddenly realized. These mosquitoes might have problems. Instantly reacted, these mosquitoes buzzing around their ears might not only affect their hearing. It is very likely that they have affected their spirits. It's like a hallucinogenic drug, making them mistakenly think that they are moving towards the goal, but in fact they are just spinning in circles. In order to prove his guess, Wen Ning took out the remaining mosquito-repellent grass from his backpack. The moment the mosquito-repellent grass appeared, the formation of this group of mutant mosquitoes was disordered for a moment. This further confirmed Wen Ning's guess, and he lit it without hesitation. The mosquitoes surrounding the few people were instantly suffocated by the smoke. They lost their vitality and fell to the ground, and there was a pile of gray corpses. Roar! Buzzing, buzzing, so annoying. Huzi came out of his chaotic mental state and complained angrily. Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the huge footprints in front of him. After removing this negative influence, he could only walk the road he had walked through again. Fortunately, he found it early and only had to walk it again. But the map records their trajectory, so we should be able to see how they got around, right? Wen Ning thought and opened the system map to check. The scene in front of her made her confused again. How come I just went in, and now there is thick fog again? Chapter 301. Is the barrier still not broken? Wen Ning frowned fiercely. That's right. If it was the mosquitoes, it shouldn't affect 001. While thinking about the next step, the rain above his head suddenly stopped. Wen Ning looked up vigilantly, and saw that the sound of rain hitting the leaves was indeed decreasing. A few minutes later, the sun shone through the leaves. More mutant animals appeared in the forest. Squirrels were climbing on the trees, and unknown strange butterflies were flying around. The whole dawn forest seemed to come alive again. The moss in front of him was restored to its original state, and the huge footprints on it disappeared completely, leaving no trace. New weather indicators reappeared on Wen Ning's system map. Sunny. The strange change made Wen Ning feel something was wrong. When he was wondering, the system prompt sounded, "Players, please pay attention. The space-time channel is unstable, which affects the surrounding environment. The system is being repaired. Players, please note that the space-time channel is unstable. The system repair will take 24 hours. During this period, all the ruins channels may shift. Players, please note that the space-time channel is unstable and the surrounding environment will be affected to varying degrees." 3 consecutive system prompts made Wen Ning realize that things might not be as simple as she thought. So it was because of the instability of the space-time channel in the Dawn Forest. This can explain why it was not a problem with mosquitoes, because even if those mosquitoes could affect her, Huzi, and Xiao Jin's senses, they could not affect her senses as a robot. It can only be a problem with the map or the system, so 001 can't detect it, or can't detect the abnormality. So what should I do now? Go back to the territory or continue exploring? Wen Ning looked at the road she came from. The forest in front of her seemed familiar, but also strange. Go back, or maybe not. The system has already said that the map will be affected to varying degrees. How can she ensure that she can get out of this forest smoothly? Wen Ning opened the map. Her current position was very awkward. She hadn't entered the middle of the morning forest yet. It was at least 10 kilometers away from the location of the forest ruins. It was at least 5 kilometers away from the space-time channel. It was more than 10 kilometers away from the territory. How to choose? Wen Ning complained in her heart. Is this something the system deliberately did to prevent her from exploring? Then Wen Ning denied this possibility. Because many people on the World Channel have been discussing this issue. The rainfall just now was actually across the entire Wasteland continent. It's just that when Wen Ning just entered the morning forest, she didn't pay too much attention to the World Channel. That's why she didn't discover it at the first time. 001, take people to be on alert. We can continue to move forward only after we understand the situation. Yes, Master. 50 war robots surrounded Wen Ning and Huzi, and Wen Ning simply sat down against a tree. Start checking the World Channel. There are many players going out to explore at this time, and many players are lost. One player said that he was hunting, and it suddenly started to rain. He went into a mine cave to hide from the rain, but the rain stopped. The grassland for hunting was gone, and it turned into a yellow sand desert. I don't know where the coordinates have been refreshed. The map is full of thick fog, and no part of it can be seen. There was also a teammate who was exploring the wasteland with him. After it suddenly rained, the two of them were surrounded by fog. When the rain stopped, the teammate disappeared. After contacting him, he said he was on a deserted island. People on the World Channel said whether a new disaster was coming. But many people also said that although it rained in their area, other areas were not affected at all. It's not as serious as other players said. When Ning remembered the system prompt that the space-time channel is unstable and the surrounding environment will be affected. So in the world, only areas with space-time channels will have strange changes. However, the rainfall is in the entire Wasteland continent. So what happened to cause the system's weather plate to fluctuate? The space-time channel coordinates that when Ning thought of, people in the world gradually figured it out. World Channel, brothers, this will only affect those near the space-time channel. World Channel, right. Why didn't I think of that? When will this be fixed? Go open the map and find the coordinates of the space-time channel. World Channel, hola. I want to see what race is on the other side of this space-time channel. World Channel, you guys, it's really risky to stay in the wild in this situation. Who knows where you will be refreshed? World Channel, risks often come with rewards. Like me, I just refreshed at the scene of two rhinos fighting, and I got a big bargain. As they were talking, the topic went off track. Some players started to buy other people's coordinates. When Ning saw this, and closed the chat channel. Then he opened the map. Great, there was a thick fog. Now the territory coordinates, and the two coordinates in the forest disappeared. Just when everyone was enthusiastic, the system suddenly issued another announcement. Global announcement. The space-time channel is extremely unstable, and the system is difficult to repair. Players are requested to return to the shelter, or hide in the ruins to avoid unnecessary casualties. World Channel, damn, are you serious? World Channel, good guy, I refreshed this place, which is 180,000 meters away from my home. How can I hide? Why did a ruin suddenly appear? World Channel, I also have a ruin refreshed here. World Channel, what are you still doing? The life-saving channel given by the system, why don't you hurry in? Master. When Ning turned his head alertly, and 001 pointed at the gray fog 10 meters away. Ruins. A ruin was really refreshed. There is no mark on this ruin on Wen Ning's map. And this ruin seems to be made with a ruin summoning scroll. It doesn't look like an underwater ruin. Wen Ning took back the system panel. Since it was the system's request, let's go in. Going in can at least save your life, which is much better than facing an unstable environment outside. After taking back 50 war robots, Wen Ning stepped into the ruins. Player found the ruins. Tip. This is a system refresh to avoid ruins, randomly selected from the ruins that the player has entered. It's really a life-saving ruin. Wen Ning calmly waited for the system prompt to complete. Tip. There is no limit on the exploration time inside the ruins. Players can freely choose the exit time. After exiting, they will be refreshed directly to the entrance of the shelter. Tip. Death in this ruins is also considered a game death. It is detected that the player brought a pet into the ruins. Please note that the pet will fall into a dormant state if it dies in the ruins. Special props can be resurrected. If the pet is not resurrected within 7 days, it will be considered completely dead. Please note that if the player dies, the pet will die together. Player has been detected entering the ruins. Chat channel is closed, trading channel is closed, map is switched, and the ruins exit is marked. Could it be a welfare ruins? Among the ruins Wen Ning had visited, the richest one should be Tan Enin. Tan contained a large amount of Chinese herbs, and it contained a large amount of crystals. If it was really in, wouldn't it be like sending her home directly? But I didn't hear the introduction of the theme of the ruins, so it seemed that it wasn't. With a slight sigh, the thick fog in front of Wen Ning gradually disappeared, and the city in front of her gradually appeared. This is Zombie City. Wen Ning looked at the zombie monsters lying by the pond outside the city, and confirmed the city. It was the city she had visited last time, with zombies and A-class machines. I remember there was titanium here. Okay, since she's here. Would it be worth her trip if she didn't dig a little more and take it back? Besides, Wen Ning also wanted to try her new weapons and new armor against A-class machines to see if they could fight. If she could really kill one or two, it would be worth the trip. Release 50 war robots, Wen Ning instructed. Use ordinary bullets when dealing with B-class robots and zombies. If you encounter A-class or above robots, use crystal weapons, including but not limited to crystal bullets, crystal knives, and crystal plus versions of dwarf bombs. These are the results of her exploiting Nasu for 3 days and 3 nights. 001 and the 50 war robots behind him nodded in unison. A flash of red light flashed in his eyes, and he switched to a free combat state. After giving instructions, Wen Ning put the war robots back into the mechanical warehouse. There was no other way. If he didn't let them out, he couldn't contact them. But bringing so many into the city would easily alert the enemy. After giving instructions, Wen Ning was about to walk into the city, when he suddenly heard a scream that resounded over the city. Ah! People's screams? Chapter 302. Inside the city. A player looked at his broken arm in horror. The ulna and radius were bitten off directly, and blood kept flowing out of the neat broken end. The zombie's tooth fluid carried a deadly virus. His wound had begun to heat up, and the entire forearm began to heat up from the broken part, as if it was about to melt. Save me! I don't want to die! Xiangzi. Behind him were zombies pressing step by step, but the teammates in front turned around and ran. I'm sorry, in your situation, even if I save you, you can't survive. So many zombies. Xiangzi ran all the way, and the man behind him was caught up by the zombie group. He was dragged by the zombies with screams, and was eaten clean from foot to head. The whole person was instantly bloody. Then he turned into a pile of skeletons. Countless light balls burst out, but the zombies wandered to the street ahead as if nothing happened. At the corner, Wen Ning carefully came out and put all the equipment and supplies on the ground into her backpack. She turned around and entered the alley again, without disturbing the wandering zombies. This area happened to be the street she came to last time. The ruins map was open, and the route was familiar. She heard screams here just now, so she put 001 and the pets back into her backpack and came here alone. Too many people will easily be exposed. It seems that these people have also fallen into this ruins. Combined with the noises Wen Ning heard along the way, this city must not be peaceful tonight. Gathering so many players here, is the system trying to do something again? Isn't it enough to find the exit and go out? Play hide and seek with zombies here? However, Wen Ning did not move towards the exit immediately. His purpose was very clear. After knowing that the ruins could be cleared, Wen Ning also wanted to try this ruins. Even if he could not clear it, he had to explore the inside story. Sooner or later, he would be able to clear it. But now it seems that there is no breakthrough. Wen Ning recalled what he saw in the history book at that time. Digital Rongchuan, Life Community. Dr. Zhang. Here. Life Community Research Institute. Wen Ning wanted to see if there was any familiar place on the system map, but he didn't expect to see the Life Community Research Institute directly. The coordinates of the ruins are in the upper right corner of the map. Wen Ning is now in the middle right position, and the Research Institute of this Life Community is on the far left of the map. You have to cross half of the map to get to the Research Institute. After planning the route, Wen Ning was ready to set off. He took out the electromagnetic gun and a crystal dagger, which can be used for both offense and defense. 001, or the 3 little ones, were not released. 001 and Huzi were too big, and they were like targets. The big and small Jean were small, but they were too weak, and they were easily injured or even killed here. The fewer people there were for this kind of stealth mission, the better. Wen Ning moved his feet, climbed over the wall in a few steps, and disappeared into the night. The road was full of bleakness. Wen Ning discovered it when he came here last time. The city seemed to be permanently shrouded in the night. There was no daytime, or perhaps more accurately, it seemed to stay at the last moment of life. The equipment in the city seemed to be fixed in place for a moment, rotting quietly, but most of them were usable. For example, many parts of cars on the street are still usable, and have not rusted due to long-term idleness. There are also the ruins of high-rise buildings. The connection of reinforced concrete is very reliable, and these buildings are still very solid. Wen Ning roughly understood the situation here when he came last time. There are some flying mutant beasts living on the high-rise buildings. They are like the eyes of this city. They should be vultures and other scavenging birds. Zombies and mechanical men hide in different corners. In the absence of outsiders, the zombie army hates the heart of mechanical men and will fight to the death when they meet. And mechanical men don't want anything. It seems that their purpose has been achieved. A-level mechanical men will take turns to use sledgehammers to smash zombies into meat patties for fun. Most of the noises on the street now are caused by zombies and humans. I don't know why the mechanical men haven't appeared yet. When Ning looked up at the towering high-rise buildings, the glass exterior walls were glowing in the moonlight. One by one, black figures stood diagonally on the outer wall. They were mutant vultures with strange heads. Their feathers fell off piece by piece, and their eyes and ears moved at the same time, as if they were trying to locate humans somewhere. Suddenly, it made a few strange cries, and then there were even more miserable howls on the street downstairs. There were several vultures around, making strange cries one after another. From Wen Ning's perspective, on the street ahead, a group of wandering zombies suddenly turned around and turned smoothly towards the screaming street. It seemed as if they had located it all at once. After a while, the vulture above spread its wings and swooped down, with a clear purpose. It seems that these mutant vultures and the zombies below are in a cooperative relationship. The vultures locate, and then the zombies attack. After the prey loses its ability to move, it will be eaten by the zombies. The vultures take a few pieces of mincemeat from the zombies' mouths and eat them. Wen Ning was also chased and blocked by zombies last time he entered, but there was a robot blocking the way last time, which attracted more attention from the zombies. So, the robot's heart ranks first, the humans second, and the third is probably these mutant vultures. Wen Ning realized that it was no wonder that these mutant vultures lived at the top of the city. I'm afraid that the creatures in this place have gradually become extinct, and only their kind of trial decay has survived to the end. It has formed a three-legged situation, with the remaining zombie relics and robots. If they lived at the bottom, they would have been eaten by zombies long ago. Now, for some unknown reason, such a big movement did not wake up the robot. As a link in the zombie food chain, Wen Ning must act carefully. Avoid the surveillance of the mutant vultures above, and quickly reach the destination. Fortunately, Wen Ning was alone, and there were many humans who fell into this ruins tonight. There were screams of players everywhere. In order to fight against zombies, many players spontaneously formed teams, which were even more stared at by the vultures circling in the sky. Wen Ning took the opportunity to enter the alley to reduce his presence. However, there was one thing that puzzled Wen Ning. These players were running around in the street without setting up a line of defense, and they did not go to the exit. I don't know why. The moonlight moved slowly, and the players in the city were exhausted. No one noticed that the shadow of the building on the ground was shifting in another direction. Under the cover of night, every corner of the forcibly awakened city was filled with shrill screams, and from time to time, there were sounds of fighting and hot weapons. The roar of the monster lingered in the ears, and the players fled in panic in twos and threes. Lu Shi's team finally repelled the pursuing zombies, and hid in an empty house. Ah! My hand? Chapter 303. Lu Shi looked at Shaolin's palm, and his eyes flashed with pity. Then, as Shaolin screamed, he raised his knife and cut off his palm. The team members behind him quickly stepped forward to bandage Shaolin's arm. Su Luo glanced at the palm rolling on the ground, which had been infected by the zombie virus and melted into a pool of liquid. He turned his head and did not express his opinion. He had also experienced the pain of broken limbs. Lu Shi and others entered the ruins through the coordinates of the Death Jungle. When they came in, they did not hear the system's announcement about the instability of the space-time channel. They missed this part of the news. Shaolin was injured. After entering the ruins, everyone found that there was no exit marked in the ruins, and the whole map was covered with thick fog. As soon as they entered the first street, they heard a few strange calls, like birds in the sky above their heads, and then a large group of zombies rushed out from the corner of the street. Dense zombies rushed towards the crowd, their bloody mouths full of all kinds of disgusting liquids and stench. At the beginning, Lu Shi's team cleaned up easily and harvested a lot of supplies. Just when everyone thought that this ruins was to clean up the zombies and find an exit, many screams suddenly sounded in the ruins. The screams seemed to wake up the zombies in the whole city, and then there were strange cries of birds in every corner. Then, more zombies appeared and chased them. After a while of fighting, Su Luo figured out that the birds in the sky were the eyes of the zombies on the ground, showing the way to these zombies. So he immediately proposed to enter the building to avoid the tracking of the mutant birds. Xiaolin was injured, and to make matters worse, he was accidentally bitten by a zombie when retreating. His little finger and ring finger were bitten off directly. Seeing that Xiaolin's entire palm was almost infected, corroded and melted, Lu Shi could only choose this way to save his life. It was good enough to get out alive, and the price of a hand was nothing. Thinking of this, Lu Shi tilted his head to look at Su Luo, who looked down at his metal leg and didn't know what he was thinking. For a while, the atmosphere in the room was a bit dull. Everyone, rest on the spot. I will study the map we just opened. There was a thick fog on the map, and only a few streets were explored by Lucifer's team just now. Lucifer was familiar with the layout of the city, and hoped to infer a safe place from the layout of the city's streets. Su Luo followed and sat cross-legged. The two took out banknotes, and began to infer based on the map of their own system. There is an exit sign on the left. We should be on the left side of the city. Yes, I saw it too. That road is straight, and has 6 lanes. It should be the main road. Follow this road all the way east. There is a hospital here, a shopping mall here, and here, the police station. Well, mark these buildings. We should go inside the building complex now. It is best to pass through the inside of the building. Avoid huge squares and open areas. The two discussed tactical deployment in a low voice. Su Luo is also good at fighting in urban terrain, and Lucifer is also very smart. The two quickly reached an agreement. They decided to go up first. They have confirmed that they are on the left side of the city, and it is very likely that they have found the main road. It is not a good choice to rush into the city center without understanding the situation. Fortunately, most of the equipment was in the backpack, and there was enough food and drink. Fortunately, there is no time limit for exploring the ruins, otherwise, we might stay here forever. Lucifer sighed, but Su Luo shook his head. Not necessarily. When we meet other players and exchange maps, the probability of finding the exit is still very high. Lucifer nodded in agreement. In this case, there is no time to lose. Xiaolin still needs professional treatment. They found a robot, and the team members tied Xiaolin to the back of the robot with a tent cloth, which would not affect the combat of the combat robot. Then they found an exit and took action. The team members had good mobility. After going out, they quickly destroyed a window in the next room according to Lucifer's instructions. The team went in order and bypassed the zombies following behind them. The vulture could only tell the zombies the location of the human beings, but could not tell them the nearest route. Lucifer and his team walked out of the room. If there was a window, they would go through the window. If there was no window, they would break the door. If there was no door, they would just hit the wall directly. After breaking the door, he remembered to block the passage with a stone slab. Zombies could only move around on the streets, and could not keep up with Lucifer's team. The team went up all the way, and met individual players on the way. Some of them avoided Lucifer's team, while others asked to join Lucifer. Lucifer used his businessman's qualities, and his innate leadership temperament to successfully exchange the players for the maps they opened. However, most players did not dare to move around before they understood the situation, and could only pick up some garbage in the house. So the map Lucifer obtained here did not make much of a supplement to his own map. However, we got information that there were piles of zombies on several streets, so we could avoid them. The night was getting darker, the zombies were more active, and the roars around were more intense. Mixed together, it was no longer clear whether the zombies' roars were more or the players' screams were more. Lucifer led the team to continue moving north. Once they found the north of the city, they could move closer to the center. Lucifer's initial guess was that the exit might be close to the city center. But it might not be there, so no corner on the map could be missed. When passing a street, a group of zombies chased a group of players. The players were basically injured and supported each other, and ran towards Lucifer and others. Fuck boss! So many zombies. The team members behind him couldn't help but complain. There were at least hundreds of zombies following this group of people. Retreat! Lucifer was not a saint, and he would not think of rescuing them. The players in front of him lit up when they saw Lucifer and others, but Lucifer and others only met them once, and turned around and ran without hesitation. This made the players behind him fall into great despair. In the desperate situation, they actually had some dirty thoughts that they shouldn't have. They gritted their teeth and burst out with great willpower, and actually chased after the place where Lucifer and others left. Quickly get out of the battle, there is no time to go through the house. Su Luo took the lead and led the team to the edge of the city. It was far away from the mutant vultures, and the density of zombies was not high. The people behind him were injured, and could not hold on for long. When the corpses blocked the zombies, it would be easy for them to escape. His rich combat experience allowed him to lead the team to quickly throw away a large number of zombies behind him. A few minutes later, Su Luo led people into an alley to hide. The dim alley was deep, and Su Luo didn't notice that there were still people inside when he first came in. First come first served, it is not a smart thing to conflict with your own people in the ruins. Su Luo was about to retreat when Lucifer, who caught up with him, exclaimed in surprise. Yin Yin. Chapter 304. In the dim alley, Sun Yinhe was blocked by a group of players. Just as the group of players were about to attack her, A human player ran in from behind. The leading player instantly pointed his weapon outward at Su Luo, who had strayed in. Su Luo lowered his eyes and turned away without saying a word. Who knew that the next second, he heard Lu Shi's shocked voice. Sun Yanhe's eyes moved slightly, and a trace of disgust flashed across his face. He instantly moved his eyes away from Lu Shi, feeling a little confused. He moved his fingers slightly, and was about to summon a war robot to solve the trouble in front of him, so that he could run away. But he suddenly looked up and met a pair of cold eyes. "Sister!" The joyful cry made the surrounding players look up instantly. On the wall, Wen Ning, who was passing by, stood still. It was neither right to leave nor to stay. Oh my god! She just took a curious look when she climbed over the wall. How did she end up in such an explosive scene? Sun Yanhe had already screamed. The players in front of her looked at her with strange eyes, and the eyes that looked up and down made Wen Ning quite annoyed. She simply jumped off the wall and stood in front of Sun Yanhe. It just so happened that she also wanted to meet Lu Shi, the big customer. However, it was important to deal with these minions in front of her first. There were about a dozen people on the other side, blocking Sun Yanhe, a little girl, in this dark alley. You can guess their dirty thoughts with your toes. "Sister, we meet again." Sun Yanhe looked at Wen Ning with joy. The four parties met. The serious scene was so serious that Xiao Su had no sense at all, and she came up and talked to Wen Ning. At this time, Lu Shi also squeezed in front. Hey! You guys are not attracted to this girl too. What a coincidence. Who are you trying to trick? Looking at Sun Yanhe sticking to Wen Ning was wearing a mask and could not see his face clearly, but he had a good figure and the equipment on his body showed that he was rich. The man behind him appeared just when he was about to take action. The team's equipment was top-notch, but the girl in front of him was wearing tattered clothes when they first met. Looking powerless, she was even more timid after meeting them, leading them into the alley. The key is that the two sides appeared almost at the same time. The player immediately imagined a conspiracy. "You are so good, you are setting a trap for me, right?" "I'm going to." On Wen Ning's side, as soon as Lu Shi approached to ask Sun Yanhe something, the man in the lead on the opposite side took out a pistol. He was about to shoot while cursing. Wen Ning reacted instantly, stretched out his hand, and slapped the man in the abdomen, then raised his hand to attack the man's wrist, and the gun fell off. The man flew backwards. Wen Ning's movements were too fast, and the alley was dark. Before they could see what happened, their boss fell out. Boss! What are you doing? These little bastards are plotting against me. Go!" The man covered his butt and screamed on the ground. A dozen people reacted and rushed towards Wen Ning and others. Lu Shi turned around, waved his hand, and several robots rushed up. Sun Yanhe saw Wen Ning's move, and he did not hesitate to reach out and summon the war robot. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. Sun Yanhe's war robot's fighting method was extremely brutal. He held the player's head with one hand and crushed it without hesitation, and pulled the trigger with the other hand holding a gun. Oh my god, what is the origin of this girl? Look at her robot. It's even more powerful than the boss's. God! With this height, the hardware can't compare. I always feel that Mr. Lu's robot is like a chicken in front of this girl's robot. Lu Shi also reacted. Yen had the robot given by Wen Ning in his hand. He had seen the attributes at that time. Now when the two sides were compared, his robot felt not good enough. The other party was also a temporary team. In the process of looking for an exit, they saw that Sun Yanhe was alone and easy to bully, so they had the idea of robbing. At this time, seeing that the robot crushed the player's head more easily than crushing a walnut, it had already fled like a bird and beast. The leading man died miserably, and the equipment was left on the ground after the body disappeared. No one present picked it up. Lu Shi's people thought that this person seemed to be the sister that President Lu had been looking for. How could they steal the things that her robots killed? Wen Ning was even less interested in these supplies. Yen. After the battle, Lu Shi walked forward. Before he saw Sun Yanhe, he had many questions to ask. For example, what happened in the past, or why she didn't go back to the Lu family to find him. It has been so long since the end of the world. Has she seen the missing person notice he posted on the World Channel? Why didn't she reply if she saw it? But seeing Sun Yanhe's cold little face, there was still blood splashed on her cheeks during the battle just now. Lu Shi's thousands of words were choked in his throat, and he couldn't say anything. Sun Yanhe ignored Lu Shi's handsome face, and turned to look at Wen Ning eagerly. Wen Ning looked between the two people. She knew these two people, and they had a lot of interactions, but they didn't meet very often. How could she be involved in the feud between them for no reason? It was so embarrassing, even more embarrassing than catching Huzi cheating. When Ning looked around, the two were caught in an inexplicable competition. When Ning took the opportunity to see behind, among Lucifer's team members, it can be seen that the few people wearing black tights should be Lucifer's men. As for the thin man in front, Wen Ning's eyes fell on his ankles and looked away at a glance. Wen Ning was wearing a mask, and no one on Lucifer's side knew her identity. Lucifer also knew from Sun Yinhe's attitude that this was the owner of the treasure pavilion. Seeing that Sun Yinhe was really unwilling to pay attention to him, Lucifer turned his head to look at Wen Ning. "Shop. Boss Lu, I've heard of your name for a long time." Wen Ning stopped Lucifer from blurting out the name of the shop owner. Lucifer didn't know how to call him, so he could only nod awkwardly and stop talking. The treasure pavilion was low-key and didn't want to reveal its identity, which Lucifer could see from the robbery mask on the pavilion master's head. Wen Ning didn't take the initiative to introduce her identity. The current situation was that she had greeted Lucifer, and the bad guys had been driven away, so she should be able to leave. But Sun Yinhe had held her back and wouldn't let her go. This little girl, who was killing people just now looked so pitiful. "Don't say she did it for her. Your brother is here. You're acting cute to the wrong person." "Well, the zombies from the next street are coming this way. Why don't we find a safe place first?" Lucifer agreed to the proposal and immediately led his men back, looking at Wen Ning pleadingly before turning around. Wen Ning understood what he meant. If she left now, Sun Yinhe would also turn around and leave, and then it would be difficult for Lucifer to find her. Wen Ning had no choice but to take Sun Yinhe with him, and Sun Yinhe followed behind Wen Ning obediently. They left the alley and ran towards the building far away from the zombies. Chapter 305. Walking on the street, Wen Ning and Sun Yinhe followed behind Lucifer's team. The gray outer wall had peeling paint, and there were many mottled bloodstains and corroded holes, which looked dirty. The team turned around and entered an office building. There was a glass door downstairs. In order to avoid zombies, the team went up the stairs to the third floor. After closing all the security doors, everyone listened carefully and found that there were no zombies chasing them, so they let down their guard. "Oh, these zombies are too scary. If the map was not full of fog, we would have found the exit long ago." "The map is full of fog?" Wen Ning heard the whispers of the team members, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. On Lucifer's side, Sun Yinhe didn't want him to get close, so he could only arrange for the team members to cook on the side. Sun Yinhe had glanced at Lucifer opposite and instantly turned away, only looking at Wen Ning with a mask curiously. "How did you get in?" Wen Ning didn't plan to take off the mask, and just kept talking to Sun Yinhe. Knowing that Sun Yinhe also came in because of the space-time channel, Wen Ning nodded. It seemed that the space-time channel in her area affected many people. Couldn't everyone have entered this ruins? Where is the welfare ruins promised? Could it be? "Why don't you go to the exit?" Wen Ning asked calmly. Sun Yinhe was stunned and answered honestly. Can't find the exit?" Now it was Wen Ning's turn to be surprised. Combined with what Lucifer's team member said just now, that the map was covered with thick fog, Wen Ning finally reacted. Could it be that there were no exits marked on the maps of these players? No wonder those players were running around the streets without a plan. Lucifer started a fire to dispel the cold, and came over to invite Sun Yinhe to warm himself by the fire. When Sun Yinhe saw him coming, he immediately stopped talking to Wen Ning, and walked to the fire in silence. "Shopkeeper, I didn't expect to meet you here." Lucifer didn't want to scare Sun Yinhe away, so he had to bite the bullet and talk to Wen Ning. "How did Boss Lu get in?" Lucifer frowned and told Wen Ning about what happened, and Wen Ning was silent. Lucifer and his team actually came in through the ruins coordinates, so they should not have received the system notification. "I just didn't know that there were so many people in this ruins." Wen Ning told him about the changes that happened outside. "That's why there is no map in this ruins." "Shopkeeper, where did you come from?" "Let's check the map." Wen Ning didn't hide anything and said directly, "I have been in this ruins. I have a map." "You have a map?" Lucifer's eyes moved slightly, and his tone was a little shocked. "Then why didn't the shopkeeper go out?" "Me? I still have some things to do. I tell you the coordinates. You can take your sister and leave quickly." Wen Ning didn't think about doing business at this time. Anyway, the coordinates will be discovered sooner or later. Even if they are not discovered by the players themselves, the ruins should return to normal after the system repairs the time and space channel. Lucifer hesitated. "You are alone." Although Wen Ning was wearing a mask, her voice and figure could tell that she was a girl. "What do you want?" "Maybe I can." Lucifer was about to propose to act together with Wen Ning, but there was a sudden sound of heavy beating outside the window. Bang! 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 The sound of the falling objects on the ground shook the ground, and the windows vibrated. Crack! 2 pieces of glass suddenly broke apart. Boss! Lu Shi hurried to the window to check, but Wen Ning was very familiar with this kind of noise. Mechanic! Outside the window came the screams of players, and the roars of zombies. The appearance of the mechanical objects easily took away the initiative on the battlefield. Wen Ning frowned. Why did the mechanical objects also appear at this time? Judging from the strength of Lu Shi and his men, they might not be able to get out safely. Wen Ning looked out the window. The waxing moon has turned into the waning moon. Su Luo muttered to himself, and Wen Ning also discovered this. Maybe this is the law of the monsters in the ruins. Wen Ning had never seen such a large number of mechanical objects dispatched, and she had not fought against A-level mechanical objects. It was not certain whether she could escape unscathed in this situation. On the street, groups of zombies were crushed by groups of mechanical men, and mutant vultures hovered in the sky, occasionally swooping down to eat the killed players. The road was full of abandoned vehicles and various corpses. Wen Ning frowned and watched the movement trajectory of these mechanical men. His eyes were stern, and he opened the map to take a look. Oops. Wen Ning turned and ran out without even saying hello. Sun Yan had chased after him, and Lu Shi also hurriedly called the team members to follow. Nian Yan followed Wen Ning, and he couldn't go out by himself. Besides, Wen Ning hadn't told him the coordinates yet. Wen Ning quickly followed the mechanical men not far away, staring at a coordinate on the map, and saw zombies pouring out of several street corners on the road. But more robots killed them, and the team kept advancing. There were survivors hiding in the tall buildings nearby, watching the scene in horror. Oh my god, these robots and zombies are fighting. Fuck, what kind of ruins is this? There are millions of zombies. Boss, how can we get out if we can't find the exit? Boss! Look, there is a group of players over there, running against the zombies. Boss! Do they know the exit? Exit? Should we follow them? Shut up, are you going to get out of this situation? Anyway, there is no time limit for the ruins. Let's wait until they finish fighting. Boss, you are wise, but boss, why are these robots so angry? In the city streets, the sound of gunfire rang out from time to time, mixed with the screams of human players. The roar of zombies, and the big pendulum of the robots smashed hundreds of zombies into meat paste. The players covered their mouths one after another. This scene was simply disgusting. Some players were bold enough to try to kill these strange robots at the edge of the team and get a heart. It was neither right to take it nor to give it up. On the other side of the street, Wen Ning was running fast, occasionally climbing up the eaves and walls, jumping onto the top of the wall, and then climbing to the top of the wall on the other side, and her figure was light and swift over various obstacles. Behind her, Sun Yanhe was following closely, and Lu Shi's team was not far behind. The group followed Wen Ning to the roof of a flat building. Wen Ning was not surprised by Sun Yanhe and the others who followed her. Now she had more important things to do, and could not care about so much. Wen Ning walked to the edge of the roof and looked at the scene opposite. Her pupils shrank sharply. Chapter 306. Wen Ning hid behind the bunker and looked at the street across the street. She clearly saw that countless zombies came out of the research institute of this life community. The outer wall of the entire building was crawling with all kinds of deformed creatures and mutant plants. A damaged sign with the word life written on it could be vaguely seen at the door of the building. Wen Ning frowned and wondered how these zombies could come out from here. A few streets away, the mechanical men came out in droves, as if they were following the zombies. Lu Shi and his team members behind him were so shocked that they couldn't speak when they saw this scene. It was so shocking. This kind of disaster-level scene has only been seen in movies. But now, they appeared alive in front of her, and the disgusting stench and the hideous faces of the zombies could not be faked. Usually, players face mutant beasts. Although mutant beasts are terrifying, they will drop delicious mutant beast meat after being killed. This stinking scene, with cannibalism, made many players nauseous. Wen Ning had to go in, but didn't want to be followed by these burdens. Boss Lu, the exit coordinates are on this piece of paper. Take your sister and leave quickly. Sun Yanhe looked reluctant, but Wen Ning didn't care. He said calmly, you don't have enough information, and you will die if you go in. Also, I have no obligation to give you the exit coordinates. Since I have given them to you, I hope you won't ruin my business. If these people followed Wen Ning, she would most likely have to be distracted to protect them, so it would be better to drive them away now. Lu Shi hesitated, but the team members behind him couldn't stand seeing such a scene, and there was also the injured Shaolin. Yan. Sun Yan, he knew Wen Ning's temper. Since Wen Ning didn't want her to follow, she turned around and left without saying a word. Lu Shi hurriedly took the team members to follow. He finally found Su Nianhe, and he would never lose her again. The group left, only Su Luo, who was dressed in black, stayed. He stood coldly beside Wen Ning, and his tone was even more indifferent. Treasure Pavilion shopkeeper, let's cooperate. Wen Ning was stunned, and turned to look at Su Luo. Did this guy take the wrong medicine? Cooperate with me? And how did he know my identity? Su Luo explained calmly. I have a map of this laboratory. The map of the Institute of Life Community. Wen Ning couldn't help frowning. If he really had a map, it would be easier to cooperate with him. Because although she had a map of the ruins, it only had the coordinates of various places, and no specific map of the interior. However, how did Su Luo get this map? Perhaps Wen Ning's eyes were too curious, so Su Luo explained a few more words. He glanced at the tightly wrapped Wen Ning, and there was no emotion in his tone. What did you say? Li Weigua is dead? When the official base traded with her, it was Nialan who handled it, so Wen Ning did not add Li Weigua as a friend. But I didn't expect Li Weigua to. After listening to Su Luo's experience, Wen Ning knew that he wanted to use the power of the treasure pavilion to avenge Li Weigua. Su Jiaqing was very wrong. At that time, because he was sent by the superiors, we didn't dare to say much, and the result was... TSK, don't you think it's ridiculous? The order of this place has collapsed, and you seem to be using the same old methods. It can only be said that you are reaping the fruits of your own labor. Su Luo looked at his mechanical leg dejectedly. Wen Ning thought that Nialan had helped her at that time, so this deal was not a loss now. It was indeed much more convenient to have a map. How do we cooperate? Su Luo came back to his senses, but he didn't expect Wen Ning to agree to him, and his expression was still a little unresponsive. Map in exchange for healing potion. For safety, I will go in with you. Wen Ning raised an eyebrow. Do you think I don't have the strength? No. Anyway, I will go in with you. It's okay to follow alone. But Wen Ning wanted to make it clear in advance. Okay, I don't have the healing potion with me. You can ask Nialan to ask me for it after you go out. Okay. Su Luo was not afraid that Wen Ning would lie to him, and besides, the owner of the treasure pavilion would not lie to her. Su Luo took out the map without saying anything, and sat on the ground with Wen Ning. The two ignored the sounds of fighting on the street, and focused on studying the map. Where is the store going? Although Wen Ning knew that this was an important place, she really didn't know where to go. In the book of history, the last time she saw the siren was in a pure white laboratory. Is there a laboratory here? Su Luomo, there are laboratories everywhere in the research institute, but since it is the one Wen Ning wants to go to, it should be the most important laboratory. Su Luo flipped through it, and found a blueprint on the central floor. S laboratory, is it here? Wen Ning looked at the deformed S letter on the door and nodded. It should be here. The two studied the route up and down again. The elevator must be unusable, but now these zombies are still unknown from where. Whether the stairwell can be used is still unknown. Put together the equipment and move in 5 minutes. After saying this, he was stunned for a moment. He was used to leading the team. Even when he joined Lu Shi's territory, he was still in a dominant position when he went on a mission. Fortunately, Wen Ning didn't care about these. She paid attention to the street, and listened to the sound of hammers hitting the ground in her ears, as if they were coming this way. Looking up, there was indeed an A-level mechanical man at the end of the street, followed by countless B-level mechanical men, each with a red heart in his body. Under the wrapping of the steel bracket, there was a strange red light flashing. The gunshots rang out, causing thousands of zombies to roar. Move! Wen Ning ran directly to the side of the institute, and Su Luo followed without saying a word. The zombies all rushed out from the main door of the institute, and there were not many zombies at the side door. Wen Ning took out the crystal blade and pressed the button. A long sword appeared, flashing colorful light. He easily cut the door locked by the iron chain on the side. As soon as the door opened, the zombies rushed out with a roar. Wen Ning swung his sword horizontally, and several zombies were instantly cut in half. Su Luo, who came a step late, watched Wen Ning kill these zombies like cutting tofu. Suddenly, I felt that my worry was a bit unnecessary. The two ran over the broken glass on the ground, and the sound did not attract the attention of the zombies in the team. After looking at each other, Wen Ning and Su Luo did not stay too long, and saw that the team of zombies came out from the stairs. Then they walked around the lobby, followed the escalator that had been powered off to the second floor, and found the elevator. Chapter 307. The power is out. We can only go to the elevator shaft. The stairs are full of zombies, so we can't go. Su Luo nodded, glanced at the closed elevator door, and looked back at the crystal blade in Wen Ning's hand. He took 2 steps back silently. Wen Ning, did you know that my crystal blade is an energy blade? It consumes a lot of crystals. Wen Ning glanced at the elevator, clenched his hands, and the crystal blade disappeared in his hand. When Su Luo was confused, he stretched out his hand and waved it again, and a huge monster appeared in front of him. Master 001 finally saw the light of day again, and the first thing he did was to see if Wen Ning was injured. But Su Luo was stunned in place, and those robots in Lushur never spoke. I'm fine. 001, open this elevator. 001, who had just come out, worked hard and tirelessly. When he turned his head and saw Su Luo beside him, his mechanical eyes flashed with the light of data processing, but there was no other reaction. Su Luo was also surprised by 001's smooth movements. Lushur's robots can only fight, and can't do anything else. Didn't they buy it from the owner of the treasure pavilion? Why is there such a big difference between the buyer's show and the seller's show? Wen Ning didn't care about Su Luo's thoughts. After the elevator door opened, he threw a pearl lamp inside to illuminate the space. He put 001 back into the backpack. 001, this big guy, couldn't fit in it at all. The display screen in the elevator was broken. Wen Ning looked at the buttons next to it. There were 60 floors up and 20 floors down. The scale of this research institute can be imagined. Opening the movable door on the top of the elevator, the two got on the elevator and went into the elevator shaft. The elevator cable extended upwards. They were going to the 33rd floor and were currently on the 2nd floor. Wen Ning tied the pearl lamp with a cloth bag around his waist. The light of the pearl lamp was somewhat obscured, but it was still enough. On the side was the scaffolding left when the elevator was repaired, which was left when the two were preparing to climb up. There was a sudden vibration downstairs. Let's go. The mechanical man should be almost at the door. Su Luo walked in front of Wen Ning, and the two climbed up at a very fast speed. In the empty elevator shaft, Wen Ning could only hear the roar of the zombies outside, as well as the occasional gunshots and the screams of the players. In the elevator shaft, Su Luo could hear the sound of panting, while Wen Ning behind him was actually breathing steadily, and there was no sign of fatigue at all. Su Luo was slightly shocked by Wen Ning's strength. 10 minutes later, Su Luo looked at the words 33rd floor covered by dust. He said to Wen Ning behind him, "We're here." Wen Ning nodded, and was about to summon 001 to open the elevator door, when Su Luo above his head had already taken out a wrench. After opening the elevator door a crack, he inserted his hands and pried it to both sides, and the rusty elevator door made a loud noise. But it still opened smoothly. Su Luo climbed in and turned to pull Wen Ning, but saw that Wen Ning was already standing safely in the corridor. There was no light in the corridor on the 33rd floor. To be more precise, the entire city had no power. The corridor was pitch black, and even the carpet was covered with a thick layer of dust. It was quiet here, and there were no zombies as imagined. The two of them cautiously took their weapons, and walked towards the laboratory step by step. Passing by a huge centralized laboratory, Wen Ning looked at the scene in front of him, and gradually became familiar. This is where Dr. Zhang received the siren. Wen Ning felt a little strange, because this was her first time to enter the scene in the history book. This means that the things that happened in the history book really happened. But this is a relic. Is it really the old world of the Wasteland continent? Wen Ning didn't know. She looked at the environment here. There was dust everywhere, and the documents on the table were covered up so that even the handwriting could not be recognized. Wen Ning tried to pick up a piece of information, but the information turned into ashes as soon as it left the table. It was impossible to get useful information from it. Wen Ning took Su Luo forward. When passing a door, Wen Ning paused, turned around, pushed open the door and walked in. This place also made Wen Ning very familiar. This is the round table conference room in the history book where the siren was calculated. It was the right place. Wen Ning couldn't wait to go to the place where the sea monster was injected with the drug. There might be new discoveries there. At this moment, a deafening noise suddenly came from downstairs. The whole building was shaken by the sudden vibration. Wen Ning and Su Luo ran to the window and wanted to open a window to look down. But the outer wall of the whole building was covered with various mutant plants, which were collected by mutant vultures to make nests. The window guardrail was where these mutant plants were fixed. It was difficult to shake. At the critical moment, Wen Ning summoned 001, and then in Su Luo's shocked eyes, 001 actually took out a weapon exactly like Wen Ning's, and the two worked together to remove the window directly. The window fell together with the nest of the mutant vulture, and the mutant vulture was enraged, howling and about to attack Wen Ning. Su Luo's face changed, and he was about to help, but he saw Wen Ning took out another dispersing torch. After lighting, these mutant vultures seemed to have their souls burned, screaming away from the window where Wen Ning was. Together with the mutant birds in the entire building, all the families ran to the road several buildings away, unwilling to approach the building where Wen Ning was. Su Luo was shocked by the good things that Wen Ning took out continuously, and he could only sigh in his heart that the treasure pavilion was indeed full of treasures and had a large family. No wonder Wen Ning dared to break into the city ruins alone. The annoying mutant vultures were dispersed by Wen Ning's torch, and the two looked down. Below the height of 33 floors, even the A-level robots became very small. If it weren't for their iconic big pendulums, Wen Ning would probably have ignored them. However, when Wen Ning saw a deformed robot surrounded by many A-level robots, he couldn't help but take a breath. There are even more advanced robots above the A-level robots. Wen Ning couldn't help but be shocked. The robot under his feet was at least 5 or 6 floors tall. He looked like a human, but not completely human. It was more like a combination of a human and an animal. He held 2 huge guns in each hand of his forelimbs, and a huge mechanical head with red light flashing in his eyes. Below was his body. As expected, there was a huge red heart in his chest, beating, and it was several times larger than the heart of an A-level robot. Further down was his body. From the waist down, he no longer looked like a human. Behind him were 4 limbs, just like the 4 legs of an animal. And connected to the waist was the body of an animal. Inside this body, Wen Ning saw a second heart. Chapter 308. 2 Hearts. Wen Ning looked at this scene in disbelief, wondering if this was the final boss of this ruin. But why did they come out at this time? What broke the balance between them and the zombies, seeing that the army of mechanical men at the bottom of the building had already firmly blocked the zombies in the Research Institute building? An ominous premonition came to Wen Ning's mind. Could these mechanical men come for this laboratory? No, it's too late. We must find this laboratory quickly. Wen Ning turned around and said to Su Luo, the building may collapse. Go to the laboratory, quickly. This mechanical man of unknown level was tall, but it must be difficult for him to get up to the 33rd floor. It is not impossible for him to tear down the entire building in anger. Su Luo immediately understood that time was urgent. The two of them stopped talking nonsense and turned around and ran towards the depths. Luckily, Su Luo has a map, Wen Ning thought. If I walked into this building, I would not be able to reach the 33rd floor for a while, nor could I find this laboratory. 5 minutes later, Wen Ning and 001 cut down the locked door of the laboratory in the same way and stepped into it. It was very familiar inside. It was the room where the siren was injected with the drug. Wen Ning did not look for too much, and went straight to the research bed in the book of history. Su Luo looked at her purpose and fell into deep thought, and 001 beside him suddenly looked at him sideways. Su Luo was startled and subconsciously put away his guess, and 001 turned his head. Before turning his head, he gave Su Luo a warning look. On Wen Ning's side, the research bed was covered in blood. No one knew what had happened. The laboratory was in a mess, just like the centralized research room outside. It must have encountered some disaster. On the other side, there was a huge glass jar, which had been broken. No one knew what was locked inside. Wen Ning didn't dare to touch these things, fearing that they would break like the materials outside. Wen Ning carefully searched on the research table, not missing any details, until her eyes came into contact with a familiar potion and a yellowed sheepskin scroll under the potion. Wen Ning's eyes lit up, and she carefully pulled out the sheepskin scroll, along with the potion on it. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the final chapter of the Book of History *. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the mutation potion *1, the Book of History. This should be a clue. Wen Ning glanced at Su Luo behind her, and put the Book of History into her backpack. Another reward was a mutated potion. Wen Ning's expression changed as soon as he picked up the potion. Master! 001 walked forward with concern, but found that Wen Ning's expression was a little strange. I'm fine, backpack. Something seems to be coming out of the backpack. Wen Ning held the potion, and with his other hand, a blue bead appeared in his hand. Siren? Wen Ning frowned tightly, and his 2 hands struggled with each other. But the siren seemed to have some obsession with this bottle of potion. Wen Ning didn't want to let the siren touch this potion so unclearly. He used both hands to keep the bead away from the potion. At this moment, it seemed that the wall was being smashed downstairs, and Wen Ning was not paying attention and released the force. The bead in his hand flew straight to the potion. Bang! The potion bottle shattered, and the potion wrapped a blue bead in the center. The bead emitted a blue light, and was actually absorbing the potion, when Ning didn't have time to stop it, and heard the system prompt, ding. The player successfully summoned the siren, and the remaining battle time is 29 minutes, and 59 seconds. Did I summon it? When Ning yelled angrily, and Su Luo was stunned on the spot watching these changes. When Ning, who was so shocked and calm, was now a little confused. What happened? The blue bead absorbed the potion cleanly, and the siren's figure appeared in front of Wen Ning. I don't know if it was Su Luo's illusion. The moment this mermaid-like man appeared, the mechanical men downstairs seemed to be quiet for a moment. But the next second, the movement downstairs was even louder, as if these mechanical men were even more irritable. When Ning stared at everything in front of him, the siren appeared, but did not open his eyes, and shot a laser from his forehead. Then, a holographic image appeared in front of Wen Ning. The location was actually this laboratory. The site was separated by a layer of glass, and the voices of the people in the picture were also hollow. Wen Ning looked at the broken giant glass tank and instantly understood that this should be the memory of the siren. He was locked in that glass tank at that time. The memory was intermittent. First, the siren was locked up as a human. Then the siren opened his eyes again, and a new digital life staff was lying on the experimental table in front of him. As expected, this was another alien life sent here. Dr. Zhang and Captain Gu were both present. They used the same method to turn the alien life into a human. But the difference was that the alien life that turned into a human died in less than a minute. This was beyond the expectations of the two, but the siren could understand that these people were sent here on purpose, and the civilization of their planet was far superior to that of humans. How could they not see through this little trick of testing? But he had been abandoned and became a fish that slipped through the net. I'm afraid the mother planet also thought he was dead. Dr. Zhang was confident at first, and wanted to modify the potion so that these aliens could still survive after turning into humans. Later, after finding that one died, he changed his mind. No longer changing their appearance, he even tried to plant a virus in their bodies that would exterminate the entire race. It was unknown where Dr. Zhang got this virus. But after the virus combined with the alien life, it underwent an unexpected mutation, and Dr. Zhang could not control this mutation. Instead, it accelerated the self-destruction program in his kind in advance. But later, I don't know what method they used, and the explosion was resolved. Since then, Dr. Zhang's experiments have become more and more crazy. Not only did many sea monsters appear in the laboratory, but also many animals. Finally, Dr. Zhang actually developed a mutation potion that can transform alien life into animals. It is the one in Wen Ning's hand. The potion can directly melt the center of alien life, and then replace it with the center of other animals. The sea monster was also injected with this potion at that time and mutated into a mermaid. But he has the ability to live in both. At the end of the picture, Dr. Zhang walked in with a black face. His expression was crazy. The experiment failed, your mother tribe has arrived, and their true form is... Ha ha ha, my experiment. After all, I missed this point. Then go to hell. Let's go to hell together. Chapter 309. The glass tank was broken, and the mermaid was pulled out. The mermaid fainted instantly, when it suddenly touched the air. Then the whole scene ended. That's all the memory is? How did he escape later? What other experiments failed? Did the aliens really come? Wen Ning was thinking about a lot of things, but was suddenly awakened by a huge vibration. The robots of the demolition team downstairs had already started to smash the building. Wen Ning looked at the unconscious mermaid, and didn't know what to do for a while. These robots seemed to be coming for the mermaid. Master, we have to get out as soon as possible. This place is really going to collapse. Then let's go. Just as they were about to turn around, the mermaid suddenly opened her eyes. The movement downstairs suddenly stopped. Wen Ning looked at the mermaid, but the mermaid looked at Wen Ning without any abnormality. She looked like she was obeying orders. Let's go! Wen Ning decided to go out first. While the people downstairs stopped smashing the building for some unknown reason, several people quickly went down the elevator shaft. The siren floated behind Wen Ning, and 001 had difficulty moving in this building, and had returned to the mechanical warehouse. Su Luo looked at the siren following behind Wen Ning, while descending, and felt that everything he saw today was beyond his imagination. Wen Ning did not explain too much, and several people went down to the 10th floor. The 10th floor was a large auditorium, and Wen Ning planned to find out the situation here before leaving. The mechanical people below seemed to be affected by the siren, and now they stood quietly in place, motionless, and let the zombies bite them. Wen Ning took out the book of history. He asked 001 and the siren to be alert, and he opened it and read it. Seeing that Wen Ning didn't mind, Su Luo sat next to him and peeked shamelessly. On the 20th floor underground of the Research Institute, a white-haired zombie in a secret room suddenly opened his eyes. Hee. You're back. Old goo. It's time for you to wake up. As he said this, he staggered, took out a tube of potion from his arms, and poured it into the mouth of a sleeping human next to him. When all the potions were poured in, the face of this human changed. The face that was originally covered with bruises was stained with blood again. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils were blood red, and the pupil shrank into a white dot like a needle. Then I saw his limbs waving strangely. When I looked closely, I saw that his limbs were not human limbs, but mechanical limbs. This human has a human head and a human body, but he has mechanical limbs. The joints of the limbs were very rough and fixed with steel nails. I saw that he was still a little unaccustomed to his limbs. But after drinking the potion, it was like relubricating a rusty machine. These machines seemed to have their own life, growing metal wires from the joints, piercing the human body, and drilling towards his heart. The human screamed miserably, without consciousness, but the white-haired human next to him spoke awkwardly. Old goo. Just bear with it soon. You will get revenge. If Wen Ning was here, he would be able to recognize that these two monsters were the missing Dr. Zhang and Captain Gu. At this time, at the bottom of the building, the zombie army continued to emerge from the basement, biting the surrounding mechanical people. The mechanical man actually seemed to be nailed, and could not move. Seeing this, the players hiding around started to think, and cleared the mechanical men who were far away. On the 10th floor, Wen Ning was checking the history book. He wanted to solve these mysteries. The screen unfolded, and this was the last history book. At the beginning of the screen, a huge spaceship appeared above the city. It turned out that the mechanical men came down from above. There were not only the mechanical men that Wen Ning had seen, but also many types that Wen Ning had never seen. The whole city was looted. After being brainwashed by digital life, humans had become powerless. They could not resist such an attack at all. However, the city's counterattack was still launched. Humans started with hot weapons and artillery, but were beaten back in the end. Most of the city fell, and the last survivors of humanity took refuge in the nuclear weapons launch base. At this time, it was the final moment of survival. Nuclear weapons would not be deployed in cities during peacetime, but news of alien invasions has spread like wildfire in recent years. The entire blue planet is in panic, and digital life is disrupting the situation. The world's top governments have begun to vigorously develop nuclear weapons. They regard this as the last resort for mankind. But this method is obviously a way to perish together. Once a nuclear weapon is launched, the entire city will be caught in a nuclear explosion. Even if humans survive the nuclear explosion by chance, they will die painfully in nuclear radiation. Everyone thought that this step would not be reached, but they did not expect the alien invasion to be so devastating. Before people could react, they already had nuclear weapons launchers in their hands. 3, 2, 1. Launch. The city leader numbly pressed the launch button under the voice in the headset. This was the order of the supreme leader. All the city managers were confused. The change came too quickly. The aliens had just arrived half an hour ago, and he had not had time to organize a counterattack. But people were already dead. Millions of citizens died in just half an hour. And the spaceships in the sky were still sending robots down continuously. Only by cutting off their spaceships could more robots be prevented from coming. As for what happened next, it was fate. The scene of the explosion was too shocking. In Wen Ning's eyes, a huge fireball exploded at the bottom of the spaceship. The electronic equipment on the spaceship was successfully detonated, and the entire spaceship exploded into a sea of fire. It fell diagonally to an unknown place. The entire city was hit by the nuclear explosion, and countless humans and robots were directly melted together. This war seemed to end in this way of mutual destruction. It is unknown how many humans survived, but there are still many living robots. In the city hall, the mayor has shot himself. He really can't accept that his city has become such a hell. And the robots are still searching on the streets. The radiation of nuclear weapons is useless to them. Just when Wen Ning thought the war was over. Under the ruins in every corner of the city, many green arms stretched out. Then, zombies crawled out one by one. They seemed to know where their enemies were, and gathered to rush towards the robots. Biting and climbing, a robot was quickly crushed by the zombies. Doubt flashed in the robot's eyes. Where did this group of humanoid monsters in front of him come from? They have no pain, and even no consciousness. They bite the robot and won't let go. The same situation appeared all over the blue planet. Wen Ning looked at this scene in shock. Humans have no chance of winning in this war, but the battle between zombies and robots seems to have just begun. Chapter 310. In the image of the book of history, a chaotic scene is about to break out. In the basement of the Institute, a man stubbornly resisted the robot in front of him. This man is Captain Goo. Dr. Jean. Did you succeed? I can't stand it anymore. Captain Goo cleared the robots that attacked in front of him and shouted to Dr. Jean behind him. In the utility room behind him, a whole wall of surveillance screens were monitoring the street in real time. Watching zombies crawling out from the ground one after another, Dr. Jean showed a crazy smile on his face. Ha ha ha, I succeeded. Captain Goo heard that Dr. Jean succeeded, and his vigilance relaxed. The B-level robot in front of him seized his defensive flaws. The sharp blade in his hand directly penetrated his body. Old Goo. Dr. Zhang's eyes were bloodshot, and a thought flashed in his mind. Many zombies actually poured into the basement. These zombies actually obeyed Dr. Zhang's orders and rushed forward. He pounced on the robot, biting and scratching it, and soon tore it into pieces. Captain Goo lay dying in Dr. Zhang's arms. Old Zhang, change me too. Even if humans become extinct, this planet. Cough cough. I don't want to give it to this bunch of bastards. Old Goo, hold on. The spaceship has taken off. Humans will not become extinct. We have to guard our homeland and wait for the day they come back. Old Zhang. Cough cough. I don't want to die yet. Captain Goo spat out large mouthfuls of black blood, and his pupils gradually changed. Dr. Zhang shed tears. He was indeed an experimental lunatic, but if humans had a choice, he would not take this path. Old Goo, no, you have been infected with the virus of the mechanical man. I will inject you with the mutation potion, and I can't control this change. Captain Goo turned his head to look at the zombie-like monsters outside. These people were once his compatriots, although they have become unconscious monsters. But they are protecting their planet in this way. I'm not afraid. Old Zhang, you say, if our descendants come back here in the future and this place is gone, they... How sad. Dr. Zhang looked at Captain Goo's resolute face, and a flash of pity flashed in his heart. Okay, I promise you. Captain Goo closed his eyes with peace of mind. Dr. Zhang put him on the experimental table. The virus had soaked his body. In order to increase the success rate of the transformation, Dr. Zhang cut off Captain Goo's limbs, and only kept his heart and head. Then he found the limbs of the mechanical man and assembled them. Dr. Zhang was extremely sad. All this was the choice of all mankind. He lived up to expectations and developed the mutation potion. The human genes can be modified, and they can be transformed into zombies, like abnormal development. There is only one instruction left in the brain, that is to destroy all aliens. The price is that they will become monsters without emotions, consciousness, and only killing in their hearts. Because this alien civilization invasion is not the final result of colonization as everyone understands. The planet where these mechanical people are located is originally a created asteroid. The power of technology has made them wander for dozens of light years. During this period, they have been looking for a suitable planet to stay. It is not to settle, but to drain the energy and vitality of this planet, and use them as fuel to increase the power of their mechanical planet. Drift to the next richer galaxy. Plunder is their goal, and destroying humans is just because they are afraid of human counterattack. And if there are humans on the blue planet, their mother planet cannot approach to absorb the vitality of the blue planet. After knowing their final conspiracy, Dr. Zhang has been pursuing a way to allow humans to fight against these mechanical beings. It takes a lot of manpower and material resources to create a mechanical being on a mechanical planet. So only by letting these mechanical beings know that the power of humans cannot be underestimated, they dare not let their mother planet approach the blue planet. After Dr. Zhang developed the mutation potion, the world's leaders put the virus into the drinking water of residents. But the mutation potion will only work after the death of humans. And Dr. Zhang will only activate the virus after the extinction of humans. This road is the last road for humans. The last way to defend the blue planet. Dr. Zhang also developed a potion that can weaken alien life and has been equipped in the atmosphere of the blue planet. The original plan was that alien life would transform when passing through the atmosphere, and would directly transform into other non-threatening creatures. In this way, the purpose of forcing them to retreat was achieved. But what Dr. Zhang did not expect was that these invading robots were more complicated than he imagined. His potion only targeted aliens with blood centers, but these robots did not have so-called hearts when they first invaded. After landing, they plundered human hearts and absorbed their energy after installation. And through technical means, the human heart can continue to play the role of a blood pump in their bodies, becoming a perpetual motion machine. Their initial goal was to weaken the power of humans, transport a group of robots to the Blue Planet, and use human hearts to kill all humans on Earth. Then they would use their own planet to get close to the atmosphere of the Blue Planet and absorb the energy of the Blue Planet. Humans were indeed defeated. Within half an hour, they were slaughtered by the robots, and there were few left, but in the end, they had the courage to fight to the death. They had to tear a piece of flesh from the mechanical planet, even if they had to die together. Nuclear weapons destroyed the mechanical transport ship, and the mechanical planet suffered heavy losses, and they dared not approach easily. They could only retreat temporarily, and let the robots continue to clean up on the Blue Planet. For humans, the only thing left was the robots that had landed on the Blue Planet and had not been dealt with. So Dr. Zhang stimulated the virus in the human body, turning them into a zombie army to fight against the robots. After doing all this, Dr. Zhang realized that he was the last conscious human on this planet. He took out a mutation potion from his white coat, tilted his head back and drank it, and then took out another potion and drank it. The process of a living person turning into a zombie is very painful, but Dr. Zhang seems to be unable to feel it and crawls to the side of Captain Gu. Black blood flows from the corner of his mouth, and he clearly feels the pain of his body turning cancerous. All cell tissues will be destroyed and rebuilt by the potion. Old Gu, what do you think our children will face when they return to this planet again? Maybe we can't see it anymore. When we wake up again, we will become monsters like our compatriots. No emotions. No reason. Only killing. Old Gu, I don't regret it. What about you? The screen went black, and Wen Ning was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His eyes suddenly widened, and goosebumps appeared on his body one after another. The complex emotions in his heart were hard to describe. This Blue Planet. Isn't it our Blue Planet? Su Luo beside him suddenly asked. Wen Ning did not refute, his hair stood on end, and when he saw Su Luo's expression, all his words were stuck in his heart. Questions popped up one after another in his heart. This blue star. Which blue star is it? Chapter 311. Roar. Boom. Wen Ning hadn't fully accepted this explosive plot, but the zombies downstairs couldn't hold back any longer. Suddenly, they let out a powerful roar, and all rushed to the street. The lobby on the first floor of the Institute was vacated, and the elevator suddenly lit up red. The numbers on it rose from -20 floor by floor. -20, -19, -18, -1. Ding! All the zombies turned their heads to look in the direction of the lobby elevator. The elevator door slowly opened, but stopped halfway. Dr. Zhang stared blankly at the small gap in front of him, as if thinking about something. Hee. Bang. Gotcha. Two mechanical arms stretched out from behind, and penetrated into the door panels of the two elevators with two puffs. Captain Gu used the mechanical arms to remove the elevator door directly with an expressionless face. Dr. Zhang tilted his head to look at the scene outside, and walked out with staggering steps. Captain Gu's limbs seemed to be newly installed, and he staggered out of the elevator behind Dr. Zhang. The zombies around him did not show any other reaction to the appearance of the two. They walked towards the outside of the Institute with numb faces. Instead, the peripheral mechanics regained consciousness instantly after Wen Ning's history book ended. They began to resist the zombies' attack. Dr. Zhang's eyes flashed red, and his pupil shrank as he looked at the mechanics outside. He unconsciously said he. The zombie army immediately seemed to be enraged, and rushed towards the mechanics more frantically. The guns of Class B mechanics did not cause much damage to zombies. Even if their arms were knocked off, they still had feet and mouths to bite. Even with their legs broken, the zombies would still leap forward, struggling to attack the mechanics. The pendulum of the A-level mechanic is the nemesis of zombies. Wen Ning has not seen a higher-level mechanic fight. At this time, Wen Ning had already gone down the stairwell to the second floor. He knew that the zombies all came out from the underground, so he knew that there were no zombies in the stairwells on the upper floors. Wen Ning saw the back of Dr. Zhang in front of him on the escalator. His iconic gray hair made Wen Ning recognize his identity. Wen Ning did not dare to show up at this time, so he quietly slipped out of the side door of the Institute and went to the next building to peek. Dr. Zhang walked out of the Institute with only anger in his eyes, and said intermittently, "Hee. Clean up. Alien civilization. Protect." Captain Gu behind him had red eyes and no expression, just followed Dr. Zhang step by step. Both of them can no longer be described as human. One is Dr. Zhang with consciousness, and the other is a monster that is neither human nor mechanic. Dr. Zhang turned around and saw the A-level mechanics and high-level mechanics outside, and hatred appeared in his eyes. Invasion. Unforgivable. Captain Goose seemed to understand what Dr. Zhang said, and directly controlled his limbs to rush towards the A-level mechanic. The zombies around him also rushed towards the mechanic. When the zombies and mechanics were fighting again, Dr. Zhang suddenly turned his head and looked across the street. The anger in his eyes became even stronger, and he raised his head and roared, his eyes fixed on a corner. Then he took out a weapon like a rocket launcher and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Wen Ning was startled when his hiding place was exposed. Before he could react, the siren behind him flew out. The shell hit the siren in the air and exploded with a bang. When the huge smoke and dust disappeared, Dr. Zhang suddenly rushed out of the smoke. He held a samurai sword in his hand and waved it in a phantom in Wen Ning's perspective, and chopped the siren with one knife. The siren did not receive fatal injuries in the explosion. The nails of both fingers suddenly grew longer and blocked Dr. Zhang's samurai sword. A harsh voice came into Wen Ning's ears. "Be careful." Su Luo shouted a warning, and then Wen Ning felt a pair of claws reaching out from behind. The crystal blade appeared and directly cut off the hands of the sneak-attacking zombie. After one zombie was solved, many zombies rushed out from the stairs and attacked the two directly. Wen Ning summoned 001, and 001 started hunting mode as soon as he landed. He smashed the oncoming zombie's head with one punch, and black blood and brains were splattered everywhere. There was still a steady stream of zombies rushing here from the stairs. Wen Ning carefully avoided the zombies' claws and bites, but 001 didn't care at all. Wherever the weapon in his hand went, there were corpses. Su Luo was also fighting, but the speed of the three people's cleaning was far behind the speed of the zombies rushing over. What's wrong with these zombies? Aren't they supposed to protect humans according to the history book? Stupid. Wen Ning sneered. If these zombies protect humans, we shouldn't be attacked when we enter this ruins. And how can you be sure that the humans they want to protect are us? Wen Ning glanced at the sea monster that was fighting with Dr. Zhang, and was afraid that these zombies attacking her were caused by Dr. Zhang. And these zombies have been in this ruins for who knows how long, and it is not certain whether they have mutated. She does not expect these zombies to become her own people. From the current situation, in order to pass this ruins, all zombies and mechanics must be cleared. It is too difficult, and Wen Ning no longer intends to do so. This time, the harvest is already great. These history books are connected together, and Wen Ning can already know the direction of this complete story. The current problem is how to escape from Dr. Zhang's hands. Wen Ning glanced at the mechanics on the street, and she wanted to test the strength of this new mechanic. Thinking of this, Wen Ning turned to Su Luo and said, "My cooperation is over. Don't follow me." Su Luo was shocked and couldn't help asking, "What do you want to do?" Wen Ning filled the crystal blade with energy and rushed towards Dr. Zhang, who was fighting the sea monster with 001. "Take care of yourself." As soon as Wen Ning finished speaking, she and 001 were already in front of Dr. Zhang. Find the right opportunity to join the battlefield. 001 and Wen Ning cooperated with each other, and the two crystal blades found the right time to attack Dr. Zhang. The samurai sword in Dr. Zhang's hand was cut off instantly, and the whole person was shocked and flew out. Staggered for several steps before he stood firm. "Kengchi!" The samurai sword stood behind him, and Dr. Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood. "Hee, you are not dead." Dr. Zhang looked at the sea monster with a vicious look, as if Wen Ning beside him didn't exist. Wen Ning frowned. It stands to reason that Dr. Zhang was trying to protect Blue Star, so he shouldn't attack humans. But Dr. Zhang didn't have any other reaction when he saw him. No surprise, no hatred. In his eyes, he seemed to be no different from this sea monster. Roar! Before Wen Ning could figure it out, Dr. Zhang on the opposite side had summoned a large number of zombies to attack the three of them. Chapter 312. Since they were going to fight, Wen Ning didn't want to give in and went all out. Dr. Zhang was fighting with the sea monster in front of him, but he still had time to summon more zombies to besiege Wen Ning. Wen Ning held the crystal blade and chopped down two zombies, with a cold look in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a whole row of silver appeared in front of him. 50 war robots appeared together, and Su Luo, who had not left the rooftop yet, was shocked. This treasure shop owner was really as rich as the rumors said, and he actually brought so many robots with him when he went out. And each of them was more advanced than Lu Shi's robots. Ignoring the surprised voices behind him, Wen Ning began to arrange tactics. Wen Ning only summoned the war robots, and didn't let Hu Zi and Xiao Jin come out. First, there were enough war robots for this scene, and second, these zombies were carrying viruses. He was afraid that Hu Zi and the others would be infected with the virus. Su Luo stood on the floor, looking at the war robots in front of him that shocked him beyond words. The following scene made him sigh at the disparity of this world. All the robots put their hands behind their backs, and then dozens of colorful crystal blades appeared in unison. With a light stroke of the blade, the zombie on the opposite side was easily cut in half. The cut was neat, and the blade was so fast that the zombie's body was black and couldn't react. The bodies on both sides fell to the ground, and blood gushed out of the wounds. Su Luo's eyes flashed with disbelief. He originally thought that these weapons were very precious, but he didn't expect that when Ning's robots would have one in each hand. It's really annoying to compare people. Who would go out with an army? What's more, it's such a powerful army. With this army, there is no need to worry about not being able to walk sideways in this ruins. The next scene was a violent scene. The zombies that swarmed over were wiped out by the robots, without even a hair on Wen Ning being touched. Dr. Zhang on the opposite side saw that Wen Ning had so many helpers, and called in more zombies to attack. Su Luo had no time to watch the fun, because many zombies appeared around him. Dr. Zhang seemed to have lost his memory, and could not recognize humans. Wen Ning recalled the contents of the history book. I am afraid that only the clearing instruction remained in Dr. Zhang's mind. If this is not the blue planet in his memory, then the most likely possibility is that this is a parallel world. Then their appearance is also likely to be regarded by Dr. Zhang as alien invaders. Wen Ning did not hold a fluke mentality that the zombies could still stand on his side. The current situation is that there is a big battle between zombies and robots. The zombies in the whole city seem to have emerged, and the players can no longer hide in the buildings, but they can't find the direction of the exit. They can only fight guerrilla warfare in the city. However, there were also smart players who saw that the zombies and robots were moving towards one place, so they ran in the opposite direction. Of course, when someone ran away, there would be someone watching. Some fixed teams or temporary teams sneaked to the vicinity of the research institute, hiding behind the bunker, looking at the battlefield ahead. The street was divided into two main battlefields, one of which was a battle between a large group of robots and zombies. The players saw that there seemed to be a special zombie inside. He had a human body and robot limbs, but no robot weapons, but his forelimbs were like a sharp blade. It can penetrate the robots and cut their hearts directly. After losing the ability to move, the remaining ones are surrounded by zombies and torn into pieces. Now he is fighting against the A-level robot again. He snatched the opponent's big pendulum directly and smashed it with both hands. The A-level robot is also a little confused. Where did this little guy on the opposite side get so much strength to snatch his hammer and smash him? The players hiding in the dark were shocked and looked at another battlefield. Fuck. So many robots. There are robots like this everywhere. What's so surprising? The other players sneered at his fuss. What? Look at that robot. Doesn't it look like the one auctioned at the treasure pavilion? Oh my god, it really is. I just met a team with several robots like this behind them, but they are much smaller than this one. Look! Mermaid! Is that blue one a mermaid? He's actually fighting with that zombie in a white coat. Good guy. Look at that man in black. Is that a 5-colored sword in his hand? So cool. Are all these robots his? Why do I feel like that mermaid also listens to his orders? The players behind the bunker can of course recognize that the player is the one who wrapped himself tightly in the middle of the heavy robots. What shocked them was the things that the player took out. Each one was something they dared not even think about. The players discussed in whispers. Their eyes were full of enthusiasm for the robots fighting over there. Some people had roughly guessed his identity and were calculating in their hearts, quietly approaching that side. On Wen Ning's side, zombies surged forward like a tide, and Su Luo behind him was a little powerless to deal with them. Wen Ning didn't care about these. Her siren had less than 10 minutes left. Dr. Zhang's body was transformed by the mutation potion, and his agility was a bit high. Both 001 and the siren were a little bit difficult to continue. When Wen Ning was fighting, he deliberately piled the corpses of zombies at the entrance of the stairs. At this time, the number of zombies pouring in gradually decreased. Wen Ning then moved 20 zombies to move closer to 001 to limit his escape. He took out a sniper rifle from his backpack and skillfully replaced the original bullets. Then he buckled the magazine, knelt on one knee, opened the scope and aimed. Dr. Zhang was entangled with these robots, and his physical strength gradually decreased. The weapons used by the other party were also a bit too sharp. At this time, he had several wounds on his body. But the anger in his eyes did not decrease at all, and he looked at the siren in the air. Hoarsely, he said to the sea monster, "You, are not dead. Go. Go to hell. Go to hell." I'm afraid that when Dr. Zhang wakes up, He will think that it is time for the mechanical invasion. The sea monster has gone to hell. What is in front of you now is just an illusion. Wen Ning silently said in her heart that in the melee between the two tribes, she must first deal with a leader with organizational ability, otherwise she will be chased when she escapes. Thinking so, Wen Ning aimed at Dr. Zhang's rapid movement. Breathing, the clamor in the ear seemed to be inaudible, and only the white figure moving at high speed was left in her eyes. Bang! Wen Ning pulled the trigger, and the bullet cut through the air, passed through the gaps of the heavy obstacles of the robot, and accurately shot into Dr. Zhang's chest. Puff! Boom! Dr. Zhang's eyes suddenly turned red, and blood could not be covered from his mouth, like a blood bag. His internal organs exploded instantly, and the surface of his body did not change. But the organs in the chest and abdomen had been blown to pieces. The whole person instantly fell to the ground, and his spine was broken. Blood gushed out from the corners of his mouth, nose, eye sockets and ear canals. He couldn't die anymore. Hiss! Su Luo took a breath of cold air. He just saw clearly how powerful this zombie was. The store owner of the treasure pavilion only used one bullet to kill him. Ding! Congratulations to the player for defeating Dr. Zhang and obtaining Dr. Zhang's last memory *1. Congratulations for obtaining the diamond treasure chest *1 memory. Wen Ning frowned. Dr. Zhang died, and the zombies around him not only did not stop, but seemed to be enraged. He roared to the sky, and the roaring sound penetrated the sky above the entire city. The players fighting on the side clearly felt that the combat power of the zombies in front of them had increased significantly. The human players were defeated step by step, and could only kill them while walking to higher places. The siren summoning time is over. The siren disappeared in front of Wen Ning in an instant. Wen Ning turned around and looked at the zombies that pounced on him, and he didn't tolerate their bad habits at all. He reached out and took out a few dwarf bombs, threw them into the pile of zombies, and detonated them. Boom! The surrounding players only saw a player in black clothes, followed by several tall robots, using bombs to open a bloody path. He walked straight towards the mechanical group. Chapter 313. Wen Ning was panting heavily. The use of a sniper rifle requires a high degree of concentration. Just now, 001 and the others helped her resist a series of fierce attacks. She was unscathed and killed the opponent's advanced zombies. Now, she was going to meet Captain Gu and the advanced mechanics. Su Luo watched Wen Ning walk towards the center of the war, and quickly drank a bottle of energy potion and followed. His fighting ability was indeed very strong, but in front of Wen Ning's strength that was like a plug-in, it was not enough. Su Luo followed Wen Ning to find out about this relic. He didn't know as much as Wen Ning, and he bought some information about this relic on the black market. When he got this map, he didn't expect that he would be able to use it one day. Now that he has used it, he must collect more information. He has never seen any of these mechanics. At this time, he was close to the edge of the street, and immediately a B-level mechanic shot at him. Su Luo took out a short steel shield from his backpack to block the bullets. In front of him, there were more than a dozen zombies besides the mechanics. The scene was very chaotic. There was no alliance between the human players, zombies, and mechanics. The three were mortal enemies, and the mechanics and zombies had no ability to think. They instinctively wanted to kill the humans and mechanics. Su Luo carefully walked around the periphery of the battlefield. Most of the mechanics' bullets hit the zombies. It was not until it ran out of bullets, and its movements gradually became sluggish under the siege of zombies, that Su Luo drew out his weapon and chopped it up. Kung! The machete fell on the shoulder joint of the mechanic, making a sound of metal collision. The imagined scene of removing the mechanic's arm did not appear. Instead, his knuckles were numbed by the shock. Su Luo dodged the zombie head that stretched out from the side. He glanced at the woman, who had already walked into the center of the battle. The weapon in her hand directly cut the B-type robot in half, like cutting tofu. He was shocked by Wen Ning's strength again. Su Luo turned over neatly, and kicked the robot's neck with his metal leg. The robot staggered to the ground. Su Luo dodged the zombies around him, and pulled out the stuck machete. Stabbed into the robot's heart. Congratulations on successfully killing a B-level robot *1 and obtaining a broken heart *1 B-level. The one holding the big pendulum should be a higher level. Su Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the robot that was a head taller than Wen Ning's robot, and shook his head. This was not something he could solve, so he should just solve the zombies and B-level robots on the periphery. Another reason why he insisted on following Wen Ning was that Wen Ning had not told him the coordinates of the exit when he asked him to leave. It had been more than an hour since Lu Shi and the others left, and Su Luo didn't even know the direction, so he really didn't know which direction to chase. He was also self-aware, and didn't insist on following Wen Ning in. Just clean up the zombies on the periphery. Su Luo put the guns dropped by the mechanics into his backpack, and while cleaning up the zombies, he collected the things around that could still be used. This ruins didn't look like a purely material type of ruins. These scraps of copper and iron, after taking them out, must have the corresponding drawings to use them. Otherwise, they would really be a pile of scraps of copper and iron. Wen Ning didn't know that Su Luo hadn't left yet, and it didn't matter if he hadn't left. Just don't make trouble. When she walked in just now, some players stared at her with greed in their eyes. However, seeing Wen Ning approaching the zombies, these people dared not come forward. With the war robots escorting her, Wen Ning was not worried about these zombies like a tide. As long as they approached, they would be chopped into slag by the crystal blades of the war robots. It was a foresight to let Na Su build these 50 crystal blades. These crystal blades are very suitable for chopping zombies. These zombies are like tender tofu in front of the crystal blades. One cut can kill several. Wen Ning, with his eyes looking directly at the robot in front of him, reached out to take out the electromagnetic gun, and replaced it with special bullets made of blue crystal. There was no need to aim at all, and he pulled the trigger directly at the group of robots. 2-2. The blue bullets were fired and instantly exploded into ice mists when they landed on the robots. The ice mists instantly spread into a whole area, covering the robots. Then 001 followed up with a finishing blow, and the back of the crystal blade slashed at the frost-covered robot. The robot was instantly smashed into pieces, like an ice sculpture. The blood-red heart stopped beating and rolled down like a hardwood lump. The zombies around swarmed to fight for it, but the heart suddenly disappeared and fell into Wen Ning's backpack. Congratulations on successfully killing a B-level robot *1 and obtaining a broken heart *1. Congratulations on obtaining an iron treasure chest *1. Wen Ning continued to move forward to deal with the A-level robot. Captain Gu was still at the intersection ahead. Wen Ning wanted to get closer to take a closer look. The A-level robot in front of him was madly swinging a hammer to attack the zombies under his feet. In anger, he not only attacked with a hammer, but also jumped up from time to time and trampled the zombies to death with his feet at least 80 yards away. Wen Ning raised his gun, aimed, and hit the robot's shoulder joint accurately with 2 shots. 2 more shots hit the shoulder joint on the other side. 001 flew into the air, and the crystal blade in his hand chopped the robot's frozen joint. Crack, crack. After 2 clicks, the 2 arms of the A-level robot actually cracked directly, and then fell down unexpectedly. Frozen bullet, awesome. This was also the first time Wen Ning used this freezing bullet. He didn't expect that even the A-level robot couldn't resist this bullet. The robot without an arm couldn't feel the pain, but he was a little confused. The joints of both arms were still rotating, but without the big killer, this action looked funny no matter how you looked at it. In the end, he could only raise his head and roar. Wen Ning took the opportunity to add another freezing bullet, freezing the robot's entire chest. 001 raised the crystal blade and changed from slashing to stabbing, piercing the heart of the robot. Successfully killed the A-level robot. Beautiful. The last time I killed the A-level robot, I had to spend more than 20 dwarf bombs. This time, only a few freezing bombs were needed. Wen Ning was very surprised. And this time, after the robot died, its big pendulum did not disappear with it. And the equipment was exploded. Wen Ning hurried forward and wanted to pick up the big hammer. Master. Just as Wen Ning lowered her head, a piece of mechanical debris flew towards her quickly. Wen Ning felt something and immediately took a step back to see the unknown debris flying in front of her. She stretched out her hand and swung the crystal blade, cutting the fragment in half from top to bottom. With a sharp look in her eyes, she looked at the person walking towards her. Chapter 314. Fuck, look! That zombie mechanical monster killed a huge robot. The onlookers saw Captain Gu kill the highest level mechanical man on the scene. He reached out to remove a piece of mechanical debris and threw it behind him. The mechanical debris pierced through several zombies in the middle. The zombies that blocked the road had half of their heads cut off and their arms cut off. The whole process was extremely violent and bloody. The debris flew quickly to the other end of the street and even flew between 2 robots. It was not stopped and rushed straight to the player in the middle of the robots. When everyone thought that this player was doomed, the person inside suddenly looked up as if he had sensed something. A crystal blade with a stream of light appeared behind him, directly splitting the mechanical debris with strong inertia into 2 halves. He stood sideways with a long knife in his hand, looking at the opposite side with a sharp look. The players were horrified to find that the fragments that were split in half were still as powerful as ever, and they still penetrated several zombies before stopping. And the player who chopped the fragments with his hands was still standing there as if nothing had happened. Such terrifying strength. The players who were plotting against Wen Ning covered their mouths in fear and hurriedly reevaluated their own strength in their minds. At the same time, they stretched their necks to see what this player looked like. This kind of strength can only be achieved by a physical fitness of 25 or above. However, he was dressed in black and had a mask on his head that covered himself tightly. And Wen Ning's hand holding the crystal blade was slightly numb. The previous attack was so powerful that she almost showed her weakness, but the opponent had already come to kill her, and she couldn't let anyone see her weakness anyway. She made a knife flower and looked at Captain Gu, who was rushing in front of her. Behind it, a 5 or 6 story high robot fell down. Like a mountain collapsing and the ground sinking, all the zombies around were crushed under the piles of mechanical debris. Blood gushed out, and it was not an exaggeration to describe it as a river of blood. The whole street shook slightly, and there was a slight tremor under his feet. Wen Ning was secretly shocked. Captain Gu had both robot and zombie viruses in his body, and his limbs were strengthened in a brutal way. His strength was so terrifying that even high-level robots died in his hands. The key was that the robot died silently, and he died without even hearing the sound of fighting. This was the terrifying part of Captain Gu's strength. Wen Ning's vigilance reached its peak. 001 had already met him, and the crystal blade slashed at Captain Gu. Captain Gu was very smart, and still had some human combat thinking. He knew he couldn't fight the crystal blade head-on, so he dodged 001's attack very quickly. 001 was unwilling to fall behind, and all the war robots around him that had spare power attacked him. Wen Ning also joined the battlefield when he found the right time. Fortunately, Captain Gu was really afraid of the crystal blade. A dozen war robots, and Wen Ning beat him up, leaving many scars on his body. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, so Captain Gu quickly turned his attack into defense, and quickly dodged to the side after adding a deep scar on his back. He jumped to the side with a whoosh, stepped over the zombies' heads, and then climbed onto the outer wall of the Institute. After climbing onto the outer wall, he quickly turned around and hooked his hind legs on the wall. He was in an upside-down position facing Wen Ning and others. Hee. Captain Gu's red pupils turned pure white, but his pupils turned bright red. Wen Ning secretly calculated that the mutation effect on Captain Gu was immeasurable, and he retained some of his thinking ability. Now he can directly absorb on the outer wall of the Research Institute, just like Spider-Man. Hee. Captain Gu made a strange cry, and venom flowed between his black teeth. The zombies around him seemed to be controlled by this sound, and became more crazy. They roared and attacked the targets around them indiscriminately. Wen Ning exchanged tactics with 001 in his mind. The war robots around him were responsible for clearing the zombies that rushed up. Wen Ning and 001 swung their swords to attack Captain Gu. Captain Gu was at the height of the 3rd floor. Wen Ning quickly approached the Research Institute building with a crystal blade. The war robots around him diligently cleared the zombies within 50 centimeters around Wen Ning, and forcibly separated a vacuum area on the street. It was convenient for Wen Ning to fight. Of course, Wen Ning couldn't fly, but when he approached the Research Institute building, 001 on the ground was ready. Wen Ning stepped on 001's crystal blade and took off into the air, with the help of 001's power. The crystal blade in his hand pointed directly at Captain Gu. Captain Gu's pupils shrank slightly, and a subtle sense of success flashed in his eyes. Wen Ning took the initiative to deliver himself, thinking that the crystal blade was his natural nemesis. This arrogant idea led to the current situation, and he put himself in a dangerous situation. Wen Ning swung the crystal blade, but Captain Gu strangely avoided her attack. He was pulled in front of Wen Ning in an instant. Puff! Wen Ning looked up, as if he was not surprised by Captain Gu's approach. The crystal blade disappeared from his hand, and the crystal shield appeared, blocking the mechanical blades in Captain Gu's hands. He retreated and fell down. Wen Ning reached out to take out the electromagnetic gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. 3 freezing bullets were fired instantly, and Captain Gu moved on the outer wall and quickly dodged the bullets. At the same time, Wen Ning landed on the ground, and 001 reached out to catch her. After landing safely, Wen Ning looked up at Captain Gu, who was unharmed, and her handsome eyebrows frowned. Captain Gu kicked back with his mechanical legs, and the whole person ejected and attacked Wen Ning. Wen Ning was shocked and reached out to hold the shield above his head. Lie down. After a lie down, Wen Ning quickly detonated the crystal version of the dwarf bomb that he had just taken the opportunity to throw at the side of Captain Gu's neck. Boom! Captain Gu exploded without warning in the air, and a huge fireball bloomed in the middle of the street. The surrounding players subconsciously blocked their sight to avoid being blinded by the dazzling light. Captain Gu was blown away by the sudden explosion of the bomb and hit the outer wall of the institute heavily, causing the outer wall to dent. The smoke dispersed, and the shield on Wen Ning was bounced off, consuming 1/3 of the energy. In other words, the crystal shield can still withstand this level of attack twice. And because it was explosive damage, it did not cause counter-injury. Wen Ning supported her body to stand up and adjusted the colorful shield to be invisible. Although this shield is powerful, it is far less low-key than her previous one. Didn't you hear the sound of the players watching upstairs sucking their saliva? Wen Ning did not approach rashly, but fired a few rounds of freezing bullets first, and then threw a crystal dwarf bomb in. Then he and 001 carefully approached the big hole in the wall. Captain Gu smashed in, and the concrete inside was broken in half, revealing the connecting steel bars. 001 was also injured, but fortunately Wen Ning installed crystal shields on them. The burns from the explosion can be completely repaired. Captain Gu's situation was more miserable. Half of his face was blown off, and the blood vessels on the side of his neck were exposed, gushing black blood. One eye was missing, and the other eyeball and pupil changed color, and the anger in his eyes did not diminish at all. The limbs were still struggling slightly. Wen Ning showed no mercy, and cut off Captain Gu's limbs neatly. The limbs were cut off neatly by the effect of the freezing bullet. There was not even much blood flowing. The wound was directly frozen. Hee. Captain Gu, who only had half of his mouth, wanted to summon the zombies around him, but Wen Ning directly stabbed him in the mouth. The words in his mouth instantly turned into bloody sobs. Wen Ning looked down at his chest. He took back the dwarf bomb, and then added a few freezing bullets. 001 kicked into his chest and kicked Captain Gu's heart out directly. Congratulations on successfully killing Captain Gu and getting a diamond treasure chest *1. Chapter 315. Captain Gu died, and the zombies around him suddenly seemed to be released by mental control. But their fighting power remained unchanged, as if they were in a violent mode. Master, there is a huge energy fluctuation in the direction of the city center. 001 suddenly reminded. What? Wen Ning looked up in the direction of the city center, and there was a red light in the sky. The screams of humans, the roars of zombies, and the sounds of mechanical hunting came one after another. At the same time, there was a group of mutant vultures flying from the direction of the city center to the outside of the city. No matter how you look at it, it looks like they are trying to escape. Wen Ning's heart was alarmed. From this point of view, something must have happened in the city center. At the same time, all players in the Huadu Ruins received system prompts. System announcement. The self-destruction program of the Huadu Ruins has been activated, and there is only half an hour left before the nuclear bomb explodes. System announcement. Players are requested to rush to the exit and escape as soon as possible. Nuclear bomb. There are nuclear bombs in Huadu. Wen Ning's hair stood on end, and he guessed that the nuclear bomb explosion might be related to Dr. Zhang. While instructing 001, he carefully retreated and escaped from the encirclement of zombies. 001, let's get out of here. At this time, Wen Ning didn't care about being exposed, and directly took out the centaur. The huge roar attracted the surrounding players. The players came back to their senses. Fuck. Boss, take me away. I have an energy core. Vehicle. He actually has a vehicle. This is too unfair. What's fairness? Can fairness be eaten? Run quickly. Run? Do you know the exit coordinates? Just run? The players watched Wen Ning gallop out of the street, and they felt as if they were falling into an ice cave, and despair surged in their hearts. Yeah, where to run? I can't even find the exit. There are so many robots and zombies here. How to run? Look, how did that player pick up a man and go to the city center? The players looked at the two people on the centaur, followed by a group of war robots. At the same time, a gust of wind suddenly blew on the street, and white papers flew everywhere. This paper. It seems to have been scattered from a motorcycle. The players reached out to catch the note, which had a few words written on it. Boss. Look. Exit coordinates. Coordinates. It's the exit coordinates. Is it true? You're not lying to us, are you? How did you survive until now? I saw the motorcycle was heading to this coordinate just now. If he wanted to harm us, why would he do that? Stop talking, move. The players who received the note on the street moved towards the exit. On the centaur, Wen Ning frowned and asked Su Luo. Why are you still here? Su Luo spread the note Wen Ning handed to him expressionlessly, his tone calm. The store didn't tell me the coordinates, so I could only follow you shamelessly. Wen Ning choked. That's right. In this situation, running around without knowing the coordinates is definitely not as safe as following me. But Wen Ning didn't have any psychological burden at all. She had a mouth, and she didn't ask at the time, so how could she blame her now? The fare is 100 energy cores. Remember to pay later. Su Luo, is it too late to get off now? Wen Ning suddenly squeezed the brakes, and the rear wheel of the high-speed Centaur lifted up, and the two barely stopped in the city center. Wen Ning whispered, I'm afraid it's too late. Boom! Boom! In the center of the street, a raging fire was spreading outward, and all the buildings on the street spontaneously combusted without fire. Explosions would occur from time to time. It turned out that the red light just now was caused by the fire in the city center. The street in front of her was covered by fire, and the entire street was blocked. Wen Ning took a look at the map. This street is nearly 1,000 meters long, and is the closest way to the exit. Now several main roads are covered by fire, and she doesn't have fire protection equipment. It's not possible to force it. The car turned around, and 001 cooperated with Wen Ning to quickly develop an alternative route. The accelerator roared, and Wen Ning turned the Centaur around neatly. Rush out quickly. After 3 seconds of acceleration, Wen Ning's Centaur was almost out of the illusion. Su Luo held on to his subordinate's seat, his face solemn. The fire was spreading faster and faster, and there was a countdown to the nuclear bomb explosion. Taking a detour at this time was not a good option, but the situation in front of them left them no choice. The street in front of them came to an end, just when Su Luo thought Wen Ning was going to turn. Wen Ning suddenly squeezed the brake with one hand, and turned the steering wheel with the other. He made a sharp 180-degree turn on the narrow two-lane road. The speed did not decrease at all, and Su Luo watched in horror as the car body was about to turn sideways. Wen Ning stretched out his hand, and a crystal shield was propped up on the ground, making a harsh sound. Fire splashed everywhere, and Su Luo watched the crystal shield in Wen Ning's hand being ruthlessly pressed against the cement. He was heartbroken by the fire, and lightning all the way. This is simply a waste of natural resources, but Wen Ning didn't care about it, and the car's speed was getting faster and faster. It was actually a big fire that rushed directly to the end of the street. Su Luo was so frightened that he stuttered. Shop owner. Su has only one mechanical leg on his body. Prevent fire. In fact, it is not necessarily fireproof. Su Luo silently added in his heart, such a big fire, the high temperature in the center may directly melt his mechanical leg. Wen Ning's eyes were calm, but his mouth was merciless. So, it's not too late to get out of the car now. Su Luo's face was horrified, and suddenly he felt that the whole car body was flying. This car can fly? Su Luo looked at his feet in confusion. It turned out that there was a ramp next to the end of the street. Wen Ning just used this ramp to drive a car to complete a difficult action of flying across the street horizontally. Su Luo turned his head, and watched the 1,000-meter-long street completely engulfed in the sea of fire. Wen Ning flew horizontally across a row of bungalows, passed between two buildings safely, and landed on a nearby street. Although they did not completely escape the sea of fire, this street allowed them to avoid a long detour. Su Luo's heart slowly fell back into his stomach. He said with lingering fear, I will pay for the fare. Wen Ning smiled and said nothing. The car landed steadily, and Su Luo began to spread the exit coordinate slips prepared by Wen Ning again. Why does the store owner do such a thankless task? Wen Ning asked back, is it laborious? It's just a few notebooks, and the manufacturing station won't waste many survival points. Besides, it's you, Captain Su, who is doing the hard work. Su Luo knew that Wen Ning was changing the subject, and tacitly stopped asking. Wen Ning, who was driving in front, whispered, After all, we are compatriots. 10 minutes later, 17 minutes before the nuclear bomb exploded, Wen Ning and Su Luo appeared near the exit smoothly. Before I even got close, I heard the sound of fighting and a heart-wrenching scream. Oh no! It's Lu Shi! Su Luo screamed. Chapter 316. Wen Ning looked up, and his heart suddenly shrank. On the teleportation array at the exit, a giant robot was sitting upright. It was even bigger than the one Captain Gu was fighting. And it was not in human form. It had an inverted triangle head with several pairs of huge, bright compound eyes. At this time, it was fighting with Su Nianhe and her war robot. There were dozens of Medusa-like snake tentacles around its head, but they were mechanical. The bodies of these snake tentacles were all made of machinery, and they shone under the dual illumination of night light and fire. The mechanical body, for arms were 4 arm blades, and the arm blades were very sharp. Su Nianhe's robot took a blow, and its body almost broke into 2 halves, but it still persisted. It had 8 legs like a spider under its feet. It was also made of machinery, and it moved very quickly. If I had to describe it, it should be a combination of a mantis and a spider. I just don't know if the mechanical version of the mutant spider still retains its ability to spit spider silk. Just thinking this, Wen Ning looked behind the mechanical monster for some reason, and his eyes tightened when he came into contact with a white silkworm pupa-like thing. There were several such spider pupae hanging behind it, swaying with its movements. Wen Ning stopped the car steadily, and all he saw were dead bodies. Almost all the members of Lu Shi's team died, and the surrounding corpses disappeared, leaving only equipment on the ground. At this time, there was only one robot left, and Lu Shi was lying on the side, his life or death unknown. Su Luo got out of the car almost as soon as the car stopped and flew to Lu Shi's side. A red light flashed in the robot's eyes, and after detecting Su Luo's information, the red light dissipated and turned into a harmless blue light. Lu Shi! Lu Shi! How are you? Lu Shi's lips were already purple, and he was lying on the ground. Blood kept flowing out of his abdomen. The wound was hideous and terrifying, and there was some powdery stuff on it. It should be Su Nianhe who bandaged him. Su Luo took out a healing potion and fed it to him. Lu Shi swallowed it with great difficulty. But he finally had some life. The first thing he did when he opened his eyes was to look for Su Nianhe. Nian Nian. Su Luo stopped him from getting up and moved him to the corner. Lu Shi pinched his wrist and looked very anxious. Su Luo looked back and looked at the girl who was fighting desperately with the mechanical monster alone. He put Lu Shi down and rushed over. Lu Shi almost fainted due to lack of strength. Wen Ning, who was standing by, watched Su Luo join the battle, but his eyes were fixed on Su Nianhe. This little girl had good bones and high flexibility. She could fight back and forth with this behemoth, but she was in danger several times. The mechanical monster couldn't catch her easily, and she took advantage of the gaps to attack the mechanical monster without any pain. If this situation continued, once Su Nianhe's physical strength was consumed too much and her speed decreased, she would be caught by the mechanical monster. At that time, it would be a dead end. Su Nianhe also realized this, so she gave the task of attacking to the war robot and used herself as bait to attract the attention of the mechanical monster. However, the war robot's evasion ability was too poor, and it was already difficult to move after being slashed by the mechanical monster's arm blade. The mechanical monster, who had been teased enough, stopped chasing Su Nianhe. Standing in place, his whole body began to tremble irregularly. "Oh no! Run!" Su Nianhe loudly reminded Su Luo, who was rushing over, and turned around neatly to hide behind the bunker. Su Luo stopped his attack as soon as he heard the warning, but it was too late. The mechanical monster in front of him raised his head, its body was almost broken in two, and the position of its belly button was exposed. It actually began to spit spider silk in all directions. This spider silk was like rain, with very strong mucus on it. The things that were contaminated by the surroundings bounced off and became a big net, and then they would be wrapped and pulled by the spider silk that the mechanical monster continued to spit out, and then pulled back. Su Luo's reaction was very fast, and he turned around and jumped behind the bunker to hide. But he was still a step too late. His mechanical legs were entangled by the spider silk. After sensing the target, the mechanical monster struck accurately, and spit out more than a dozen spider webs at Su Luo's position. The mechanical legs were trapped in place, and could not escape. Su Luo relied on his own strength to dodge in the narrow space, and avoided the other spider silk spit out by the mechanical monster. Finally, the mechanical monster stopped indiscriminate attacks, and spit out a spider silk to drag Su Luo back. Su Nianhe took the opportunity to get to Su Luo's side, and raised the knife to cut the spider silk connected to Su Luo's feet. Cut the spider silk quickly, otherwise you will be dragged back and eaten. Obviously, Lu Shi's teammates were killed in this way. Su Nianhe was a little anxious to cut the spider silk with her weapon. But her weapon could not cut the spider silk. Instead, Su Luo staggered and was dragged backwards to the mechanical monster. "We can only cut off the mechanical legs." Su Luo was still calm at this time, and raised the knife in his hand to cut down the thigh. At this moment, a black shadow flashed in front of him, and Su Nianhe shouted in surprise, "Sister!" Then Su Luo felt the force on his feet loosen, and the whole person fell to the ground. In front of him was a black-clad player, with a crystal blade in her hand shining brightly, and the spider silk was cut off so easily by her. "Thank you, shopkeeper." Su Luo thanked in surprise, turned over, grabbed Wen Ning's hand, stood up and ran to the back. Wen Ning concentrated, and took Su Luo out of the range of the spider silk spray. The mechanical monster failed to hit it, and did not chase it, but remained silent on the spot. Wen Ning used the crystal blade to pick off all the remaining spider silk on Su Luo's feet. The spider silk that was just hard opened smoothly, and Su Luo's mechanical legs had been corroded. The shiny metal legs were full of pits and bumps where they touched the spider silk. It looked painful. It was also fortunate that Su Luo's leg was a mechanical leg, so he could not feel the pain. Wen Ning turned around and took a look at the mechanical monster that had already stood up. Its arm blade was holding a spider pupa made of white spider webs, and a black metal tube extended from the sharp mouthparts, inserted into the spider pupa, and began to suck. The sticky liquid fell to the ground, and the muddy yellow unknown liquid made the three people nauseous. Wen Ning knew that it was replenishing the consumption of spider webs. This mechanical monster was very tricky. There were less than 15 minutes left before the nuclear bomb exploded. Players had already come to the exit one after another, but they did not dare to approach the giant mechanical monster. Wen Ning handed Su Luo to Su Nianhe for care, and took out a crystal shield. He stretched out his hand and pushed, and the shield mechanism was opened, turning into a large shield that could accommodate several people. He handed it to Su Nianhe. "You stay away, I will fight quickly, otherwise no one can escape the nuclear bomb explosion. Sister, do as I say, don't affect my performance." Wen Ning deliberately said it lightly. Su Nianhe always trusted Wen Ning's strength, and now she withdrew her thoughts of wanting to help. She pulled Su Luo away very obediently, and returned to Lu Shi's side, and found that Lu Shi had fainted. Su Nianhe was anxious to take things out of his backpack. Su Luo stared at Wen Ning's movements, and his mechanical legs had been slightly deformed. Although it did not affect movement, it would definitely affect combat, not to mention that he had seen Wen Ning's strength. Thinking of the explosion in the center of the street at that time, deep thoughts flashed in his eyes. He followed Su Nianhe to move Lu Shi farther away. Put up the crystal shield and watch from the edge as Wen Ning faced the mechanical monster alone. A whole row of war robots suddenly appeared beside Wen Ning, and 001 followed her. This mechanical monster's defense is very terrifying, and the arm blades in its hands are even more powerful than Captain Gu's. But the crystal blade can cut its spider silk. It seems that the crystal blade can at least cause damage to it. Wen Ning analyzed calmly, and the mechanical monster in front of him seemed to have eaten and drunk enough, stretching its body again. Several pairs of compound eyes looked at Wen Ning approaching without any fluctuation. If you want to fight quickly, the only way is to use indiscriminate bombing. 001 tilted his head and reached a tacit understanding with Wen Ning. Two crystal dwarf bombs suddenly appeared in his hands. Wen Ning gave an order. Action. Chapter 317. Wen Ning and the war robot all have a tacit understanding. The war robot can follow Wen Ning's thoughts and actions without saying a word. The mechanical monster was startled, and the mechanical snake-like tentacles around its triangular head danced wildly. It raised its head, and the arm blades of its front claws flashed a colder light. There was a fierce light in its compound eyes, and the arm blades quickly raised and chopped at a war robot in front of 001. The eyes of the number 12 war robot flashed red, and it actually went straight to the front. He did not dodge or let the arm blade of the mechanical monster chop him. The crystal shield on his body unfolded and took the blow. Crack. A subtle sound came, and Wen Ning looked at it distractedly. The crystal shield on the first robot actually cracked under the heavy blow of the mechanical monster. Wen Ning was shocked. This mechanical monster is so much stronger than the mechanical man. More importantly, Wen Ning did not see a heart like other mechanical men in him. His energy center could not be found at all. The crystal shield cracked, but it did not break completely. War robot number 12 took this opportunity to place the dwarf bomb at the designated location. The mechanical monster also reacted extremely quickly and made a second attack. With a bang, the crystal shield cracked, and robot number 12 was also severely damaged. Wen Ning was shocked, but saw that robot number 12 did not retreat but advanced. He stretched out his hand to hold the arm blade of the mechanical monster, and with the other hand, he held the crystal blade and chopped wildly. He actually directly restricted several hands of the mechanical monster. The other war robots took the opportunity to attack around the mechanical monster. Throw the dwarf bomb onto the mechanical monster in the gap. The special device can make the dwarf bomb stick tightly to the mechanical monster. The mechanical monster is still immersed in a fierce fight with the war robot. Rage occupied its small head, and it was thinking about catching these big guys and melting them with venom. Wen Ning retreated to the back of the bunker under the cover of the robot, and his figure was as fast as the wind, and he quickly ran to the street entrance. Many players have appeared at the street entrance, and saw Wen Ning running towards them. He quickly stepped back several steps, fearing that he would attract the hatred of the mechanical monster. Find a bunker. Wen Ning reminded the players around her loudly. She had used the crystal version of the dwarf bomb in the research institute, and one was very powerful. Now there are 20 bombs exploding together. Wen Ning, who was behind the bunker, did not hesitate, and waved his hand to take back all the war robots. Then, he directly detonated all the dwarf bombs on the mechanical monster. Boom! Boom! 20 dwarf bombs exploded at the same time, and the strong glare almost blinded Wen Ning's eyes. A huge heat wave hit, and Wen Ning had no time to react, and the whole person flew backwards and hit a wall heavily. The crystal shield in his hand fell out of his hand, and the shield on Wen Ning's body was completely deployed. The shield energy is exhausted. This time the power was huge, and the crystal shield disappeared after only a moment of deployment. Wen Ning knew that this was caused by all the energy being used to resist the impact for her. Wen Ning suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood when he landed, which was caused by the collision. The back was burning with pain, and the whole chest was shaking when he took a deep breath. Wen Ning stood up while enduring the pain. Not far behind him were Su Nianhe and the other two who were affected by the explosion. She and Su Luo held the crystal shield tightly, and used their bodies to block Lu Shi. It's not like you don't care. Seeing Su Nianhe's hypocritical look, Wen Ning thought jokingly. The center of the explosion in front was full of burnt marks, and a circular pit with a diameter of 10 meters appeared with the mutant monster as the center. The mechanical monster was not dead yet, but its body had been blown to pieces. At this time, it was just struggling to death. 001 followed Wen Ning and walked forward for a few steps, and the mechanical monster died directly. Congratulations on successfully killing the mechanical monster *1. Congratulations on obtaining the crystal treasure chest *1. Is the crystal treasure chest a higher level treasure chest than the diamond treasure chest? Wen Ning looked inside the treasure chest in the backpack. It looked gorgeous and dazzling, and was much more exquisite than the diamond treasure chest. Master, there are still 5 minutes. Wen Ning sighed with regret, retracted her gaze from the mechanical monster, and watched its body disappear. The arm blade of this mechanical creature did not explode, but disappeared with the body. She turned around and waved to Su Luo and Su Nianhe. Su Nianhe's face lit up, and he quickly helped the unconscious Lu Shi to walk towards Wen Ning. Su Luo looked back, and the team members he brought out this time had been almost completely destroyed. Su Nianhe just told him that Lu Shi was injured by this monster because he was trying to protect her. Su Luo stood up with difficulty, and his mechanical legs had been corroded beyond recognition. Lu Shi was even more seriously injured, with a large cut in his abdomen. Half of his ribs were directly broken, and the wound was simply sutured by Su Nianhe, but it still looked horrifying. The big hole in the abdomen can barely be contained now. When I saw it just now, the internal organs were about to leak out. Su Nianhe stared at Lu Shi intently. As long as his body had not disappeared, he was still alive. As long as he got out, would there be no one to treat him in his territory? The mutant's body disappeared, and the teleportation array below appeared in front of several people. The players hiding around ran to the exit one after another, fearing that they would not be able to catch up with the nuclear bomb explosion, and the ruins would self-destruct. It was rare to see so many players suddenly appear, but now there was no time for greeting. Wen Ning made way. A sturdy 001 over 2 meters stood beside her, and the players around who wanted to chat were persuaded to retreat. Thank you. If it weren't for your note, we might still be trapped in the west. A player and a few people passed by and thanked Wen Ning with a fist. Wen Ning raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded as a tacit agreement. Centaur is so fast. How can these people know that it was her note? What Wen Ning didn't know was that these people were the group of players who watched her beat up Dr. Zhang in the research institute. When the players around hurriedly heard that the note that pointed the way was given by this player, they all looked at Wen Ning with gratitude. Wen Ning saw Su Nianhe and the other two approaching, and hurried forward to check on Lu Shi's condition. This is the big boss of her store. Considering the 1 million war robot she bought for Xiao Su last time, it's not too much for her to care about him. Let him drink the energy recovery potion, and this is the primary treatment potion. He will have surgery immediately after returning. Yes, thank you, store owner. Su Luo nodded. This trip was almost wiped out again, which made him feel depressed. Su Luo stepped into the teleportation array and glanced at Su Nianhe. Although Su Nianhe's eyes were filled with worry, the expression on his face was very awkward, and he didn't want to be too obvious in pretending to be indifferent. Su Luo said nothing in the end, and the two disappeared on the spot. If you are worried, go to Lu Shi's territory. I think he is in danger this time. Sun Yin's eyes were evasive, and when Ning looked at the fire that had spread to the street entrance, the screams from the direction of the city center were endless. She was a little irritated in her heart. Although she had scattered so many notes, a considerable number of players still did not escape. Sometimes human life is so fragile, and you don't know when this person will disappear. When Ning looked back at 001 who was following him, and after thinking about it, he said to Sun Yinhe, "Your war robot was bought for you by Lu Shi." When Ning said no more, and watched Sun Yinhe's eyes suddenly widen, and stepped into the teleportation array. Chapter 318. February 23rd, Wasteland calendar, mild season, sunny, 1600 hours, outside the bright territory, a thick fog suddenly appeared, and a white light flashed inside. The infrared lasers on the city wall suddenly turned and pointed at the thick fog. Until the figure inside gradually walked out, the red light focused on Wen Ning's forehead. Oh my god! It was really scary to be targeted by more than a dozen guns as soon as I came out. My goodness, the ruins are right outside my home. How does it feel to have your own gun pointed at your head? 001. Even if 001 evolves again, he has no knowledge of death. At this time, Wen Ning asked him, but he just fell into thinking and did not answer. Suddenly, all the red dots on Wen Ning's body disappeared, and a glowing egg flew out from the city gate. Lord, you are finally back. Wen Ning waved at Mira. Mira. Lord, you have been gone for 3 days, and Mira still can't contact you. 3 days? Wen Ning was stunned. He just fell into a ruin. How could it be 3 days? After checking the system, it was indeed 3 days. He didn't know what the system was doing. Wen Ning felt that he had been fighting in Huadu for a whole night. Seeing Mira's disapproval, Wen Ning had to explain. Mira didn't have the concept of ruins, so Wen Ning explained it with the cracks in time and space. Mira was relieved after hearing it. What about Hu Zi and the others? When Wen Ning heard it, he quickly let Hu Zi out. If they really stayed in the ruins for 3 days, wouldn't they starve to death? Little ancestors, they are not starved. Wen Ning's heartache was not even 5 points higher, and he was stunned when he saw the 3 little ones in front of him. Hu Zi, holding a piece of cured pork ribs. Mom, you don't mind if I eat all by myself, right? At the same time, to Jin and Xiao Jin, who were also holding mutant chickens like Hu Zi. To Jin, hiccup, Xiao Jin, they all eat. Will I be at a disadvantage if I don't eat? Hu Zi, I haven't seen you for 3 days. How come you have gained weight? The naive Mira looked at Hu Zi in amazement. Roar. You don't understand. I'm growing up. To Jin and Xiao Jin's faces are round. Lord, where have you been? Wen Ning was speechless. My meat? My pork ribs. All the cured pork ribs in the backpack were eaten up, and several large boxes of mutant meat were also empty. Wen Ning covered his bleeding heart. Reaching out and pinching it, Hu Zi indeed had a double chin. 001, from today on, you are responsible for the weight loss of the 3 of them. Wen Ning walked towards the territory without looking back, and a gnashing voice came. Also, you 3, change 3 meals to 2 meals. Hu Zi, what happened? Big and small Jin looked at each other. My face is really round. Your face is really round. 001 looked at the shocked look of the 3 little ones, and couldn't help laughing. Wen Ning checked the system announcement, and found that the time and space channel was repaired 2 days ago. During this period, the yaoi flowers were successfully matured and picked, and the new batch was planted 2 days ago. There was also a territory merchant, and a merchant of the elf tribe was refreshed. Zi didn't know him, and he didn't seem to have any interest in the territory. After a round of shopping, he left. There was nothing unusual about the others, and all the shops in the territory were running normally. Mira collected the materials processed by Lion Iron into the warehouse, according to Wen Ning's price. The cloth made by Loli was also replenished into the warehouse. The entire territory was in good order, and did not stop because of Wen Ning's absence. This made Wen Ning most relieved. There was no problem with the territory, so Wen Ning went directly to the mechanical warehouse. Move 50 mechanical warehouses to the territory, and then put the damaged robots in for repair. Here we have to mention robot number 12. When Wen Ning saw robot number 12 fighting with mechanical monsters, like a reckless man, he thought he was not evolved well. Later he found out that his thinking had surpassed other war robots. According to 001's recollection, the reason why robot number 12 rushed forward was to exchange the smallest cost for the greatest benefit. This is also the case. In that battle, although his crystal shield was broken and he was injured, other war robots were unscathed. Wen Ning only needed to pay a crystal and an energy core to repair him. Wen Ning couldn't help but admire. Her idea at that time was to let the war robot place the dwarf bomb despite the damage. With so many robots, one person was hit by a knife, and they could place the dwarf bomb at the designated location despite the damage. The result was considered to be overfulfillment of the task. Wen Ning was reckless but careful. After several battles, she awakened her consciousness. She decided to let the war robot number 12 follow 001 after it was healed. She would have a right-hand man in the future, and would not have to squeeze 001 for everything. After repairing the robot, Wen Ning went to the warehouse. She wanted to clean up the harvest of this trip. As for energy fragments, although they are not directly dropped in the ruins, a lot of them are found in treasure chests. There are 50,000 survival points in treasure chests below diamond level. There are more than 2,000 ice energy fragments and more than 1,500 electric energy fragments. Most of them are from boxes dropped by zombies. On that street, Wen Ning and the war robot killed at least tens of thousands of zombies. There are nearly 5,000 dropped in the alleys. And the proportion of these fragments is pretty good. What surprised Wen Ning was that there were actually fire energy fragments in these boxes. There are 645 fire energy fragments and 129 synthetic energy cores. Because of the small number of fire energy cores, the price of fire energy cores in the market is more than 3 times that of the other two. Wen Ning happily collected these and sorted out the other messy materials. Oh, at first there was only one shelf for grains, but now there are several warehouses for grain. Is this a well-off life? Wen Ning suddenly felt that he had so many supplies that if he didn't get some people, they would get moldy. After putting away the supplies, Wen Ning put away some guns dropped by the mechanics, as well as the big pendulum. The attack power of these weapons was too low for her. It would be great to give them to the people, but if it didn't work, she could just sell them. They were not rare goods. Many players might have them when they came out this time. Thinking of this, Wen Ning directly put these weapons on the shelves in the shop and the treasure pavilion. The sooner you sell them, the sooner you make money. Then Wen Ning propped up his chin and looked at the last few things in front of him. Several diamond treasure chests, a crystal treasure chest, a history book, and the last memory of Dr. Zhang. This history book was a repeat of the first volume. Wen Ning had read it before, so this one was meaningless to Wen Ning. Wen Ning put it on the shelf in the treasure pavilion. Then he opened the diamond treasure chests. Congratulations on getting survival points *30,000. Congratulations on getting advanced planting fields *2. Congratulations on getting fragments of fire *100. Congratulations on getting fragments of ice *50. Congratulations on getting slave scrolls *2. Congratulations on getting backpack expansion vouchers *10. Congratulations on getting titanium *20. Congratulations on getting the blueprint for anti-radiation clothing *1. Chapter 319. Anti-radiation suit? It's still a blueprint. Wen Ning checked the properties of this blueprint and found that it can resist all kinds of dark radiation, including ionizing radiation and non-ionizing radiation. Wen Ning clicked on the details and found that the types of radiation contained in it were very complete. Not bad, but the materials are a bit rare. Wen Ning looked at the material list and saw something called purple vine thorn, which made her feel a little overwhelmed. Because this was another thing she had never seen before. Putting the blueprint away, Wen Ning counted the remaining things. 2 of the 3 diamond treasure chests were dropped by Dr. Zhang and Captain Gu. The other one seemed to be dropped by the mechanical man. The remaining one was a crystal treasure chest. This treasure chest was obviously different from the treasure chests Wen Ning had found before, and it was very gorgeous. It was twice as large, so I hope it is not flashy. Successfully open the crystal treasure chest. Congratulations on getting 50,000 survival points. Congratulations on getting 10 pet revival potions. Congratulations on getting 1 mechanical monster illustration, 50,000 survival points. Wen Ning was surprised that a diamond treasure chest only gave 10,000 survival points. He didn't expect that this crystal treasure chest gave 5 times as many diamond points. Not a bad loss. The crystal treasure chest only gave out 2 items, both of which were of extraordinary value. Wen Ning first picked up a box of potions, which contained 10 syringes evenly arranged inside. It contained a green transparent potion, pet revival potion, can revive dead pets, and can be used up to 3 times for the same pet. Tip: the resurrection time after using the pet potion varies depending on the number of times it is used and the severity of the pet's injuries. Tip: the strength of the resurrected pet will decline. Wen Ning clicked on the details. For example, if a pet dies for the first time, the pet potion will be injected into the pet to revive it in 1 day, and the strength after resurrection will drop by 1 level. If the pet dies for the second time, the resurrection time will become 3 days after the injection of the potion, and the pet's strength may drop by 3 levels after resurrection. It's a guarantee. There are more and more mutant beasts and other races in the wild. With this potion, there is no need to worry about the 3 little ones. As a last resort, there are remedies. Wen Ning put away the potion. 10 potions are too precious. Finally, there is only the monster illustration of the mechanical race left. Mechanical race monster illustration, advanced illustration. Combined with the monster illustration, you can get the weaknesses and basic data of the mechanical invader. Advanced illustration. Wen Ning had an idea in his mind and immediately opened the illustration. It turned out that it was an S-level mechanical man. Captain Gu was so powerful that he could easily hunt down even S-level mechanical men. Wen Ning continued to flip back, and the gray monster on the illustration could not see the shape and appearance clearly. Suddenly, a page with bright colors appeared in front of Wen Ning. It was the mechanical monster that Wen Ning killed. A-level mechanical spider monster. His. A-level, that kind of mechanical monster was only A-level. Wen Ning carefully checked its weaknesses. The mutant wolf spider gene from the radiation area of Gushing No. 2, the genetic sequence was transformed into a mechanical monster. 8 meters tall, 3 tons in weight. Weaknesses. Almost no weaknesses. Destroying the center of the genetic sequence and mechanical connection can make the mechanical monster stop moving. Mechanical monster, genetic sequence. Is this monster man-made? Wen Ning was a little confused. Could it be that these machines were also man-made? Made by aliens? This makes sense. From the entire history book, Wen Ning has not seen a real alien, although this blue planet has been invaded. But only these machines have appeared. If these machines are really made by aliens, then the civilization level of the other party is really several dimensions higher than that of the blue planet. Oh, right. There is still Dr. Zhang's memory that has not been extracted. Wen Ning took out a ball of light, which was Dr. Zhang's last memory. Wen Ning silently recited to use it in his heart. This ball of memory suddenly emitted a strong light, and after turning around Wen Ning twice, it suddenly hit Wen Ning. Bang! The whole forehead seemed to be hit by a balloon. Many images that did not belong to him flooded into Wen Ning's mind, and began to play the pictures in a hurry. Fireworks plan. We are voluntary. The Community of Shared Future for Mankind is a public welfare organization that seeks welfare for mankind. Now, an advanced alien civilization will invade. The final plan is to perish together. In the picture, there is a huge auditorium with thousands of scientists. They have gray hair but are vigorous, and their eyes are filled with the final despair and unwillingness for the fate of mankind. Everyone voluntarily drank a tube of potion, took an oath under a flag. Then the picture fast-forwarded to the day when the mechanical race invaded. There are countless Dr. Zhang, Dr. Li, and Dr. Chen in every corner of the world. They wear the same uniform and do the same thing. As the city fell, a huge spaceship sailed out of the blue planet, penetrated the atmosphere, and headed for the distant outer space. And Dr. Zhang and others became the most important part of the fireworks plan. After the leaders of various cities launched nuclear weapons, these Dr. Zhang hid underground. They stimulated the virus in the bodies of human citizens, and used the power of zombies to fight these mechanical races to death. The doctors fell into a deep sleep, and no matter who won after waking up, they will start the city's self-destruction program according to the plan. Use the power of destroying the world to return the entire planet to a scorched earth. There are 7 billion human genes, and the gene chain of all living things on the spacetime. When the spacetime returns to the vicinity of the blue planet, the reserve signal will wake up the scientists on it. Humans will return to the wasteland and rebuild their homes on this scorched earth. This is the whole content of the fireworks plan. So, the self-destruction program of Huadu was really made by Dr. Zhang. Wen Ning was shocked. It turned out that this was the fireworks plan for all mankind to survive, at the risk of their lives. Scientists transformed into fire, blossomed life on the land of Blue Star, and died with all the stranded mechanical race, just to leave a piece of land without danger for future generations. And they also firmly believe that the fire left by humans can return to the Blue Star continent and rewrite human civilization. Then, is this the wasteland after the disaster on Blue Star? System, come out. Player is too excited, please calm down. I can't calm down. Tell me, what is the truth? Are we really the last survivors of mankind? This is our Blue Star. Chapter 320. The player's emotions are too volatile at this stage. The system refuses to answer the player's questions. Wen Ning was already confused. It was like a ball of wool in his mind, and he finally had a little clue. But now it seemed that these threads were suddenly pulled out, and it became a tangled mess again, and it was impossible to untie it. Wen Ning felt that his brain was about to explode. Reject? You brought so many of us to this hellhole, and now you refuse to answer my questions? Wen Ning's face showed a complicated smile, and all kinds of extreme thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. Warning. Players, please don't have extreme thoughts, otherwise they will be directly wiped out by the game. System prompt. The system does have a purpose to guide human players to this wasteland continent, but the system can responsibly tell players that this is not the blue star. No! Then where is our blue star? Wen Ning laughed at himself. Whether it is or not is still up to you, player Wen Ning. It is because the system has foreseen this situation that it cannot show the truth to you. Human power is extremely small, and the spirit is extremely fragile, and cannot withstand a huge blow. The purpose of the system, where is your blue star? All these need to be found by the player himself. Final warning, if the player still has extreme ideas, he will be wiped out. This is the first time that the system calls Wen Ning's name directly. For a moment, I feel that the system also has emotions. But his tone is still mechanical and without ripples. Wen Ning has calmed down. It doesn't matter whether this is the blue star or not. According to the system, it was not wrong. Even she would not be able to bear knowing that blue star was extinct in such a tragic way. Not to mention other players. It was like a grain of sand in the ocean, drifting without support, and finally learning that their homeland had long disappeared. If this was really blue star, then at least this piece of scorched earth was still there, and they were the seeds of the human beings on the spacetime. But there was one thing that was very contradictory. There were tens of billions of players, but the last number of humans in Dr. Zhang's memory was only 1/10 of the total population. Thinking of this, Wen Ning was relieved a little. What the system said was right, it should not be. Wen Ning was born in an era where digital media and holographic technology were very advanced, although the technology had been developing at a leapfrog speed. But time-space shuttle, time-space channel, and the technology of all mankind's crossing were still too far away. His heartbeat gradually calmed down, and Wen Ning began to reconnect these clues, including what the system said. His expression gradually calmed down, and his mind gradually became clear. After thinking for a while, Wen Ning summed up two possibilities. First, this is the blue planet in the history book, but it is not the blue planet where Wen Ning is. The purpose of their summoning is to save this blue planet, so that the time and space can land smoothly, and the human beings here can develop again. They can also retire, and return to their homeland. There are several reasons to support this possibility. First of all, the players who accept the game are all young and middle-aged. Secondly, the disappearance of the corpse after the death of the player is really like the disappearance of the body of the game player. They may just be data. Wen Ning can also accept this setting. In their era, they can think of all kinds of imaginative novels. This is not surprising. Second, this is not Blue Star, but the Blue Star of humans may have also suffered some disaster. They were transferred to this continent by some technical means, and their memories were erased by high technology, allowing them to survive on this chaotic planet. The purpose of the Book of History is to warn humans not to repeat the same mistakes. No matter which possibility it is, Wen Ning feels that the original Blue Star is 90% likely to have. Thinking of this, Wen Ning bent down and supported his knees, breathing heavily. The cold sweat on his forehead kept dripping, and his whole body was cold. There was no way to think about anything else. Recalling the early days when he came here, the system talked coldly about the game's survival. It specifically proposed that people who are not suitable for the game will be properly resettled. What is proper resettlement? Is it possible that they are no longer there? Are they just lucky to have survived? What price did humans pay to send so many survivors to this place? Game save. We saved this continent. Who will save our Blue Star? Tears slid down her cheeks, and Wen Ning fell unconsciously in the warehouse, crying with her face covered. The sky gradually darkened, and Wen Ning raised her head with red and swollen eyes. After venting, she became calmer. What else can she do if she is not calm? The system is pressing on her head, and she will not accept the ending of being wiped out. This won't work. At least, Wen Ning thought, at least she has to find the ending of Blue Star. Even if she really can't go back, she has to find the truth. System, what if the players know the truth, but can't stand it like me? If players are mentally traumatized, the game will crash, and the only outcome is that the game ends early. If the game ends early, then all players will be wiped out. Wen Ning now understands. This game is an endless survival game. As long as there is one player online, it will not end. until the last disaster eliminates all players. Thinking about the hidden tasks triggered by the system several times, Ning suddenly realized that survival is just the tip of the iceberg of the game. And the ultimate goal of the game should be to restart human civilization. There are only two endings to restarting, success or failure. As for the process in between, it is the suffering set by the system. When Ning walked out of the territory, it was already 8:30. The bright territory was just like its name, with pearl lamps inlaid on the city walls. The lanterns at the door of the store were lit all night. There were also little orcs playing on the street. The orcs who had worked all day gathered in groups of 3 or 2, with their rice bowls to enjoy the food. Hu Zi and Xiao Jin ran over. They rolled around Wen Ning and acted like a spoiled child. Wen Ning's mood gradually healed, and she regained her spirit. She still had a territory to develop and people to protect. The entire territory was built by her, and the fate of mankind was too far away. The present was the real thing. Even if you want to save the world, you have to eat and fill your stomach. Since the purpose of the system is to restart the civilization of the Wasteland continent, Wen Ning also has a direction for development. Constantly upgrade the territory, continue to explore the ruins, and find the truth. Roar! Yui's mother, why are your eyes red? I'm hungry. Roar! Binhu has only heard of killing. Yeah. De Jin's eyes were also red with hunger. Can you two learn from Xiao Jin and be calm? Roar! I want to eat cured pork ribs. Wen Ning, Chapter 321. After a night's rest, Wen Ning's spirits recovered to a large extent. Today is the 24th. The Yaoi flower will bloom tonight, and new territory merchants will move in. Wen Ning got up early in the morning, eating the food made by a Z while looking at the information on the World Channel. He also opened the friend channel to see that Lu Shur was still alive. That day, she told Sun Yanhe that Lu Shur bought a robot for him. Sun Yanhe was shocked at first, but then his face quickly darkened. I don't know what he was thinking. Wen Ning didn't care so much. The grudge between the two seemed to be deep, and Sun Yanhe had always disliked Lu Shur. But the concern he showed that day didn't seem fake. I guess something must have happened on the way of retreat. Sun Yanhe was able to fight with that A-level mechanical spider monster, so Lu Shur shouldn't have been so seriously injured. And his team members and robots were almost wiped out. I'm afraid he suffered a bigger accident on the way. Shaking his head, Wen Ning turned his attention to the World Channel. This time, the players who entered the ruins spent 3 days in the ruins before coming out. Wen Ning also discovered that there are more than one city ruins in Huadu. In addition to Highland City, which Wen Ning visited last time, there are other place names. These place names do not exist on Wen Ning's blue star, and this time the space-time channel is unstable, causing the surrounding environment to be affected. Many players have fallen into the high-level ruins map. And they also brought out a lot of history books. The history books that Wen Ning posted last night have been bought. Now the World Channel is discussing the contents of these history books. World Channel. In the first volume of my history book, a madman appeared, and he kept saying that we can change the world, just like he was possessed. World Channel. Is there a blast upstairs? I went directly to a deserted island ruins, which was full of traces of nuclear bombs. I finally killed a mutant monkey, and dropped a history book. World Channel. It is also the first volume, and the beginning is a nuclear bomb explosion. I found out at the end that it is actually the history of a monkey's mutation. World Channel. How come my history book is also the first volume, but the content is completely different from yours? World Channel. My first volume is the outbreak of the biochemical crisis on Blue Star, and everyone turned into zombies. Of course, the ruins are also full of zombies. All the first volume? The World Channel began to talk about their own history books. Everyone realized that their information was different from others. Even if it was the same first volume of the history book, the content was different. Wen Ning suddenly opened her eyes wide. What was the content of the history book she had last night? Why did she sell it? What if the content was different? Didn't she miss the information? You know, Wasteland materials have a price, but information is priceless. Wen Ning then read the comments on the World Channel. Not everyone got the first volume of the history book, and there were also quite a few who got the second, third, and even the final volume. Wen Ning checked their contents one by one. Although it was just the words of the players, Wen Ning looked at these very different contents. The doubts in his heart increased several more layers. The contents and locations of these history books are all on the Blue Star without exception. But the players speculated that it was not the same Blue Star. Almost everyone believed this inference. That is, the things that happened in these history books were all on the parallel Blue Star. The system did not know what means to unify these time and space into one time and space. And the representative places among them were turned into ruins for players to explore. But what is the meaning? Let the players realize the importance of the mother planet? Or let the players save these parallel blue stars? Not to mention how much energy and advanced technology the technology of time and space folding requires. Why choose so many human players to play games on this continent? World Channel. I now suspect that we players are not from the same time and space. A player suddenly proposed this theory on the World Channel. World Channel. God. What you said gave me goosebumps. World Channel. If you want to know whether it is true or not, just check the code and you will know. World Channel. I go first. Imperial Jade Wine. World Channel. 180 per cup. Next one. World Channel. How are you? World Channel. I'm fine. Stop for now. The question is, how do you know that there are no such jokes on the parallel blue planet? World Channel. Yep, what about the place names? It seems that the place name Jingshur does not appear in the history book. World Channel. It's just a place name. The system can change it if it wants to. Can we detect it? World Channel. What the above person means is that the content in the history book is fake. This is just an illusion created by holographic technology. World Channel. Anyway, in my impression, there has not been a nuclear war that can destroy the entire planet on my blue planet. World Channel. Perhaps this is just the confusing content given by the system, giving us an illusion that our own planet is destroyed. This is a game. Everyone, no matter how real it is said from the beginning that this is a game. World Channel. Games have relevant backgrounds, right? I think these history books are the background of this game. The human home is destroyed, and countless blue stars in parallel time and space rebuild their homes in the Wasteland continent. World Channel. Facing random disaster seasons and mild seasons, like the three-body planet, how can human players use their own power to make the seeds of civilization take root and sprout again in the Wasteland continent? World Channel. But the disaster season and mild season are already fixed. World Channel. Doesn't this just show that our efforts have worked? World Channel. Damn! You really got me excited when you said that. World Channel. Then what are we fighting for? Can't the Yin people gather together and rebuild the country? World Channel. The above person is naive. Human unity is not a problem. But don't forget that the treasure pavilion is still in alien territory. They do not accept humans, only aliens. World Channel. How can other races have a say on the planet of human regime? The opening of the recent spacetime channel is a test arranged by the system. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. World Channel. The truth is out. If you come out of the treasure pavilion, you must either give up the territory and hand over the supplies, or go against human civilization. When Ning suddenly woke up, how could eating a melon from the history book cause trouble? What do you mean that aliens are a test arranged by the system? Does this mean that all aliens should be eliminated, and then the country should be rebuilt according to the human order? This civilization is considered to be rebuilt. If it is so simple and crude, why does the system release so many hidden tasks for her to find the Lord's order and plant Yoi flowers? The player's hatred of the enemy made Wen Ning a little unhappy. Why did this topic suddenly target her? Someone is targeting her. Wasteland Marines. How much? Wen Ning narrowed her eyes. She knew that someone was watching the treasure pavilion. On weekdays, there were also ignorant players who came to provoke, but they were all beaten away by Wen Ning. Now that they found that forcing them didn't work, they turned to public opinion attacks? This matter looks like Jack's handiwork. Jack is the only territory that is openly at odds with him. If it was really him, Wen Ning would have made plans early. Chapter 322. Watching the growing outcry against his alien territory on the World Channel. Wen Ning frowned and pondered a countermeasure, and at this moment, another voice suddenly emerged on the World Channel. World Channel. Lin Zheng, did the system speak? You are imagining the rules, right? World Channel. Lin Zheng, didn't you travel through time? Who said that the civilization restarted was human civilization? Maybe it was the civilization of alien races? World Channel. Lin Han, have you read too many savior novels? What the hell? You are the only one who can save the world, right? World Channel. Lin Yin, both humans and alien races arrived on this continent through the spacetime channel, personal guess. Then the system should pursue harmony, not killing. World Channel. The upstairs got the benefit of the treasure pavilion, right? World Channel. 100 energy cores, I am sure. World Channel. I think what they said is right. If it is a test for humans, why do they have to operate this alien territory? A direct and irregular disaster can kill all humans. World Channel. I agree. There are only 500 million players left, and the disaster has not exceeded 5. According to the test, if there are 3 more disasters, humans will be extinct. World Channel. That's right, there are good things about aliens. The little moles in our territory can help us find ores. As soon as this was said, many players who found aliens as pets came forward to share their experiences. World Channel. Don't be led by the rhythm. Believe that our original blue star is also talking about biodiversity. World Channel. Those who say that humans are the only dominant species, and other races must not be extinct are definitely nine-hole fish. World Channel. I think so. The aliens on the Wasteland are just like other creatures on the blue planet. As long as we grasp their advantages and eliminate the bad ones, I believe that the mild season will come forever. The wind direction on the World Channel was gradually reversed, and occasionally some extreme news was also criticized by people. A certain area. Su Jiaqing looked at the one-sided comments on the World Channel with a gloomy face. The few comments about the Black Treasure Pavilion posted by his subordinates were instantly swallowed up by the comments of others. Waste. You can't even guide public opinion. The players behind him also looked very ugly. Lord, he is the Treasure Pavilion. There are too many licking dogs around him. Su Jiaqing turned his head and glared at the player fiercely. All players are biased towards him. I don't believe it. Another player took a step forward, stopped thinking, and said to Su Jiaqing, Lord, I have sent private messages to those players who don't like the Treasure Pavilion style. They hate aliens and can definitely be used by us. Su Jiaqing's pupils slightly diverged for a moment, and several players didn't notice it. He put away his creepy eyes and suppressed the bloodthirsty factor in his heart. Well done, you continue to win over these players. When I need them, I will notify you. You will be the deputy director in the office today. Thank you, Lord. Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lin Han and his 3 sons were very capable. This little brother is really good. After all, she is very accurate in watching the fun. Next time you come to buy something, give him a discount. This verbal war on the World Channel was resolved invisibly. Wen Ning certainly knew that there must be someone behind her who still regarded her as a thorn in the eye and a thorn in the flesh. But so what? If you have the guts, come to her door. Besides, there are more than one alien territory in the Wasteland. Compared to another terrifying alien territory, Wen Ning has been very honest and dutiful. Okay, it has always been others who have troubled her, and she has never taken the initiative to ask for compensation. It was just that all the people's property was confiscated. Wen Ning shook her head and sighed. If it weren't for someone who loved peace like her, this wasteland would have been in a bloody storm. These early morning incidents directly affected Wen Ning's mood for breakfast. He could not eat after only 4 bowls of porridge. He went out with his stomach touched. As soon as he went out, he ran into 2 little cat orcs. Woo woo, it hurts. Wen Ning looked and saw 2 very cute little cats in front of him. One had thick eyebrows and big eyes, bright eyes, and the 2 ears on the top of her head drooped slightly, which was cute in her delicate appearance. The other little cat was even cuter. She was crying with her mouth covered, and her whole head was buried in her chest. She looked very heartbroken. Wen Ning looked down and couldn't help laughing. I saw that half of the little cat's face was swollen, and the good melon seed face turned into a pumpkin face. The cheeks were swollen, pitiful and funny. Wen Ning pursed her lips hard, thinking through the recent sad things before she could hold back from saying anything. She couldn't destroy her image of loving the people like her own children. What's wrong? Wen Ning tried her best to make her voice sound like a spring breeze. The 2 little cats were very innocent. When they heard the Lord's question, they didn't hear Wen Ning's suppressed laughter. The injured little cat sobbed and raised his head. When he saw it was Wen Ning, he stood up immediately. He remembered what the clan leader said, that when the Lord asked a question, he must answer loudly. He completely forgot about his swollen cheeks and sank into his dantian. Report ah. It hurts, oh. Puff. Another little cat looked over, and Wen Ning pursed his lips into a Psyduck. The little cat looked at the Lord in confusion and answered loudly, Report to the Lord. Xiao was stung by a poisonous bee outside the territory. Now it was Wen Ning's turn to be shocked. Poisonous bee? How do you know it was a poisonous bee? Xiao's face is almost swollen like a big bun. The clan leader said that only poisonous things can have this effect. Wen Ning took out a tube of cooling detoxifying cream and simply applied it to little Xiao. The cool feeling made the pain on the face disappear a lot, and Xiao's sobbing movements were much smaller. Wen Ning handed the remaining detoxifying cream to Xiao. Little Xiao will go home to find the clan leader, and you will come with me to see the poisonous bee? By the way, What's your name? Ma Fei. My name is Ma Fei. Okay, Ma Fei, are you willing to accept this task? Ma Fei straightened his back and answered Wen Ning loudly yes. So Wen Ning followed this little cat girl to the outskirts of the morning forest outside the West City Gate. As soon as he stepped into the outskirts of the woods, a thumb-sized mutant bee flew past him. Yes, it was a bee, but it was several times larger. The buzz 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 sound made Wen Ning's heart tingle. After seeing the pollen on the hairs on the hind legs of this mutant bee, Wen Ning's eyes lit up. Bees collecting honey means there is a beehive, which means there is wild honey to eat. Chapter 323. Mutated bees detected. The monster encyclopedia has been updated. It is indeed a bee. Name, mutated bees. Type, ordinary creatures. Danger factor, 80. Drops. Defeating mutant bees will drop stingers. Harvesting mutant beehives will get pure natural mutant honey. And capturing mutant queen bees alive will get a whole mutant bee colony. Weakness, fire. Hint, mutated bees are good, and they are treasures all over. Aren't they treasures? Wen Ning grinned. The stingers can be used to make weapons, and honey is a must-have raw material for various delicacies and medicines. Don't let it go easily. The catman brought Wen Ning to a silver fir forest. There was a thin mist in the forest, and a thick layer of leaves on the ground. There were some bushes, and withered weeds around. And the mutant bee that Wen Ning just found was flying over Wen Ning's head towards the depths of the bushes. It was this poisonous bee that stung Xia. Ma Fei shouted excitedly. Wen Ning snapped his fingers, and the war robot appeared beside him. You take Ma Fei back to the territory. Yes, master. The war robot lifted Ma Fei up in front of his surprised eyes, put it in his arms, and then walked into the territory. Ma Fei was very surprised by such treatment, but she did not forget Wen Ning's safety. Lord, you must pay attention to safety. Wen Ning would pay attention to safety. She directly set her shield to the normally open state. Na Su's transformation technology is really top-notch. Her crystal armor is already of perfect quality. In addition to the round shield state during combat, the shield can also be opened to a nano-cover state at ordinary times. If these poisonous bees do not have any special abilities, they only need to adjust the shield strength to the lowest level. It is enough to resist their stings. The lowest strength can last for 24 hours. Wen Ning carefully followed the mutant bees, and walked about 500 meters deep into the woods. Wen Ning watched the mutant poisonous bees fly to a huge red brack tree. Looking up, at a height of about 40 meters from the ground, this tree with countless red flowers blooming has become a paradise for the entire bee colony. Wen Ning knows this tree. The deep red and gorgeous flowers bloom on the trees as high as 70 or 80 meters. The flowers are very similar to lotus flowers, and they like light and fertile soil. Cold resistance is one of its characteristics. The crown of this tree stretches out for nearly 100 meters, directly robbing all the sunlight in this area. This is also a mutant tree, and the fragrance of the flowers has an addictive effect. Wen Ning realized it as soon as he approached, and the heart purification mantra sounded in his mind. Wen Ning silently chanted while looking at the mutant bees. They were in and out of a 2-meter-long giant beehive hanging on the huge branch of the red bud tree. Each mutant poisonous bee was the size of a thumb, and the low buzzing sound was like the roar of a fighter jet. The rumbling made people dare not approach. Wen Ning was not afraid of being stung, mainly because the beehive was too close to the center of the red bud tree. The closer to the center, the stronger the pollen fragrance, and the heart purification mantra might not be able to resist the hallucinogenic effect of the tree. And when Ning saw the corpses of many animals under the tree, probably all of them were stung to death by the mutant bees. The bees and the red brack tree clearly have a symbiotic relationship. The mutant bees collect nectar from the red brack tree and produce honey, and then the red brack tree transmits the smell of honey mixed with the fragrance of flowers. Animals that like to eat nectar and honey are attracted, and then the mutant bees attack in groups. Under the attack of thousands of bees, it is estimated that no animal can resist. After the animal dies, the body will be wrapped and absorbed by the roots of the red brack tree. Wen Ning observed for a long time, and there were animals passing through the surrounding forest from time to time. But under this red brack tree, it was clean, and there were no extra weeds. There were only some undigested animal fur and bones. Another key point is that the flowers of this red brack tree are so lush that the mutant bees have no reason to go elsewhere to forage. And except for the bee that just flew back, Wen Ning did not see the movement of the swarm of bees. So all of this is a trap, just like now. As long as Wen Ning does not step into the range of the red brack tree, these bees will not attack her. Wen Ning thought of a possibility, so he reached behind his back and waved quietly. A detection drone was released, and Wen Ning controlled it with his mind to break into the range of the red bud tree. Instantly, a buzzing sound arose, and a group of bees, like a black cloud, left the hive and surrounded the drone directly. Attacked madly. Wen Ning heard the sound of the bee's stinger piercing the pure metal shell of the drone. It was harsh and sad. The stinger of this mutant bee was really hard. No wonder it could be used as a weapon. Hiss! Kill it! Wen Ning silently increased the strength of the shield to avoid being injured by mistake. What should I do? Wen Ning frowned in difficulty and took back the detection drone. After leaving the range of the red bud tree, the mutant bee colony stopped chasing and returned to the nest. Wen Ning supported her chin and thought about countermeasures. What she wanted was not the stinger of the mutant bee, nor a little honey, but the entire colony. But to get this colony alive, she had to catch the queen bee. There were at least 100,000 mutant bees in this nest, and it was such a big nest. Should I destroy it? Wen Ning felt a little reluctant, so how could I get the queen bee without destroying these things? Got it. Just take it away. Wen Ning took out a piece of cloth from his backpack. This was made by Lowly with yellow rattan with silk thread. It was very strong and large, and should be able to cover the entire hive. Most importantly, it was waterproof and breathable, and the density would not let the mutant bees escape, which was very suitable for the current use conditions. Wen Ning stretched out his hand and waved slightly, and 4 identical drones appeared. Wen Ning fixed the 4 corners of the yellow rattan cloth on the bottom of the drone. Then he used his mind to control the drones to fly in. The bees swarmed out again. If they only caught the hive and the queen bee, the bees would definitely not give up. When Wen Ning brought the hive back to the territory, I'm afraid the people in the territory would suffer. Wen Ning's eyes turned and a plan came to mind. He took out an ordinary crossbow arrow. He shot it at the bottom of the mutant bee hive. Puff! The bottom of the mutant hive was instantly cut by the sharp crossbow arrow, and a large amount of honey and the hard-working bees inside fell out. The honey was transparent, but with a bright red color, and it was obviously high-quality honey. After all, the red brack tree had spent a lot of money to let these mutant bees work for it. The home was destroyed, and the bee colony quickly released pheromones, and soon the news spread to the entire bee colony. The bee colony that attacked the drone returned to defend, and Wen Ning observed that the time had come. So he raised an electromagnetic gun and replaced the bullets with freezing bullets. He aimed at the top connection of the hive and pulled the trigger. It hit accurately and froze the hive connection. The electromagnetic effect electrocuted the mutant bees in the surrounding area. There was a crackling explosion. A large number of aggressive mutant bees fell instantly, and Wen Ning hit the hive connection again. The hive broke and fell into the large net that the drone had opened long ago. Chapter 324. It's done! Wen Ning was overjoyed and quickly controlled the drone to run away. No mutant bees chased out from the scene, and the red brack tree just shook its branches, helpless. Wen Ning let the drone put down the beehive after he was far away from the red brack tree. The beehive was covered with a layer of ice, and there were countless mutant bees trying to get out. Wen Ning observed the mutant bees remaining on the yellow rattan cloth. More than half of them died from the electric shock, and those who were not dead were in numbness and could not recover. This was the best result. The electromagnetic gun only weakened the attackability of the mutant bee colony, and did not cause large-scale casualties. The inside of the beehive was intact, and only the guard bees were hit. The nurse bees and bee pupae inside were still intact. Wen Ning took advantage of the fact that some guard bees had not recovered their energy, and quickly wrapped the yellow rattan cloth tightly. Then he summoned 2 war robots to carry it. The drone was retracted. The harvest was not small, and Wen Ning also collected a little honey. The system prompts that it is edible. Wen Ning dipped her index finger in it and sucked it. TSK. So sweet. Fortunately, Hu Zi and Xiao Jin were not there, otherwise she would not be able to keep this little honey. Wen Ning happily followed the war robot back to the territory. According to the plan, the beehive was transported to the farm, but after arriving at the farm, she was in trouble again. This mutant bee is aggressive, and now it has temporarily lost its mobility. But when they recover, they may not regard their farm as their home. What if they attack me then? Lord, you can build a beehive. Mira flew to Wen Ning's side without knowing when. Apiary? Wen Ning pondered over this method. Yes, after the fish pond in our territory is built, those fish will be our territory by default. Wen Ning asked the system in his heart. Players build beehives on their own, which is equivalent to developing animal husbandry, and can domesticate mutant bees. There is hope. The system gave Wen Ning a reassurance, and Wen Ning bought the best quality beehive on the market. Luxury beehive, Perfect, you can build a beehive with an area of 100 square meters, which is actually a small bee farm, which can take care of beekeeping, bee training and output semi-finished products such as honey, beeswax, etc., upgradable. Luxury chicken coop. Perfect, you can build a chicken coop with an area of 100 square meters, which takes into account a series of functions such as raising chickens, hatching and killing chickens, and most importantly, it can also raise ducks, upgradable. When buying the beehive, Wen-Ning also saw the drawings of the chicken coop, and the wealthy Wen-Ning bought it directly. Although the animal husbandry function is unlocked at the next level of the territory, Wen-Ning can still build buildings in the planned area. It's just that it can only be simply raised, not processed. And the buildings you build can also be upgraded, and the style can be chosen by yourself, and there may be some special effects depending on the level of the blueprint. For example, in the details of the beehive blueprint, it is stated that the pollination process of mutant bees can speed up the growth of crops and improve the quality and taste of crops. The farm can also help mutant bees produce better quality honey. Wen-Ning couldn't wait to see the difference between the mutated wild honey and the honey after the farm addition. The blueprint was ready, and the rest was to put in the materials and command the construction robot to work. It would take 4 hours to build the beehive and the chicken coop, and it was already 11 o'clock. Wen-Ning temporarily wrapped the mutant bee colony with yellow rattan cloth and put it in the warehouse. Then he wandered around the territory. The territory is now level 4, and the number of residents can accommodate 1,100. But Wen-Ning's residents have always been more than 200. This was only achieved after both the Lineman and Catman races joined. This also caused Wen-Ning's forest management value to be on the verge of collapse. Wen-Ning was a little frustrated. It was not easy to build a foreign territory. Although her territory was already like a copper wall, it was also seriously injured. If there was a slight mistake, it would become a red bounty task. And now it is not possible to blindly upgrade to level 5. The materials for upgrading are nothing. Wen-Ning dug up a lot of titanium in the underwater ruins. These metals cannot be found in the trading market. There are also crystal gems and so on. At present, Wen-Ning has mastered the technology and resources that the Wasteland players do not have, but he dare not easily expand the territory. The reason is very simple, that is, the population is too small. This will never work. The resources are not fully utilized, and the entire territory depends on her alone. As long as she is gone, the entire territory can continue to operate, but there is no way to make progress. If she goes to a ruin next time and is trapped in it for 10 days, half a month, or even several years, other players may surpass the development of the Bright territory. By then, can they really survive with these weapons and robots in the territory? High-level ruins have appeared in front of the players, and the space-time channel has been opened. Wen-Ning's sense of crisis began to work again. System, the regional restrictions have been broken. Can I build a new territory nearby? Yes. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Since the territory level cannot be upgraded for a while, I can build another territory. Wen-Ning opened the territory management interface and checked the rules of sub-territory in detail. Rules for sub-territory. 1. There is no limit to the number of sub-territories. Building a sub-territory also consumes lord orders. 2. The upgrade materials for sub-territory are the same as those for the main territory. 3. The population of sub-territory and main territory cannot be shared, but the territory management value can be shared. 4. The level of sub-territory can exceed that of the main territory. The highest level of all territories is automatically set as the main territory. 5. Sub-territories do not have the blueprints of the main territory's self-built buildings, and construction requires the preparation of blueprints. 6. Players can move facilities between territories, and can move 3 times within a day, and refresh at midnight the next day. 7. Sub-territories do not have original shelters, only lord huts, and players can use safe house cores to move and replace. 8. There is a dedicated teleportation array between the main territory and sub-territory for the use of the people. 9. Sub-territories can reselect camps and types. Alien territories and human territories are not interoperable, and the above rules are automatically invalidated. 10. For other details, please check the details. The final right of interpretation belongs to the system. Clicking on the details, there are still hundreds of densely packed details, which makes Wen-Ning feel overwhelmed. This matter cannot be rushed. At least in Wen-Ning's opinion, she has not yet chosen the address of the new territory. However, there is one thing that makes Wen-Ning very excited, that is, the territory management value can be shared. This means that as long as the management value of one territory is still within the safety line, all the territories of this player will not fall into chaos. Others don't want to grab the Lord's order. As a bright territory with a dangerous management value, it is hard not to be tempted. Reluctantly closing the territory management interface, the system prompts that the territory merchant has arrived. Hearing the system prompt to receive at the teleportation array, Wenning knew that the person who came this time was an acquaintance. When the light in the teleportation array gradually brightened and white balls came out one by one, Wenning couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth that were raised. Chapter 325. Ding! It is detected that the territory merchant has entered the territory for the third time, triggering the old friend effect. The overall favorability of the rabbit tribe has increased by 20%, and the current favorability is 70%. Wow! So many little white rabbits. The children of the lion tribe and the cat tribe swarmed in, and looked at the group of small rabbits with long ears in front of them with curiosity. The rabbit tribe members wore animal skin vests, and some wore straw vests. They huddled together in groups of 3 or 2. They looked at this new place timidly. The rabbit tribe orcs were smaller in size, and among the children of the same age, the lion tribe children were the tallest. The cat tribe members were 1 head shorter than the lion tribe members, and the rabbit tribe orcs were only half the height of the lion tribe members. The tallest one of the rabbit tribe members present was not as tall as the 15-year-old boy of the master tribe, and looked very small. Some rabbit tribe members were so scared by the scene outside that their legs went limp. The people here are so tall, just like the dog-headed people in the tribe next door, so scary. The little rabbit stammered, not daring to speak, turned around secretly, and crept behind his companions, leaving only his round little tail exposed. From time to time, he trembled, showing his inner nervousness and fear. Wenning stretched his neck to look, and finally recognized Bai Shui in a sea of white flowers. Originally, she thought Bai Shui was timid, and the rabbit tribe must have chosen her to be a merchant in the territory because of her special skills. Now it seems that among the rabbit tribe, Bai Shui is really not timid. At least the last time she came, she was not scared speechless by these children in the territory. Lord! Bai Shui's eyes lit up immediately when she met Wenning's gentle gaze, and then she helped a rabbit man who looked older beside her to walk towards her. The old rabbit man had a long beard, longer eyebrows than other orcs, and some spots on his ears. He was helped to Wenning, and looked up at Wenning with difficulty. Wenning bent down considerately, and looked at Bai Shui and the others at eye level. Lord, this is the chief of our rabbit tribe, and also my grandfather. Hello, Grandpa Bai. Wenning greeted him warmly. Bai Gu looked at Wenning with some excitement. Thank you, Lord, for providing us with a place to stay. Our entire tribe is desperate. We are really sorry to bother you. Wenning smiled relaxedly. What are you talking about? Just stay here, and no one will dare to bully you here. Chief Bai Gu and the rabbits behind him were relieved. Logically, they were very reluctant to stay with humans. For hundreds of years, the orcs who dealt with humans did not end up well. But this time, they were really desperate. They could not escape those dog-headed people even if they moved. And the dog-headed people also found the goshawk tribe, who loved to eat rabbits the most. Rabbits are so cute. They actually want to kill them all. The chief agreed to Bai Shui's proposal with the idea of taking a gamble. They would die anyway, so they had to grab any hope. Unexpectedly, after entering this territory, they found that this human lord was not what they imagined. She was gentle, wise, and had a murderous aura, but also a kind temperament. It seemed that they had come to the right place. Bai Gu carefully looked at the lion man and catman tribes around them, who were curiously looking at them. Judging from their expressions, these are all cubs. There is not a single adult. They can rest assured that their cubs are running around outside and staying with humans, and the cubs' faces are shining with curiosity that matches their age. It just shows that this should be a safe place. Bai Guxin is relieved again. Wenning has already communicated with Bai Shui about moving in, and residential houses have been reserved. There are a total of 210 people in the Bai Shui tribe, which is more than the lion tribe and the cat tribe. But Wenning thought about it, and thought that the reproductive capacity of rabbits is not surprising. There is another thing that makes people feel relieved. I have been in the Wasteland for so long. There are also some players who have combined, but there has been no news of players getting pregnant. In Wenning's territory, several couples have reported pregnancy news. The cycle of the lion tribe and the cat tribe is 1 month, which means that in a short time, new life will come to Wenning's territory. In such a harsh living environment, how could such news not make people excited? What Wenning didn't know was that the bright territory would usher in a real wave of new life only after the rabbit people adapted to the environment. Considering this, Ning directly allocated 2 residential buildings to the rabbit people, next to the cat people, who were not much different in size from them. The size difference of the lion people on the other side might make them feel stressed. Since you are here, just stay here with peace of mind. Those who want to join the territory can apply at the Resident Affairs Hall. Those who don't join also need to apply for a temporary resident identity, so that they can take on tasks in the territory and exchange for survival points. Lord. I can take them to the resident hall. I can too. They are so cute. They are easy to be kidnapped on the way. Bah bah bah. Don't listen to him. Our territory is the safest territory. There will be no orc traffickers. When Ning explained the rules, and the children of the lion and cat tribes were already eager to talk to the rabbits. The rabbits were originally listening to Wen Ning seriously, but were interrupted by a few excited children, and they were scared and hid back. Look, your voice is too loud, and you scared them all. The accused little orc immediately apologized with a pinched throat. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Okay, if you don't understand, you can ask these enthusiastic little volunteers, and Mira can also. Bai Shui knew Mira and nodded immediately. When Ning saw that these little orcs had anxiety in their eyes, but they were also more curious. So he withdrew from this place and left the opportunity for communication to them. After all, she is a person in power. Even if she has a basic favorability of 70%, these little orcs will not let go. Orcs are different. As long as there is no malice, I am afraid they will be able to get along quickly. Wen Ning's consistent attitude is that the rulers in peacetime are basically free to let go. Wen Ning walked towards the tavern, thinking about whether to arrange a job for Bai Shui as a tavern owner or a canteen manager. Or should I arrange both? After all, those who are capable will do more work. As soon as the capitalist attribute emerged, Wen Ning pressed it down hard. No, this is too inhuman. Or post a recruitment notice to see if there are any people in the territory who can cook. Wen Ning thought so, and suddenly heard the voice of 001 in his ear. Master, new things have been dug out in the crystal mine. Chapter 326. What did you find? Wen Ning walked out of the teleportation array, and 001 and 012 stood beside him with serious faces. When they heard Wen Ning coming, they followed Wen Ning consciously. Wen Ning took something that 001 handed to her. It was a small piece of ore, square and black in color, with some purple lines spreading through it. It felt cold to the touch. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the water repellent or *1. Wen Ning paused for a moment, looking at the medium-sized stone in her hand in disbelief. Water repellent? Is it the water repellent she understood? Look carefully. Water repellent, or one of the ores, can be used to process various waterproof items, requiring a workbench. Wen Ning opened the manufacturing interface, only to find that this was not a shelter, and she could not make items that required a workbench. Wen Ning, who had just stepped into the underwater ruins, turned around and ran into the teleportation array. Just as 001 and 012 were staring at each other, Wen Ning came back again. Ha ha ha. It really works. This water repellent or can be used as a foundation. This is something Wen Ning never expected. 99 pieces of water repellent or can be used to make a water repellent foundation. One piece of this foundation is 1 square meter, and 100 pieces of foundation can form a water repellent barrier. With this water repellent barrier, Wen Ning can build a building underwater. The water repellent barrier can resist water pressure and exchange the carbon dioxide inside with the oxygen in the seawater through the special function of the water repellent ore. The internal space is completely suitable for human life, and this barrier also has a stealth function, which can be automatically ignored by ferocious predators underwater. Fish and other creatures will also ignore the area covered by the water barrier, and will not affect the life inside. This is simply a pillow for a sleepy person. The key is that the height and range of this water barrier can be changed. Specifically, its length, width, and height must remain the same. The height of the water barrier formed by a 100 by 100 waterproof foundation is 100 meters. So as long as the foundation can be continuously expanded, this barrier will become larger and larger. When Ning could hardly contain her joy, it turned out that her plan was to build a floating base similar to a giant cruise ship on the sea. Now tell her that she can build a base on the seabed. How can she not be excited? Great. System, can this territory be built in the sea? System prompt. Territory construction does not require that it must be built on the ground. That's right, my shelter has several underground floors. If the base is built in the sea, Wen Ning doesn't believe that anyone has the ability to attack it. But, is there a lot of this water repellent, or? Wen Ning touched the tip of her nose, almost too happy, and hurriedly took 001 and 012 to the place where the ore was found. When Ning found this underwater ruins when she first came in, it was in a cave. The cave is a world of its own, without seawater corrosion. When Ning thought it was an independent cave at first, but now it seems that the lack of seawater here is also due to the effect of the water repellent ore, but when she checked the ore, the instructions said that the water repellent ore can only work after it is made into something else. As an ore, it just looks different from other ores. I can only go and take a look. If it weren't for the water repellent ore, there might be some secrets hidden in this underwater ruins that have not been dug out. I came to a mine cave, which also hid a lot of crystal gems. Master. Several war robots were guarding the miner robots to carry ore crystals. When Ning silently remembered the two talking war robots number 3 and number 9. These 50 war robots were often taken out by Wen Ning to explore the ruins. Several robots have awakened and evolved the language plate. And robots that have not undergone Wen Ning's synthesis evolution cannot achieve this level no matter how much they grow. For example, the miner robot and the logging robot. If Wen Ning did not synthesize, they would always command mining, logging and transportation. Although they are called growth robots, the extreme of their growth and evolution is just that the speed of mining and logging has increased, and the quantity and weight of transportation have increased. It's the same as the oil seller, nothing special, just practice makes perfect. The synthesized robots have more possibilities. Wen Ning is also doing experiments on this. He synthesized 5 miners and 5 lumberjack robots respectively, and let them serve as team leaders to lead their own teams to work. I hope that one day I can bring myself a surprise. The crystal stones and gems stored in the niches in the mine have been emptied. According to the plan, the robots will dig out the titanium gold in the rock layer in the mine. Occasionally, there will be a layer of coal or attached to it. There is usually nothing further inside. But in this mine, after the mining robot dug out the above ores, it dug out another beautiful square ores. The team leader immediately handed the ores to 001, because he had no language ability and no thinking ability. The reason for doing so was that Wen Ning set 001's authority to the highest. So the previous scene appeared. 001 notified Wen Ning that something had been dug out. Wen Ning put the water repellent ore in his palm. Is this the only water repellent ore in this mine? The miner team leader number 1 next to him turned around and brought the robot storage box and opened it in front of Wen Ning. 001 stepped forward and took a look and said to Wen Ning, "Master, there are a total of 14 water repellent ores here. Adding the ones in his hand, there are 15 pieces, which can't even make a quarter of the foundation." I really thought too much. But Wen Ning was a little disappointed and asked 001 to add this ore to the mining list. Then the mining team was asked to dig deeper with this mine as the center. Finding this ore means that there should be a mineral vein nearby. Wen Ning looked at the 7 giant mineral veins in the underwater ruins. She didn't believe that there was no waterproof ore here. 001, keep an eye on this side, and notify me if you encounter an ore you don't recognize. After arranging the work, Wen Ning said hello to 001 again. Holding 15 pieces of waterproof ore at his hand, Wen Ning returned to the territory. Came to the Lion Iron Shop. The blacksmith shop has been upgraded to level 4, with smelting area, manual processing area, or processing area, etc. Shirtai recruited people in every area. Especially in the smelting area, the furnaces of the entire base were placed here, smelting various metals 24 hours a day. Almost all the jet stones dug out from the underwater ruins were transported here. Mira judged that the furnaces in the blacksmith shop were not enough, and specially built a factory next to the blacksmith shop, which was full of furnaces. Among the Lion tribe, almost 2/3 of the men work here. A total of 56 strong Lion men and 100 transport robots. The Lion tribe orcs are responsible for delicate work, and the transport robots are responsible for heavy physical work and dangerous work. When Wen Ning came in, Shirtai was staring at the cutting of crystal glass on the lathe. This kind of glass made of crystal can be used to replace ordinary glass. So any item that needs glass can be replaced with crystal glass. The finished product will have special properties. Lord. Old Iron. Lord is here. Ah. Lord, I didn't notice you coming. Shirtai suddenly came back to his senses, and only reacted when he saw Wen Ning standing behind him, scratching his head and smiling foolishly. Wen Ning waved his hand and admired the orc's work feast in the blacksmith shop. Shirtai, you did a good job. Shirtai continued to scratch his head, making people want to see if the back of his head was bald. Looking at the orcs behind him, Shirtai said sincerely, "There's nothing wrong with this. We will definitely complete the tasks given by the Lord, for the construction of the territory, and for ourselves. That's right. Old Iron is right. Working after eating is much better than being hungry and full on the Orc continent. You still have time to eat on the Orc continent. I look at my Yahuwah seeds every day, and I can't wait to fry them and eat them. The Orcs laughed loudly. Now the Yahuwah has been successfully propagated, and the two sons of the patriarch have left the farm to pursue their favorite jobs. One of them came to the blacksmith shop. He preferred this kind of collective life. Wen Ning smiled and told them not to worry about themselves and work hard. Then he said to Shirtai, "Is there an empty furnace?" Shirtai was stunned and immediately turned around and took Wen Ning to a furnace. "Lord, this furnace will be finished in a few minutes." Wen Ning handed the 15 waterproof ores in his backpack to Shirtai. "You can help me smelt these ores into ingots and give them to Mira to put in the warehouse." Okay. Chapter 327. It takes a certain amount of time to smelt the ore. Wen Ning handed the work to Shirtai, turned around and walked towards the residential area. Since he couldn't figure out what Bai Shui wanted to do, he might as well go and ask directly. Because there was a restaurant blueprint in the trading market that Wen Ning liked very much. Passing by the shop, he saw a group of little beast men buying goods. Originally, he didn't care much, but there were some white balls mixed in it, which aroused Wen Ning's interest. On the first day of the shop's opening, it was Hu Zi who came back to tell her that the cat beastman had miscalculated the account. Later, she checked the accounts of that day and was surprised to find that although there were some mistakes in the process, but the final account book surprisingly matched the numbers. Perhaps this is why this cat beastman was able to work as the accountant in someone else's cloth shop for a long time. The subsequent bankruptcy must have nothing to do with him. Wen Ning approached the shop and heard a lot of chatter coming from inside. First, there was a calm voice of a cat beast man. For +2 + 1, it should be 9 points. Then came the cold mechanical voice of the cashier. "You spent a total of 7 points. Please put the card here." Hey. Grandpa Gray, don't be discouraged. Little white rabbits, don't mind. Grandpa Gray is just a little old. He can calculate the addition of 3 numbers, which is already amazing. The little rabbit tribe member who was checking out had a big doubt in his eyes. Is it difficult? Forget it. The chief grandfather said that when you first arrive, you can't offend the natives. So, the little rabbit tribe member nodded timidly and stepped aside with his purchases. Wen Ning, well, one dares to explain. The other dares to believe it. Of course, the one who really believes it is not the little bunny man. It is Gray who stands out in the crowd, stroking his gray beard. It is obvious that the comfort of the little beast men around him has worked, and he immediately started to calculate the next problem with great interest. It can be seen that he really loves mathematics. The calculation continued, and the little cat beast men beside him exclaimed every time Gray calculated correctly. If he calculated wrong, he would make up for it in various ways, and he must not undermine his self-confidence. The happiness of the beastman children is always simple. Wen Ning was very melancholy, and education should start from childhood. It seems that the kindergarten has to start. "Lord, what are you doing here?" A familiar voice came from behind, and Wen Ning turned his head. It was Bai Shui. Wen Ning did not have any unexpected reaction, but the little beast men inside the shop had 2 completely different reactions. The cat and lion beast men were surprised to find Wen Ning, and rushed to him, greeting him warmly. The brave ones even reached out to Wen Ning for a hug. Wen Ning took a little cat into his arms and touched his chin. Then he put it down. He reached out and took out a handful of candy and handed it to the cashier, asking him to distribute it to all the customers in the store. "Yeah, there are candies." The adults in the store also smiled. This was the Lord's love for them, and there was no reason to refuse. What's more, the candies Wen Ning gave were always the most delicious. Wen Ning turned around from the cashier and looked at the little rabbit, who was timid and didn't dare to come forward, but whose eyes were full of curiosity. He bent down and reached out to touch the top of her head. Then he walked out. "Wow! The Lord didn't touch my head." A kitten tribe member stretched his round head in front of the rabbit man and said with some envy. As soon as the voice fell, a pair of warm and soft hands reached down from above his head. The fingers were placed on the base of the ears on both sides and rubbed a few times. The kitten beast man lost his voice, and his cheeks quickly turned red. He looked at the little rabbit man in front of him, both of them with disbelief in their eyes. The kitten tribe member came back to his senses after a while, and 2 comfortable snorings came out of his throat. "So comfortable. It's really comfortable. You must let the Lord touch you next time." The kitten beastman turned around and rushed into the pile of young men to advertise the Lord's touch on the head. The little rabbit man was stunned, and the heat on his cheeks spread to the base of his ears. The ears behind him moved unconsciously twice. Really, so comfortable. When Ning and Bai Shui walked out of the door together. You come just in time. I just happen to have something to talk to you about. Bai Shui's nose twitched slightly, and she spoke awkwardly. I also have something to talk to the Lord about. Oh! When Ning raised his eyebrows, looking at Bai Shui's hesitation, and roughly understood what it was about. Then do you want to speak first or should I? Lord, please speak first. When Ning was not polite, and went straight to the point. For the current buildings in the territory, I hope you can go to the tavern, but judging from your ability, it seems that the restaurant is more suitable for you. Bai Shui nodded. If you want to go to the tavern, I can open the door for you now. The treatment is of course the same as that of other store managers. You can recruit people yourself, and I will provide some robots to help you. If you want to build it in the restaurant, I can build it right away, and it will be completed tomorrow at the latest. While saying this, Wen Ning had already bought the blueprint. Seeing Bai Shui in a bit of a dilemma, Wen Ning waited patiently. You can tell me any concerns you have. Bai Shui hesitated for a while before speaking. Lord, I actually learned the brewing skill from my grandfather. My hobbies are more about making food. Wen Ning's eyes lit up immediately when he heard it. That's a good feeling, hee. Then I can use both of my buildings. Bai Shui was shocked by Wen Ning's attitude. But, is it unfair to others to give such two important jobs to me and my grandfather? Other races. Bai Shui has already figured out the store structure of the territory. She started to pay attention to it when the Lord said he wanted her to brew in the tavern last time. In the entire territory, the blacksmith shop is managed by the Lion tribe, and the cloth shop is managed by the Cat tribe lowly. They, the White Rabbit tribe, are managing two shops right from the start. Isn't this too much of a show? Wen Ning suddenly realized that this little white rabbit also knew the principle of promoting the virtuous and avoiding relatives. Wen Ning waved his hand to interrupt Bai Shui's concerns. Guess why I have to wait until you come before someone is selected to be the manager of this tavern and restaurant? Bai Shui was silent. Wen Ning gave another shot of reassurance. In the blacksmith shop, almost all of them are orcs from the Lion tribe, and the Cat tribe has no objection. Here, everyone is equal. No one has to do hard labor, and no one has to be a manager. Bai Shui, I chose you too, because I have eaten your food and your wine. Although I haven't seen the finished product yet, I believe the properties are definitely not bad. There is one thing Wen Ning didn't say. She never earned money from the people. The tavern and restaurant she opened were for players. The Wasteland has been open for 2 or 3 months, and some people in the trading market have made a lot of money just by cooking. Wen Ning was reluctant to let a Z work non-stop. This restaurant can be equipped with 10 sets of cooking utensils, and Wen Ning also wants to try to install a food processor. At that time, not only can the food problem of the entire territory be completely solved, but she will also have more food to trade. This is what makes Wen Ning most excited. Seeing that Bai Shui no longer hesitated, Wen Ning said directly, You go back and have a good rest. I will arrange the construction of the restaurant, and bring your grandfather to work tomorrow. Okay. Bai Shui responded happily. Since the Lord insisted on this, she couldn't be too shy and alienate the relationship with the Lord. Bai Shui was still clear about this. The important thing was that she came here with the idea of fighting for her grandfather from the beginning. Grandpa's craftsmanship would definitely be able to conquer the orcs of other tribes. On the other hand, I have been busy with the migration of races recently, so I should go back and review my craftsmanship. Thinking of this, Bai Shui returned to the residence and conveyed the Lord's idea to Bai Gu. After Bai Shui's reminder, Wen Ning remembered that Bai Shui still had a bottle of brewed fruit wine in the tavern. The scene of her pouring out a glass last time was still vivid in his mind. Mira deliberately closed the tavern later, and with the matter of the ruins, Wen Ning really forgot about it. Thinking of this, Wen Ning went to the tavern, and just as he arrived at the door of the tavern, a round egg ran over from behind. Lord, why are you opening a tavern? Mira was on guard, and the communication in her mind was ready to contact 001. If the Lord was ready to drink again, she would call 00 to carry her away. Wen Ning laughed. Don't be nervous, I won't be impulsive. The wine is ready, I have to check its properties. Just check it? Of course, what if the properties are not good and it can't be sold? Mira liked making money the most, and immediately changed into a smiling expression. Okay, then open the door. Poochie, I didn't know you were still a little money grubber. Chapter 328. Inside the tavern. Wen Ning brought out a glass container. The liquid inside was brightly colored. Wen Ning took out a small cup and opened the bottle. The aroma of the wine was so fragrant that the whole tavern seemed to be immersed in it. At the same time, there was also a strong and delicious aroma of cherries. Wen Ning's cherries grew in the purple bamboo forest, so the quality was naturally top-notch. Mira saw Wen Ning's intoxicated look and secretly raised her vigilance. Wen Ning looked at her with amusement and assured her again and again, "I will never drink carelessly." Mira's electronic expression turned into a puffy face of disbelief. Wen Ning did not explain. Even if he wanted to drink, he had to look at the properties first, right? He poured out a small cup and concentrated on the glass. Cherry hypnotic wine. Perfect. This is a wine that can make Huzi fall asleep. It only takes a small sip to knock you down. Wen Ning exclaimed. Hypnotic wine. Perfect level hypnotic wine. This hypnotic ability. No wonder Wen Ning lost consciousness after just drinking a small cup that day. Wen Ning looked at the small cup in his hand. This cup could knock out Huzi. Can this be sold? Wen Ning continued to check the properties. System prompt. Hypnotic wine has two uses, for humans and for animals. First, animals will fall asleep after drinking hypnotic wine, and at the same time, the player's probability of taming them as pets will increase by 40%. Second, players will also fall asleep after drinking hypnotic wine, but the energy recovery speed will increase by 3 times. Third, players will lose all consciousness after drinking, which is equivalent to full anesthesia. Just a reminder, guess why there is no anesthetic in the Wasteland? Wen Ning took a deep breath. She was narrow-minded. She only thought of using this wine as a drug. But she didn't expect that this wine had different uses. More importantly, Bai Shui said that this wine was a concentrated pure liquid. There must be a diluted version. The effect will be weakened at that time, but it will be more useful. For example, it can increase the speed of energy recovery, but reduce the sleeping time. Or change general anesthesia to local anesthesia. Wouldn't the market be completely opened up in this way? TSK. Grandpa Bai Shui should go to work now. After knowing the effect of this wine, Wen Ning certainly wouldn't drink it stupidly. Carefully put the poured wine back without leaving a drop, tighten the bottle cap, and put it back in place. Tomorrow we will know what the effect will be after dilution. This wine must be mass-produced. Wen Ning still wanted to wait for the restaurant and pub to open together. She had a lot of cocktails with low alcohol content in her backpack. Celebrate well then. Since the establishment of the entire Bright Territory, everyone has never gathered together for a lively time. Mira, give me some materials from the warehouse. Wen Ning handed Mira the list of materials needed for the restaurant. By the way, how are the beehives and chicken coops going? If the beehives and chicken coops are not built yet, there will be no extra construction robots to build the restaurant. Mira saw Wen Ning put the wine back, and her tone became cute again. The beehives and chicken coops will be built in 10 minutes. It's just right. We can directly take over the construction of the restaurant. It's really not a waste. Then let's go and take a look. Wen Ning led Mira to the farm and explained the work behind. The restaurant is located next to the tavern. It is close to residential areas and shops, and it is also the only way for the orcs to go to work and get off work. By the way, there are tableware, tables, chairs, benches, and so on in the warehouse. You can choose the appropriate ones according to the scale of the restaurant. Also, ask Bai Shui which dishes to cook first, and send a batch of ripe vegetables from the farm over. Ah! I almost forgot. Ask her if she can cook meat dishes. I really can't guess. The cats and lions have basically not eaten meat during this period in the Bright Territory. Wen Ning is a little unsure. It would be troublesome if they ate vegetarian food. After all, Wen Ning has stockpiled a lot of mutant meat. Now the robots that go out every day will also hunt some mutant beasts back. The mutant meat has long been piled up in the warehouse. If it can't be consumed, it can only be sold at a low price. Mira wrote down the things Wen Ning mentioned one by one. As they talked, the two of them had already arrived in front of the finished beehive and chicken coop. The construction robots were leaving in an orderly manner. The system prompt also sounded at the right time. The beehive and chicken coop have been built, please check them. The newly built buildings are made of wood. Wen Ning had his eyes on these two antique buildings when he bought them. However, the materials are all synthetic hardwood. So there is no need to worry about the sturdiness. At least the last super strong earthquake did not have any destructive power on them. Wen Ning also found that these two buildings use the ancient mortise and tenon structure of the Blue Star Yin country, so there is no need to be afraid of this structure. Let's go to the beehive first. The mutant bees in the warehouse that are not dead are struggling in the yellow rattan cloth. Fortunately, this cloth is very hard, and the mutant bee's teeth cannot bite it through. But they are also very persistent, and have never given up. Wen Ning pushed open the door, and entered the beehive. Although this building is only 100 square meters, the area is allocated very reasonably. 60 square meters out of the 100 square meters are used for beekeeping. There are 4 rooms inside, each of which has a huge suspended beehive, and each room has a separate entrance and exit directly connected to the outside. This means that a total of 4 bee colonies can be raised here, and their movements will not overlap. The other 40 square meters are divided into 2 rooms, namely the honey processing workshop and the honeycomb processing workshop. Needless to say, honey is purified after picking, and can be extracted into 3 different purified outputs. The work of the other honeycomb processing workshop is relatively simple, that is, the honeycomb left after honey purification is used to make beeswax. The 2 small workshops do not look big, but they are very neat, and there is also an energy core delivery port. This means that this set of equipment is fully automatic. As long as the energy core and raw materials are delivered, you can wait for the harvest at the exit. This is very suitable for lazy people like Wen Ning. 1 energy core can make the equipment work for a week. Wen Ning puts in the synthetic energy core, and the consumption time can be extended to 1 month. Let the robot bring the mutant bees over. Mira nodded. The 2 circled around the hive again. When the war robot came over with a huge cloth bag, Wen Ning directed them to put the mutant bees into one of the hives. At the moment when the 2 robots stepped into the door with the cloth bag, it is detected that the player has the conditions for beekeeping, and the animal husbandry section is unlocked in advance. Please go and check it out. Animal husbandry section? Wen Ning frowned and opened the territory management panel. Sure enough, there was a green livestock section behind the construction. There was a cow, chickens, ducks, and other things on the icon. The player is currently employed by the beekeeping function. Detecting, please wait. A mutant queen bee was detected, the population integrity is 87%, and the taming success rate is 93%. Taming, please wait. Taming successful. The mutant bee colony has recognized the master. Recognized the master? Wen Ning just opened the control panel in his hand, and the system recognized the master after a few operations? Wen Ning was skeptical. Players, please don't question the ability of the system. No, that's not what I mean. Players can open the bag, and the mutant bee colony will automatically move into the new hive. Really? Wen Ning's eyes widened suddenly. You haven't seen this mutant bee swarm attacking my drone? But this time the system no longer responded, as if watching a show. System, come on, show it. Wen Ning felt it was magical, but she accepted it very quickly. However, to be on the safe side, she went out and locked the door first, and then asked the 2 war robots to open the beehive wrapped in yellow rattan cloth. The war robots did as they were told, and Wen Ning and Mira lay on the transparent glass door and watched eagerly. The guard bees flew up first, and the guard bees, which were only half of the number, flew around the entire hive first, and then flew into the hive to check. After confirming that there was no problem, they danced a formation dance above the hive. Then, a magical scene happened. A group of bees that were much smaller than the guard bees flew out, surrounded by a slightly larger queen bee, and slowly flew into the hive. Then came some cleaning bees. There were also nurse bees, which actually gnawed off the entire hive wrapped with bee pupae from the inside. Then the system prompted Wen Ning to put the nursery room inside the hive into the hive. Chapter 329. Wen Ning didn't open the door, and directly ordered the war robot to do it. The war robot remembered what Wen Ning said to be careful. He stretched out his hand, and carefully broke the whole beehive apart from the cracks gnawed by the worker bees. Countless honeys gushed out, and a large number of nurse bees lay on the beehive and sucked fiercely. This was the reserve food they left for the pupae. After the war robot put the pupae safely into the designated position of the artificial beehive, all the bees abandoned the original beehive. Wen Ning then asked the war robot to take the whole beehive away. When the door was opened, the bees in the beehive had no intention of attacking. Ding! The mutant bees moved in successfully, and the player can control the actions of the mutant bees in the beekeeping panel. Control? Wen Ning opened the beekeeping panel and found that the content was very rich. First of all, the most obvious question was whether the mutant bees could attack. Wen Ning clicked on the details and found the options inside. It can actually distinguish between people in the territory and those outside the territory. Of course, you have to choose not to attack at will. In special circumstances, you can change it to attack non-territorial people at will. There is also the range of activities. Wen Ning circled the farm area and the forest area outside the farm according to the range given by the system. Currently, It can radiate a 500-meter range near the bright territory of the morning forest. But it is enough for the time being. After the farm is fully planted, are you still worried that these little cuties will have no place to collect nectar? Wen Ning saw it when he was watching the picking of yahui flowers last time. Yahui flowers also have stamens, and they can also be collected. The honey of yahui flower should taste good, right? Wen Ning couldn't wait to try it when he thought of this. Besides these functions, beekeeping also has a processing section, which can set the amount of honey produced every day for processing. There are also specific processing methods, etc. Wen Ning first threw the honeycomb in his hand into the honey processing workshop. After 3 purifications, he got 200 kilograms of 3 times purified high-quality honey. The remaining honeycombs were thrown into the beeswax workshop. 50 kilograms of high-quality beeswax were obtained. TSK, that redbud tree is really a big investment. It has lush branches and leaves, and blooms so many flowers to feed these mutant bees. I didn't expect it to contribute to Wen Ning. Wen Ning would not let go of that tree. He has seen many mutant beasts. Mutated plants are quite rare. If they can be tamed and brought back, planting it at the gate is also a kind of guarantee. Wen Ning is not worried about harming the people in the territory. As long as she can get it back, she believes that the system will definitely have a way to control it. System, my back felt cold. Why does it seem like someone is plotting against me? All the subsequent functions of the beehive are locked. It should be upgraded. Wen Ning looked at it, and found that there were not enough gold ingots. He could only wait. Over at the blacksmith shop, they were working hard on forging. After leaving the beehive, Wen Ning stretched his body and turned to enter another room. It was a chicken coop. This chicken coop only occupies 100 square meters. Wen Ning looked at the area he had circled and found at least 1,000 wild chickens. There were also some mutant chickens in it. They were De Jin and Xiao Jin, who went out for training. Later, they bit them back because they couldn't bear it anymore. They were thrown into the chicken coop half dead, but they actually came back to life. Later, because the eggs laid by mutant chickens were larger than those of wild chickens, these chickens were saved from being eaten by the dragon. Later, these mutant chickens began to reproduce. At present, there are about a dozen of them. There are many wild chickens, so Wen Ning decided to raise a batch in the chicken coop first, and then upgrade the chicken coop. After the capacity is large, other chickens will be put in. After all, the children in the territory are still growing, and 1 egg a day is inevitable. The functional division of the chicken coop is similar to that of the beehive. However, there are also attack options inside, and Wen Ning thinks this is aimed at mutant chickens. So he didn't care. Mira, notify Shirtai to refine 500 units of gold ingots as soon as possible. Forget it, it's too slow, I buy it directly. The survival points in Wen Ning's account have many uses, including paying the wages of the people in the territory and earning money from selling things in the treasure pavilion. Pets, robots, people in the territory, etc. will also open survival points when they go out hunting and get treasure chests. However, Wen Ning usually does not collect the boxes that the people in his territory get. Wen Ning would buy some useless things from the people in his territory at a low price. Then he would sell them to the players. So in general, Wen Ning still makes money. So far, Wen Ning has made a lot of money, and still has 3.4 million survival points in his account. It seems like a huge sum of money, but Wen Ning knows that this money is not enough to buy a few war robots. Keeping 2 million is enough to support the operation of the entire territory. Wen Ning spent the rest freely. 500 units of gold ingots cost 500,000. He upgraded the beehive and chicken coop in one go. The upgrade time is 10 hours. It can be inspected tomorrow. After doing all this, Wen Ning took away a few eggs of the mutant chicken. Okay, you go back. I go back to rest first. Okay, Lord. Mira flew away. Wen Ning also returned to the shelter and gave the mutant chicken eggs to Oz to cook. Tonight is the 3rd batch of yahui flowers to mature. She has to go and see. While waiting for dinner, Wen Ning lay on the sofa without any image, watching the World Channel. The current hot topic on the World Channel is the history book. Since the last time the Space-Time Channel was unstable, many people have found high-level ruins around their homes. The difficulty of exploring the ruins has also increased a lot. But the benefits are also quite good. The history book also appeared more in front of everyone, and Wen Ning picked and bought too. Before checking, I saw a burst of explosions on the World Channel. It turned out that a player got the blueprint of an electric bicycle in the ruins, and was showing off on the World Channel at this time. Wen Ning looked at the properties of the blueprint. It's average, okay. After all, no one has a car except her, World Channel, The first car in the Wasteland. If there are bosses interested, you can chat privately. I can make 3 cars at present. World Channel. Damn, brother, you already have a vehicle blueprint? A big step for mankind. It shows that this world still has a chance to develop technology, right? World Channel. This is what I got in the ruins of a city called Nanji City. You can also go in and explore, but I tell you in advance that there are very powerful zombies inside. World Channel. 666, then you fight in and out alone? World Channel. No way, there are usually teams for this, but he was lucky and got this blueprint. World Channel. The above is a bit sour. It's hard to admit that others are so strong. World Channel. The topic has gone off the topic. This is the first vehicle in the Wasteland. Brother, can you post it after you make it? World Channel. I said, if you want it, you can chat with me privately, the price is negotiable. World Channel. Puff, no, I say, who gave you the courage to say that this broken electric car is the first car in the Wasteland? World Channel. What do you mean? There is a car upstairs? World Channel. I don't have a car, but in Huadu, I believe many people have seen that person, the player driving a cool off-road motorcycle. I saw the big guy carrying his teammates out of the sea of fire with my own eyes. World Channel. What? Motorcycle? World Channel. Off-road motorcycle. The speed is at least 150. World Channel. Yes, yes, yes. I thought I saw it, but it was that player who defeated the giant mechanical monster dance at the exit, so we were able to run out. World Channel. Damn, then why doesn't this big guy sell the car? She is so capable that she must be able to make more than one. World Channel. Who knows, the big guy must have a lot of money, the main thing is to keep a low profile. Wen Ning blushed when she saw it outside the screen. If she wears this high hat, she will be proud. What are these people talking about cars for nothing? She is already low-key enough. The coordinates of the territory have been exposed. If people know that I have so many good things, won't they form a group to come and rob me? Then I will be forced to accept the supplies that these players have sent with great difficulty. She is so embarrassed. Wen Ning looked for a while, and found that these people did not guess that the player that day was her. Some guessed that it was the treasure pavilion, but it didn't make any waves. Patting his chest, Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to be exposed so soon. A certain area. Jack sat at the head, and an intelligence clan leader handed him a thick intelligence book. Jack opened it, and saw a few big words written in the Yen country language. Jack was able to recognize it with the translation of the system. Secret, the power behind the treasure pavilion, and some unspeakable things about the bright territory. Is the authenticity of this information guaranteed? The intelligence chief bowed his head respectfully. I bought this from a player from Yen country. It is said that he is squatting around the bright territory, and has figured out all the defenses of the bright territory. Chapter 330. Jack flipped through it a few times, and found a detailed description of the arrow tower of the bright territory and the moat. He smiled. Very good. The information in it is very detailed. The intelligence team leader bowed with a smile, and when he saw Jack waving, he bent over and walked closer. He leaned over and listened to Jack speaking in a tone that only the two of them could hear. The expression on his face gradually became happy, as if he saw his bright future. Suddenly his expression froze on his face, and his hands reflexively pulled a steel wire rope around his neck and began to struggle violently. The man behind him approached at some point, and a very thin steel wire in his hand was firmly wrapped around his neck. Then, veins popped on the intelligence team leader's face. His eyeballs gradually became bloodshot, and Jack's mouth opened and closed. The words were not clear in his ears. 15,000 survival points worth of information. You want to reimburse 50,000? The intelligence team leader was as if facing a great enemy, with fear and regret on his face. But it was too late. The intelligence team leader gradually stopped struggling and died. His hands drooped weakly on both sides, and the man behind him waited until his body disappeared before letting go. He was extremely cruel. Jack raised his head without any expression and looked directly at the man in front of him. You will be the intelligence team leader in the future. Yes. The man's tone was slightly excited. After leaving, Alex picked up the equipment that fell on the ground. Jack flipped the information in his hand with interest. He really didn't have time to bother the treasure pavilion recently. The reason was that the EU had discovered a major secret about this continent. Unlocking this secret will break the night confinement of the Wasteland. Then the night of the Wasteland will be under your control. However, such good information cannot be wasted. Contact Su Jiaqing. Yes. On Wen Ning's side, Ah Zi prepared the meal, and Wen Ning ate while watching the World Channel. The matter of the first car in the Wasteland did not cause a big splash, and the player who sold the car did not speak on the World Channel. World Channel, have you noticed that the pressure of the night in the Wasteland is getting greater and greater? World Channel, don't tell me, I feel it, and it seems that there are monsters whispering in my ears when I sleep at night. World Channel, me too, it seems that I hear the howling of zombies. World Channel, now I can only sleep when there are 2 blue torches at the front and back doors. World Channel, let me make a bold prediction. Will the next disaster be related to the night? World Channel, I don't think so. Isn't this the rule of the world? Don't go out at night? World Channel, who said that the rules of the world cannot be broken? Rules are meant to be broken. Since the emergence of the territory function, the exploration of the night on the World Channel has been reduced a lot. Because the territory has the function of dispelling the night. When Ning's territory is large. As long as he returns before dark and does not stay in the wild, there will be no problem. When Ning himself has never lit a blue torch. Moreover, the territory is very safe. She has never experienced the hallucinations and auditory hallucinations that the players on the World Channel have experienced. When Ning looked at the players' narrations curiously, I found that I had this feeling since the time-space channel became unstable. It is even more creepy at night. But it is mainly concentrated on players without territory protection. There are very few lone wolf players now, and at least they all have a base. But the base system is too rough compared to the territory system. The restraint on members is not as good as the territory. But there are only 78 territories on the Wasteland continent, excluding the 2 alien territories. Most of these territories are still at level 1 and 2. The territory is very small, and it can accommodate even fewer players. There are only 78 human territories for 500 million players. So the power of the Wasteland continent is still dominated by bases. So many people have the feeling that the dark power is strengthening, which has caused the price of blue torches on the black market to rise all the way. The price of a piece of wood is only 3 survival points, but the price of a blue torch has been sold for 30. The number of people who own this blueprint in the entire Wasteland is less than 100, and the materials for making it are very simple. However, the number of players making it every day is limited, which obviously cannot keep up with the speed of everyone's consumption. However, everyone has a feeling that the blue torch seems to be unable to resist the oppression of the night. This leads to the players having to return to their shelters as soon as it gets dark. Not to be at ease, they have to light a blue torch in the shelter before they dare to sleep. Those who don't have it can only force themselves to sleep, and occasionally have nightmares. What is the channel of the black market? This blue torch can provide unlimited supply, and the properties are much better than theirs. When Ning supported his chin and thought, flipping through the friend list, his eyes stopped at Su Luo's name. Su Luo used to be a member of the official base, and he followed Lu Shi, so he should have a channel, right? Clicking on the interface, the words were still on her trading him advanced healing potion. Private chat channel. Do you know how to find the black market? The other party replied quickly. Su Luo 0978. The store owner wants to buy something? Private chat channel. No, sell something. Su Luo was having dinner with Nialan, and the two sat opposite each other. Nialan was watching him eat, and suddenly froze, and asked quickly, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the Lord?" Su Luo came back to his senses. "No, it's the treasure pavilion. The store owner asked me if I could find the black market, and she wants to sell something." Nialan's eyes lit up. She is engaged in intelligence collection and information propaganda, and she has a way to deal with the black market. Nialan thought for a while, and said to Su Luo, "You gave your healing potion to the Lord, and a mechanical leg. Can we buy another potion from the store?" Su Luo was silent for a while. Lu Shi was dying when he came out of the ruins. Although he had an operation in time, and the broken bones were sutured and fixed. But he was still in danger. It happened that when Ning traded the healing potion, and Su Luo gave the potion to Lu Shi without saying a word. Li Jingyi almost knelt down for him, but Lu Shi was still sleeping until now. Su Luo looked at his legs, and felt that it was not appropriate to take this opportunity to negotiate with Wen Ning. After all, it was Wen Ning who saved him in the ruins. Seeing Su Luo's embarrassment, Nialan stopped talking. "Okay, let's not talk about it. Let's earn points, and buy one openly when the time comes." Nialan also knew that this thing had the ability to bring the dead back to life. Wen Ning must not have many in his hand, and one less is needed. In this wasteland, people always have to keep some means of survival on their bodies. At the beginning, Lu Shi paid a blueprint of a growth robot and a lot of energy cores to get it. Su Luo reached out and held Nialan's hand, His eyes softened. Don't worry, I have contacted the engineer. He will repair my mechanical leg. There is still a long time. We still have a chance. Nielon pursed her lips and smiled and nodded, urging Su Luo. Hurry up and reply to the store. Don't let him wait anxiously. Su Luo then replied to Wen Ning. Su Luo 0978, store, I can find a channel and tell you the information of this person. Private chat channel. No, it's good that you can contact him. It's not convenient for me to come forward for this matter. Can you help me sell it? Of course, there is a reward. A trace of surprise flashed across Su Luo's cold face, and he stared at the blue torch sent by Wen Ning in a daze. Nielon asked him what happened, and Su Luo gave Wen Ning's torch to Nielon. This treasure pavilion is really powerful. When we were still in the official base, he and I bought this torch. At that time, its attributes were only 2/3 of what they are now, but it was indeed twice as powerful as others. How did she do it? Nielon chuckled. Of course, this is a secret. If we knew it, wouldn't it be everywhere? Knowing Wen Ning's intention, Nielon analyzed it. He should want to hide his identity. The treasure pavilion is too far ahead in strength, and the world channel is full of people eyeing him covetously. We can agree to this matter. The black marketeer I contacted is also anonymous. Even if there are special means to see through our anonymous identity, they will not easily expose the treasure pavilion. Su Luo nodded, and replied to Wen Ning to agree to the deal. After some negotiations, Nielon said to Su Luo, currently, ordinary blue torches on the market sell for 30 survival points. The other party saw her attributes and offered 100. Su Luo conveyed it. After a while, Su Luo shook his head. She said 150. Nielon pursed her lips, negotiated again, and finally exhaled. The other party agreed, 150. But 1,000 torches per day. The store said no problem. The store said that each torch would give us 10% of the reward, so we can find more buyers. Poochie, this is recruiting agents, right? That's fine, one torch can earn 15 survival points. Nielon replied to Su Luo, and said that she would find a way, so Su Luo honestly conveyed it. As for when Su Luo asked Nielon to find Wen Ning directly, Nielon refused. In the previous transactions, Nielon followed the orders from above and bargained with the treasure pavilion because of the position issues. There was even some moral kidnapping, and these memories were not pleasant. Nielon didn't want to ruin this opportunity because of herself. After all, Su Luo's leg can only be treated in the treasure pavilion at present. Chapter 331. Wen Ning finalized the deal with Su Luo before going out to see the Yaoi flower. Wen Ning could earn 700,000 survival points by providing 5,000 blue torches every day, minus 10% of the agency fee. What a huge profit. Wen Ning sighed. If she bought 5,000 units of wood, she would need 10 points per unit. She needed double the amount to synthesize, which was 100,000 survival points. This operation increased her score by 7 times. She could also brush the synthesis system. It takes 8 hours to make these blue torches. Of course, the manufacturing interface can be kept open without any effort. But it takes 2 hours for Wen Ning to synthesize manually. This is why Wen Ning only accepted 5,000 torches. She couldn't spend too much time on this. The manufacturing interface can directly set 10,000 blue torches, which will be automatically put into the backpack after they are made. As for synthesis, that is what Wen Ning does every night while lying in bed, watching the world channel and synthesizing. The order can be completed. Oh, sweet burden, at 8 o'clock in the evening, Wen Ning went out and met the Samo chief and his group. Everyone no longer has the sense of urgency that they had when the Yaoi flowers bloomed at the beginning. But every time the Yaoi flowers bloom, everyone will run to the farm in 2s and 3s to watch. Because in the night, Yaoi flowers really want to see a blue fluorescent ocean. Wen Ning told the beastmen along the way that there is a creature called Firefly in his hometown Blue Star. It will also glow in the midsummer night, flickering. The bamboo forest will be filled with many flying lanterns, quiet and peaceful. The beastmen looked at the Lord's longing expression, and knew that the Lord was homesick. However, they would also be fascinated by such a beautiful place. The beastmen quietly accompanied Wen Ning, and the children even imitated Wen Ning, and stood on tiptoe with great effort. Touch Wen Ning's hand. Wen Ning was holding a little white rabbit in his hand, and his subjects were beside him. He sighed in his heart that this fantasy trip was worth it after all. Looking at the scene in the farm in front of him, Wen Ning smiled happily. 200 Yaoi flowers bloomed one after another. Buzz buzz buzz. A sad voice sounded, and the kitten shouted, "Look! Bees! Lord! Their stomachs are also lit. They are also fireflies. Wen Ning looked closely, and saw that the entire stomach and the hair on the hind legs of the mutant bees were covered with yaoi flower pollen. The blue fluorescence was contagious, and they were like fireflies holding lanterns, flying throughout the flower field. The Samo chief walked up to Wen Ning, stroking his beard and sighing. It's great to see bees collecting nectar from the yaoi flower in my lifetime. Wen Ning asked curiously, Samo chief, is there any story behind this? My lord, don't you know that on our Orc continent, thousands of years ago, the yaoi flower also followed the normal rules like other plants. It took root, sprouted, bloomed, pollinated, and matured. At that time, there were also bees to pollinate the yaoi flower. The yaoi flower had more than one seed, and it could take root and grow wherever it floated. Later, the environment deteriorated, and the plants made changes to cope with the disaster. After the bees became extinct, plants were forced to evolve to self-pollination. When the environment was no longer suitable for survival, they gradually reduced their seeds. In the end, the yaoi flower was about to become extinct. My ancestors found that the yaoi flower spontaneously combusted after it matured, leaving no seeds, so they collected some seeds. They traveled all over the continent, but could not find a place where they could successfully grow yaoi flowers. Finally, they used special methods to preserve the seeds of yaoi flowers for hundreds of years. During our migration, we accidentally destroyed the clay pot. Although it was restored in the end, the seeds of yaoi flowers also began to rot. Speaking of this, the Samo chief wiped away the tears from his eyes, and looked at the yaoi flowers in the farmland with relief. Fortunately, we met the Lord. Being able to live in the territory of light is the luckiest thing for our race. Wen Ning waved his hand. You are welcome, chief. You have also brought me a lot. For example, a lion iron is not a loss. The Samo chief thought Wen Ning was being modest. The Lord was so powerful that it was good enough for them, the lion tribe, not to hold her back. Wen Ning didn't say much on this topic. Time passed quickly. Half an hour later, the seeds of the yaoi flower were produced. A gardening robot looked at the center of the flower in front of it, with two seeds squeezed together, and was a little confused. After staring at it for a while, the mechanical eyes suddenly flashed with snowflakes. This is the state when the mechanical brain processes information failure. Wen Ning found that several robots in the farm had this situation. He hurried forward to check and slapped the robot on the back of the head. This ancient technique can calm the robot down quickly. After Wen Ning took pictures of all the robots flashing with snowflakes one by one, he looked at the yaoi flower in front of him. 2 seeds. The Samo chief hurried forward when he heard it. Ha ha ha. Great. Lord, I said this is a blessed land. Look, the yaoi flower has bred 2 seeds. It means that this farm has been purified, and the soil has been improved. Wen Ning understood when he heard it. After planting 3 rounds of yaoi flowers, the farm's land has been purified a lot, so there is a chance to breed a second seed. Good, very good. Don't stand there, pick both seeds. Wen Ning gave orders to several robots with snowflake eyes. Then he watched the gardening robot blankly stretch out its 2 hands, quietly waiting for the time to mature. Wen Ning covered his forehead. We are all growth robots. Why are you guys so stupid? You are the stupidest ones I have ever created. Fortunately, the robots received Wen Ning's order and adjusted in time, so the CPU was not burned out. Ding! Successfully harvested yaoi flower seeds *212. Good job. 212 seeds. Wen Ning told the news to Samoyed, who was staring at him, and the old man was very happy. They left the farm happily. Wen Ning arranged for 003 to lead the robots to plant all the seeds, and then went back to sleep. The territory gradually returned from the bustle to the quiet. The blue fluorescence in the farmland was like a flash in the pan, and the bees also went home. No one expected that they would have to work in the middle of the night. Some bees crawled into the hive, and came to the queen to complain. Why is there 007 here too? The Guangming territory was peaceful, and the infrared rays of the artillery were turned on. From a distance, it looked like a neon city. Outside the tall city walls, the mutant fish swam aimlessly. Occasionally, mutant animals approached the territory by mistake, but the artillery did not react and allowed them to approach. Then there was only a sound, plop. A huge splash of water was raised, followed by the screams of mutant animals, and then the sea water was dyed red. The mutant fish, which had a full meal, dispersed the bloody smell. Then they continued to roam. In another territory, Su Jiaqing and his men sat around, looking at the pages of the Guangming territory's defense map in their hands. Envy and jealousy flashed in Su Jiaqing's eyes, and finally turned into viciousness. This Guangming territory is really a hard nut to crack. Su Jiaqing gritted his teeth. A man in a Zhongshan suit sitting on his right nodded in agreement. You contact people from other bases. With this deployment map, we can plan something big together. Lord, I have already contacted them. Currently, among the 8 bases, 5 replied that they don't have time for the time being, and the remaining 3. What did they reply? They said, to give us spiritual support. Spiritual support. TSK. They are so fierce on the World Channel. Are they all cowards when it comes to the real thing? Lord, I will continue to lobby. Su Jiaqing suppressed his displeasure and glanced at the people present. He reached out to pick up the teacup on the table, took a sip slowly, and then put it down. What do you think about this matter? The people around him frowned and thought. Lord, is this information true? True. Lord, the gap between our strength and that of the Bright Territory is too great. It is said that even the people of Jack Territory have not even reached their city gates. So what? The greater the risk, the higher the return. Let me put it this way. If we move into the Bright Territory, everything will be ours. Who dares to challenge us? The subordinates thought silently. Aren't you doing this stupid thing now? Lord, what if we can't win? Su Jiaqing calmly drank a sip of tea. I have a secret weapon. You don't have to worry about it. The subordinates around him lowered their heads and dared not raise any more objections. Chapter 332. February 25th of the Wasteland calendar. Today is the day when the restaurant and tavern are completed and open for business. Wen Ning got up very early. First, he went to the underwater ruins to check the progress of the water-repellent ore. After a night of hard work, the mining robots dug out dozens of units of water-repellent ore. It seems that the ore vein is nearby, but it will take some time to dig and find it. The on-site work was handed over to 001 and 012. Remind 001 that water-repellent ore is a good thing, and he must keep an eye on it and find the ore vein as soon as possible. Back to the territory, it looks like the restaurant will be completed in a few hours. Wen Ning turned and walked towards the Dawn Forest. Hu Zi and Jin and Xiao Jin were hunting in the forest. Hu Zi was gnawing on a mutant sika deer, which was killed by Jin and Xiao Jin with their skills. Xiao Jin used frost to freeze the mutant sika deer in place, and Jin attacked with fireballs. All the hair on the deer was burned off. Then Hu Zi called for a stop when the deer was 50% cooked. He liked bloody meat. Xiao Jin and Xiao Jin were full, so Hu Zi had to enjoy such a big deer. Hu Zi's huge tiger head started to gnaw the deer's belly. He swallowed attentively. Deep in the forest, far away, a player had a mirror floating in front of him, watching the figure coming out of the city gate. His pen recorded quickly. The Lord of the Bright Territory left the territory at 9 o'clock, from the west gate. He had no weapons, wore a black fascini, and his pet was not with him. He entered the Dawn Forest alone. Wen Ning found Hu Zi according to the map. Hu Zi had just finished eating, and was licking his lips. Let's go, I take you to the middle area to hunt. The last time Wen Ning entered the ruins in the middle area, he hadn't explored the middle area properly. The outer area has basically been explored, and there are no large carnivores in the outer area except for some herbivores. Roar! It's time to go. This tiger is tired of eating these every day. Yeah. These beasts run too slowly. There is no challenge, yeah. Add 1. Hey, these little guys are still a little ambitious. Thinking of this, Wen Ning also has some ambitions. Today, he will test the strength of Jin and Xiao Jin's training in the past few days. 1 person and 3 pets gradually walked into the depths of the forest. They took the same road that Wen Ning took to enter the Dawn Forest last time. The goal this time is to go early, and come back early, so as not to waste too much time. As soon as he approached the middle area, Wen Ning heard a huge roar. Turning around, a wild boar raised its head. It was still swallowing the body of a mutant sika deer. Yeah. Brother, it has the same taste as you. Roar. Pa, it's an omnivore, I'm a pure carnivore. Roar. What are you doing? Don't you know that I'm responsible for all the deer in this area? Yeah. Brother, it's rushing over. It seems a little dissatisfied. Ding. Mutated wild boar detected, monster illustration updated. When Wen Ning heard the wild boar's howl, he climbed up a tree that only 5 people could hold together. Listening to the conversation between Hu Zi and Jin below. The expression on Wen Ning's face is hard to describe. Is this how you usually communicate? As if the door to a new world had been opened, Wen Ning simply sat cross-legged on a tree branch, chewing a crisp peach. Watching Hu Zi nimbly dodge the attack of the mutant wild boar, he smiled. He shouted loudly. Come on, its ribs are delicious when marinated. Hearing this, Hu Zi's eyes lit up instantly. Is the wild boar in front of him a wild boar? That's the walking cured ribs. The delicious cured ribs are what Hu Zi longs for and never forgets. The three little ones set up formations separately, among which Xiao Jin is responsible for deceleration. Da Jin is responsible for fireball attacks, and Hu Zi is temporarily responsible for taunting. This is the consistent way of cooperation developed by the three little ones. Hu Zi usually only takes action when the two little ones are really unable to do it, or when the skills are consumed too much. But in the end, the experience is for Xiao Jin and Xiao Jin. This mutant wild boar today looks like a small hill. Wen Ning checked its weight, which is nearly 1 ton. But although it looks fat, it is very flexible. Da Jin's fireball attack has missed 2 out of 5. Approaching the middle, the mutant animal's values in all aspects are much higher than those in the outer circle. Xiao Jin gradually became powerless. Da Jin's fireballs repeatedly missed, and he became a little impatient. Da Jin was accidentally injured while avoiding the wild boar's collision. The smell of blood reached the mutant wild boar's nose, which instantly made it more excited, and the gastric juice was secreted crazily. The mutant wild boar felt hungry again, and it was always hungry. But it clearly realized that it was a pig, and was born to eat. It was born to eat, otherwise the creator would not have given it the ability to eat both vegetarian and meat. It is very proud that it is a good eater. It is very hungry now. One of the 3 prey in front of it looks delicious, and the other 2 are only good enough to fill its teeth. But these 2 toothpick-thin prey are annoying. One can freeze, and the other can spit fire. It seems that they are the bodyguards hired by the beast in the middle. It is really short-sighted. This beast can do nothing except show off. What is the point of hiring them? The mutant wild boar suddenly felt that he was thinking too much. This does not fit his identity as a good eater. Now he wants to smash all the beasts in front of him, no matter whether they are big meat or toothpicks. Only those who eat them are the safest. So the mutant wild boar sniffed his nose, immersed in the fresh blood of Da Jin, and the anger value was full. He kicked his hind legs and rushed forward like a giant cannonball. Sprint, howl. The 3 prey in front of them seemed to be frightened silly, and the 2 toothpicks hid aside in fear. This was just right, so that they could face the biggest beast head-on. A true strongman must dare to face the opponent in front of him, charge, but, as long as the opponent falls, he will become his own thing. The mutant wild boar did not stop charging. Wen Ning watched from the tree branch. The 2 long fangs of the mutant wild boar were extremely sharp. If they were stabbed, they would probably die on the spot. Luckily, Da Jin and Xiao Jin dodged quickly, and directly avoided the mutant wild boar's inevitable path. The mutant wild boar did not stop, and rushed directly to Hu Zi under the tree. Hu Zi roared in a low voice, with the corners of his mouth open, as if waiting for a fight with the mutant wild boar. However, Wen Ning did not think that Hu Zi would go head-on with the opponent. Under the condition that he had carefully taught him for so long, Hu Zi could not still be the reckless Hu Zi. Hu Zi was now brave and resourceful. The moment the mutant wild boar charged at him, Hu Zi leaped into the air and jumped directly in front of Wen Ning, snatching the braised chicken leg that Wen Ning had just opened. Wen Ning didn't have time to say anything, and the branch under his butt shook violently. Bang! The whole forest was filled with a heart-wrenching howl, followed by the pig-killing-like screams. Wen Ning couldn't stay there any longer. He turned over and climbed down the tree, landing steadily on Hu Zi's back. He wiped his wet palms on Hu Zi's head. Seeing his smug look, he suddenly felt unhappy. Find your own way for dinner tonight. Ignoring Hu Zi's cuteness, Wen Ning turned over and landed. I like you to show off your meanness just now. The mutant wild boar in front of him was still howling. It had just made a desperate attempt and charged with all its might. It did not attack the enemy in front of it, but instead, 2 long fangs penetrated the tree directly. Its entire body was stuck in the middle of the tree trunk. The 2 hind legs of the mutant wild boar were raised in the air, and its 2 front paws were struggling to step on the ground. The fangs became a lever between the body and the tree, and it was very painful to be stuck between the tree holes. The mutant wild boar could only desperately lift its hind legs, otherwise its buttocks would fall down, and its weight would break the 2 fangs. This kind of pain is no less than pulling out teeth without anesthesia. It hurts just to think about it. Yuh. Good brother, it has to be you. Roar. You can't fight with brute force alone, you have to use your brain. Yuh. I learned it. Xiao Jin looked calm, but his faintly shining eyes revealed his approval. Wen Ning threw an energy core to each of the 2 Jin brothers to restore their strength. Roar. He's so noisy, eat it, and get back to work, the 2 Jin brothers said in unison. Tooth. Wen Ning wanted to see the two little ones release their skills, but Hu Zi bit her sleeve and dragged her aside. Mysterious. Roar. What candy did you give them? Why didn't I have any? Chapter 333. Wen Ning looked at Hu Zi, who was full of curiosity, and had no choice but to take out a piece of energy core and throw it into its mouth. Roar. Roar. Mom, it's hard to chew and tasteless. Well, because the taste is not suitable. Wen Ning taught Hu Zi earnestly. If it's not suitable, don't force it. You and Xiao Jin have different tastes. Hu Zi nodded ignorantly and spit out the energy core and returned it to Wen Ning. He also complained about the strange taste of Xiao Jin and De Jin. They actually like to eat stones? Xiao Jin and De Jin tortured the unfortunate mutant wild boar for more than half an hour before killing it. Before the poor mutant wild boar died, it smelled the burnt aroma of its roasted buttocks. It smells a bit fragrant. Can it be allowed to take a bite before going on the road? Unfortunately, Xiao Jin and De Jin didn't give him this opportunity. The simultaneous attack of the two dragons killed the mutant wild boar directly. Your pet Dajin/Xiao Jin successfully killed one mutant wild boar, and each received 500 pet experience points. Wow, that's quite a lot of experience points. Each mutant wild boar has 500 experience points, so as long as 20 are killed, Dajin and Xiao Jin can level up. Wen Ning was instantly full of energy, and the mood to find the mutant wild boar was extremely high. He walked forward and put the body of the mutant wild boar back into his backpack. The wild boar's butt was already roasted, and the aroma of the barbecue could be smelled from a long distance away. It was just lacking a little cumin and chili powder. But this wild boar can be taken back to be the first dish for the restaurant. Braised pork, braised pig's head, sauce spare ribs, stewed pig's trotters. Countless menus popped out of Wen Ning's mind. Gudong. Wen Ning swallowed his saliva. Pork is what humans always yearn for. On Blue Star, the price of pork is often high. People will say that a person lives a good life and wish him pork every meal. It would be great if we could find a herd of wild boars. Hu Zi, who was familiar with Wen Ning's temper, lit a candle for the wild boars in his heart. Wild boar brothers, I don't know why you can catch my mother's eye. It may be that your butts are too fragrant when roasted. I can only say that I hope you will never meet my mother again in the next life. But this forest is full of lush branches and leaves, and the path is full of weeds. How can we find a herd of wild boars? Wen Ning looked around and turned around to see Hu Zi seemed to be in a daze. By the way, Hu Zi is still proactive. Wen Ning smiled, and the troubles and sorrows just now were swept away. My dear son, if you can find a herd of wild boars, I let you eat as much as you want tonight. Hu Zi listened to the first half of Wen Ning's speech. Sorry, I'm a good tiger and can't help the evil. The second half. Okay, let's get started. My dear mother, pet active skill activated, remaining pet skill times today, active. 2, passive. 3, the map in his mind changed instantly, and all the forest mutant beasts within a kilometer radius appeared in front of Wen Ning. Wen Ning carefully identified that not far from him, there was indeed a group of mutant wild boars digging up the ground under a forest. Wen Ning waved his hand, and continued to walk forward with Hu Zi and De Jin. De Jin's wounds healed after eating an energy core. At this time, the two little ones were sitting majestically on Hu Zi's body. Hu Zi followed Wen Ning with big strides. Wen Ning took out a crossbow that had not been used for a long time, and shot any mutant animal she met along the way. The sound of the gun was too obvious, and could easily scare away her target. Whoosh! A mutant animal moving at high speed was shot in the head by Wen Ning. It fell to the ground and fell into the bushes with a plop. Hu Zi went forward to drag the body back, and Wen Ning put it in his backpack and continued walking. At the other end of the forest, also in a corner of the middle circle, in the mirror in front of him, 4 figures were moving quickly in one direction. He is very skilled and good at using crossbows. He never misses a shot. He has 3 pets, the largest of which is a very powerful tiger. They are killing in the morning forest. There is no opponent here. I am afraid that only the monsters in the inner circle can punish him. They are now heading towards the inner circle of the morning forest. Their purpose is clear. I guess they have mastered the map of the outer and inner circles of this forest. Squeak! The player was riding furiously, and suddenly a brown squirrel on the tree next to him squeaked wildly. It's broken. The player instantly took back the small mirror floating in the air, and quickly lifted the camouflage cloth on the ground to cover himself. At the same time, he took out a bag of yellow things from his backpack, and poured them all on himself. Cough 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 cough, vomit. There was a foul smell in the air. The player ignored the nausea, and smeared the feces of the mutant animals mixed with the soil on the ground on his face and body. Vomit. Boom boom. There was a vibration on the ground, and the player dared not move easily anymore, and quickly hid himself in the pit. The animals ran past the player, and the player did not dare to make a sound. It should be the lord of the bright territory who killed indiscriminately in the forest, which alarmed the animals to escape. He has been monitoring here for a long time, and this is the first time he has encountered a mutated animal riot. It is not a riot, but an escape. Cough cough cough, ugh. This job is really not for humans. When the animals rumbled past, the squirrel pet on the tree sent a safe signal. The player poked his head out, and climbed out of his hiding carefully. He looked at the camouflage cloth, thought about it, and dragged it up to cover his head. Then he took out the mirror that he had not had time to put away just now from his arms. He wiped it for a long time, but couldn't clean the filth on it, so he could only start it. Continue to look for the figure of one person and 3 pets. Soon, the target appeared on the screen, and he was still killing randomly. Although it was just a simple crossbow, her ability to shoot accurately from 100 steps away impressed the peeping players. On Wen Ning's side, he had successfully approached the herd of wild boars. There were more than a dozen of them, big and small. From Wen Ning's perspective, there were also several roasted suckling pigs. So cute. Roar! Mom, we found it. What should we do? You 3 stay quiet. It's adults' business. Children should not interfere. Wen Ning stared at the roasted suckling pigs in front of him, stretched out his hand, and quietly waved, and more than a dozen war robots appeared behind him. The players, who were secretly observing, were stunned. Robots! So many robots. Rich man. The players were excited, and the words flew up. Why don't I go and join him now? Maybe I can get a robot bodyguard or something. What am I thinking about? The next second, the sentence on the notepad was crossed out by a signature pen, and a big cross was drawn. The picture in the mirror changed, and more than a dozen robots dispersed to execute Wen Ning's orders. The war robots that Wen Ning brought were all speechless. So the scene was silent. The war robots were tall, but their actions were very secretive, and they didn't even attract the attention of a mutant wild boar. The mutant wild boars continued to dig the soil on the ground, looking for some plant seeds or rhizomes to eat. This is not their main recipe, it is just their occasional light diet, and they can also take this opportunity to teach the young pigs some ways to survive. But they don't know yet that these pigs don't have much use for learning these skills. They already have a better destination. The tactics in Wen Ning's mind gradually took shape, and he just waited for the war robots to get in position. Wen Ning retracted the crossbow, then took out an electromagnetic gun and raised it to his shoulder. Then, he suddenly jumped out of the bushes, and the mutant wild boar in front of him was instantly scared silly, and then instinctively began to run for his life. Just as he ran back to protect his piglets, he met a group of war robots carrying giant buckets of water. Wow! More than a dozen buckets of water were poured on the mutant wild boars running around. The mutant wild boars knew that they could not rush out, so they gathered their formation. Surrounding the piglets in the middle, the adult wild boars pawed their hind legs, intending to fight with the other side, giving the piglets a vivid lesson in breaking out. But Wen Ning did not give them this opportunity. The electromagnetic gun in his hand fired several shots, and hit the 2 strongest boars on the outermost edge. The electric shock instantly formed a network, covering the entire herd of wild boars. Wen Ning looked at his rose-suckling pig, which was well protected in the center, but fainted under the electric shock. He was very relieved. Soon all the wild boars on the scene lay down, and only one wild boar died. Wen Ning was very satisfied with the result, and asked the war robot to pick up the wild boars and put them in the bucket. The dead wild boar was put into Wen Ning's backpack. Hu Zi and the other 3 were amazed at the sight. Roar? Aren't you going to eat it? Wouldn't it be better to just kill it? Wen Ning shook his head and gave Hu Zi another lesson. This is called sustainable development. Chapter 334. Wen Ning led a group of war robots carrying mutant wild boars on their shoulders back. Because they had just received a system notification, the restaurant had been built. Hu Zi and Xiao Jin followed him, looking very heroic. Hu Zi's second active skill had 10 seconds left, so Wen Ning opened the system map and took a look. Wen Ning did not waste the 2 active skills, and did his best to open the map. There were no creatures on the map now, and the mutant animals were scared away by the noise of the mutant wild boars being killed. Wen Ning just took a look out of caution. Suddenly, Wen Ning's eyes fixed, staring straight at a certain place on the map. What is this thing in the corner? Wen Ning stared at a group of unknown objects in the corner of the system map, which was still moving slightly. Is it an animal that got injured and fell into the pit? Wen Ning memorized the coordinates here before the skill expired. He turned around and ordered the war robots with his mind. You go back first. Let Mira find a way to lock up these mutant wild boars. Don't kill them. The war robot moved briskly, as if the mutant wild boar weighing hundreds of pounds on its shoulders didn't exist. It rushed out in a few steps and disappeared from sight. Who's he? Are they going back to steal food? Wen Ning narrowed his eyes slightly and activated Hu Zi's third active skill. He whispered and moved his feet. Let's go and pick up the bargains. The three little ones followed happily. They liked picking up bargains. Roar, there are also mutant wild boars. Wen Ning smiled brightly, but his eyes did not leave the map. When she saw the group on the map turn into a human figure, she smiled meaningfully. Who said it wasn't? On the map, a 3D human figure gradually appeared. It turned out that he had just covered himself with a blanket. I don't know if it's a player or something else. If it's a player, it's most likely a courier. 1,000 miles of sending supplies. The gift is small, but the sentiment is great. The player who appeared in her field of vision was a player near her home. There was no reason for Wen Ning to let him go. What if he came to steal supplies from her forest? This person was about 3 kilometers away from Wen Ning. In order to prevent the other party from finding him, Wen Ning took a detour. The 3-kilometer journey turned into 5 kilometers. The player on the other side of the map stared at the floating mirror in front of him. This mirror was a peeping mirror he got in the ruins. You can choose any target you want to observe within a range of 50 kilometers for close tracking. It can be used for 4 hours a day. The disadvantage is that you can't move the position when using it, and you can't use the dual system panel. And it doesn't have the function of playback, that is, it can only be watched. Zhongli is quite smart. He used words to record the scenes he saw. Occasionally, he would draw some pictures to assist. After the treasure pavilion announced the coordinates, he thought of a way to make a fortune. He quietly lurked in the morning forest on the west side of the Bright Territory. He obtained intelligence by monitoring the deployment of the Bright Territory for sale. In order to prevent the Bright Territory forces from discovering, he could only contact the buyer privately. He copied 30 copies of the Bright Territory overview and deployment map drawn earlier, and sold 10 copies, earning 100,000 survival points. This huge profit made him even more crazy, and he began to think about the Lord of the Bright Territory. Anyway, this forest is so big that unless the other party has the same props as him, it is impossible to discover him. And because of the special nature of this mirror, he can only make this money. At this moment, the black-clothed player in sight was quickly shuttling through the jungle. Judging from the environment, he was still in the middle of the morning forest. However, only the black-clothed player was left in the picture, and the 3 pets around him were all gone. This surprised Zhongli a little. He was distracted for a while, so why did he suddenly not see the 3 pets? Could it be that he put the pets back into the pet backpack for convenience? He reached out and wiped the mirror, and there was indeed no sign of the pets. The more Zhongli thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible, although the white tiger looked very powerful. But the other 2 pets looked like they were weak and fragile, probably newborns. Zhongli didn't care about these, and his eyes were fixed on Wen Ning. The scene of capturing the wild boars alive just now made him feel excited. The strength of this strongman makes people have to admit defeat. He just said that he was going to pick up the missing things, and he might have found another group of wild beasts. Seeing the other party easily subdue the wild beasts, Zhongli also felt a sense of accomplishment in the mirror. It was as if he had been replaced. Wen Ning activated his body skills and moved towards the target position in a snake-like manner in the jungle. He killed 1 or 2 mutant beasts from time to time on the way. He was agile, and not afraid of these mutant beasts at all. The killing method was very cruel. It was not a one-shot kill, but a feeling of playing with the prey. I didn't expect that the Lord of the Bright Territory was also very dark inside. He must have been suppressed for too long. He could only put his pets back into his backpack and go on a killing spree in the deserted jungle. What he admired was the figure of the prey fleeing, and what soothed his suppressed violent and bloodthirsty killing intent. Wen Ning moved around in the jungle, plucking feathers from the passing geese and leaving skins for the beasts wherever he went. He even took the initiative to challenge a giant mutant hippopotamus. The hippopotamus saw Wen Ning and rushed up with a roar. Clang clang, crack, crack. The surrounding trees were broken in half, and Wen Ning stood there and took out an electromagnetic gun calmly. The mutant hippo looks at least 2 tons, but the Lord is not panicking at all. He stands there and doesn't take the mutant hippo seriously at all. He's changing bullets. At such a critical time, he's still changing bullets slowly. The mutant hippo opened his bloody mouth. I couldn't bear to watch it, but this is the professional ethics of an intelligence officer. I decided to pick up the gun after he died, and let it continue to shine in the wasteland. By the way, if he died, would he drop those robots just now? And those pets will die too, what a pity. Zhang Li imagined it for a while, and when he looked over again, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. What did he do? The mutant hippo was killed in seconds. The scene turned back when Ning was stepping on the mutant hippo's head, and a huge blood hole appeared on the mutant hippo's forehead. It was empty inside, with only the blood mist of the explosion. The entire head of the mutant hippopotamus was frozen. TSK, it really has no brains. When Ning looked around, as if to confirm whether there were any fish that slipped through the net, Hu Zi's voice came from his mind. When Ning's mouth curled slightly, and she succeeded. She didn't want to waste this play. Looking at the target still in the same place on the system map, when Ning withdrew her thoughts on teasing the mutant beast, she quickly put away the body of the mutant hippopotamus and ran straight to the destination. The tension was still in his eyes, and his hands were writing furiously. He's moving again. What's his goal this time? Based on the strength he has shown so far, I think even a mutant saber-toothed tiger on the opposite side may not be his opponent. He walked into a patch of grass, and he covered his nose as if there was something foul. He lifted the branches that blocked his view, and the mystery is about to be revealed. In front of him is a piece of camouflage cloth. Huh? I caught you. The devilish whisper sounded in his ears. Zhang Li looked up in horror, only to see that his pet pine tree had been frozen to the trunk. There was no way to warn. Zhang Li's heart instantly rose with great panic, and his mind was blank. He didn't know what to do at all. You. The black-clothed player in front of him was covered tightly, but the pair of eyes without any emotion was the most terrifying thing Zhang Li had seen since he came to the wasteland. He's dead, Zhang Li had a thought in his mind. He's really dead. Zhang Li fell to the ground powerlessly, and the stench in the air became a little stronger. When Ning frowned and took 2 steps back, Zhang Li supported himself on the ground with both hands. His face was blue and red. He didn't expect that he would piss himself in front of a player. When Ning glanced at him, and turned to the mirror floating in the air. Reaching out to take off the mirror, Zhang Li instantly rolled to the side due to exhaustion. Peeping mirror, special item as the name suggests, the chance of obtaining it is very low. You can view any building or player within a radius of 50 kilometers. You can use it for 4 hours a day, and you can only observe one target a day. System prompt. This mirror is a bound item. It cannot be resold or dropped, and it will be destroyed when the player holding it dies. System prompt. When using this mirror, the energy consumption rate is doubled, and the position cannot be moved when using it. Chapter 335. Peeping? When Ning's expression turned cold instantly, and he saw the shivering man holding a notebook in his hand. He bent down to pick it up. He turned to the first page to check. The more he looked at him, the more indifferent his eyes became, but the more he wanted to laugh in his heart. Finally, a sneer came out of his lips. Zhang Li heard the other party's cold voice. How long have you been peeping here? Zhang Li's voice trembled. Not long. Snap. Roar. Just answer when I ask you how long it has been. Not long means long. Hu Zi slapped him, and Zhang Li fell to the ground and coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. When Ning bent down slightly, and a cold light flashed in his dark eyes. While I'm in a good mood, I can still give you a quick death. Zhang Li's eyes were filled with great fear, and he shook his head and denied it. I really didn't. When Ning straightened up, still stubborn even when facing death, thinking he was just playing house, if he refused to admit it, nothing would be found. Zhang Li was panicking, hesitating and quibbling, while frantically selling his information at a low price in the French channel. He must not admit this, otherwise he would die. Heh. When Ning's voice was light, she had seen through Zhang Li's tricks. Too lazy to waste words, she reached out and took out a scroll. Slapped Zhang Li in the face. The other party has forced you to be a slave, and the player cannot refuse in the current state. Bind? No. Please. I really know I was wrong. Let me go. I give you all the information. Zhang Li was begging for mercy, as if he had gone crazy, and kept throwing things out of his hands. Tears and snot gushed out, and he cried and screamed. When Ning pinched his nose and legs, and disgust flashed in his eyes. The person who was not afraid of death, just now, was afraid of becoming a slave now. Who would believe that there was no trick behind this? When Ning's face was cold and hard, and he stretched out his foot and kicked Zhang Li in the heart. Zhang Li flew out, and when he got up again, there was no extra expression on his face. The binding was successful. Only a pair of eyes on the expressionless face still expressed fear. There were still many questions about this matter, and when Ning looked at the time, Go back to the territory first. Huzi, take the one on the tree with you. Huzi jumped onto the tree and bit the frozen squirrel that had not been thawed yet in his mouth. He jumped off the tree and followed Wen Ning to the direction of the territory. Under Wen Ning's order, Zhang Li picked up all the supplies thrown out of the stinking mud and put them back into his backpack. Because they were in a hurry to open the restaurant and the pub. Wen Ning did not interrogate Zhang Li on the way. She still wanted to study the function of this peeping mirror. When passing a river, Wen Ning asked Zhang Li to go down and clean himself before coming up. Then he took Zhang Li back to the bright territory. It was the first time for Zhang Li to enter this magnificent territory that he had been peeping at for a long time. After getting closer, he found that the information he had peeped at was nothing at all, and he had guessed the defenses of many places wrong. To be precise, he didn't guess 1/10 of it. When they were about to enter the territory, Wen Ning suddenly turned around and looked at Zhang Li. You have to pay a toll to enter. Zhang Li heard this, and reflexively paid Wen Ning's survival points. But he found that he couldn't move his body at all, and couldn't open the system panel. But it can be opened in the next second. Then Zhang Li watched helplessly as his more than 100,000 survival points were cleared to 0. Well, not bad, let's go. Wen Ning was very satisfied with the other party's financial resources, and he would find out where he lived when he had time. If it was a base or a territory or something. I'm sorry, Huzi looked at this man who was controlled by special means. His eyes were still looking around. He approached Zhang Li with a low roar. Roar. If you look again, I will dig out your eyeballs. Teeth. Roast them with fire again. Huzi nodded and agreed with the Jin's approach. The two little ones turned to look at the silent Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, teeth. Then freeze them again. Wen Ning pursed his lips and almost laughed. Do you know that the language of the system update does not include animal language? So no matter how much you threaten, he can't understand. Zhang Li really didn't understand, but he could see the threat in Huzi's eyes. He immediately suppressed the emotion in his eyes, and didn't dare to glance at him again. Huzi snorted and ran away with the two little ones. Wen Ning led Zhang Li into the territory, and the beast men who had greeted her enthusiastically all hid. They didn't dare to look out. Mira flew forward. Lord. The restaurant is ready. Huh? Is this the Lord's friend? Wen Ning's smile remained unchanged, and his voice was not loud, but the beast men around could hear it. No, this is my slave. Take him to the cage in the square first and lock him up. The beast men had great malice towards humans, and Wen Ning had no way to resolve this innate hatred. Zhang Li could only be protected temporarily with an iron cage. Zhang Li followed Mira obediently. Although he was shocked in his heart, he could only act obedient on the surface. The orcs did not believe that he was harmless, and they waited until Zhang Li walked away before they dared to show their heads. Lord. Why did you capture human slaves, Lord? A little orc pulled Wen Ning's hand, and his tone was very dissatisfied. Wen Ning's dark eyes flashed a smile, and he pulled out his hand to rub the little cat's head. I am also a human, and there are humans everywhere on this continent. He has what I need, so I captured him. After saying that, Wen Ning pursed his lips and looked at the adult orcs around him. When you come here, you will inevitably come into contact with humans. There are kind people like me, and there are also humans who behave badly. You can't just generalize like you did on the orc continent. Wen Ning was reminding these orcs that on this continent, they and humans are also outsiders. It's not a completely hostile relationship. The rules of the Swearin system stipulate that alien territories and human territories cannot coexist. But Wen Ning felt that it was not that simple. Change. Everything depends on the word change. Okay, if he doesn't like it, I've locked him up. He won't harm anyone. He will leave when I'm done. The orcs around him nodded in confusion. Although they were confused, they subconsciously chose to believe in Wen Ning as the Lord. Wen Ning didn't want this incident to affect the opening of the restaurant. Everyone, go to the tavern tonight. I treat everyone to dinner. The beastmen's minds were immediately filled with the only thing left to do, and they ran around to tell each other with cheers. Wen Ning raised his eyebrows slightly, and took Mira, who had returned, to the restaurant. Bai Shui and Bai Gu were already waiting at the door. Lord. You're too polite, Chief Bai Gu. Let's take a look at the restaurant first. In front of Wen Ning was a building that looked like an ancient inn, which formed a strong contrast with the European-style tavern next to it. At the beginning, it was still 100 square meters. The space inside was very simple, with only two 10-square-meter operation rooms, and the remaining 80 square meters were seats. Wen Ning had already prepared a food processor in his backpack, all of which were fine products after synthesis. And with the blessing of the synthesis system, new functions were also released. One is, buy 10 get 1 free, and the other is time leap. Buy 10 get 1 free. If you make 10 servings of the same dish, 1 serving will be automatically given. Time leap. The time it takes to make meat dishes with a food processor is reduced by 30%. Wen Ning directly replaced the 2 kitchen utensils that came with the restaurant with these 2 food processors. Bai Shui was amazed at the technology of the Bright Territory. During the whole process, she could make a dish without even seeing or touching it, because the restaurant was directly connected to the warehouse. All the condiments and raw materials in the warehouse were available. Wen Ning was very happy that the vegetables and rice that he had stored for so long could finally come in handy. Then Wen Ning asked Bai Shui what dishes she could cook. The result was very surprising. In addition to some home-cooked dishes such as stir-fried potato shreds and vinegar lotus root, Bai Shui could also make some desserts and snacks. Through Bai Gu, Wen Ning learned that these were all recorded in the broken recipes left by the human society on their Orc continent. There were very few complete ones, and Bai Shui had only learned half of many dishes. As he said this, he took out the recipes that he had carefully preserved. Wen Ning's mouth twitched, and he was speechless when he looked at this yellowed home-cooked recipe book. It was hard for Bai Shui to make such delicious ice cream with this recipe book without pictures. Wen Ning looked at the recipe book for a few seconds and gave it back to Bai Gu. Then he pondered for a few seconds. After a few seconds, Wen Ning stretched out his hand, and a brand new home cooking book appeared in his hand. It was illustrated with pictures and texts, and the plastic cover was not even opened. Bai Shui froze and looked at the colorful book in Wen Ning's hand in disbelief. Recipe. Chapter 336. Wen Ning casually handed the recipe to Bai Shui. He asked with a smile, "Is it too late for you to learn now?" Bai Shui did not expect that the Lord would give her such a precious book so casually. She was so surprised that she could not close her mouth. She took the recipe and nodded like pounding garlic. "I can make it. No, I can learn it. I can learn anything in it." Wen Ning was very satisfied and looked up at Bai Shui. "There are also meat dishes in it." Unexpectedly, Bai Shui nodded firmly without blinking. "It's not hard to do. We rabbit people also eat meat." Wen Ning was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. "It seems that rabbit people, are still dominated by human attributes. Okay, let's set a few menus first, and then you prepare 100 copies of each." "Okay." Then Wen Ning set 5 meat dishes, 5 vegetarian dishes and 3 soups. 100 portions of each. Each resident can choose 3 dishes and 1 soup, plus the staple food. Wen Ning calculated that there are 450 residents in total. According to this combination, a total of 1,350 meals are needed. But each meal made by the food processor is large, and one can be counted as 2. These meals are definitely enough under the condition that no waste is allowed. The remaining meals can be put into sets and sold in the treasure pavilion. After finalizing these, Wen Ning told Bai Shui that she still had time to learn the recipes and the procedures for operating the food processor. In order to prevent Bai Shui from encountering difficulties, Wen Ning specially called Z over, and the 2 little cuties met. Z liked Bai Shui very much, and immediately began to explain to Bai Shui the advantages and operation methods of the food processor. Wen Ning asked Mira to train the restaurant staff as soon as possible, and to be responsible for serving meals to the people at dinner time. Bai Gu looked at Wen Ning's generosity, and admired him very much. He also looked at Wen Ning patiently guiding his granddaughter, without any airs, with bright eyes, and gratitude almost overflowing from him. He stepped forward to thank Wen Ning. Wen Ning smiled and said, "You're welcome." After all, she also had her own selfish motives. These 2 will be the cash cows of the Bright Territory in the future. They must be treated well. "Chief Bai Gu, this is already done. Shall we go to the tavern next door to see your job position?" "Okay, Lord, please." Wen Ning walked out with Bai Gu, and just as he went out, he saw a group of little orcs poking their heads in front of the restaurant. The Lord is out. Wen Ning saw the little white rabbits mixed in with the orcs at a glance. The smile on his face was more genuine. "It's okay, you let the bunny kids follow you so quickly. You are worthy of being the social gangsters of the Bright Territory." The beastmen chattered about what kind of house this was. It was so beautiful. Wen Ning looked back at the ancient building with the characteristics of Yin country, and announced the time for dinner. "Wow! I'm hungry now to eat in such a beautiful house." "Shinyu, when are you not hungry?" "Ha ha ha! Stop! I'm not a glutton." The little beastmen happily shuttled through the Bright Territory, and the sounds of their playfulness added a lot of vitality to this continent. The Lord manages this place very well. Gu had never imagined that his people could get along so well with other orcs. Seeing that the little one's eyes had lost a lot of shyness and timidity, Gu couldn't help but feel jealous. On their continent, the stronger the fist, the more power they have. There are many people who bully the weak and the small. As an old man, he didn't want to live that kind of displaced life again. Wen Ning tilted his head to see the emotions in Gu's eyes, and said earnestly, "Here all the people are equal, including the children. I will protect everyone in the territory." After thinking for a while, Wen Ning said, "In 2 days, I will invite Chief Gu and the chiefs of the other 2 tribes to come to the shelter. I have something to discuss with you." Gu nodded. Seeing Wen Ning's serious face, he also took this matter to heart. As they talked, they came to the door of the tavern. This building is much taller than the restaurant, and the doors are much thicker. Gu was sharp-eyed, and saw that one of the doors had traces of repair. But he didn't ask what happened. Wen Ning pushed open the door, and couldn't wait to take out the cherry hypnotic wine from the wine cabinet. "Oh! Is this brewed by Shui?" Gu recognized it as soon as the aroma of the wine came out. This craftsmanship may not be top-notch, but it is exactly the same as what he taught by Shui, so he basically won't guess wrong. Wen Ning nodded in surprise, and then asked Gu if he knew the effect of this wine. Shui nodded as a matter of course. "This is natural. It's reasonable not to know the effect of brewing it yourself." Seeing Gu looking at him with a puzzled look, Wen Ning had to think of an explanation, that is, he could also know the effect of this wine. But it is more accurate than what Gu saw. Gu was stunned for a moment, and accepted this setting after a while. There are many talented people in their rabbit tribe, and every orc seen in the territory these 2 days has some ability. As a lord, it is not surprising to know this. Wen Ning also proposed his own idea, wanting to dilute these wines to make new wines with various effects and abilities. Gu stroked his beard and said that it could be done. However, he had never tried it before. For example, the hypnotic wine in front of him could knock down the most powerful warriors of the dog-headed people. But it didn't have much effect on the youngest orcs of their rabbit tribe. Wen Ning was shocked, his eyes were slightly deep. He also said that he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, but he understood it when he met the rabbit tribe. What does it mean to be a small witch meeting a big witch? So in the next few hours, Wen Ning and Gu discussed the efficacy and purity of this cherry hypnotic wine together. In the end, Gu diluted 2 concentrations of cherry hypnotic wine, according to Wen Ning's requirements. The first one is 30% concentration. After drinking it, you will fall into a deep sleep, and your energy recovery speed will be twice as fast, but you can wake up in half an hour. Wen Ning renamed this wine cherry recovery wine. The second one is 70% concentration, which is also used to restore energy. With the same dosage, drinking 70% concentration of cherry wine will make you sleep for 2 hours, and your energy recovery speed will be 3 times faster. Wen Ning renamed this concentration of cherry wine Cherry Recovery Wine Plus. The rest is pure juice. Wen Ning knows the preciousness of pure juice. The system also humanely marks the effect of drinking how much. For example, the amount in front of Wen Ning is about 2 liters. When he feels like drinking, he concentrates on the wine. A prompt will appear, system prompt, after drinking this bottle, you will sleep forever. This sleep is literally what it means. For another example, if Wen Ning pours out a little with 1 or 2 cups, there will be a prompt, system prompt, after drinking this cup, you will sleep for 4 hours, which is exactly the time it takes for someone to painlessly cut off your 2 kidneys. Wen Ning frowned at this prompt. Who dares to cut his own kidneys? Gu looked at Wen Ning and was stunned, thinking that there was something wrong with the wine. He asked cautiously, "Lord, this wine. Make 10 portions of this wine first, and tell Mira what you need. She will fully support you." A glimmer of light flashed through Wen Ning's dark eyes, and his eyes sparkled as if he was thinking of something. Then, a booklet was stuffed into Gu's hand. Wine production technology and formula. This. Lord, this is inappropriate. Gu instantly felt like he had taken on a hot potato. Living in someone else's house, eating someone else's food, and learning their technical formula, how can this be appropriate? How is this inappropriate? Wen Ning said, "Chief Gu, if you can research a kind of wine, it will be able to generate income for our Guangming territory, which will be of great benefit. Oh, by the way, please go back and write me a list of the wines you know, and their effects, and I will find a market for them." Market? Gu understood that the Lord's target was not the people in the territory at all. Gu had lived for so many years, and naturally understood the principle that things are precious because they are rare. The Lord was optimistic about his craftsmanship. Gu was very happy, But he didn't think of raising the price. The Lord was a great benefactor of their rabbit people, and he felt that it was not too much to work for the Lord for free. What's more, the Lord handed over such confidential production materials to him. At this moment, Bai Gu felt that Wen Ning's trust in him had reached the peak. Chapter 337. I have said so much. Mira received a message that Bai Shui was ready and the restaurant could open. Wen Ning's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled Bai Gu, who was about to read a book. You can read books anytime, but you can't delay eating. Bai Gu followed Wen Ning out of the tavern. There were already a large crowd of people and beast heads outside. 001 and 012 stood at the door of the restaurant holding red banners. There was also a big red flower in the middle. Wen Ning looked at Lolita beside him. This was the ribbon she made according to Wen Ning's request. Although it was not exactly the same, the meaning of being famous was what was wanted. The square in front of the restaurant was already full of beast men. The three little ones and the beast children were crowded in the front. Huzi's eyes flashed as bright as a 100-watt light bulb. He could not wait to come forward and arch Wen Ning's hand. Roar! Mom, what's in there? It smells so good. Wen Ning's mouth twitched. This rebellious son usually doesn't go home. But now he came back because of the smell. Pushing Huzi away, Wen Ning stepped onto the steps. The door of the restaurant was closed at this time, but there was a burst of food smell inside. Wen Ning spoke calmly. Today, the canteen of our territory is officially open. Canteen? What is a canteen? Yes. Lord, what is a canteen? Wen Ning stretched out his hand to suppress the doubts of the people in the territory, and the orcs gradually quieted down. Wen Ning continued to popularize science. The fast food that everyone usually buys in the store is unhealthy in my hometown. But if you let you cook by yourself, many orcs can't even hold a kitchen knife. This is true, especially for some orcs of the lion tribe, who are good at hunting, but it is really difficult for them to hold a kitchen knife. So, the territory has opened this canteen to solve everyone's 3 meals a day. Today is the first day of opening. I will pay for everyone's first meal. Yeah. Great. Lord, you are so nice. You really treat us to a free meal. Wen Ning waited for everyone to digest the information and continued. Everyone has registered in the Bright Territory. From now on, orcs under the age of 18 can have free breakfast every day. For the orcs, the body is already mature at the age of 14, and the height and weight also meet the indicators of adults. However, Wen Ning still relaxed the age limit to 18 years old. As for the elderly, the age of physical aging is different for each race, which requires special formulation. Those who meet the standards of the elderly, disabled people, and orphans in the race will have 3 meals free. The 3 free meals proposed by Wen Ning are just basic diets, not the standard of big fish and meat every day. And many jobs in the territory are suitable for all kinds of orcs. For example, logging. With a smart watch, if you can't cut down trees, you can always follow the logging team to pick up some scattered wood, right? It's definitely easier than you think to add meals. Anyway, the current regulations are announced like this. As for whether you meet the conditions, Mira, the super intelligent brain, will solve it. Wen Ning doesn't need to worry. Starting tomorrow, the cafeteria will be open for 3 time periods every day. The details will be posted on the task panel. Looking at the orcs looking at each other below, Wen Ning wanted to say more, but it was obvious that these orcs couldn't handle so much information. It doesn't matter. There are robots in the mission hall to explain these regulations. Now, the most important thing is to cut the ribbon, open the store and eat. Finally, and the most important thing now, the cafeteria will open 4 food windows. Everyone must queue up. Everyone can only choose 3 dishes, and 1 soup at most. If you need to add dishes, you have to pay for them according to the price of our dishes. Queue up, queue up. 3 dishes and 1 soup, that is 3 dishes and 1 soup? Yes, yes, Lan Yo, you will follow me later, but don't violate the Lord's rules. Got it, I won't. Wen Ning heard the orcs whispering, and was very satisfied in her heart. She hadn't even said what kind of punishment would be accepted for violating the rules, but these orcs had already remembered what she said. This is the role of favorability. 100% favorability makes these simple-minded orcs have no intention of doubting and challenging Wen Ning. Okay, then we are ready to open now. Wen Ning smiled slightly, and all the orcs at the scene began to cheer. Waving his arms, the shouts resounded throughout the sky of the entire Bright Territory. Zhongli, who was locked in the iron cage in the central square at this time, couldn't suppress his fear in his heart. What happened? Are these orcs finally going to attack him? Wen Ning didn't care about details because he couldn't find scissors temporarily. He took out a crystal blade and stretched out his hand to split the red cloth in front of him. The orcs didn't understand what this meant, but they were amazed by Wen Ning's clean and neat movements. The shouts became even more deafening. Finally, the door behind Wen Ning slowly opened, and the smell of food came to their faces. The orcs had already swallowed their saliva repeatedly. Just go to the window with the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 written on it and line up to get food. Delicious. I'm coming. The orc children were the most excited and the least able to hide their desires. They rushed to the numbers Wen Ning mentioned. After a period of time in the shop, everyone still knew the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is why Wen Ning only opened 4 windows. Uncle Shirte, why are you dressed like this? Standing in window number 1 was a lion orc. He was thin and had a white chef hat on his head with a big special on it. He was also wearing a corresponding white uniform, but his chest hair still broke out from the gap between the uniforms. Wen Ning looked at it and shook his head. He had to put on an apron. Little boy, what do you want to eat? Shirte did not answer the question of the child in front of the window, but wore a professional smile, which just showed his canine teeth, and asked the customer in a kind tone. This is the result of Myra's training based on the book Secrets of School Canteen Management. There are 3 staff members at the lion's window who are dressed the same as it. One is responsible for taking orders, which is Lion's job, and one is responsible for adding dishes, as you can see from the plate in his hand. There is also the iconic big spoon. Another one is responsible for adding rice, soup and serving dishes. 3 pairs of eyes looked eagerly at their first customer. The first lion boy blushed instantly, but the aroma of the food attracted him back to his senses. He didn't know the names of the dishes in front of him, so he chose 3 that he thought were delicious based on his feelings. At this time, Wen Ning still remembered that the Lord said that only 3 dishes could be chosen, and his brows relaxed, and he was in a good mood. Okay, you ordered braised pork, spicy chicken and fish-flavored pork shreds. Got it. The waiter in the middle immediately started serving the dishes, digging a spoon on the braised pork, and then shook it twice with a particularly large movement, and the 2 pieces of braised pork that looked fresh and fragrant were all eaten up. Wen Ning, is this what the book teaches? Not sure, let's take a look. The plate has 4 grids in total, which just meets Wen Ning's standard of 3 dishes and 1 soup. Wen Ning watched the waiter pick up the spoon in the spicy chicken, also full of a large spoon, and then shook it twice with a particularly exaggerated movement. Half of it was left in an instant. Wen Ning was embarrassed. What kind of book is this? Isn't this misleading? Even the fish-flavored pork shreds did not escape the fate of shaking the spoon. Then, the waiter handed the plate to the third person serving the meal. It was still the familiar recipe, and the familiar technique. It was just that these orcs made it very funny, not at all like the canteen auntie, who Wen Ning met when he was in school. But Wen Ning thought it was just a matter of time. Fortunately, the food was served smoothly in the end, and Wen Ning did not plan to correct it for the time being. It would be troublesome if the orcs asked questions at this time. It was better not to affect everyone's happy dining mood. The little orc took the plate, and the orcs behind him watched him run to the seat quickly. His saliva was almost flowing out of his eyes. However, everyone lined up in an orderly manner, and the service staff gradually got the hang of it, and their movements became smooth and fast. Wen Ning walked around the first 2 windows with confidence. There are natural differences in body shape between the lion people, cat people, and rabbit people. So Wen Ning specially set up 2 windows for the rabbit people, according to their height. So when Wen Ning came to the rabbit people's window, he was almost crying. In front of them was a group of white and fat little white rabbits lined up. The little rabbits inside had serious expressions and were doing every step carefully. All the tableware was smaller and looked very cute. Wen Ning looked around with satisfaction and happened to see a rabbit with a pink hairpin. He picked up a piece of braised pork with a fork in his hand. He stuffed it in 1 bite. He turned around quickly. Wow, eating meat is so cute. Chapter 338. In the cafeteria, besides Bai Shui, there are also staff members. Wen Ning also synthesized some robot waiters. Their main job is to guide residents to collect tableware, recycle tableware, and deal with conflicts. However, it seems that everyone is getting along very well. Especially after Wen Ning told everyone that all the meals today were made by Bai Shui of the rabbit tribe. Everyone's favorability towards the rabbit tribe increased greatly. Bai Shui also won the title of White Chef. Bai Shui was a little embarrassed by everyone's praise, but the big stone in her heart was put down. She also accepted the treatment proposed by Wen Ning. Half an hour later, the orcs left the cafeteria in 2s and 3s. Along the way, They talked about the dishes they had eaten with great interest. "Shirtai, what did you eat today?" "I had shredded pork with fish flavor, stir-fried green beans, and a mutant meat stewed with vermicelli." "I just asked Uncle Shirtai. We have to pay for meals tomorrow." "How much do these dishes cost?" "Meat dishes are 4 survival points, vegetarian dishes are 3 survival points, soup is 2 survival points, and rice is 1 survival point." Shernyo was shocked. He counted on his fingers for a long time. "Then, I need a lot of survival points for a meal." He drooled again as he talked. "But it was really delicious. I am destined to lose my wallet in the future." "You forgot what the Lord said. We are not yet 18 years old, so we can have 1 meal for free, and there are 2 more meals. We can earn them by chopping more wood and finding more treasure chests." Shirtai agreed with this statement. They don't have much survival pressure every day. The bread and milk they eat in the store are not enough to fill them up. After eating this meal today, he felt that he was full of strength. "Well, I get up early tomorrow. Let's go to the forest with the logging team." Several friends had the same idea and quickened their pace to go home. In the restaurant, Wen Ning fell into deep thought as he looked at the 100 sets of lunch boxes in front of him. Delicious lunch box. A combination of various delicacies. 1 portion is enough to fill you up. System prompt. After eating this set of meals, your attack power will increase by 10%, your energy recovery speed will increase by 30%, and your energy consumption speed will decrease by 20%. Good stuff. This is only an excellent level delicacy, although the properties are much worse than those made by a Z. But it's enough. Wen Ning himself definitely doesn't need these foods to improve his properties. The canteen warehouse can store them, but the people may not like the combination of these meals. Wen Ning simply put these lunch boxes on the shelf in the treasure pavilion. World channel. Ding! The treasure pavilion you follow has new items. World channel. New items, new items. Finally, something that a commoner like me can afford. World channel. I subconsciously grabbed it when I saw the food icon, but I didn't expect it would cost 50 survival points per serving. World channel. Oh my god, why didn't you go grab it? World channel. Ah. How come I only got 1? This lunchbox is hot. World channel. Picture shares product attributes. World channel. Damn it. I pay 100 survival points for it, and those who think it's too expensive can chat with me privately. World channel. I pay 120 survival points. The attributes are not important. I just want to try the store's craftsmanship. World channel. To be honest, the store owner can't be a restaurant on Blue Star. This dish, this fragrance, can't be made without 10 years of experience in cooking. World channel. TSK, you braggarts, this is obviously swiped out, right? Otherwise, why are there only 100 copies? I guess the store owner is about to vomit from eating so many failed products. World channel. Players, don't be too jealous. Didn't you see that the dishes everyone posted are not the same combination? World channel. I got 10 copies by chance. Now I don't have to eat instant noodles when I go out to explore. World channel. Mom doesn't have to worry about me eating spicy noodles every day anymore. I'm really going to vomit. World channel. The treasure pavilion has killed most of the food stores on the market with this trick. World channel. The person above is telling the truth. Last time I bought 2 steamed buns at Sanjiabaozi's shop. Wow, I don't even need to bring weapons when I go out. I can knock the mutant beast's head whenever I want. Wen Ning didn't pay much attention to the things on the World channel. The lunch boxes were sold out in less than 5 minutes after they were put on the shelves. This was also expected. The treasure pavilion has been vacant for a long time anyway, and it will be sold out in seconds when it is put on the shelves. Wen Ning thought it was nothing special. He told Bai Shui that the leftovers from every meal should be packed up like this and handed over to Mira. As for the pricing, it depends on what the attributes are at that time. There is no rush. After doing all this, Wen Ning left the restaurant. It was not yet 8 o'clock in the evening. It was just getting dark. The people of the territory spontaneously went out for a walk. Wen Ning walked all the way to the central square. Zhongli was almost driven crazy by the surrounding orcs. He was really crazy about making money. That's why he got involved with the treasure pavilion. Wen Ning had publicly stated that the Bright Territory was a foreign territory. Now that he came in, he realized that there was really no human here. Moreover, these orcs had extremely strong malice towards him, an outsider. As for this territory, who else can control it except Wen Ning? If you don't clear this territory through the Red Bounty mission, you can't become the owner. He only understood this most important information now. This guy doesn't look good. Why did the Lord say he wanted to keep him? He has sneaky eyes, as annoying as the rats in our place. Why did the Lord lock him up? Is he afraid that he will harm us? Zhongli, is it possible that I am the one who needs protection now? More and more orcs are surrounding them, and the orc children are not afraid of tigers, and come forward curiously. Zhongli was so scared that he shrank in a corner of the cage and trembled. These orcs are so scary. How can they say with such a cute face that they will throw Wen Ning into the river to feed the mutant piranhas, when he doesn't want him anymore? There are chirping children's voices, shrill laughter, and the cold and contemptuous eyes of the adult orcs behind them. Zhang Li's psychological endurance has reached its peak in the sudden sound of the crowd. His eyes went dark, his head tilted, and he lost consciousness directly. Wen Ning, who walked out of the orcs, saw this situation and shook his head slowly. This is too timid, but it's okay, so she doesn't get knocked out. Zhang Li woke up again in a dim studio. The woman next to him was looking at a light blue gem. Wake up! Zhang Li was stunned, and his mind quickly realized that the woman in front of him was the Lord of the Bright Territory, the big boss behind the treasure pavilion. Zhang Li realized it later. He only felt that the other party's voice was indistinguishable during the day, but he didn't expect that this was the result of Wen Ning deliberately suppressing his voice. It can only be said that when you are in the arena, it is better to have more skills. You. Zhang Li hesitated and wanted to look up to say something. Wen Ning turned around, and Zhang Li was stunned by Wen Ning's beautiful face. This face is top-notch even in the Wasteland, even in the Blue Star before the crossing. Before he could react, 2 notebooks were thrown in front of him. Zhang Li's body trembled, and cold sweat instantly fell on his forehead. How many of these things are there in total? How many have been sold? Zhang Li felt bad, but he opened his mouth and said it all. A total of 30 copies, 10 copies were sold, 10,000 survival points per copy, and the second copy has not been completed yet. TSK, 10 copies. That is to say, you have been in the business for so long, and you have not saved 5,000 survival points. He earned 100,000 survival points by selling her information. Is your information certified by the system? Wen Ning continued to ask with a frown, because she found that the information drawn on the information was very different from her actual deployment. Especially this deployment map, it can be said that it is completely irrelevant. Black market transaction, the system only determines. This is a doodled notebook. Zhang Li blushed a little when he said this. The deployment map he carefully made was not respected by the system. This is also the reason why his information cannot be sold at a high price. Wen Ning understood that this is completely a seller's market. If the other party wants this thing, they have to take the risk of false information. However, this person's persuasive ability should be very high, otherwise there would not be 10 people who believed him. Chapter 339. Then do you know who the 10 big resentful species you sold are? Zhang Li choked. What is a resentful species? He wrote it down word for word. It's fair to charge these survival points. I don't know. Everyone trades anonymously. Wen Ning frowned and pondered for a while. The most eager enemy is the one from Lifeng country. I'm sure the other party will not miss this opportunity to buy intelligence. For the others, if I can't think of them, I can only deal with them as they come. After the interrogation, the person on the other side is basically useless. Wen Ning even asked about the coordinates of his shelter. He is actually a lone wolf player who traveled through the entire forest alone to collect intelligence 50 kilometers away from him. But Wen Ning can't kill him now. First, he can't use the peephole again today. Also, his buyer should be paying attention to his status and find that he is dead at this time. It is very likely that he has fallen into his hands. Wen Ning handed the remaining 20 pieces of intelligence to Zhang Li. If there is anyone who wants to buy intelligence from you, just sell it to him. Wen Ning left here after saying that. Zhang Li was stunned. What does this mean? She actually asked him to sell this information on her own initiative? Zhang Li was tangled and fell into deep doubt about Wen Ning's words. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and then beat his chest to the ground. His intelligence was actually all fake. Oh my god. Wen Ning left the room where Zhang Li was imprisoned, and he was not idle after returning to the shelter. It is true that Zhang Li's intelligence differs from his own deployment in many places. But there are still some overlaps. Wen Ning wants to see if there are any places that can be modified in his defense. The things on the surface cannot be modified. He has to use them to confuse the other party. The only places that can be modified are the arrows of the arrow tower and the bullets of the turret. Wen Ning is thinking about what to do with this. Mira, can other bullets be inserted when the arrow tower and turret are placed? Myra's lively voice came. Yes, Lord, as long as the shape and size of the bullets are the same. That's fine. Wen Ning assigned Mira a task and asked her Tai to make a batch of crystal arrows and bullets first. Replace every 10 arrows of the arrow tower with an arrow made of red crystal. This kind of arrow will explode after hitting the target. The impact range is about 5 meters. For the turret, insert 3 freezing bullets into each magazine. It can hinder the enemy's actions. After doing all this, Wen Ning turned the spiked fence near the wall into a spike trap. Some dwarf bombs were buried on the road that the enemy must pass through. Although Wen Ning felt that it was difficult for players to touch her walls, in order to be foolproof, Wen Ning made sufficient preparations. According to Zhongli, his intelligence has been sold for a week. So today is the 25th, and in order to avoid the next disaster, there may be movement in the next 2 days. In 2 days, a new round of disaster warnings will begin. Wen Ning's face was serious, and he decided to go to Zhang Li's shelter tomorrow to collect it. The shelter can only be claimed by the Safe House Corps, and it can preserve the basic functions and properties of the shelter. What properties? For example, automatically avoiding the oppression of the night, upgrading, transformation, etc. So when he heard that the other party's shelter was 140 square meters, Wen Ning was inevitably moved. Hu Zi and Xiao Jin returned to the pet room to sleep. Wen Ning also turned off the lights and laid down on the bed. As soon as he laid down, the private message rang. Wen Ning took a look. Su Luo 0978, store, torch, oh! I almost forgot about this. Hurry up and start to manually synthesize blue torches. 2 hours later, Wen Ning yawned and sent 5,000 units of blue torches to Su Luo. Thank you, Su Luo, for letting me find the feeling of working again, and it's a night shift. February 26th, Wasteland calendar, mild season, 8 o'clock, sunny. Wen Ning opened his eyes on time and sat up from the soft bed. He put on the crystal armor skillfully, and then adjusted it to all black. He left the bedroom with a Fasakini. He opened the conversation with Su Luo last night, and found that he had received 700,000 survival points from the other party. The early bird catches the worm, and I get paid for the early bird. Wen Ning happily drank a mouthful of the soy milk made by Z. Mila, how is the cafeteria? Phaeton flew up and down happily twice. The breakfast in the cafeteria is popular with everyone. Bai Shui made 3 kinds of porridge and tea eggs. Lord, these are the properties of these foods. Wen Ning glanced at it. The porridge increased the defense by 5%, the tea eggs increased the endurance by 5%, and the steamed buns with mutant meat increased the movement speed by 10%. The pricing was guided by Mira. A steamed bun costs 2 points, and a bowl of porridge costs 3 points. Tea eggs are also sold at 3 points because they are rare. This is the price sold to the people. How is the chicken coop after the upgrade? Wen Ning was concerned about whether the egg production could keep up with the consumption of the people. The chicken coop has been upgraded to level 2, and can accommodate 200 wild chickens. I have selected the 200 most egg-laying chickens to live in. Wen Ning nodded, very satisfied with Myra's arrangement. In this way, the chicken coop can guarantee the production of 200 eggs every day. Together with the original artificial chicken coop, it can also cover the food needs of the entire territory. Well, this is very good. The remaining prices of these foods will all be changed to 10 points, and they will be posted in the treasure pavilion. Okay. And the chicken coop and the beehive will continue to be upgraded. But Lord, the lion iron is too busy. Wen Ning looked at the account balance, 3.6 million. TSK. Just buy it. Please prepare a list of materials needed for the upgrade for me. Okay, Lord, please wait. Wen Ning ate breakfast quietly and contacted 001 in his mind. 001, bring 012 back. We will go out in a while. Got it, master. Wen Ning drank the last mouthful of porridge and looked at the various data on the territory panel. She already has a lot of buildings, plus population activities. The scope of the territory is already a bit stretched. System, after I reach level 5, will the population be enough to support my management value? After the system calculation, when the player's territory is upgraded to level 5, the management value will drop to 59. Forget it, now is not a good time to upgrade. Wen Ning was also overwhelmed by the survival points needed for the upgrade. She had been spending money all this time, and had no time to save money. She had to find a way to make money. Wen Ning was thinking hard about how to make more money, and Myra's cheerful voice came over. Lord, this is the material list. Wen Ning added it, and took a look. My goodness, it must be at least 2 million, but looking at her precarious territory management value, Wen Ning gritted her teeth and bought a large number of materials. Upgrading buildings will also increase part of the management value, so that after she upgrades, she can offset it and ensure that the management value does not drop below 60. Seeing that the balance was only more than 1.5 million in an instant, Wen Ning felt a little hopeless. The idea of going out to rob reached its peak at this moment. After breakfast, with tension, 10 war robots led by 001 and 3 small ones went out. How did you sell the intelligence last night? All sold. Hey! All sold? Wen Ning looked at Zhongli with a different look. This guy is really a genius in some aspects. After receiving 200,000 yuan, Wen Ning, who had just lost a lot of money, felt relieved. Then Wen Ning asked Zhongli to take out the peeping mirror, to check her territory within a radius of 50 kilometers. Zhongli did as ordered. There are 2 territories, and 22 bases around the Guangming territory. Not a few. One of the 2 territories is level 2, and the other is also level 2. Wen Ning, the bases are not large, and the number of people does not exceed 1,000 at most. The 2 territories are very small, and most of the players live outside. There are only 10 shelters inside the territories. Zhongli can only view this information during the target selection stage. More detailed information can only be viewed by selecting the target. Moreover, only Zhongli himself could view the image in the peephole. Wen Ning, who was standing next to him, could not see it either. Chapter 340. It was noon. The sun was shining brightly. Wen Ning led Zhongli to the place where he was exposed yesterday. There was no map for the rest of the way on Wen Ning's map, so Zhongli led the way. Wen Ning was also very curious about how Zhongli got here through the inner circle of the morning forest. Zhongli told her that his pet was an early warning squirrel that could sound an alarm, making the animals in the inner circle of the forest think there was a major disaster. For example, a wildfire or something, so that a path could be opened for him to pass quickly. However, this confusing early warning could only last for 15 minutes. The inner circle of the entire morning forest was less than 30 acres, and it was divided by many large mutant animals, so it was not difficult to run away from the edge. 30 acres, that's 20,000 square meters. It doesn't matter. The animals in the inner circle are very territorial. As long as we cover up our smell, it will be difficult for them to find us. Zhongli looked smart and took Wen Ning to the junction of the inner circle and the middle circle. The leopard only comes here when it hunts. Now it should be at the other end of the territory. Wen Ning silently glanced at the system map. This place is also very close to the ruins. It may be in the territory of the leopard. But Wen Ning didn't plan to go now. He slowed down his pace and followed Zhongli. I saw Zhongli's pet squirrel quickly climb up a tree. Standing on the branch, he raised his upper body and looked around. Squeak, squeak. Don't move. The leopard is nearby. Zhongli squatted down instantly. Wen Ning looked into the deep jungle. It was quiet, and nothing could be seen. He squatted down lightly, and looked at the little squirrel above his head with a raised eyebrow. Zhongli was not very good at fighting, but he had many ways to survive. Wen Ning's eyes gleamed as he considered how to deal with Zhongli after he got his shelter. It was impossible to let him go. After all, the reason why he was so obedient was entirely because of the slave scroll. Wen Ning had no way of knowing what he was thinking. This was the fact. Zhongli was extremely anxious at the moment. On the one hand, he hoped that the leopard could find them. If the Lord of the Bright Territory was killed, wouldn't his slave scroll bondage be broken? Imagination is full, reality is skinny. Even if he was really discovered by the leopard, Zhongli would be restrained by the system rules and blocked in front of Wen Ning when the slave owner was in danger. So Zhongli's plan was doomed to fail. Fortunately, the imagined scene did not appear. The pet squirrel was still very useful, but the leopard did not appear. Zhongli took Wen Ning out of the area after a 10-minute sprint. Huff, huff. Zhongli, who was panting heavily, found that the Lord's chest did not rise or fall at all. Instead, he had the energy to take out the crossbow. With a whoosh, he shot through the head of a mutant beast running at high speed. With a wave of his hand, 3 pets appeared in front of him. Here, go and bring back the prey over there. Zhongli calmed down and pursed his lips, waiting for Wen Ning's next order. Wen Ning saw that he almost died after running 1,000 meters just now, and deduced that his physical fitness should not exceed 20. Thinking that he was not an unkind slave owner, he deliberately stopped to rest for a minute. By the way, he asked Hu Zi and the others to go out and open a map. Let's go! The next journey entered the middle of the morning forest. Wen Ning let Hu Zi go out and run wild, and they could open a map while they were free. He only needed to keep 001 and 012 on him. When Zhongli was not paying attention, Wen Ning quietly spread the war robots out like a net. Seeing the large clear area suddenly appearing on the map, Wen Ning's steps became a little cheerful. After leaving the middle of the morning forest, The map showed that Zhang Li's shelter would soon be reached. Zhang Li had no desire to live at this time, and he had never felt so homesick. When the Lord got his shelter, he was afraid that he would die. The two walked for a while in silence, and the view suddenly opened up. What came into view was a beach, and the sea breeze made Wen Ning feel like he was walking on his own beach. There is also a sea on the other side of the morning forest. A trace of emotion flashed in Wen Ning's eyes. When he saw a stone shelter, he waved his hand and 001 and 012 appeared behind him. The strong sense of oppression frightened Zhang Li. Looking at the war robot that was much taller than him, Zhang Li felt desperate. The two came to the door of the shelter. Wen Ning took out a safe house core and successfully took away Zhang Li's shelter. Zhang Li instantly collapsed to the ground, with big beads of cold sweat on his face. Wen Ning asked thoughtfully, "What were you thinking about just now in the leopard's territory?" Zhang Li was as if facing a great enemy, with a horrified expression on his face. She knows what he is thinking? Zhang Li thought that he was so honest, and there should be a glimmer of hope for survival. But Wen Ning had long known that his appearance was completely the effect of the slave's scroll. Even if this person had 100 pounds of rebellious bones, he would not show it under the control of the slave's scroll. But the system did not block the psychological activities of the enslaved players in order to give the enslaved players a chance to survive. To be honest, if Zhang Li had no intention of hitting Wen Ning again, Wen Ning could have spared his life. But now, Wen Ning felt that his kindness was completely betrayed. He raised his chin to 001. Zhang Li could not say a word, and was dragged away by 001. Your robot successfully killed the player Zhang Li. Do you still want the leopard to kill me? Overestimate your own abilities. Wen Ning put away the safe house core, and came to the beach. 001, you two go pick all the coconuts here. Okay, master. 012, but master, I don't know how to pick coconuts. 001, don't worry, you learn it in a little while. 012's eyes were shining with wisdom, and he couldn't figure out how a fighting robot like him could pick coconuts. Until he saw 001 punch the coconut tree, and the whole tree was broken in half by the critical hit. Then 001 turned around gracefully, and caught all the coconuts on the tree without missing a single one. He felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. 001's teaching work went smoothly, and Wen Ning took out a beach chair and a large parasol, leisurely enjoying the sea breeze and drinking coconut juice, watching the busy 001 and the flustered 012, sighing at the plain and simple life of survival in the wasteland. An hour later, all the coconuts within sight had been picked by the two war robots. The map of the outer perimeter of the middle circle on the west side of the Dawn Forest had also been opened almost completely. Wen Ning then got up leisurely, put the harvest of 001 and 012 into the backpack. Then he walked into the forest with them. The map had been opened, and Wen Ning was not nervous, so he did not need to be careful to avoid the attacks of mutant beasts. Since he was here, of course, he had to go to the ruins to have a look. The ruins were likely to be on the territory of that leopard. Wen Ning thought about it. Either sneak into the ruins while the leopard was not paying attention, or kill it before entering. Although Wen Ning was more inclined to the latter, it was already 3:30. If she can't enter the ruins before 4 o'clock, she will come out at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. She will waste a day and miss the system's disaster warning. This is not worth it. I can only try that method. Wen Ning made up his mind. He summoned the three little ones, and the war robots scattered outside in his mind. After a while, their figures appeared in his sight. Wen Ning only left Hu Zi and 001 and 012, and put them back into the backpack under the reluctant eyes of Xiao Jin. Let's go and do something. Roar. This tiger likes to do something. Wen Ning smiled, and came to the edge of the leopard territory that she and Zhang Li had just crossed. This time her luck was not as good as before. As soon as she stepped into this area, she ran into a mutant leopard biting a mutant chicken. Ding! Mutated leopard detected. The monster illustration has been updated. Fortunately, it is not a high-level mutant beast. Wen Ning heaved a sigh of relief after listening to the system illustration. Hu Zi, come on! When the leopard saw Hu Zi beside Wen Ning, he immediately dropped the food in his mouth, and had already regarded Hu Zi as an intruder who was fighting for territory. He immediately grinned and bared his teeth to warn. He howled and ran towards Hu Zi. 001, 012, and Hu Zi joined the battle. The leopard was worthy of being the overlord of the inner circle of the morning forest, and was extremely fast. He still had the energy to escape under the double attack of 001 and 012. Chapter 341. Wen Ning hid behind a giant pine tree, stretched out his hand, and a unique gun appeared in his hand. His eyes were piercing as he looked at the fleeing leopard. The next moment, he poked his head out from behind the pine tree, carrying a tranquilizer gun on his shoulder. The gun moved quickly with the leopard. He pulled the trigger, and the injection instantly hit the mutant leopard's neck. Puff! The mutant leopard fell to the ground. He struggled a few times and then fainted. Roar! What happened? Wen Ning rushed forward and concentrated on checking the status of the mutated leopard. Anesthetized, the remaining anesthesia time is 4 hours. The success rate of taming during this period is 100%, and it can be traded. Nice. Wen Ning looked at the tradable sign with surprise, and his deep eyes bloomed with the light of a money grubber. Don't move. This is a big deal. He put the mutant leopard directly into his backpack. By the way, system, is the taming success rate 100% for everyone? No, the system will recalculate based on the player's strength when each player concentrates on checking. Wen Ning nodded and didn't ask any more questions. I didn't expect that Baigu's cherry wine could be used in this way. This was also a sudden idea of Wen Ning. It was pure cherry wine, only 5 milliliters, and it knocked down this mutant leopard. This is a way to make a fortune. There are so many mutant beasts in the Morning Forest, there must be a market for players who need pets. Wen Ning seemed to see the survival points waving at him. Go back and train some robots, then this side business can be developed. It's over. Ruins. The system time shows that it is already 3:50 in the afternoon. Wen Ning hurriedly took Hu Zi to the coordinates of the ruins. Finally, they stepped into the fog before 4 o'clock. Player discovered the ruins. System prompt omitted. System prompt omitted. In the fog, Wen Ning listened to the system prompts that were no different from usual and felt relieved. It was not a theme ruins, nor a real ruins. It should be an ordinary exploration ruins. The fog in front of her gradually dissipated. When Wen Ning opened her eyes, she looked at everything in front of her in shock. Did I really enter the ruins? The jumble in front of her, the surrounding environment, and even the coordinates on the system map. They were all the same as the Dawn Forest she was in just now. When Ning blinked her eyes, she was sure that she had just entered the ruins. But what was going on with the environment here now? When Ning cleverly opened the system panel and found the answer in the system information. The player discovered the ruins, and the system prompts told her that she was not in the wrong place. But what was going on now? Wen Ning, who couldn't figure it out, decided to look around first. Anyway, the map here is no different from the Real Dawn Forest. Just treat it as opening the map. Are there mutant beasts in the ruins? Wen Ning's eyes lit up slightly, when he suddenly thought of a way to make a fortune. When he found that the exit was in the center of the Dawn Forest, he was even more motivated. After taking 2 steps, Wen Ning stepped on a soft foreign object. Looking down, it turned out to be a corpse. From the appearance, it was no different from the leopard Wen Ning had just captured. The messy and fine hair looked even messy at this time. The flesh and blood seemed to be melted by something, and the blood and some unknown yellow solution were mixed together. Some sour smell came from the side of the nose. Wen Ning frowned, sensitively aware that something was wrong. The air was filled with the smell of corpses, moist, but smelly. The leaves kept dripping yellow liquid onto the ground. Is this acid rain? Looking up, it was indeed drizzling in the sky. Tick-tick. Wen Ning was stunned, looking at the liquid dripping on his palm. It looked like acid rain, but he was not corroded. Looking at the surrounding trees, they did not seem to be seriously corroded. Wen Ning decided to continue walking inside to see. For safety, Wen Ning still opened the shield of the crystal armor. A layer of transparent film attached to Wen Ning's whole body, equipped with a gas mask. The stench of the rotting corpse in the air was finally isolated. Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Even if he was not corroded, he would be dead from the stench. Cautiously, he did not release 001 and Hu Zi. He was afraid that the acid rain would affect Hu Zi. Wen Ning walked into the depths of the forest with the crystal blade. The Dawn Forest here was different from what Wen Ning had imagined. There were no wild animals. There were signs of corrosion everywhere, except for the tall pine trees above his head. The rest of the plants and animals were corroded by the acid rain. The bark fell off, and the trunks were corroded into black. The corpses of various animals were everywhere, and on the corpses crawled various animals that fed on the carrion that were nourished by the moisture. Wen Ning was surprised why these maggots were not corroded. But thinking that the trees above his head were not corroded either, Wen Ning temporarily suppressed his doubts. After walking for a while, Wen Ning finally saw a human. To be more precise, a human corpse. Wen Ning saw a person wearing animal skins lying on the ground. He hurried forward to check. From the other person's attire, it can be seen that he is a player. The probability of seeing a player in the ruins is very low. Wen Ning saw that his clothes were soaked, and he must have been here for a long time. So he thought about saving the person and asking what happened. The moment Wen Ning turned the person over, Wen Ning's pupils shrank sharply, and he let go instantly. The player was still alive, but he screamed in pain. Wen Ning's hair stood on end, because the player in front of him was just lying on the ground. At this time, Wen Ning turned him over, and in front of him was a bloody face. It was crawling with all kinds of wriggling maggots, and his entire face was corroded. He had no strength to get up, so he could only endure the pain. Wen Ning turned him over from the ground, but his face was torn off. Kill me. Thank you. The scene in front of him was so horrifying that Wen Ning couldn't stand it, and retched twice, then turned his eyes away. The maggots had already crawled into the player's eye sockets, so the player couldn't see who was in front of him at all. Just as Wen Ning was about to make his move, a player shouted hurriedly from behind. Jerry! I found Jerry! Jerry! The heartbroken player knelt down in front of the player in front of him. Then, in front of Wen Ning's surprised eyes, several more players came. He looked at the player lying on his back in front of him with grief. This damn disaster. Jerry! Hold on, I get rid of the bugs on your face. Don't touch it. Don't you know that you will die if these carrion bugs enter the human body? Kill me. Jerry's whole body was left with only a wriggling mouth still talking. The teammates looked at each other, and one of the players seemed to be tortured to the point of collapse by the scene in front of him. He stepped forward and shot directly through Jerry's forehead. Then he walked into the depths of the jungle step by step without looking back. De Wang Yu. Don't stand there, pick up the equipment and go. Although this jungle can withstand acid rain, the corrosive bacteria are omnipresent. In 10 minutes, we will also be corroded and rotten. Several players wiped the tears from their faces, picked up the equipment left after Jerry's body disappeared into their backpacks, and then walked silently towards the depths of the jungle. Wen Ning frowned tightly, but goosebumps appeared on his body. Seeing these people leave here as if no one was around, Wen Ning whispered in surprise. No. These people can't see me? The players 5 or 6 steps ahead didn't react at all. Now it's certain that they can't see or hear me. Wen Ning looked at the filth around him, and remembered what the players had just said. He quickly picked up his pace and followed them. He guessed 100 possibilities in his mind. The players in front walked silently, and Wen Ning stepped forward and tried to pat the shoulder of the last player. The player turned around in surprise, but there was nothing behind him. The turn was too sudden, and the leading player thought he was still worried about his teammate who had just died, so he reminded him. Don't stand there, hurry up. At this moment, acid rain dripped from the leaves and hit the player's shoulder. The player shook his head, thinking that he might be affected by the corrosive bacteria. That's why he thought someone was patting him from behind. Shaking his head, the player turned around and walked forward silently. Wen Ning, who was standing behind the player, had a serious expression and fell into deep thought. Is he really unable to see me? Is there something wrong with the system again? Chapter 342. Wen Ning did not test the players for the rest of the journey, but followed behind this group of players. Along the way, Wen Ning tried to touch things in the forest. Acid rain could touch trees, and dead grass could also touch them. She also tried to chop trees with a crystal blade. She was able to do everything. Even the maggots that the players call corrosive insects could be killed by Wen Ning. This made Wen Ning doubt the players in front of her. Because only the players in front of her did not react at all. It was as if they really could not see her. Wen Ning had 2 guesses about this. The first was that these players deliberately pretended not to see her. The other was that the system was playing tricks when they were indecisive. Could she have turned into an invisible but tangible ghost? The deeper they went into the forest, the less rain there was, and the degree of corrosion of the surrounding plants gradually decreased. Until they passed through an invisible energy barrier, the plants inside flourished. The rain stopped all of a sudden. Wen Ning followed the player and entered the energy shield. As expected, the energy shield did not seem to stop Wen Ning at all. Wen Ning followed the player and passed through easily. Then, several players came to a door full of flowers. An elf with flapping wings and wearing a red flower skirt flew out of the door. Elf. There are indeed elves in the depths of the morning forest. Wen Ning curiously followed and saw that the elf was waving an unknown magic wand. It flew around several players several times, as if purifying the acid rain on these players, and finally nodded. Several players looked relieved, and then took off all their clothes and threw them into the brazier outside the door to burn. Just put on new clothes and entered the door. Wen Ning tried to approach the door, but no elves appeared. When Ning stepped in, now he was relieved that the other party really couldn't see him. Judging from the other party's cautious look, if she pretended not to see him, she would not let her enter here without being purified by the elves. When Ning entered a tree house that the players walked into smoothly, he found a position that would not affect others and eavesdropped openly. The area inside the tree house was not small, as if it was a tree that was naturally formed. When Ning looked around and saw that the walls were made of tree roots, and the tables and chairs were tree stumps, several players sat at the back of the team. He whispered to the player in front of him about Gary's ending. The player's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. Master Elf, we humans have lost another one. There were no less than 200 players sitting in the whole hall, and everyone fell silent after hearing this. The elves flying around formed a sharp contrast with the pessimistic players, as if they were not affected by this disaster. It's only been a week since the acid rain disaster, and there are already very few humans left. There are less than 300 left in our regional channel. We have less than 500. The number of players alive on the world channel is reporting, and it's been an hour, and only 10,000 have been reported. The serious facts are in front of everyone. At the beginning, tens of billions of humans entered this survival game, but only half a year later, the entire human group was defeated and scattered. We the elves, thank you for sending us here. We promise to protect you until the end of this disaster. Under the current situation, we can't get out of the forest at all. After running out of supplies, we can only wait for death. Is humanity going to be extinct? I haven't seen my children and wife on Blue Star since I came here. In just half a year, humans are really too fragile. Damn it! It's just death. What's there to be afraid of? It's okay to die. If I can return to Blue Star after death, I will be satisfied. What are you thinking about? The system has already reminded you that even if you die and your body disappears, your soul cannot escape this continent. You will become a demon. When Ning listened to the players' chatter, greatly shocked, what does that mean? Humans have only survived in the Wasteland continent for half a year. Going extinct? Is this relic a foreshadowing of the fate of mankind? No, her territory is so well built, it shouldn't be that it can't withstand this acid rain, right? According to the time calculation, this acid rain will come for half a year. Can't she build a building to withstand the acid rain in this half year? Not to mention anything else, then the crystal armor Sue gave her can't resist the corrosion of acid rain, right? Thinking of this, when Ning looked at the players in the lobby, I found that the best armor they wore was a bulletproof vest with fiberglass. It's not fully covered. The same goes for weapons. Most people only have a machete. A few have hot weapons, but they are mainly shotguns and pistols. But since mankind is about to become extinct, the surviving players should all have top-notch equipment and skills. But it is obvious that the strength and equipment of these players can only be considered average in Wen Ning's opinion. Wen Ning analyzed calmly. This might be another parallel universe. Perhaps, he had fallen into an immersive history book. As if to confirm Wen Ning's idea, the scene began to speed up, as if it was playing at 3 times the speed. The human players in the lobby moved quickly, and the sky outside was also bright and dark. Wen Ning could only catch a little bit of news about the disaster from their words. Today is the 9th day of the acid rain disaster. More than 100 people died again. Today I feel that the barrier can't withstand these acid mists. Today is the 13th day, hold on, the mild season will soon come. Captain, I'm sorry. I go first. When it was the last day of the disaster, Wen Ning appeared at the edge of the forest barrier, and she looked at the scene outside. She couldn't believe her eyes. The yellow-green mist surrounded the entire morning forest, and the tall pine trees that would not be corroded began to break and collapse. Near the barrier, the corrosive bugs that players mentioned were churning wildly on the ground. They tried desperately to get in through the gaps in the barrier, but they were covered by the mist behind them little by little, and then their bodies softened into a puddle, and an unknown liquid flowed out of their bodies. In the end, not even the skin was left. All this happened too quickly, and the death time of a corrosive bug gradually shortened from 10 minutes at the beginning to 5 minutes. The last 2 minutes. Winnington felt something was wrong, because the air inside the barrier began to become thinner. It seemed that some of the mist had penetrated in. The players inside began to feel difficulty breathing, and every time they took a breath, they felt a fierce burning sensation in their throats. One after another, the players fell down under the heavy burden, curled up their bodies, and endured the burning pain in their respiratory tracts. At this moment, there were still 10 hours before the disaster ended. The stench continued to spread inside the barrier, and the elves looked for holes everywhere and began to fill them with the power of the elves. Boom! The forest outside the barrier began to collapse on a large scale, and acid rain dripped onto the elf barrier without hindrance. The acid rain became stronger, and the muddy yellow liquid hit the elf barrier, gradually blurring everyone's vision. Unable to see the situation in the forest fog, everyone could only pray that the elf barrier could help them survive the last 8 hours. When Ning heard the sound of rain dripping in his ears, the last few hours, the picture in front of him returned to normal speed, but when Ning felt like every second was like a year. The exit was right in the center of the barrier. She was like a bystander, waiting for the finale of this disaster movie. She even began to look forward to the reversal of the movie where one survives after a desperate situation. Unfortunately, this was a survival game. There were no cameras, no screenwriters or directors. There were only 100 players left in the center. Everyone spontaneously huddled together like Antarctic penguins for warmth, waiting for the final outcome. There were still 3 hours left in the disaster. The elves were almost overdrawing their lives to continuously repair the barrier eroded by acid rain. The human players surrounded the elf cubs in the center. They made some small anti-corrosion shelters by hand to protect these cute little guys. Then, the soles of their shoes made a sizzling corrosion sound. Not long ago, the acid rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the ground was still seeping rainwater. The players changed from sitting to squatting, enduring the increasingly strong stench in the air, while carefully avoiding the acid rain on the ground. When Ning looked outside the barrier, from her perspective, one side of the barrier suddenly became transparent. This allowed her to see everything that was happening outside. Chapter 343. The last half hour of the game. When Ning finally saw the end of this disaster, the whole forest seemed to have experienced a devastating wildfire. There was scorched earth everywhere, and acid rain was still washing the ground. Trees collapsed and broke, shattered into black charcoal, and finally wrapped in fog and gradually corroded and melted. At this time, a sound similar to breaking glass came to his ears. When Ning came back to his senses from the shock and found that the elves' barrier suddenly shattered. A single move affected the whole body, and the entire barrier suddenly broke into pieces. The strong acid rain poured down on their heads, and the players screamed hoarsely. With their throats burned, they didn't even have the qualifications to cry out in pain. They could only bear it, and wait for their lives to pass away. The elves also hid everywhere. They kept their promise and persisted until the last moment. But now that the barrier was broken, they could not save themselves. Everything happened too fast. This piece of land that was not eroded by acid rain is now exposed to the disaster. It was like a piece of flesh and blood falling into the deep sea, being torn apart instantly by the wild beasts swarming around. When Ning just stood in the rain, acid rain dripping on her armor, but she was like nothing happened. She could not feel the threat of acid rain. She watched the players gradually die, and even their bodies rotted away. Unable to bear to watch this ending, when Ning closed her eyes, but someone pushed her from behind. She staggered forward and stepped on the exit. A flash of white light, she was ejected by the ruins. Only 1 minute left. Why didn't you let me finish watching? When Ning wanted to curse, and also wanted to greet the family of the system. But after seeing the environment he was in, he was stunned. Am I still in the ruins? Yes, he was still in the ruins. When Ning quickly confirmed this fact, because she did not receive any system prompts to exit the ruins. As if to confirm when Ning's thoughts, a huge spaceship suddenly flew over her head. When Ning reflexively ducked to avoid it, looking at the spaceship that blocked the sky in the sky, an ominous premonition rose in her heart. At the same time, a team of human players appeared in the jungle. Quick! Zerg invasion. Fuck the game. It's hard to get through 14 days, and these moths are on the last day. Don't say it, the guards have already fought with them. Hurry up and catch up. This time it was directly to the last day of the game. When Ning listened to this, and followed involuntarily. From the conversation between the players, when Ning found that the game progress here has come to 2 years after the Wasteland calendar. Could it be that the last disaster did not exterminate all humans? When Ning suppressed his doubts, and followed the team marching at a very fast speed. Passing the morning forest, he came to the beach where Zhang Li's cabin was located. This is the Zerg spaceship. This kind of thing from interstellar science fiction actually appeared in front of him. This scene of Advent made Wen Ning unconsciously think of the advent of the mechanical tribe in Huadu. But at this time, the players are no longer the helpless residents in Huadu City. The equipment they are wearing looks very powerful, with all kinds of nuclear-powered fully armed firearms. There are even mechas that look like Gundam. On the beach, there were teams lined up in a row, various tanks and armored vehicles, and armed helicopters hovering in the air. This was the first time Wen Ning saw players fighting against a certain force on the same front. Among the players, Wen Ning also saw some aliens, pets, elves, etc. Everyone was on high alert, silently confronting the spaceship in the air. The picture fast-forwarded, and Wen Ning saw the true face of the Zerg. There were dense rodent teeth in the huge mouthparts, and huge wings behind them. The tip of the wings seemed like a sharp knife. There were more than a dozen legs, which were extremely flexible. The body was covered with armor plates, and the defense was very high. They roared when they landed, and they didn't need any orders at all, and they rushed directly to the players on the beach. In an instant, the battle broke out, various bombs flew, and the fragments of the explosion splashed everywhere. War is often 100 times more tragic than imagined. Wen Ning's pupils reflected the fireballs, and the broken walls everywhere. The earth-shaking sound made it impossible to hear the players' screams. It was like an atomic bomb exploding in my ears, with nothing but tinnitus. This tragic scene made Wen Ning unable to recover for a long time. As she watched, Wen Ning's eyes became a little moist. An inexplicable sense of powerlessness swept over her deeply, as if she had already foreseen the ending. But when night fell, Wen Ning couldn't help crying when she looked at the few human players left on the beach. This is the ending again? Humanity failed again. The last human died, and Wen Ning's chest seemed to be hit hard. The whole person flew backwards quickly, and Wen Ning quickly opened the system map. Sure enough, it was an external force that was pushing her towards the exit. The white light came on. Wen Ning closed the system map and stopped trying to resist. Wait. What was that flash just now? Wen Ning's pupils shrank sharply. She was sure that she was not mistaken. Just when she closed the system map, a number flashed by. The fog dissipated, and Wen Ning's figure appeared in the morning forest again. However, the morning forest was dark at this moment, and the suffocating leaves were everywhere. The rich fragrance of flowers penetrated into Wen Ning's nostrils, but Wen Ning seemed not to notice. She carefully recalled all the details just now, and couldn't help muttering. Number. Planet 089. Wen Ning seemed to have grasped some possibility, and quickly opened the system map to search eagerly. Behind him, a team of players was desperately clearing the suffocating leaves around them, moving towards a certain direction with difficulty. Wen Ning seemed to have not seen it, and the whole person was focused on looking at the system map. Where? Where exactly? Wen Ning put almost all of his mental energy on the system map, checking it bit by bit, not missing any corner. 10 minutes later. Found it. Wen Ning stared at a corner of the system map excitedly, trying hard to identify. Number. Planet 135. Just as Wen Ning finished speaking, the entire map seemed to be replaced. The hint she found was clearly displayed, and it was marked neatly in the upper right corner of the system map. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the player for discovering the mystery of the ruins and successfully triggering the ruins mission. Ding! Limited time ruins exploration mission. Please immerse yourself in the development of the game and find the truth. Ruins exploration mission. Please find out the secret of the night of the Wasteland continent based on your own deduction. This ruins mission is pure exploration. After the time is up, the player will automatically exit the ruins and will not be in danger of life. So these are all parallel wastelands? Or is this the real wasteland history? Wen Ning still remembers that a Z once said that their ancestors had helped humans hundreds of years ago. Perhaps these humans should be human players. According to the planet number, at least more than 100 generations of humans have played this survival game. Combined with a parallel blue planet in the history book, Wen Ning can reasonably guess that it may not be many generations, but many blue planets in parallel time and space. They play survival games again and again in this wasteland continent, but the endings don't seem to be very good. Guessing this, Wen Ning decided to look for the elves inside the Dawn Forest. They may have experienced more than one human extinction scene. Having made up his mind, Wen Ning looked up and looked at the route that had just been cleared by the human team. At this time, the suffocating leaves had not completely blocked the road, and Wen Ning took this opportunity to follow the team. Wen Ning used the equipment of other players on the World Channel to evaluate the players in front of him. It was found that the equipment of these players was relatively poor. They were obviously powerless in the face of the crazy growing suffocating leaves. Wen Ning could only watch helplessly, and could not help at all. Suddenly, Wen Ning seemed to have thought of something and moved his mind. A familiar white light flashed before his eyes, and then Wen Ning appeared in the center of the forest. Sure enough, Wen Ning was a little happy. Since this was an immersive participation, she could choose the viewing angle. In the above two games, Wen Ning did not guess the rules, so she defaulted to appearing at the place where she entered the ruins. At this time, the situation inside the Dawn Forest was not optimistic. The living space of the elves was compressed. The oxygen content was indeed getting less and less. Captain, I can't hold on any longer. A player's oxygen was exhausted, and the gas that could be inhaled in his lungs was getting less and less. The slow feeling of hypoxia made his head swell. This slow death process was as unbearable as slow slicing. Finally, the thin oxygen in the air was squeezed out, and the player breathed in large gulps of oxygen-free air. The player's eyeballs turned white, and the pupils gradually dilated. The human player on planet 135 died completely. Chapter 344. A dazzling white light flashed, and when Ning appeared in the morning forest again. This time, the scene was covered with snow all around him. All the surrounding trees were frozen into ice sculptures. They broke into pieces with a slight touch. It looked like a snowstorm. When Ning observed carefully, and found that there were mutant animals unique to snowstorms that he had seen in previous disasters not far away. When Ning clicked on the map, and in the upper right corner, there was a clear planet number 071. Planet number 071. It seemed that the end of this time was a snowstorm, but I didn't know when this snowstorm happened. When Ning no longer explored the interior of the morning forest, but instead stretched the view to the maximum. The whole person flew into the air. Crystal clear snowflakes fell one by one. When Ning reached out, and caught a snowflake that was almost as big as his palm. The bone-chilling cold instantly came from his fingertips. The fingers that touched the snowflakes became numb in an instant. The scene of being frostbitten a month ago instantly appeared in his mind. When Ning shook his hands quickly to shake off the snowflakes. Then he took out a woolen glove and put it on himself. It took a long time for him to gradually warm up. When Ning didn't dare to touch the snowflakes directly with his hands. With his mind focused, his figure disappeared in the air, and when Ning appeared in a human territory, the interior of the territory was also frozen by snow. When Ning walked on the street, the area of this territory was not large, and there were only a few scattered shops. When Ning didn't know why she came here. She wanted to go to a territory where there were still living people. She was already here when she opened her eyes. When Ning could only assume that the human players on this planet were even more backward. Damn it, today is only the 9th day of the disaster, and the temperature is already minus 200 degrees. Talk less, save your energy, and retain your heat. We have no way to go out to find food. It's all Lao Lu's fault. I told him not to go out at night, but he didn't listen. He coveted that little mutant beast, but he ended up losing his life. When Ning listened to the words in the house, and looked at an ice sculpture at the door. It looked like a human figure, probably the Lao Lu mentioned by the people inside. He was holding a mutant hair in his hand, but the person inside the ice sculpture had disappeared. It is estimated that the body has disappeared, and only an empty shell is left in the ice sculpture. The prey was also frozen, and the fresh blood was hanging on the body like an ice cone. Based on the situation, when Ning judged that the freezing process of this person did not exceed 5 seconds. He still maintained a forward posture, holding the hard-earned food, and was only 1 step away from entering the shelter. This was the first time when Ning heard news about the night after entering this ruins. When Ning shifted his attention from the ice sculpture to the house. The two people must have been freezing, their voices were intermittent. When Ning almost lay on the door to listen. Looking at this shelter, when Ning had no way of guessing which day of the Wasteland game this was. Their shelters were all made of wood, and looked newly built, but the territory mode had already appeared, indicating that this stage was not far from the game time. When Ning considered whether to push the door in, but thought about it, and decided not to. If the door was opened at this time, the cold air would pour in, and the players inside would have no way out. Although they will die soon. But they can't die on themselves. When Ning silently slowed down his breathing, and listened carefully. The players inside were barely breathing, and their voices were not much louder than the sound of snowflakes hitting the ground outside. Captain, do you think we can return to Blue Star after we die? I don't know. Another male voice trembled, but it was not difficult to hear his pessimism. The little bit of enthusiasm in his words seemed to have consumed all the energy in his body. Captain, I haven't married yet. Captain, my mother hasn't enjoyed the joy of family life yet. Captain, I'm not willing. The voices beside him were getting weaker and weaker, and the player turned his head with difficulty. The captain's face was purple, and his eyes were staring at the ground in front of him with empty eyes. The player suppressed his grief and didn't dare to cry, because tears would freeze and take away the heat from his body. In their team, he was really the only one left now. Captain. The young player stared at the captain's body stubbornly until his eyebrows began to freeze. Just like his captain, His eyeballs were gradually frozen. The vision was blurred, and the frozen eyeballs gradually lost the ability to see. The blind player seemed to feel no pain, and his lips were gradually frozen. Frost began to form on the wall of the shelter behind him, freezing the wall inch by inch. The player suddenly laughed. He knew that his end had come. The ice chips spread from the wooden board behind him to his body, from his neck all the way up, ears, cheeks, and finally to his lips that were still a little warm. Wen Ning couldn't bear to watch any longer, and was about to move to another place. At this time, a faint voice came from the house. System. If I die, don't let me go back to Blue Star. I want to become a wandering soul on this wasteland. Warn those who participated. Swish. A white light flashed, and Wen Ning's body disappeared on the spot. Damn! It was almost there. System. Did you do it on purpose? Players, please pay attention to your quality. The system has determined that this planet is no longer worth observing. Screw your grandmother's value. Isn't it just that he died? When he died, it was just a matter of your words. And how did she know that this player was the last player of mankind? The system's judgment is absolutely fair and authoritative. Please don't question it. Wen Ning knew that it was useless to argue with the system, so he could only suppress the anger in his heart, focusing on the surrounding environment. After coming to his senses, he found that there was darkness in front of him. He couldn't see his hand in front of his face, as if he was blind. There were many sounds in her ears, which seemed to be screams and the roars of some wild animals. When vision disappeared, hearing became sensitive. Wen Ning felt a little uneasy when she heard these sounds. What kind of disaster was this? Wen Ning calmed down. The system said that her life would not be in danger, so it should not be her eyes that had problems. Some guesses came to her mind, and Wen Ning opened the map. Upper right corner. Planet number 011. A new planet. It seems to be a new disaster. After seeing the number clearly, the scene in front of Wen Ning gradually became clear. Wen Ning's heart was gradually relieved. Just like observing through an infrared monitor, everything in front of him was black and white. This was a little privilege given to bystanders by the system. Wen Ning carefully observed the surrounding situation, and found that the Dawn Forest this time was more lively than the previous 2 times. There were some familiar roars in her ears. Zombies? Wen Ning was very familiar with this roar. The zombies in Huadu screamed without caring about people's lives. Could it be that the disaster this time was zombies plus night? That would be really unfriendly to humans, because zombies attack by hearing and taste, and they don't need vision. But humans are different. If this is also the last disaster, then Wen Ning feels that the demise of this group of players is foreseeable. But the facts still need to be observed. Wen Ning's mind moved, and he moved to a battlefield. The scene in front of him proved Wen Ning's guess. Those who surrounded the human territory were Mr. Zombie. Chapter 345. But the truth still needs to be observed. Wen Ning moved to a battlefield with a thought, and the scene in front of him proved Wen Ning's guess. Those who surrounded the human territory were Mr. Zombie. They gathered in one direction, and the sound of the players' weapons not only did not dissuade them, but became a catalyst inside the zombie group, triggering a riot in the entire zombie group. In this territory, the human players fought hard and tenaciously against the endless stream of zombies, like a tide. Wen Ning found that they were wearing special night vision goggles on their faces, so their vision was not limited in the battle. Many blue torches were lit around, but the expressions of the human players were very terrified, as if they were not afraid of the zombies in front of them. Judging from the fighting situation on the scene, Wen Ning had probably guessed it. The survivors of this planet were the people in the territory under her feet. To be cautious, Wen Ning tried to move to another place, but her body was fixed in place without moving. Wen Ning understood that this was the final battlefield. After looking at several numbered planets, Wen Ning changed from pessimism at the beginning to calmness now. She found a place with a good view, and carefully observed the 2 sides of the battle. She secretly memorized the information in her mind, especially this disaster, which was not on Wen Ning's planet. How could it not be considered a spoiler? However, these people did not have any time to talk about any information. Wen Ning did not get any information, only the news of a disaster. However, Wen Ning did not miss any information and insisted on watching the battle to the end before being kicked out of the scene by the system. Wen Ning said that he had adapted well, and it was not a loss anyway. After the white light dissipated and the fog disappeared, he immediately opened the system map. The same upper right corner. Planet number 088. Wen Ning did not rush to move, but observed the surrounding environment. The surrounding area was a scorched earth, without any plants, and it could be said that there was no grass. Wen Ning tried to dig some soil, about 1 meter thick, all black soil. A sticky substance, like oil, flowed out of it. For no reason, Wen Ning thought of nuclear radiation. The disaster here might be radiation. Radiation? There is no radiation on his own planet. System, can you send me to the time before the disaster begins? How can she deduce the last day? As soon as this idea came up, Wen Ning teleported to a territory. At the same time, the cold voice of the system sounded. This is a feature of the ruins. Players should not wish for anything. Wen Ning listened to the mechanical voice, gnashing his teeth, and said the words wish for something, and rolled his eyes silently in his heart. Is it not up to you? Since it has come, you should make the best of it. Wen Ning simply stopped arguing with the system. Anyway, she would definitely do what she wanted to do before the system controlled her. The territory in front of her was different from the territories she had seen before. Wen Ning carefully observed and discovered its features. To be precise, it didn't look like a territory at all. On this piece of scorched earth, without any plants, a semicircular pot-lid-shaped building appeared in front of Wen Ning. This is like a super-enlarged version of his own shelter, about 10 times the size of his own shelter. Wen Ning walked around the entire territory, and there was no change in his expression. He looked like he was observing the territory carefully. Wen Ning found that most of this territory was buried underground, and the part on the ground was more like a fortress. The materials used should be radiation-proof materials. Are there such materials in the Wasteland continent? Wen Ning had never seen it before, so he could only go back to the main entrance. He didn't find a way to enter, so Wen Ning was not in a hurry. Exploration is not a rush. Just as Wen Ning squatted down to carefully check the wall materials outside the territory building, a crack suddenly appeared on a smooth wall on the right. Puff. Hearing the sound of the air valve deflated, Wen Ning quickly stood up and moved closer. It turned out that someone opened the door of the shelter, and a person dressed like an astronaut appeared at the door. He was wrapped tightly, and walked out carefully. Wen Ning sneaked in while the door was not closed. The air valve behind him closed automatically, and there was a safety door inside. After the outer door was completely closed, the exhaust valve sucked away the radioactive gas in the passage where Wen Ning was, and the safety glass door opened. Wen Ning took the opportunity to slip into the shelter, and a repressive atmosphere spread silently. Wen Ning looked back at the player who walked out of the window glass wrapped very tightly. She lowered her eyes, and didn't know what she was thinking. If she saw it correctly, the protective suit on the inside of the player's arm had already cracked. Is it okay to walk out like this? As expected, the player who just walked out felt something was wrong after taking 2 steps forward. The whole person suddenly stopped in place, and then looked down, and saw the crack on the inside of his arm. He turned around and looked at the closed door in horror. Suddenly he rushed over like crazy. Wen Ning watched his glass protective mask, and the glass door collide heavily. The glass mask of the helmet cracked with a sound, and the fragments cut his cheek. Some tiny particles in the air instantly rushed to his wound. In just a few seconds, the player was surrounded by these particles. Then he fell to the ground, struggled twice, and then stopped moving. There was a sound of taking a breath of cold air from the side, and Wen Ning turned his head, and saw 2 players standing next to him. One looked at everything happening outside with an expressionless face, and the other player's face was more panic than fear. Hesitantly said, "Then, is this not good?" The thin man glanced at the soft-hearted player. "If he doesn't die, there won't be enough food in the shelter. I warn you, if this matter is exposed, you will face the same fate." The short player shrank his neck, indicating that he didn't dare. The matter was done, he didn't dare to refute the thin man, not to mention that he was not wrong, and if he had to blame someone, it should be the thin man's cruelty. Wen Ning witnessed the evil of human nature again, and he didn't have a good impression of these 2 people. But he still followed them into the elevator going down. As the elevator went down, Wen Ning saw the scene outside through the small window above the elevator. The pupil shrank suddenly. Chapter 346. Swoosh. The elevator could only go down to the platform, and a group of growth robots appeared in Wen Ning's sight. This group of growth robots actually opened fire when they saw the 2 players coming down. "It's over!" The little fat man screamed, and he had no time to hide, and was immediately shot through by the hail of bullets from the opposite side. The elevator was still going down, and before it stopped, the glass around was penetrated by bullets, and fragments flew. Wen Ning nimbly hid in the corner of the elevator to avoid the bullets, and then saw the thin man dragging the little fat man's body as a shield, taking out a bomb from his waist and throwing it out. Wen Ning's eyes widened in surprise. That was a dwarf bomb. Wen Ning's face changed, because the thin man had taken advantage of the opponent's attack on the little fat man to hide in the corner of the elevator. Wen Ning could only retreat to the corner of the wall, but he still inevitably bumped into the thin man's back. Feeling the discomfort behind him, the thin man turned around and looked at the empty corner. Frowning and not having time to investigate, Wen Ning looked over his shoulder and saw that the dwarf bomb that the thin man had just thrown out actually returned to the original path. Jumped into the elevator. Finished, although he knew that his life was not in danger at this critical moment. Wen Ning still subconsciously protected his head, and at the same time, he had 10,000 MMPs to say in his heart. Boom! Ah! The thin man's shrill scream came to his ears. Wen Ning turned his head and saw that the dwarf bomb that exploded in the small space directly blew half of the thin man's body into pieces. The top steel plate of the elevator was directly blown away. The whole space was filled with thick blood mist. After the smoke cleared, a robot flashing red appeared at the door. Wen Ning looked intently at the weapons in their hands. Very good, the guns were more advanced than hers. Wen Ning quickly dodged to the other side to avoid being accidentally injured. Dozens of guns were pointed at the dying thin man, whose eyes were blown off. Bang, bang, bang. Blood splattered everywhere, and the thin man was deader than dead. The robots confirmed that both of them were dead, and the red light in their eyes did not dissipate. Instead, they turned and walked downstairs. Wen Ning then followed him out of the elevator. As soon as she stepped out, screams and gunfire came from downstairs. Wen Ning walked to the edge and took a look. This was a super large barrel-shaped shelter base. You couldn't see the bottom at a glance. She was now on the top floor, which was full of transparent glass rooms. At the beginning of the spiral staircase, there was a mark of 130. The floors below were full of plants, which looked like rice and wheat. Wen Ning glanced at the spiral staircase, and his deep eyes paused. He turned around and jumped down directly with the railing. His body quickly descended to the floor with the heaviest fighting, and automatically stopped and floated in the air. Wen Ning looked at the floor number 88. There were 3 layers of robots inside and outside the spiral staircase, spreading all the way to the corridor. They pointed guns at the humans below the 88th floor, with red light flashing in their eyes. Wen Ning was very familiar with it, a standard combat state. Compared with the well-equipped robots, the players below looked terrible in what they were wearing and holding. Chris, are you really going to kill them all? A shirtless human player looked at the people upstairs with bloodshot eyes. His sight passed through the heavy robots in the middle, and the player in military uniform, who was nailed behind the robot group and controlled the robots. This player looked at the riding players on the bottom floor with an expressionless face. This barrel-shaped shelter was built by them brick by brick. The robot that was pointing a gun at them was also made of materials handed in by this group of players. And Chris, as the person in charge of the territory, deserved to enjoy all this. Now, they have to attack them because of insufficient food. The radiation disaster has started for more than half a year, and there is no sign of ending. But Chris has to send people out to find supplies every day. Everyone knows that none of these players who go out can come back alive. Today, Chris actually changed from drawing 1 player a day to drawing 100 players a day. This is a disguised way of asking them to die. Chris, Skinny has told us your orders. You deliberately destroyed the players' protective clothing and let them die directly outside. Chris tightened his dark green military coat and said calmly, Skinny? Where is he? Show me the evidence. Yonli choked up. He opened the system panel to contact Skinny, but found that Skinny's avatar had dimmed. You killed people to silence them. Yonli was furious. He didn't expect that this man, who had promised them well and signed a treaty, would go back on his word so quickly. Dead? That means there is no evidence? Chris finally smiled, and this smile was more like a sarcastic smile. Yonli's face was extremely ugly. His hypoglycemic body was clamoring for rest, but his anger was gushing out. Chris never took the mouse's anger to heart. People without strength can only be furious. Riot? He really thinks highly of himself. He is not even a clown. This will only give him a reason to purge. The shelter has a total of 130 floors. In the past, this group of untouchables needed to work below to maintain the operation of the upper generator. But now, he has mastered the use of the energy core. Why should he bring this group of burdens with him? Thinking of this, Chris rubbed his pure white gloves. Patting the non-existent dust on his shoulders, he turned around and walked up. Kill. A simple word directly determined the fate of the bottom players. The power supply below the 88th floor was suddenly cut off, which meant that the shelter below the 88th floor would be permanently frozen. There were hundreds of thousands of players living inside, and there was only one way to go. In the darkness, pairs of red pupils lit up. The robots followed Chris's orders. Bullets poured down on the players like they were free. Yanli escaped under the cover of his friends. Damn, Chris, you want to cross the river and destroy the bridge like this? Absolutely not. Wen Ning keenly realized that Yanli was not simple. After weighing the value of Yanli and Chris in his mind, he chose to follow Yanli. If this was the end game, then Yanli should be the biggest variable here. Wen Ning guessed that he should have a way to deal with these robots. Wen Ning also wanted to see the weaknesses of the growth robots, so that he could avoid them after leaving the ruins. Wen Ning followed Yanli and climbed down the elevator shaft. The human players screamed heartbreakingly from above. Yanli looked solemn and climbed down quickly with his hands and feet. Wen Ning followed him to a studio. As soon as the door opened, several players rushed up with weapons. "It's me!" Yanli spoke in time, and several players stopped what they were doing. Chris violated the contract and wanted to wipe out all the players below the 88th floor. Plop. The player's weapon fell to the ground, and the whole person fell to the ground in dejection. "Asshole! I'm going to fight him!" Several players showed different states, and Yanli panted to stop the excited player beside him. "If you go out now, you can't even climb 10 floors. The whole shelter will be frozen." The player stopped and looked painful. Yanli was telling the truth. The power supply below the 88th floor had been cut off. In less than an hour, the cold radiation from underground will come back, and wherever it rages, everything will be frozen. But there is no time to be sad now. Yanli took out a notebook. He pulled out a yellowed paper from it and opened it carefully. It turned out to be the design of the entire shelter. He stared at several important notes. "Brothers, I got this blueprint at the beginning, but I never handed it in. Now it seems that it is God's will." Several players looked over curiously. Yanli then took out several handmade explosive packs from his backpack. Wen Ning understood immediately. Yanli wanted to destroy the entire shelter. Chapter 347. As expected, when Yanli told his plan, the players around him were silent for a while. "Let's do it. We're all going to die anyway." "Yes, no one will live." Wen Ning's expression was not good. She didn't expect that in such a game, there would be human extinction caused by civil war. Which planet did these human players come from? It's so sad. The next thing was a matter of course. Wen Ning followed Yanli and watched Yanli install the bomb and connect the fuse. At the same time, the massacre on the 88th floor was almost over. The corpses of the rioting players were scattered all over the ground, and the corpses disappeared after staying for a minute. But the blood flowed all the way down the spiral staircase. The air was filled with a lingering smell of blood. The robots only guarded the passage on the 88th floor, and sealed the floor below the 88th floor with iron railings. In this way, except for the players who gathered on the 88th floor early in the morning, the remaining players on the floor were trapped below. Due to long-term malnutrition, they had long lost the ability to resist. There was no need to clear them out. The cold radiation after the power outage was constantly surging from the ground. Wherever it raged, it was like the snow disaster that Wen Ning had seen. Everything was frozen. The radiation particles penetrated through the frozen walls and slaughtered the players wantonly. On the 88th floor, Chris covered his nose with a handkerchief and looked at the scattered supplies on the ground. When the players first joined the shelter, they passed the lie detector test. All supplies must be handed in. Now, after death, all that is left is some spiritual sustenance. For example, a broken teddy bear or something. Chris looked at them with disdain and took 2 steps back to avoid getting his boots wet with their sticky blood. "How long will the ice last?" "Report to the commander. There are still 38 minutes." Chris nodded. After the 88th floor was frozen, they would start the flamethrowers inside the shelter to suppress the radiation below the 88th floor. Then, the 89th to 99th floors would be vacated as a buffer zone. The rooms in the shelter above had been redistributed. The remaining food and supplies were enough for them to survive the remaining 3 months of the disaster. Chris also knew that he could not kill all the players, otherwise he would be unable to support himself. And the choice he made now was the most reasonable calculation made by the professional disaster prediction team. However, he did not know that his evil behavior had made the players below determined to drag him down with him. Wen Ning followed Yanli to install the bomb, and then returned to the 67th floor. At this moment, the players' heart-wrenching screams came from under his feet. After so much experience, Wen Ning still felt a chill when he heard the screams of humans. After taking a deep breath and forcing himself to calm down, Wen Ning looked at Yanli, who was flipping through the notebook. As if knowing that he didn't have much time left, Yanli stroked the notebook. With trembling hands, he turned to the first page. A few big words came into view. Wasteland Survival Manual. Wen Ning, who was paying attention to Yang Li's every move, looked at the notebook in Yang Li's hand. This drawing was actually handwritten. The handwriting on it was crooked, but Wen Ning could still identify the text. Yang Li then turned to the second page, and Wen Ning's attention was also attracted by the words on it. Wasteland Calendar, January 3rd. We have been in this unknown continent for 3 days. I contacted my friend Xiaoyu yesterday, but when I contacted him again this morning, he had no reply. I used the opportunity to speak in the World Channel for the first time. The players told me that if the avatar turns gray, it means that the person is dead. I don't know if death means elimination, and whether elimination means returning to Blue Star, but reason tells me that I can't do this. I'm ready to go out. Yang Li flipped back skillfully, but he flipped through several pages at a time. Wasteland Calendar, January 9th. I was injured and it hurts a lot. My wound is infected. The inflammation and high fever make me want to sleep, but I know that if I fall asleep, I will be eliminated. But if the system guarantees that I can see my wife after falling asleep, I might agree. She just got pregnant. Hold on. Moss, hold on. Yang Li read several more pages, and then turned to a blank page. He took out a pen from his backpack. There was very little ink in the signature pen, and Yang Li had to blow on it twice after writing. When Ning looked at the words, he wrote with concentration. Today is the Wasteland Calendar. It seems to be September, but it also seems to be October. I almost forgot. Chris betrayed humanity. He took away all the resources, and built the shelter to the 130th floor. When he built the shelter, I accidentally got this notebook. The design of the notebook specifically marked the weaknesses of the shelter. For some reason, I didn't hand in this notebook. The reason may be that I saw the diaries left by several so-called predecessors in it. What is recorded here seems to be the same game as my game. The place they came from is also called Blue Star. I tried to find these names among the players, but found nothing. So, I simply gave up the desire to study, and took this diary as a relay to record my daily life. Now it seems that today may be the last time. There are still many secrets in this diary, and they can only be buried here with me in the end. Yang Li wanted to continue writing, but it seemed that the chat channel sent a signal from the team members. He paused for a moment, then smiled silently. These guys, are they afraid of death? They are actually ready to die with the bomb in their arms. The floor beneath his feet was already cold, and water droplets gradually condensed. Yang Li took a very simple handmade detonator and held it in his arms. Then he took out a drawing from his arms and carefully put it into the notebook. Return the property to its original owner. When Ning watched Yang Li put the notebook on the table full of miscellaneous items beside him. Then he pressed his hand on the detonator. When Ning was stunned, and then an idea flashed through his mind. He rushed forward and reached out to put the notebook into his backpack. At the same time, Yang Li pressed the detonator, and Wen Ning was also ejected from the planet. The notebook disappeared with Wen Ning's disappearance, but on this planet. Yang Li finally achieved his goal, and the entire shelter shook violently. In places invisible to the players, several holes were broken in the outer perimeter of the shelter. Various radiations rushed into the shelter frantically. Chris stabilized his body in the explosion, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. The shelter exploded. A scream brought everyone back to their senses, and people began to flee frantically. The players at the bottom of the 88th floor ran frantically upwards, but were stopped by the iron guardrail. Chris looked down, and suddenly his eyes were filled with fear. Before he could react, the surging radiation particles rushed in like a tide. Chapter 348. Warning, players who have taken out game items without permission, please hand them in and destroy them as soon as possible. When Ning was upset that she didn't see the final ending, and the system's prompt rang in her ears. When Ning came to her senses, and found that she was now in a pure white space. There was no visible boundary, as if it was a self-contained space. When you said the rules, you didn't say that you can't take things out. When Ning's tone was not good, looking around, wanting to go back to see the end of the radiation disaster. The system was choked and remained silent for a long time, as if thinking about countermeasures. Can you let me go back? I'm almost able to deduce. The system responded very quickly this time. What the player wants to say is that the disaster intelligence has been collected, right? Oh, I've been discovered. When Ning blinked innocently and decided to play dumb. Please start the deduction. Please note that if the player fails to deduce once, the real game time will pass 8 hours. How can that be? You didn't tell me at the beginning. When Ning was shocked, her little trick in her mind was seen through by the system. Her original plan was that since there was no time limit in the ruins, and she would not be hurt, she could use this place as an intelligence station. Collect enough disaster information to prepare for it after returning. But now, not only does the system force her to deduce, but if she gets it wrong, it will also deduct the time she spent in the real game. What a profiteer! Wen Ning rolled her eyes, and came up with a plan. She entered the ruins before 4 o'clock. Assuming she got it wrong, deducting 8 hours would be exactly early morning. She would not miss the preview of the next disaster. System prompt: if the player deduces incorrectly, the items just obtained will be deducted. Wen Ning, I have a swear word, but I don't know if I should say it. Okay. I implement it. The system is all ears. Players can start at any time. Okay, but I need to sort it out, so you don't find fault with me and say I'm wrong. Okay. After the system agreed, Wen Ning immediately sat on the ground and took out a brand new notebook from his backpack. Then, he took out the notebook he had just received. System: why does it feel a little wrong? Wen Ning sensed the unusual atmosphere and explained in a nice way. I already have a general idea. Now I need to see this information to verify it. Is there a problem? Is there a problem? No objection means agreement. Wen Ning read it with peace of mind. However, Wen Ning's interest in the diary was obviously not as great as the drawings inside. Wen Ning directly took out the folded and yellowed drawing and spread it on the ground. Then he took the notebook and began to copy it piece by piece. He even marked the location of the weaknesses. System: destroy it. After copying, Wen Ning checked several times to see if there was anything he missed, and finally put the drawing away. Just as he was about to read the diary, he suddenly poked his head in and asked as if he remembered something. System: you won't deduct the fruits of my labor, right? The system is not as shameless as you. It was rare for the system to swear, but Wen Ning didn't care at all. Instead, he spoke in a light tone. Oh, you don't know a saying on Blue Star. The world does not belong to the post-90s, nor to the post-00s. It belongs to the thick-skinned. The system said with silence that it was not funny at all. Wen Ning didn't care. What if the system regretted being bullied for a while? Wen Ning began to read the diary in his hand seriously. Flipping through the first page, Wen Ning found that the contents in the front were all trivial matters. This diary was as thick as a dictionary, and there were 5 or 6 owners, describing their experiences from different perspectives. The first owner was Moss, who should be the founder of this diary. He complained about the game at the beginning, and then began to record the description of the disaster after he got sick and survived. There were also some small ways to survive the disaster. Wen Ning quickly browsed and found that Moss's first disaster was acid rain. In the middle, he experienced extreme cold and heat, earthquakes, and wildfires. In the end, he died in the suffocating leaf. Next was the second one. When he picked up this diary, he fell into great self-doubt. He thought this game was a cycle, but the refresh order of the disasters later broke his illusion. His first disaster was extreme heat. In the end, he died in acid rain. Wen Ning continued to look at the owners of several diaries. There are no less than 10 kinds of disasters recorded here. The time and order of occurrence are different. The similarities are that the time of the novice disaster is the time of the early warning of the disaster. And after experiencing several disasters, the mild season and the disaster season have been stabilized. Wen Ning carefully compared and found that these time points are basically after the emergence of the territory system. Before the Lord's Order appeared, the disaster season and the mild season were still randomly refreshed. And Wen Ning found that the order of the disaster also determines the intensity of the disaster. For example, the acid rain intensity of the novice disaster is obviously much weaker. And it lasted for a short time. The acid rain disaster that appeared later was infinitely more corrosive, and even buildings could be melted. Wen Ning suddenly remembered the acid rain disaster he saw in the ruins. The entire Wasteland continent was melted. It looked messy, but this diary was still a little reference. So Wen Ning took out a new notebook and a pen. The system saw Wen Ning's actions and spoke quickly. This diary is the player's task reward. No need to copy it. If the player successfully deduces it, you can take it back to the Wasteland. Wen Ning paused and immediately refuted. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. If you give this to me as a task reward, then my real reward must have been embezzled by you. I copied it myself. Don't think of deducting my reward. System: if you don't say it, I didn't even think of this. Okay, watching Wen Ning write 5 words in a minute like a snail. The system couldn't hold it back. When players pass the level, the diary will be issued as an additional reward, and will not occupy the original reward. Wen Ning's eyes instantly sparkled. Thank you, sponsor. Smiling, he put the blueprint and diary into his backpack, and was very happy. The system felt that its entire system was numb. This woman is so treacherous, and her mind works too fast, and she is stingy. Can the player start the deduction? Wen Ning tilted his head and smiled smugly. Okay. System prompt. Players, please note that if this deduction fails, all the rewards just promised will be taken back. After saying this, the system immediately added another sentence for fear that Wen Ning would refute. The deduction begins, and every word of the player will become the deduction process. Chapter 349. Wen Ning did not start the deduction immediately, but thought for a long time in silence before speaking. The complex information was intertwined in his mind for a long time, and Wen Ning did not know where to start. After a long time, Wen Ning said calmly, "Hidden in the darkness of the Wasteland continent should be the obsession of these players." When these words came out, the air around Wen Ning was stagnant for a moment. Please ask the player to tell the deduction process. The mechanical sound has no emotion. Wen Ning's expression was solemn, and his mind began to automatically replay everything he saw. Maybe it could also be called an evil ghost? Some players have said that they will become evil ghosts in the Wasteland continent after death, and some players have discussed this with the system when they died. Although I don't believe in ghosts and gods, nothing is impossible in the Wasteland continent. Each planet in the ruins has its own unique number, ranging from dozens to more than 100. Or, this is a game cycle over and over again, and this should be the player on the parallel blue planet. Correspondingly, the history books we found should correspond to the planets of these players one by one. At this time, Wen Ning suppressed the shock in his heart. Slowly speaking. System, perhaps, this game is a rescue game. The system remained silent, neither saying yes nor no. Wen Ning continued his reasoning. Perhaps the blue planets in different parallel time and space have all suffered a catastrophe, and the players were teleported to this planet to rebuild their homes by surviving. But it has not been successful so far. And the repeated death of humans has increased the hostility and evil spirits on the entire planet. So the oppression of the night has formed. These oppressions that prevent us from going out to explore may not be for our lives. Just like what the player in the snowstorm said, he wants to warn those who participated players. After saying this, Wen Ning relaxed. What emerged in his heart was more confusion about his future. If she guessed right, then the 500 million players who are now surviving on this wasteland planet, can they rebuild a home? Or will they also be annihilated in the endless disasters? Or, after they succeeded in building their homes by chance? Where are the remaining people of Blue Star? Aboard the space-time spacecraft, combined with the history book of the destruction of Blue Star, Wen Ning did not have a positive expectation for this result. While Wen Ning was silent, the system also remained silent, as if it was judging whether Wen Ning's deduction was correct. Wen Ning looked up at the nothingness around him with vigilance. Could he have answered wrongly? Why not take this opportunity to write down the diary? It is most important to grasp what you can grasp first. Wen Ning felt like a student who was cramming for the exam. He did it as he thought, and took out the diary again. But he only wrote 2 words. The system sounded. The player's deduction is correct, and the reward will be issued later. The cold mechanical sound rang out, and then Wen Ning was kicked out of this space. Damn it! Can you give me some buffer time? The player has exited the ruins. He should have really exited. Wen Ning quickly turned around and looked around. When he saw the traces of the leopard he had just captured on the ground, Wen Ning relaxed. I'm really back. He glanced at the system time and the calendar. No problem. Wen Ning completely put his heart back in his stomach. The system said that the reward would be issued later, so Wen Ning didn't bother. He returned to the territory as quickly as possible. At this time in the bright territory, Mira was collecting the task watches. After Bai Shui's restaurant opened, the time for the people to complete the tasks was getting earlier and earlier. It opened at 6 o'clock, and I returned to the territory at 4:30. After handing in the smartwatch and getting the points, I immediately ran to the restaurant to line up. I was afraid of being late for a second. In this case, the number of people who handed in the tasks in the same time period increased, so Mira had to come to help in person. Although everyone was active in eating, there was no cutting corners in the tasks to be done. On the contrary, because eating costs money, the tasks were completed in excess. This may be the effect of stimulating consumption. Wen Ning, the capitalist, must be laughing. If the people only make money but don't spend it, the survival points cannot flow, and then as the Lord, she cannot collect taxes. How to make money? Mira felt that her position as the chief steward was becoming more and more difficult. Now she has to work on robots. When the Lord comes back, she must make 2 more robots. Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. Mira looked up and saw her dear lord riding a centaur whizzing by. He ran straight to the shelter. After entering the shelter, Wen Ning slumped on the sofa without any image. This trip was too brain-consuming. Pick up the mountain spring water on the table, and take 2 gulps. Wen Ning slowly sat up, propped up her chin and fell into deep thought. No, she actually guessed right. That means this is really a rescue game. So many players were gathered here just to rebuild a new planet suitable for human survival. Did the other Blue Star players fail? What if she failed too? The wheel of history rumbled past, and Wen Ning felt that she would not leave any trace. The more Wen Ning peeped into the secrets of the game, the more frightened he felt. Those extinct human players in the ruins were losers. But aren't there any successful ones on the hundreds of planets in this game? Where did the successful people go? Also, if it is really as Wen Ning guessed, then Wen Ning's territory can no longer blindly deviate from human development. Perhaps, Wen Ning does not want all humans to become extinct. The best way is to make this information public, so that all human players know that this is a rescue operation. But how can we ensure that everyone can trust Wen Ning? If it is so simple, then the system can make all the truth public at the beginning. Wouldn't mankind be more united at that time? No player knows about all the planets in the ruins, and some of them are even extinct due to human internal strife. From a technological point of view, Planet 88 is the most technologically advanced planet Wen Ning has ever seen. Robots, dwarf bombs, high-tech radiation protection suits, and protective masks have been developed. There is even a super-large engine that can drive the entire shelter. After thinking about this, Wen Ning felt that his reasoning in the ruins only accounted for a small part of the truth of the Wasteland game. The system also said that the judgment is based on the reasoning of the darkness of the Wasteland. Correct, it should be only this part that is correct. Wen Ning took a deep breath. A system notification suddenly sounded in his ears. Player Wen Ning, please note that your reward has been settled. This mission is a global mission, and will be announced globally. Can you remain anonymous? Wen Ning pursed his lips, and made a different choice for the first time. I won't be anonymous. Chapter 350. The player chooses not to be anonymous, and the mission information will be disclosed later. Wen Ning waited silently, but his heartbeat gradually accelerated, and there was a faint expectation hidden in the depths of his eyes. But he was also a little uneasy. System announcement. Global announcement. Player Wen Ning successfully completed the ruins exploration mission. The deduction process was correct, and the secret of the night of the Wasteland continent was solved. System announcement. Global announcement. The night confinement of the Wasteland continent was lifted, and players can continue to explore the Wasteland continent at night. But the combat power of the mutant beasts in the night is doubled, and the offensiveness is doubled. Players are requested to do it according to their ability. System announcement. Player Wen Ning successfully passed the ruins exploration mission and received bonus survival points *10,000, obtained administrator authority key *1, and obtained Wasteland survival manual *1. System announcement. The content of the ruins cannot be made public, and the ruins exploration channel has been permanently closed. The global announcement was released 3 times in a row. The entire world channel was boiling. Especially Jack. The EU promised him that they would find the coordinates of the ruins of the night in 1 month. But they didn't expect that it was solved by an unknown person. Go check. This person named Wen Ning. Go find out who she is. Alex ran out as ordered, and Jack couldn't wait to open the world channel to look for clues. World channel. The secret of the night has been solved. World channel. It's really against the sky. It sounds like a female player. World channel. What's wrong with a female player? The owner of the treasure pavilion is a female player, and a lone wolf player. World channel. Is the person above stupid? I mean, it is very likely the owner of the treasure pavilion. Jack saw the news and his expression paused. World channel. Sister Wen is awesome. Do you need a follower? Sister Wen? World channel. Forget it. I now think that the players in Huadu are also Sister Wen. Aren't the robots around her more attractive than you? World channel. Don't just focus on Sister Wen. What's going on with this relic that actually solved the secret of the night? World channel. Unfortunately, the relic has been permanently closed. I can only see if Sister Wen is willing to share it. World channel. The system said that the contents of the ruins cannot be made public. World channel. It didn't say the contents of the ruins, but can we have a Wasteland survival manual? World channel. Sharing shit. Don't forget, she is a traitor. World channel. That is, when establishing alien territories, high-tech power is not contributed to human players to enhance their strength, but used to deal with compatriots. World channel. Disheartening. The real disheartening thing is to be stabbed in the back by your own people. World Channel. Oh my goodness, the criticism has started again? World Channel. If Wen Ning has a conscience, she should provide a robot for all players for free, just in time for the next disaster to be announced soon. World Channel. Yes, yes. Isn't there a Wasteland survival manual? It should be selflessly contributed. World Channel. Reveal the contents of the Wasteland survival manual. World Channel. One person's blood letter. Revealed. World Channel. Add 1. World Channel. Add 1008611. Wen Ning didn't pay any attention to the bloody storm in the world. She didn't know that the players on the World Channel had split into 2 groups. One group worshipped her, and the other group hated her. Even if she knew, it wouldn't change anything. Wen Ning originally planned to make the contents of the Wasteland Survival Manual public, but not now. At least, she would have to wait until after the disaster forecast tonight before she would select and put it on the shelves. And it's not free. How could she miss such an obvious opportunity to make money? Now Wen Ning looked at the 3 rewards in front of her. One was the design of the shelter, and the other was the Wasteland Survival Manual. There was another one, the Administrator's Authority Key. After a long time, she got this key, which shows its importance. Administrator Key. There is only one key. Players who meet certain conditions can obtain Game Administrator Authority and obtain game encrypted data. Wen Ning didn't expect that exploring a ruin would involve the secret of the entire game. Wen Ning no longer hesitated, holding the key, silently chanting to use it. Administrator Authority has been opened, and data is being transmitted. The blue key in his hand instantly turned into a flashing starlight, took off and circled, and then drilled into Wen Ning's forehead. Wen Ning felt a sharp pain in her brain, and a vast amount of information poured into her mind. Pictures flashed before her eyes, and she collapsed on the sofa in pain. Sweat broke out on her forehead, and the pain lasted for about a minute. Wen Ning felt like she had been fished out of the water. Her energy dropped madly, and Wen Ning forced herself to keep drinking energy potions, barely holding on to her energy. At the same time, the meteor-like picture in her mind suddenly stopped, and the whole picture appeared in front of Wen Ning. It was a holographic image, like a history book, but Wen Ning always felt that something was different. The screen fluctuated, and then it froze in one frame and began to play. It is now January 1st, 2431 in the park. I am in the vast space, a galaxy that has never been discovered by humans. I am Wen Ning, Senior Researcher H067 of Yen Country. Wen Ning's pupils shrank sharply. The young woman in the screen, wearing a white research suit and with her hair neatly tied up, had a face exactly like his. No, Wen Ning's breathing stopped suddenly. She was clearly himself. Wen Ning's eyes reflected disbelief, but his eyes overlapped with the calm woman in the hologram. No matter who you are, if you can get the Administrator Key, I may be able to entrust the hope of Blue Star to you. Of course, what I hope most is myself. After all, this survival game was created by me. Researcher Wen Ning's words were earth-shattering, and Wen Ning was stunned on the spot as if struck by lightning. The woman in the picture continued to tell the story without pausing. Blue Star, my home planet, has completely ceased to exist after being invaded by alien civilizations and the spread of biological viruses. Under the guidance of the Global Emergency Plan, scientists around the world have assembled the global military, scientific and medical forces to launch the Spacetime spacecraft. The Spacetime spacecraft launched into space carries the fertilized eggs of 1/10 of the world's population, as well as all animal and plant seeds and embryos, and carries 1,000 top scientists in various fields to fly into space together. Our destination this time is the Wingwa Space Station in space, where all human scientific and technological data and all databases of human civilization are stored. We came here 3 years ago, and have been waiting for news of victory from Blue Star. Unfortunately, Blue Star did not escape the clutches of the mechanical race in the end. We going home. Hopeless. The woman in the picture looked very sad, but soon cheered up. In order to find a new home, we began to drift in space, but the mechanical race was everywhere. They are like robbers in space, plundering the vitality of many planets. Finally, all scientists gathered all the power of the space station, used black hole jumps, and came to this unexplored galaxy. The time and space here are chaotic, but there is a suitable planet with air, sunlight, water resources, and soil. Under the influence of a special magnetic field, we accidentally developed an intelligent brain chip. Through intelligent brain calculations, this wasteland planet can be transformed to meet human survival conditions. However, land reclamation requires manpower, and our 1,000 scientists are simply not enough. As a senior researcher, my research direction is holographic visualization. Through technical means, I restored the consciousness of all netizens in the human database. Through screening, human consciousness that is not suitable for the game is eliminated, and finally 56 billion humans are selected. We call them players. Use the intelligent brain system to put them on the Wasteland planet. This planet is rich in resources, and has a special magnetic field. The mechanical race will lose at least half of its combat power here. And because there is no life in this galaxy, the mechanical race cannot detect here for a while. This planet is our last hope. The young woman in the picture has a holographic image of the Wasteland continent floating in front of her. A glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, but it quickly extinguished.